The three goblins ran really fast as they quickly passed the Tier 2 battlefield and appeared at the Tier 1 battlefield. The Gordons family were shocked and didn't know what to do, but they still stood their grounds. As they were ready to protect Alec, and at this very moment, the city guards and the Darkbliss family were thanking their stars that they decided to watch the Tier 2 fight. If not, they would have had to face the Tier 3 goblins also. Things have gotten so much heated that they never expected for a Tier 3 to make a move against a Tier 1 mage. It has never happened before in this city, which was quite shocking to them. The leading goblin swung his swords again, and the wind elements in the air formed around his sword, blowing up all the Tier 1 mages away. Go, I will hold back the remaining mages. The goblin, who has been using wind elements, said to the other two goblins, who nodded their head. The wind-controlling goblin started slashing his swords, sending over 100 wind blades towards the Tier 3 mages from the Gordons family that was chasing them. The two Tier 3 goblins finally got to the square stone wall that Alec was inside. They both hacked their weapons on the wall, breaking it in pieces, and the dust of the collapsed wall covered the vision of everybody. The people who was watching held their breath as they cold feel their hearth tighten. They were waiting for the dust fog to clear so they could see if Alec survived or not. Draco's face was filled with anger as he watched, praying for Alec to survive the blow. But even so, the three Tier 3 mages he sent, after the goblins have not been able to free themselves from the one stalling them clearly, he is a genius of the goblin race. Before the fog could clear up, they saw a weapon being thrown out from the fog. Its speed was very fast, and it smashed the head of one of the two Tier 3 goblin who attack. The goblin staggered backwards as spikes of the mace were inserted into his skull. He was barely able to hold on to his life, as the spike was just few inches away from his brain. The goblins looked at the fog. This time, everyone could see something coming out of it. Step by step, Alec slowly came out of the fog with Titan at his back as he was condensing another ice mace. The one that was inserted in the head of the Globin was melting as he was condensing another one. You all deserve death. Titan spoke for the first time, his voice low, but it has a chilly effect as he walked behind Alec with his towering ice shield and ice mace. Everyone was gawking at him. His new icy blue color looked so dazzling under the blood moon, giving him a creepy vibes with his purple-colored eyes and ice armor. Fuck you, the goblin, who has been injured, threw all caution into the wind when he saw who attacked him, as he finally dashed towards Alec with rage as he was ashamed of the fact that he was injured by a Tier 2 golem. But before he could reach Alec, he noticed the golem moved, and it looked like it vanished, but he knew what was happening. He felt his danger warning blaring. He quickly tried to swing his sword backwards. As he realized that the golem didn't disappear, his speed was just too fast for him to be able to meet up with Clank. His sword was stopped by the shield, and he felt the hand holding on to the sword turn numb, but his head got smashed by Titan's mace the next second, splattering all his brain everywhere and painting Titan's icy blue armor with a tinge of red. The other Tier 3 goblin still stood rooted to the ground in shock as he looked at his fellow soldier. He knew instantly he could not face that golem, as it was equivalent to death, so he turned his dagger elsewhere. He felt he was slower, that Titan, but he should be able to get to Alec first. He pointed his dagger towards Alec as he leaped forward to him. Seeing this new development, Alec didn't panic as he sent his mana straight into his armor, and claws and runes and tattoos started appearing all over his body. And the red salamander armor magically covered up his body, wrapping up perfectly, making him look dashing in the blood-red color. Alec looked towards the goblin that was still leaping in the air towards him and noticed he seems much slower. And he could see a lot of flaws around the attack of the goblin, making him feel like if he wanted, he could easily kill the goblin. And he decided to test that as he tightened his fist, and he felt immense power in his arms. He was filled with so much power that he had the illusion that he could fight with every body in the world. But Alec still kept a clear head even after that. As he stood straight the moment the goblin reached him, he slightly tilted his head to the left, making the goblin missed him with a small margin his eyes, and the goblin eyes crossed as the goblin saw indifference in the eyes of Alec. It got irritated and shirked, but it was cut short when Alec attacked. He pierced his claw gauntlet into the chest of the goblin, easily piercing through like a hot knife cutting through butter. He held on to the goblin's heart while still looking at him, and dragged it out of his chest, giving the goblin a quick and painful death as its body lost all strength. Thud! Alec looked at the claws in surprise. Though he wished to kill the goblin, he was not expecting it to come that easy. The claws seems to just pierce through the hard muscles and skin of the Tier 3 goblins. Alec does knows that any weapon won't be able to even leave a scratch on the tier 3 goblins, but the claw-like gauntlet seems to pierce through anything easily. For what? The system questioned while its voice showed great joy, but it was still trying to act tough. Alec, well, for not selling fake products. After all, have been buying a lot and paying a lot to you, if not for the fact that you're not a scam. I wound have requested the family to give me my own blacksmith, as I hate frauds. Alec blabbed and boasted shamefully with a smug expression, as he would rather die than to compliment the system. Seriously, system. While Alec was still enjoying the feeling of killing a tier 3 goblin, the rest of the tier 1 battlefield was still in shock of what Alec just did. The fact that a tier 3 even thought of sneak attacking a tier 1 mage was shameful itself, but for the tier 3 mages to die so easily was just so pathetic. The thoughts that was going through their mind was if those two tier 3 goblins was acting, or were either fake tier 3. But seeing Alec's claws that were still shining in Titan's ice armor, that was still tainted with blood, as he rested his scary ice mace on his shoulders, gave them all the impression that this was not really going as they expected. What he has a marked spirit armor and weapon of tier 3, the hobgoblin shouted from the sky, as he was more knowledgeable than the human mages, and was quick to notice the difference the moment the tattoos started accumulating on Alec's body. He pointed at Draco while gritting his teeth. Yo, you deceived me, the hobgoblin said as he clenched his fist in anger. Right now, he just wished he could fight it out with the human mages, but the blood curse was restraining him. Draco too was shocked at the development of things. He was praying for Alec to survive. After all, he would not be able to survive that old man's rage if anything happened to him. But watching Alec take care of things so easily, he felt like he was dreaming. But after hearing the hobgoblin talking about how it was a marked spirit armor, it made him more perplexed, as he could not close his mouth, almost making him lose his image except for the fact that everyone was still surprised, and no one was paying attention to him. The Gordons family might be one of the strongest mid-tier family, but they didn't have a lot of marked armors in the family. They only had about 3. And they were tier 5 armors. They definitely didn't have any tier 3 marked armor, which means that it was acquired by Alec himself, and even the tier 5 marked armors were owned by the Patriarch and the Grand Elder. Inasmuch as he wanted to act aloof, his surprised expression just couldn't be hidden. The corner of his lips was even twitching when he thinks of how much Alec looks cool in that. Even he who just entered the tier 6 mage realm and was a senior of Alec doesn't have that kind of privilege. He has never been lucky, and does not even have one. He was wearing a normal tier 5 armor. But here was his junior that was not even tier 2 mage with a tier 3 marked spirit armor. It was embarrassing for him to respond, so he just kept quiet. Hey Draco, it seems that your family had a great change in fortune for you to be able to get your young master a marked armor, the city guardian said with a laugh as he pushed Draco. In a joke, after all, he was happy that Alec was able to survive. There was no one from the city guard who wanted Alec to die after all he showed in the battle today, and that's the ability to wipe out large numbers of enemies on his own. Though the city guard was amounting this to the Gordons family behind Alec, after all, there is no way they would believe that Alec got that by himself. The Gordons family tier 3 mages, who were being stalled by the wind controlling goblins, stopped as they watched the Golem and Alec. With surprise and shock, the young master of their clan they were expecting to save to get some credits suddenly turned into a tiger and showed his claws he had been hiding while waiting for a prey to show up. Fuck this. It drains mana fast, Alec said as he deactivated the armor fast when he noticed he was losing about 20 mana per second for having the armor on. And the armor retracted back into his body as they turned back into tattoos. This time, everyone noticed the tattoo. I will kill you, the wind-controlling goblin howled as he finally went all out as he swung his long sword straight at Alec, ignoring the Gordons family tie 3 mages. Alec just looked at him with so much disdain as he could not spend more time on him. He had bigger missions to complete. As he stared at the tier 2 battlefield, his gaze turned hot. The wind slash was about to slash him before a big icy blue figure stood before him with a big shield on his hand, and the attack hit. Bang! The loud sound of the attack being stopped by Titan's shield was so ear-piercing that Alec couldn't help covering his ears. But still, yet the attack was not able to push Titan even a step back, as it only had one hand out to stop the attack of tier 3 goblin. Can you take care of him? Alec asked Titan. No problem. Master Titan said, kill him fast, I need you for a bloodbath, Alec said as he could not bother himself with the goblin again. Okay, Master Titan said. The goblin was so mad at Alec's nonchalant behavior. Alec was behaving like he was invisible, and he hated it. He planned to kill this golem to wash of the shame of his fallen comrade. He dashed forward with great speed, as he raised his hands high and the sword in a perfect position to slash down, as he hoped to slice Alec to two different places. But Titan also swung his mace upward to meet up with his attack. He grinned smugly, as he was more determined to kill them, for he was being underestimated by both the master and the golem. His sword became more faster, with the force behind it becoming more lethal, as green light sparkled around it as the wind element conjured at the blade as he slashed downward. But Titan didn't seem to look good, but he was not even defending as he copied the goblin's approach and injected his mana into his mace, making the spike much longer, and he ice elements glow around the mace as it had an icy blue light around it. He threw the mace straight for the face of the goblin, which startled him, as he was not expecting the goblins to abandon the battle before it even started. But his attention was still on the mace in the sky, as he felt that someone might still be able to sneak attack him, so he was not even bothered about anything else until he heard Titan's hoarse voice. The goblin watched and noticed that the golem was now holding the shield with both arms, as he bent his knees in a bull charging stance. And the moment Titan felt he had enough momentum, he finally bolted towards the goblin body, as he used his sturdy and ice shield to bash the goblin, sending him flying far away as he grabbed the mace that was about to hit the ground. It had missed the target since the goblin quickly dodged with speed. "Who the fuck are you?" the goblin asked as he stood up with difficulty. "Well, if you really want to know, it's no problem. My name is Titan, the first golem captain of Alec Gordon's. Now prepare to die," Titan said as he rushed forward towards the goblin. But the goblin swings his legs horizontally as he hopes to strike Titan's waist, and Titan quickly moved his shield to the right in order to protect his waist. Only for the goblins to quickly drop the leg back. Clearly that attack was a feint. He turned fast, using his sword to strike the left and unguarded side of Titan's waist. "Ice spikes," Titan said, and from nowhere ice crystal formed in smaller blade as the rushed forward towards the sword. Clang! The ice crystals may have seemed small, but with each ice spike which hit the blade, it became a little bit more heavy for the goblin, and by the time the blade finally struck, its power have been greatly diminished, but still yet, a wind blade light up at the end of the blade that sent Titan flying. "So what if you can read my attacks? So what if you have a great attack power than me? I am more experienced than you, and in this battlefield I aim to use your blood to show my talents," the goblin said in an enraged manner, as he started licking the blood on the edges of his sword, clearly from the injury he gave to the Gordon's family mages he just fought, which Alec clearly told them not to interrupt the battle. Titan got up and dropped his shield and mace, and his fist started forming an ice gauntlet with spikes at the end. "You know, just as you think you can beat me, I also feel I can kill you too. In fact, you are my stepping stone, my way of learning that war experience. I need to become the expert I want to be. I might not be fast enough to deal with you when I wield my heavy shield and mace, but with this pair of gauntlet, I should be able to draw some few blood from you," Titan said, with a small smile, his eyes changing back to red before flashing back to purple. "Are you sure you can fight with a glove? You big lump of ice," the goblin laughed gleefully. "Oh, you would be shocked to realize how many more weapons I can fight with, but enough chit-chatting, this one is enough for you." Titan charged towards the goblin this time, as he was much more faster than before. He took the initiative to attack. The only reason why he carried the shield is to be Alec's shield, and right now he was fighting for alone and didn't need to protect Alec, so he decided to give his all in a fight for the first time, as he didn't need to worry about Alec again. "Hey, how would you all like to go on a little hunting trip with me?" Alec asked the moment he got to the place the Gordon's family were waiting. Everyone were still shocked at what happened, but only Agnes had the courage to ask that. "That's the armor. I got it for you, but it looks different." They all looked at him like a monster. "Common, cut us some slack. Do you think we look like you who could KO a tier 3 goblin in an instant?" Arthur said. "We would back each other up and not stray far from each other. And don't worry, I would be using the golems too, to help reduce the pressure." Alex said he was already getting tired of persuading them. Either they liked it or not, he was still planning on going into the battlefield. With his golems, after all, he just realized his exp and system point could get a big race up when he was hunting those of higher level than him. So he was going to use the excuse of getting revenge to get even with the tier 2 goblins, since he was not ready to use the red salamander due to lack of mana and realm to maintain it. He felt he should have no problem killing a few goblins with the right teamwork, as he was just leaving the red salamander armor in case of another tier 3 goblin emergency. "So what will it be? I'm running out of patience here," Alec asked. "We would follow you," Brian answered first, and for everyone as he was trying to get into Alec's good books. The hell you don't get to decide for us. I speak for myself, Arthur said, as he was ready to lost a punch on Brian's face, but Brandon was holding on to him tight. They didn't need infighting among them right now, so tell me, are you interested in fighting some Tier 2 goblins? And ranking glory, Alec said to Arthur, trying to entice him. After all, they all stand to gain in the killings too. After all, the system made it clear. It would reward all those under him for all the kills they were involved in. Hell yay, of course I'm bored staying here since not able to really do anything memorable that I can brag about to the kids back in clan. You made me turn into a guardian who guards your kids, since Arthur sarcastically while clenching his fist in anger. No problem, then since you all seems to want to go all out then. It would be bad if I held back on my powers, and means, Alex said with a slight smile which made Agnes, Knight and Brian shocked. Held back my ass. If you call what you have been doing holding back, then what should we call what we have been doing since? Though they were also curious to know what he would do next. This kind of thoughts went through their minds, but only Arthur and Brandon had a slight idea of what Alec was trying to do. He gently used his mana to reach into his space pouch, bringing out 3 golems from inside. Alec summoned the rest of the golems, and the moment they came out of the space pouch, Agnes, Knight and Brian had their mouths opened. As they stared at the golems, just from the aura they emitted they could tell they were strong, and the fact that Alec still had extra golems as strong as the ones that has been fighting gave them a big shocker. Alec was probably one of the most strongest Tier 1 they have ever seen, and the fact that he still had about 6 Tier 1 golems that are not that weaker than him made it crazy for some of them to believe, as some are even stronger than him like Titan and Legion. Without the red salamander set, Alec might be weaker than Legion, and might even only fight TV Tanto draw before he loses all his mana, and might get killed. Just made it hard for them to compete with him, as they felt their chest tighten in helplessness. Men, give us a break, I am still trying to learn how to craft a very cool golem, and still cultivate to a higher realm at the same time. But you're killing me with this, your super awesomeness, Knight cried out. We don't have time for all this, Alec said, ha ha ha. Finally a war where I will get to display my abilities, Axe Demon said, as he raised a big red axe from his shoulder, and slammed it on the ground, making the ground under him quake a little, making the others flinch. This one too is a monster, that is what they thought. Master, who do we have to kill? Magneto asked, while acting reserved like a young master, with his frame looking quite small, and the metal sword that kept revolving around him made him seems like someone no one can just get near to. Agnes looked at Arthur. Please tell me you did not copy the move of a golem, she said, but Arthur only laughed sheepishly. After all, he had battle with Magneto, making him see the usefulness of the metal sword arrays, so he used his own wisdom to copy it to an extent, but still yet he was seen as overpowered. Only now did his secret of copying it from another leaked out. If he still copied it fro someone else, it might have been quite better, but he learned his favorite move from a golem, made the others look at him with weird gaze. Meanwhile, the destruction sword golem just stood on the side like the things happening had nothing to do with him. So you had extra golems as strong as this, and you kept them in hiding all along? Knight asked. Of course I did. You should already know there's a saying that goes like this: the more hidden card you have, the more likely you are to survive, Alec replied. You are just full of surprises. So what is the plan? Agnes asked as she shakes her head, not ready to dig deeps into Alec's secrets. The fact he didn't tell them meant he didn't trust them enough to let them know about it. We go to the Tier 2 battlefield and try our best to assist the Tier 2 mages from the Gordons, though we all have to agree now we are not to confront no mid-Tier 2 goblin, only low Tier 2 goblins that are still engaged in a battle. As long as we all attack a single goblin each time, we should be able to do enough damage, Alec explained, while laying out his plans out for them to see. They all brought out their weapons and equipment as their swords shined in blood light that was reflected from the blood moon, and preparing their mana for another last fight. Seeing how ready they were to fight with him, even if the decision that taken by him seems a little suicidal, made him proud that he had real brothers that wanted to stay close to him, even in the face of danger. Charge, Alec said as he led the run into the Tier 2 battlefield. As he and the gang started running towards the Tier 2 battlefield, the major powers of the Tier 1 battlefield looked at them in surprise. Those in the City Guard and the Dark Bliss family reaction was full of surprises as they saw the Gordon's next-generation leader Alec and his gang go over the barrier that separated the tier battles as they finally breached the Tier 2 battlefield. The surprise emotion on their faces quickly disappeared the moment they realized the type of mission the Gordon's family had on their minds. Alec had Legion lead the charge in front, while the Axe Demon and the Destruction Sword Man followed him side by side while staying in his left and right. Magneto followed behind them, with the Gordon's Major gang falling behind a little in their pace as they ran towards the Gordon's Tier 2 battle location. Goblins and human mages noticed a new addition to the battlefield, which was quite surprised for them because no one was expecting it at all. As no Tier 1 has ever dared to move to the Tier 2 battlefield without protection from a Tier 2 mages, after all it was common knowledge to all that crossing battlefield was not always easy, as they can be easily killed anytime if they were ganged up by the enemy forces. Alec and the gang were quick to find their first opponent when they got to the place. The Gordon's family Tier 2 mages were clashing with a set of Tier 2 goblins. They quickly caught Sid of a goblins, who was crossing blows against another mage from the Gordon's family after he was wearing the clan Seacoths. Alec and the gang quickly surrounded the both of them. Alec looked at his golems, ordering them to pick another Tier 2 goblin and ambush. While he and the gang could face another Tier 2 goblin on their own, Alec did want to take the front and fight head-on, but he realized that he had a much better effect while he was commanding, so decided to be the one who stayed at the back and protected the rear as he have orders. After about 2 minutes of disrupting the attacks of the Tier 2 goblins by Sen's spells towards him or Brandon attacking him with his sword from a blind spot, made the goblins started noticing them as it became obvious to him that with the way the battle was going, it was going to enter a bad spot soon. It was about to retreat when Alec nodded towards Agnes, who slammed her staff towards the ground 3 times. Agnes casted an advanced earth spell, sending her mana to the ground through the staff. The earth under the goblin started shaking as countless hands made from earth elements came out and held onto the legs of the goblin, holding it on place. The goblin snorted and swung his axe as he tried to break the earth hands holding his legs. The earth coiling hands were just like the shadow bind skills that restricted the movement of the opponent. But as long as the person being restrained is strong enough to break the restrictions, he would be free. And this was where the confidence of the goblin came from, since the spell was casted by a Tier 1 human mage. But he made a few miscalculations. He was not facing just Tier 1 brats, but also an experienced Tier 2 mage that had equal power to him, and that slight disturbance from Agnes' spell gave the mage the chance to land a critical attack on the goblin, as he did not remember shielding his back the Tier 2 mage ascent and earth spear spell, which pierced the heart of the goblin straight into the other side of the goblin's chest. The shock look on the face of the goblin was visible for all to see as he died unwilling. He could not relate to how he was killed that fast, and his opponent was a match in power level to him, which means the fight was supposed to take much longer before a winner would have been decided. It had been confident that after a long battle he would have the final laugh. After all, prolonged battle was his speciality due to the innate stamina of the goblins. He had all these theories until Alec and his bunch of Tier 1 bunch showed up and spoil his plans, and that was what he decided to retreat in order to find a partner. But the played a little checkmate on him when the earth hands restrained his feet, which gave his opponent the opportunity to land the killing blow, ending his life in the process. But Alec wasn't here for the pleasantry, as he quickly picked another enemy. Him and his gang would be taking his life after all the golems were already in their second opponent. The fact they finished their battle before him made him smile as he realized he was challenging his own creations on who killed faster. 300 XP gained for the killing of a Tier 2 goblin, 50 XP gained for being involved in the death of a Tier 2 goblin. Alec smiles as he realized that the system still offered him a reward for the killing of the goblin, as it seems to account for his involvement in the death. As they cooperated with each other, they began to get good at assisting the Tier 2 in killing the goblins. And the advantages was starting to move to the side of the human mages in the Tier 2 battlefield for the first time since the battle started. With Alec overseeing everything from behind, they were like assassins, always ready to strike at his command, and when things tend to get out of control, Alec would summon the red salamander gauntlet and attack, killing the goblin in an instant. No goblin has still been able to avoid death after Alec attacked with his gauntlet claws. It was able to pierce even the most sturdy defense they could give, and as long as there was no Tier 4 armor, Alec was like a fish in water the moment he sneaked attack with his claws. The hobgoblin in the sky had a very weird expression on his face that the human mages could not be read, but it was clear for those looking to see he was extremely mad. Even a toddler could see that with the way things were going, the Tier 2 battlefield would be won by the human mages. Surely, after all Alec Golems has assassinated, and killed over 250 Tier 2 goblins, due to Legion reaching the very peak of Tier 1. He became so strong and even level up his basic spearmanship techniques to intermediate spearmanship techniques after he finished the request of the upgrade, which added to his firepower. In fact, he crossed few moves with Tier 2 goblins with assistance from Alec other golems before he is able to win without a scratch. Though Alec and his gang were a bit slow, but they too have been involved in the death of 110 goblins. Slowly and slowly with each assist, they became used to the sneak attack, and were even able to land the killing blows on the goblins, making Alec more happy since he received extra exp and system points when one of them did the killing. And the amount of destruction they were causing were starting to make the goblins worried, as they were now in a very big disadvantage. Their leaders were being held up in a fight with the leaders of the human mages camp, and were not able to assist them. So right now Alec and his crew were just swimming around the battlefield looking for low Tier 2 goblins to kill, and when they got tired, they ran back to the edge of the battlefield to catch their breath, and when they accumulate enough stamina, they return back to the battlefield. They were accumulating experience fast from just fighting those stronger than them, and there was no one who knew this better than Alec, who could see the improvements they were making cause he had a system. He repeatedly used his inspect skill on them all the time he had a chance, and that was why he was able to tell them with skills to use more often as they leveled up their skills repeatedly. But they didn't have the time to think about their increase in powers as they used their skills as they were still preoccupied with the battles. The one who made greatest progress was Arthur, as he used his mana to replace mental energy. When he used the flying golden sword spells, he has been so notorious that everywhere he goes they have been avoiding him as his attacks were extra sharp and deals more damage. And he didn't really need to be so close before he could attack. He could stay in a distance and still attack from long range at JSD, draw his mana out more. And it dawned on Alec that because he was the one always overdrafting his mana all the time due to wanting to copy Magneto's flying golden swords attack, his mana pool was expanding more than what a normal mid-tier 1 mage should have. Just like that, the younger generation and Alec's golems helped in killing over 1,000 goblins at the end of the blood moon. The remaining Tier 2 goblins who saw the moon color turn back to its gray color side in relief, as that was their cue to run back to the space eye before they could passes back to their own worlds. They all knew they saved their lives because of the blood moon ending, if not they were going to be wiped out. The fact that the human mages now had number advantages than them was so clear for any of them to see. So when they heard the order to retreat, they didn't even look back as they ran back in full speed. Some were already thinking about their various ways to run faster than any other goblin. They didn't want to spend any more second on the battlefield. Every second for them was like a deadline closer to their death, as they were terrified of some little Tier 1 mages and some scary golems. Still yet the mages took advantage of this to HNT them down as they escaped back to their space eye. The goblins didn't know who was going to die next to the multiple spells that is flying at them, and even the city guards started assisting in chashing the goblins. It was the first time that the goblins lost so badly. Blood shall flow the next time we come back. Trust me, we would be prepared for you all after today's battle. The hobgoblin left that statement the moment he was about to cross the space eye. When Alec looked back and he saw Titan sitting on a large mountain of goblin corpse, while the Tier 3 goblin dead body was lying on the floor with a big axe inserted into the chest of the Tier 3 goblin that was on his last breath. "What is your name, warrior?" Titan asked. "Rasal Juk, member of the noble wind goblins. Yo might have won against me, but my brother shall get revenge for me by killing your master," the goblin said with his last strength. "Kill my master. Ha ha ha. I think you're highly wrong. No matter who comes we shall cut, and if we cut, we shall gladly give our life for him, and he will definitely come back stronger. You are delusional if you think a little goblin would kill my own master," Titan replied. And the goblin spitted blood in anger. He was frustrated due to Titan's blind fate in Alec. Due to fighting with Titan, he realized that it was a unique golem who has reached the realm where he could think for himself. So he was still confused why he still wanted to be under a human. It died feeling perplexed at Titan's choices. The human mages started collapsing on the battlefield after the goblins finished running into the space eyes, and the blood moon ended in their victory. It was the first time in a very long time that they had such a great victory. They were quite surprised about the fact that the fight was won only because of the help of a set of Tier 1 mages and helps from their golems. It was the first time that a Tier 1 mage changed the flow of a mid-tier blood moon wave. It might have been possible if it was a low-tier blood moon wave after all the energy that the space eye of a low-tier blood moon wave holds. is not enough to summon so many Tier 1 goblins, which means that they won't be a lot of Tier 3 second dimension creatures, either so in battlefields like that the Tier 1 mages have the chains to shine more. The achievements like that it was clear that the name of Alec and the Gordons clan wold be talked of in the city for a very long time to come. Brian was still trying to ath his breaths as he was watched the moon with incredibly fatigued body. He really felt relieved that it was all over, and he promised himself this was going to be the last time he would dive into something so dangerous with Alec ever again, because every bone in his body was aching with pain as he collapsed on the floor trying to catch his breath. He reminisced on how they ran to the border of the Tier 2 battlefield every time they run out of mana, and while running, they never got the chance to catch their breath, as they had to dogged incoming spells that was being thrown at them which a dip in their stamina level. Everything was just too extremely risky, and he hated the fact he liked the thrill he got for being involved in it. After all, he is no that type of person, he is always cool-headed, but today was different. He acted out of character, and he didn't want to try it again cause one mistake, and someone could have died. But luckily for them, they were able to survive, and were able to push the advantage into the favor of the human mages by killing a lot of Tier 2 goblins and breaking the backbones of the Tier 2 goblins, instilling the feeling of death in them, making them make rash attack all the time due to their fearful nature, and the mages winning the fight of the Tier 2 battlefield in a very easy manner as they were scared of dying, next due to the effects of the golems as they kept killing without no failures. Draco looked at the set of kids from up in the sky. He could not describe what he felt inside when he looked at them. Clearly, if they were able to grow up, it was no-brainer that they would be a great addition to the Gordons clan. The city guardian and the other Tier 6 mage kept giving him the eyes that questions in them, and those questions Draco was not ready to deal with since he also got a few of his own too to ask the kids. The city guardian even came close and congratulated him and the Gordons family for producing another remarkable genius who is not just a great war tactician or commander, but also a remarkable fighter. And that was one part that everybody realized too late, since he never really fought in the Tier 1 battlefield. They all assumed he was not good at fighting, but his performance from the assassination made on him to the part where he led the fight to the Tier 2 battlefield completely proved them wrong, as he made sure to show his dominance in a very domineering way, making sure anyone who watched was able to have an image of him tatted in their mind as he killed with such ease that you would think he was not just some teenager. The gang all stayed on the cold ground as they were already very tired, and they did their best to regain their stamina. Alex stood alone looking at all of them lying on the floor. "Get your asses up, you lazy bumpkin," Alex said. Though Alec was still able to stand because of all the stats point he had put in the endurance column, he started checking his system's status as he realized no one bothered him. He noticed he had broken through the very peak of Tier 1, but he was still a long way from being a Tier 2 mage, just as he was fantasizing about how the faces of his boys would be when he tells them he made another big breakthrough. Titan walked up to him, holding on to two different-looking items. "It's the power stone of a Tier 3 golem," Arthur said the moment Titan dropped the two items in Alec's hands, giving him an opportunity to see just what they were. "What is the other item?" Brandon asked in confusion as he had never seen any power stone that looked like the second item that shone with green lights. It clearly looked different from any power stones they have ever set their eyes on from their knowledge of power stones. "That's not an ordinary power stone. It's an elemental power stone that comes with the wind element power inside of it," Brian said the moments Brandon asked, confusing everybody except Agnes. "I can't wait to see what this elemental power stone has in store for me," Alec said as he rubbed the two items together with his eyes, glittering with little sparkles in them, as if he has made a big jackpot. It made him look like a little thief. Agnes was feeling pains as she looked at Alec being happy about finding something valuable. As she did not know how to break the news to him about the valuable thing not having a fate with him, but before she said anything Brian did. "It is practically useless to you, as you won't be able to use it," Brian said. "What do you mean by that?" Explain smart-ass Alec asked Brian, but was expecting an answer from Agnes as he was facing her. After all, he trusted her more not to want to cheat him on things like this. "Well, actually he's right. Like he said, it's an elemental power stone, which has the power of the wind element, and I don't recall you having a wind element, which means it has basically no effects on you," Agnes said in common language she felt he would understand. Alex, Arthur, Knight, Brandon, ooh. The three idiot all exclaim at the same time. They were clueless about the elemental power stone, but they would die than to admit that, so when Agnes explained, they all said the same thing. The moment Alec heard her words, his face formed a frown, and it looked as if he just swallowed an horsefly by mistake. If they didn't know him, they will think he was about to cry. So what's the use of this thing? I hear it's extremely valuable but not usable by me who fought for it. What type of dog shit luck do I have? Can't even get my element, Alec said in annoyance. The Lansd family could buy it from you, and at a very high price. Don't worry, we won't think of cheating you. If you even sell it for us, we won't mind granting 50 of all our gains from today's Blood Moon events to you, even after paying for the elemental power stone, Brian said. The request made Alec speechless for a few seconds, because the Lansd family were really responsible for the deaths of a lots of goblins today, so an extra 20 on top the already 30 they already have was not a bad idea, though he didn't really know the value of the elemental power stone. But as long as they're still paying for it, it was a good deal, so he walked to Brian, who supported himself to a sitting position in the ground, and stretched his hands while saying, "Deal," Lansd said as he took the handshake. "And I hope this conclude our business, as this is the last business I want to do with you, nine-tail fox," Alec said as he started walking back to the city gates. The rest of the gang quickly dragged their tired body along with him, as he recalled the Tier 1 mages of the Gordons clan with him, and made their way back to the city. Nothing was ever the same after the Blood Moon. The people of Estonia City could not stop talking about the Gordons clan. It was on the mouth of every family, as they discussed how their next generation was more terrifying than the ones before them. And whenever the next generation of the Gordons clan was talked about, they would definitely mention Alec's name, as he has already been given the title Ultimate King of the Tier 1 realm. And whenever the name Alec was mentioned, they will definitely mention the name of the 4 great mages that are under him, with the name like Brandon, Arthur, Agnes, and Knight. But they also didn't forget to discuss about another noble who fought by their side in the Blood Moon from the Lansd family, Brian Lansd, the next leader of the Lansd family. The other families and clans used their names to educate and encourage their next generation on what standard they have to be. As no family liked to be left out, they all wanted to be recognized. Though not everyone talked about the Darkbliss family, but they still praised them for their bravery of being able to win a Blood Moon battle. And that was one of the advantages of winning. As long as you win, your name get to be worshipped and reverenced. But if you were among a squad who lost in a Blood Moon, then no one would even bother to remember your bravery, no matter how good you were or how many second dimension creatures you killed. After all, only the winners wrote history. The achievements of the Gordons and Lansd family next generation was a big boost to the ego of all the city guards who always fought all the time. It made them proud their city has produced a genius who can bring fear into his opponent's mind in the future. 3 days later, the city lord of Estonia City received news from the other 2 Tier 3 city around them. They have heard of the deeds of how they were able to defeat the goblins in their first attack, wiping out all of the Tier 1 goblins. At first they didn't believe, but after sending envoys over to check the battlefield, only then did they realize it was a legit information, and they even underestimated the result of the fight. And they knew that because of the massive amount of dead goblins that was being staked on top each other outside the city gates, as they were preparing to burn them after removing all the power stones from their body. It was also on that day the envoys of those 2 cities came that the city lord found out that the other cities was not as lucky as them. They were wondering why the goblins had small numbers, but it has being answered the goblin race had a lot of soldiers. And they didn't only attack them, but also attacked the 2 cities around them, but they could not defend properly against the excessive Tier 1 goblins, which led to a complete wipe out of the Tier 1 city guards of those cities. And the clans who supported all used special means to protect their next generation, making them escape back to the city, while the freed Tier 1 goblins crashed into the Tier 2 battle, helping the Tier 2 goblins and killing multiple Tier 2 human mages. It was a bloody battle, and only the Tier 3 mages were not affected. And of right now, those cities were already on the verge of breakdown and won't be able to withstand another attack of such. So most of the influential families and clans have been thinking of moving to Estonia City, but such large move can only be done with the consent of the city lord, and that was why envoys were sent. Their proposal was quite simple. They would stay and fight the next Blood Moon for Estonia City, until the capital sent another sets of city guards and builders to help in rebuilding the city's defense again. They planned on staying in Estonia City and abandoning those 2 cities for the time being. In the Gordons family private meeting, Draco walked in and went to seat on the throne that had the number 7 on it. "When do you plan on speaking? Do you know how long we have been waiting for you to come out of seclusion after the Blood Moon battle?" the fat 5th elder said in a domineering tone. "Old 5th, Your voice is too loud, I think you have to adjust it. Can't you tone it down a little? We both know if I had not gone into seclusion, I might have lost the opportunity that I have now. Or are you not happy? I finally broke through to the mid-tier 6 realm, Draco said with a hint, if bragging in his voice. Oh, I see you have finally broken through to the same realm as I. And you believe you have the guts to talk to me as an equal. Do you want to die? The fifth elder shouted with the fats around his body wobbling. He slammed him hand on his throne, making a small wave of earth elements to rise, and the tiger Golem, resting at the feet of his throne, stood up on all four, as he was now staring daggers at Draco. The moment Draco saw the Golem, he quickly put his guard up. Of course he knew who the tiger Golem was. It was the fifth elder first Golem that he created after the inspiration he had while staying in the wilderness. It was created as a tier 2 Golem, while the fifth elder was still a tier 1 mage, and it has still showed great battle combat power, and its instincts are like that of a beast. It didn't behave like something that was made from materials, and it was even a tier 7 Golem, the same realm as the patriarch. It was one of the reasons the fifth elder was always in seclusion, so the other clans would not find out his Golem's power that fast. As the Gordon's family kept it as a secret, if you want to fight me head on, no need to call our Golems into the fight, Draco snorted, as he shamelessly tried to dismiss the Golem as an external power of his talkback. When you have the balls to fight, or I let my big kitty give you a few handwork, the fifth elder said with a smug smile as he saw Draco backing down, though he was disappointed that he allowed Draco catch up to him, but he felt great any time he thought about the power of his tiger Golem. Now that's enough chit-chatting. We want the other half of the battlefield array disc, the Grand Elder said as he stretched his head. He might seems to be asking for a request, but those who knew him knows he never asks for request but commands, and in Gordon's family his commands were law, and only the patriarch was not bound by them. Draco just threw the disc to his hands as he leaned back on his throne as he was waiting for his father to play the disc. He wanted to watch Alec again, and this time he would make sure to do a proper analysis. After they finished watching the video, all of the elders seating all looked at the patriarch position as they waited for him to give them some type of explanation on what they just saw. What? The patriarch asked. I don't mean to be rude, but I do know the family does not have a tier 3 marked spirit armor, and from the craft and design on the armor Alec was wearing, it was clearly a peak armor, and only a great blacksmith could have done something like that with such elegance and uniqueness. So pardon me for asking this, dear brother, but where did your grandson get such a good armor? The fifth elder asked. I do know you can't afford it, and that's a fact, so do not lie to us, the Grand Elder added, which made the face of the patriarch collapse. Actually, he wanted to brag to them, as he had absolutely no idea who had given Alec the armor. He was planning to ask Alec later anyways, before his brothers cornered him with questions. To be sincere, I don't really know. It's been long, me and that boy really had a one-on-one talk, the patriarch said, as he sighed. Do you think it's someone from his father clan that gave him the armor as a gift? The third elder, who has been really silent since, finally spoke. Nah, I doubt that. Most of them hated Alec to the bones, even before he was born. He is the first grandchild of their clan, and in such large ancient clan, there is no way they would assist Alec, who they have abandoned, as they would hope their own chosen children are stronger than him in case they meet in future. It would give him a feeling of being inferior to the children they have brought up themselves. The Grand Elder explained a theory of his, as he touched his beards, acting like a wise sage. Stop your act, brother. Everyone know you are a rogue in heart. Ha ha ha, the fifth elder joke, you punk. The Grand Elder almost lost his cool before he realized what his younger brother was trying to do, and he stopped. Expect from that. I do know Alec, and I am 100% sure there is no way he would accept anything from that family. He might smile a lot and act normal, but I know he hates them for what happened to his mother, and plans to make them regret everything he went through, so there is definitely no way he would accept things from them, since he wants to prove them wrong with his powers, the patriarch said. Well, I'm just asking due to the color of the armor. It really makes me remember the ancient Blaze family, the third elder said. We are not to speak that name here again. A chill and dangerous killing intent oozed out from the patriarch the moment he heard the name of the clan. After all, just like Alec, even he too blamed them for the death of his only daughter, but he is too weak to go against an ancient clan on his own. But he finally found peace in taking care of Alec. Even now, he felt the young Alec was growing up too fast and wished he could go back to rewind some moments with him back. But as Alec grew, he developed a tendency, and the patriarch knew it was because of his desire to grow stronger, so he could make the Blaze family, who rejected him, regret their decision. So he left his task of revenge on the shoulders of Alec, and that was why he asked for him to be the next leader of the clan, as he didn't want Alec leaving for the Blaze clan also in the future, in a desire to prove in himself. And funny enough, all the elders all agreed to it. I should go see him and talk to him. Maybe I can get some information on how the spirit armor came in the first place, the patriarch said. And a middle-aged mage walked in and bowed towards the elders and patriarch. Before speaking, the city lord, request the presence of the patriarch in the city hall. Immediately, the mage said, as he looked down, not daring to look directly at the face of the big shots in the Gordon's clan. Oh, the city lord, what have I done this time? Why not go this one for me, brother? You know how to handle that old fox very well. And after all, I still have to go talk with Alec and make him spill his secrets out, the patriarch said in full righteousness, that he even fouled the middle-aged mage kneeling on the ground. But the others just burst into laughter, as it had been long they saw a scene like this happen before. And that was the patriarch trying to run away from his duties. Clearly the Gordon's clan are quite weird. In other families, others fight to be the next patriarch, but in this family everyone runs from it. Oh, shut up. Alec can wait, just go see the city lord first. No matter what you do. You're the patriarch, so I don't want to do your silly duties, the grand elder said as his staff struck the ground, and a wave of sound note flew towards the patriarch, who seems to be expecting the attack, and the earth opened up and swallowed him into the ground, and when he would reappear, and he was beside the middle-aged mage that was kneeling as the ground opened up, and he came out slowly like someone that was levitating. Bang! The sound of the attack that was slashed at the patriarch throne made an explosion sound. Okay, I would go, but please take it easy. You are almost a tier 7 mage already. With me and you holding fort in the same realm, there is no difference who is patriarch, as I can even give it to you, as long as you promise to give it to Alec at his time. The patriarch kept on blabbering rubbish. Gorge, shut up, the grand elder shouted, sending a lot of sound waves flying, and the glasses breaking. The whole place looked like he just survived a disaster. The patriarch smiled, seeing that he accomplished what his other brothers have not been able to do, as behind the grand elder the image of a mermaid could be seen singing seductively. The Gordon's family patriarch quickly made his way for the city hall, as he wanted to make sure he answered the city lord on time. After all, he always wanted to leave a good impression. But on getting there, he realized that he was not the only one that was given an invite, as he could see the patriarch of other clans and families waiting in the large hall, waiting for the city lord. He kept on surveying everybody until his eyes landed on the person who was representing the Lanced family. And his pupil almost bulged out of their sockets. Who do we have here? It's old man Bailey, George Gordon said with telepathy, which connected to Bailey Lanced after he got past his surprised emotion. And the man named Bailey turned to his direction, locating him in an instant. HMMP, so you still have respect for the elders. Gordon's boy, I heard how you shamed my son few days after I came out of seclusion, the old man Bailey said, as he stroked his long beards. The patriarchs around all looked between the both of them, as they could feel the slight frequency being transferred between the both of them. So they were sure they were talking with telepathic messages, though they were curious to know what two strong men in the tier 7 realm was talking about, but they were not ready to disrupt the message's frequency, as that could lead to having two strong enemies. After all, no one loved having their secret conversations being spied on. Have some shame, Bailey, you are only a few years older than me. You are not my elder. And except from that, we are both in the same realm, so I don't see where this your seniority complex comes from. George Gordon snorted. You punk, you call 30 years, just few years. I think you need treatments, Bailey said, as he flung his head in another direction to show his displeasure on how he was not able to claim superiority. After all, they were both tier 7 mages, and that left little room for respect. Don't take it to heart, though. Why are you here anyways? I thought you already left everything to your tier 5 son, and he is the new patriarch. George Gordon said, Your voice seems to have some type of toxicity to it, but never mind. And I would like to announce that the reason I am here is because that son of mine got an inspiration in the recent blood moon, and is trying his best to break through to the next realm, which means my family would now have a tier 6 mage, Bailey Lanced said. I must really say you have really tried for you to be able to build a family from scratch, and make it a big one with lots of members. You should be proud. George gave an unexpected compliment which shocked Bailey. After all, he had been expecting the Gordon's patriarch to continue with his toxic behavior, so when the comment came he was unprepared for it, though some people do call the Lanced family a clan, but that was because of him who had a tier 7 realm. His family were still a long way from being able to compete with those clans who had lots of members and old heritage, so in kind of a sense I was still a family, until they had up to 4 tier 6 mages, though he was a tier 7 mage, and could even deal with 5 tier 6 mages, but that was his individual strength, and not of the family. And that was why he was really happy his son was breaking through. He just knew if they could stay in an alliance with the Gordons family, then in a few years they might become a big clan. After all, his descendants all had great talents. Well, you two are a great man. You brought the Gordons family to what they are now. Your father would be proud of you, Bailey said, as he was reminiscing on the past, when George was still young and hot-headed. Nah, you know that was all my dad's work. George shrugged his shoulders. You always push the credits to that man. We all know your father was a great man, but could not reach the potential that was meant for him due to his internal injuries, and that was why he tried to have many children. As he saw you all as his legacies, that would usher in a new beginning, that wold DDO what he couldn't, bringing the Gordons family to another level. You all were his pride, and he always bragged on how special all his boys are, and that was why he never thought twice about sacrificing himself for you all back then, when that peak-tier space gate was formed near us. The moment Bailey said those words, it made George flinch. It was a memory he never wants to remember, but hearing it from someone else just seems to stir unknown strom inside him. But we all know it was you who took the Gordons from a family to a clan, and you should not deny yourself credits for that, Bailey continued. I had help from someone more matured. If it was only me, I would have broken down when my dad died a long time ago, George said, as thought of his second brother, the grand elder of the Gordons family, who always did the dirty works and necessary things to make sure the Gordons family stayed alive. He would be so proud of what you all have all become, 8 sons. Woe, your father was in horse, Bailey joked in between encouragement. Just before they could continue their conversation, someone entered the room, allowing all the patriarch in the room look up to him. Good day, everyone. I'm sorry to have called you all on short notice, but what I want to discuss with you all could not be delayed, as it's of utmost importance we come up with an answer soon enough. And what is that, Mr. Dragonmere? The patriarch of the Darkbliss clan asked in an eerily voice, making most people look at his direction. They just couldn't get the shivers away anytime they were close to him. The Darkbliss patriarch was versed in both shadow, dark, and curse element, which practically makes him someone others dread. Oh, it's about which decision we should take on the 2-tier 3 city, who wants to stay in our city in the main time and merge with us, until the capital provides supports. The city lord finally dropped the bomb. And the look on each patriarch face door differs, but they were mostly confused at the development of things. Alex sat on the roof as he watched the gang meditate their path techniques, and the golems all crowding over Titan, asking him to summon his minion ice golems that could fight for him. Alex smiled at the peaceful atmosphere and placed his 2 hands behind his head as he leaned on the roof, closed his eyes as he allowed the sun to shine on him. And the next moment he found out his sense of sound seems to have been disconnected. He could not hear any single sound at all, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the Grand Elder before him. We need to talk, boy, the Grand Elder said. About what? Alec asked nonchalantly as he looked around and noticed he was still where he was sighting, but the most funny thing was that he could only hear the voice of the Grand Elder and no one else, and that scared him shit. Don't bother, as you don't possess the ability to break out of my domain, the Grand Elder said as he caressed his beards while waiting for Alec to be dazzled at his cool acting, but he was perplexed when Alec asked the next question. What is a domain? Can it help me get above ranks when fighting? Alec asked. Grand Elder. We are not having this type of conversation right now, the Grand Elder said, when he realized that Alec was trying to change the main topic. So which type of conversation will we be having now? Alec asked with his surprised face. You know why I'm really here. How did you get your hand on a tier 3 spirit armor? The Grand Elder asked again. Well, it's the armor I requested for. I was surprised when a spirit armor was given to me. Alec was talking before he was interrupted by the Grand Elder. Wait, you mean that was the armor that was crafted for you by someone from the Gordons family forge? The Grand Elder asked in confusion, as he was clear that the highest forger that was assigned to the next generation was a tier 2 forger, and if they were able to mistakenly forge a tier 3 armor, then that means that they made a breakthrough, but to make a breakthrough with a spirit armor. It was simply unheard of, and it means that the Gordons family got themselves a genius forger, and Alec was just so lucky to be the one who would be receiving his breakthrough creation, as the said forger might not even be lucky again to forge another spirit armor in his life. And Alec still gave him the innocent expression as he wished that the Grand Elder would stop being suspicious of him. He didn't want to expose the existence of his system to anybody, and that includes his close friends in the family too, whom I guess I better find the blacksmith forger and array master who has cited him, and are responsible for forging your armor then. Maybe one of them have made a big breakthrough in their skills, and is not aware of it, yet the Grand Elder said as his eyes were all over Alec. Oh, are there situations like that? Alec asked. Not common, but yes, There are some forgers who can craft Tier 2 equipments while still being a Tier 1 forger. They are called genius forgers. And I do feel the person who crafted your armor made the same breakthrough in his skills, and is not aware yet, because if he made a breakthrough in his realm, then he would have come and asked for resources. After all, any Tier 3 forger is valued by each families, and need a lot of resources to practice with before they gain a solid foundation in their skills. Ooh, I see. The Grand Elder never removed his eyes from Alec's body, as he was trying his best to see if there would be any changes in his behavior at all. After all, he is trying his best to see if Alec was just lying. But Alec never gave him that satisfaction he gets when he reads other people's expression, as Alec had changed his innocent face to a poker face. That was devoid of any emotions. The Grand Elder said as she saw Alec stand. He tapped his staff back on the roof, and the feeling of sound came back. How are you able to do that? Alec asked. That's because I can use a specific sound ability. The Grand Elder replied, still gazing at Alec in the eyes. Funny enough, Alec too was looking back at him, not ready to lose in this staring contest at all. Now I'm lost. I though the Gordon's clan are blessed with the earth elements, so why do you have sound element or magic? Alec asked curiously. Well, I guess I can tell you a little about it, seeing as you are going to be the next leader of the Gordon's family. And my favorite, you see, a mage has 3 chances to awaken abilities or elements at the tier realm stages. The Grand Elder started explaining, confusing Alec in the process. Yes, he had seen the system say something like ability, but though it was just exclusive to the system, he never expected this world mages to also have abilities. And while he was busy thinking about what he heard, the Grand Elder was waiting for him to process all he had told him. Before he continued with his explanation, you see, from the Tier 1 realm to the Tier 3 realm, we call it the Junior Mage stage, and most mages are only able to awaken elements, except martial mages families, who follow the bestial bloodline path. Some of them do awaken special abilities. Some still awaken elements at the first awakening. What most people don't know is that a mage is able to awaken another element or special ability when they reach the Tier 4 mage realm, as the Tier 4 to Tier 6 are called the warrior mages, and that is where I am. I awoken a sound special ability. It till works like an element, as you use your mana to cast it. Why most people don't know is that most ordinary people stay at the Tier 3 realm for the rest of their lives, and the most easy method to awaken your second elements is controlled by bigger clans. So when I awoken my sound ability, I realized I was more talented with it than earth elements, so I decided to focus more on my special ability. The Grand Elder said, oh okay. I was kinda hoping it was an element though. Alec replied, a little disappointed, as though it was a kind of element. Oh, you don't have to be disappointed, as there is a clan who specialize in sound elements. I'm sure you would get to see them soon. The Grand Elder said. What? How can that be possible? I just heard you say your sound powers ain't an element, but a special ability, so how come you say a clan all have sound elements and not sound ability? Alec questioned the helpless old man again, this time more confused than in the starting. You see, my special ability is related to a myth called the Banshee, so sound was one of her powers, meaning I can do all she could do, but my powers restrict me from using most of the Banshee powers, so her control of sound is what I can control at the moment, if you get what I mean. Oh, I see, Alec answered. So that clan has some techniques and spells concerning sounds, and they wield it like an element. They are not restricted by any factors. Add and use all sound spells, as long as they have the mana, due to the fact that they don't rely on anything to cast the spell, but it's innately their talent. It's just like how the Gordon's family is blessed with the earth elements, that family too is blessed with sound element. The Grand Elder concluded his small lecture. I won't say I understand all what you just said, but at least I can say that I'm not entirely clueless like the start. On last question, are there other type of special powers? Alec asked another question, shocking the Grand Elder at his hunger for knowledge. Of course there is. You see, my power is connected to a myth. Most families' powers are connected to a certain demonic beast. Some weird powers never seen before, like swinging cobwebs. The special power range is really long, and not all have been accounted for, as new special abilities pop out in each era, adding to the already old powers we know before. The Grand Elder explained. Alec's mind, swinging cobwebs, why does that sound like Spider-Man? Fuck FCK. Don't tell me I would see villains from movies in my old world here. Just as Alec was digesting all the Grand Elder told him, a spear light so bright that it seems the light was about to pierce the skies flew upward. Gasped spear intent. The Grand Elder looked shocked at the golem that was flashing in spear light and was closing his eyes. Standing across him was another golem who held on to a long and big two-handed axe. What is happening here? The Grand Elder asked again, as he realized that the golem was the one responsible for such phenomenon. The Grand Elder could not help but be shocked at what he was seeing, It was the stage every cultivator who used spear longed to reach. And they were all stuck at the door of comprehending the spear intent, and it was the same for the cultivators of the swords, but only a few lucky children of heavens were able to wield the intent of the weapons. They used, but here was a golem that was not even in the tier 3 realm yet, and has already comprehend what a lot of old men were trying to get, so they could improve their powers more. Alec was not aware of what was happening, but hearing the Grand Elder shout spear intent, he realized that whatever was happening to Legion was clearly a good thing. Alec, tell me, don't worry about me spilling your secrets. Are you dating the goddess of luck? The Grand Elder asked, quite confused. As he cannot understand why Alec seems so lucky and blessed, only him had a tier 2 golem that was strong enough to fight a tier 3 mage, and he also got a tier 3 peak spirit armor luckily from a former who has just made a breakthrough in his skills, and the Grand Elder was still trying to process the situation, and he is not even through with the interrogation yet, and he already stumbled upon another lucky encounter of Alec, as one of his golems was comprehending spear intent, and he was starting to feel like most of those old men who cultivated the way of the spear won't hesitate to skin the body of the golem in embarrassment. Can a mortal actually date a goddess? Alec asked, but the Grand Elder was no longer paying attention to him, as he kept on staring at the golem that was now giving the feeling of sharpness all over him. It was like looking at a sharp sword that was unveiled from the scabbard that was used to wrap its deadly aura. The white light around Legion body was starting to die down little by little, but not only those in the Gordon's clan could see the sharp spear light, the expert from the other families could feel the sharp spear intent that was surging towards the sky. But most of the experts who felt the surge of energy came from the city hall. The moment the spear light pierced through the skies, all of them used their mental powers to locate where the spear light was coming from, and they noticed it was from the Gordon's family. And the expression of some of them changed. Some were surprised, some angry at the fact there was another great elite among the Gordon's family, when they were still trying to hold their jealously about the fact that they were the biggest winners in the last Blood Moon War. Hey Gordons, you never told us your fourth brother being back, one of the patriarch, who was in the meeting, asked indirectly, as he was trying to find information if truly the person who was responsible for the spear intent was the fourth elder of the Gordon's clan. And even the city lord looked over towards the direction of the Gordon's patriarch, expecting an answer. But the Gordon's family patriarch was just as surprised as all of them, as he could not really tell who was the spear genius who has been able to comprehend the spear intent. He knew they would never believe him if he said something like that. Instead, they would think he is just trying to hide another genius of his clan. Because he knew the fourth elder was still not back as he was training in the wilderness. No, that was not my fourth brother. It might be someone else, the Gordon's patriarch said. When do your family now have other spear elites except from the fourth elder? I thought he was the only one who was crazy about spears, and that's why he never got into Golem path, since he wanted to reach the very peak of spear techniques, Bailey Lansd asked. George Gordon's. Or is this someone else from the younger generation? Maybe his son. I heard of his heroic deeds in the banquet. For him to be able to defeat my daughter, it's no easy feat, the Darkbliss patriarch said. Nah, he uses a sword. It can't be him, the patriarch said nervously, before most of the patriarch burst out laughing when they heard that the son of a legendary spearman, who was so in love with the way of the spear to the extent he never followed the ways of his own family and went out to the wilderness to train, had a child who does not follow the same rule. The fact that a great spearman's son uses a sword was a sight they all wanted to watch when he came back, as they wanted to see if he would blame his brothers for his son's path. And they were all just waiting for the moment when the fourth elder came back. Sorry, I asked, but how do you think that Madman is going to take it that his son is following the path of the sword? You of most people should know how obsessed he is with the spear arts. The Darkbliss clan patriarch said that's not even important. Now, as if that's not him, then who is the person that is responsible for that? Bailey asked, pointing at the fading spear lights. Well, that is something I have to find out myself now. Why don't we continue with the meeting? The Gordon's patriarch said fast. He kind of have this bad feeling that it had something to do with Alec. After all, Alec was the only one in the Gordon's family who used a spear, and that was why he was trying to divert the conversation back to what they were talking about before anyone knew of Alec. After all, he already had a reputation. Already, there is nothing much to talk about now. All I ask is for 5 families to volunteer to participate in the next Blood Moon, and with the tactics we all saw the boy from Gordon's family use against them, we are assured that we would be able to at least defend against the new horde of goblins they would send after us, and we have come with an agreement with the clans and families of the other cities that would merge with us. they would also send about 5 clan each to help with the defense. And I know with a lineup like this, we would be able to catch the goblins off guard. In fact, we might just have another big victory, giving us our second streak in a row. Which has not happened in a long time, the city lord explained his plans. And most of the clan's patriarchs all agreed with him. They were all ready to send their younger generation to fight now. They had a cheat on how to attack the goblins after all. They watched all Alec's methods of dealing with the goblins. They all want to recreate what Alec did, and they are hoping their kids would do it in more dazzling manner than Alec, who even came up with the plan. And what really made them happy was the fact that each family is given a break after fighting in a blood moon, and the Gordon's clan was given 2 months' break for the extremely clean victory they helped the city win, and that means he won't be participating in the next 2 blood moon events to come. And that's why the patriarchs of various clans were all happy that Alec won't be there to outshine the kids from their clans. After the spear light finally went down, Alec was tempted to check out Legion's new stats. Defensive Spearman Golem. Name Legion level 19 can be upgraded. Realm Peak Tier 1 rank, Elite Strength 34. Agility 31. Endurance 30. Special Skills Intermediary Spear Arts Mastery, LVL 1. Basic Shield Mastery, LVL 5. Spear Intent Entry Level. Alec was quite surprised to see that even Legion was already a Peak Tier 1 Golem. If not because of the commotion he caused, Alec would not have been ready to check his stats anytime soon. After all, ever since the Blood Moon battle, he had been trying to get some rest from everything, including the systems, as he felt he had to get the rest he deserved, though he might not really understand what the spear intent was. He does know that it was something that would increase Legion's strength, and he was cool with that anyways. After all, he knew the reason why Legion was so hell-bent on improving was because he is feeling the pressure of being surpassed by Titan in both realm and ranks. But he could not blame anybody but himself. After all, in every battle they were in, Titan always took it upon himself to act as the vanguard and always cleared the path ahead, with his ruthless strikes making him always kill a lot more than Legion, as he was Alec's war machine. But Legion always believed in the fact that fighting was an art. In fact, the only reason he was quick to raise his spear techniques to the intermediary so fast was because of how he even used his spear to train in each battle, and he made sure to complete every moves of the basic spear moves, making it hard for people to come in between 3 meters near him. But Titan was the actual opposite, as he believed in killing faster and painting himself in a bloodbath. Even though both of these golems might have different point of views, Alec does not feel the need to talk to them about it. After all, they have developed their own consciousness and forged their own path forward ever since Alec created them. He was not about to come in between that now. You are just incredibly lucky, lad. I have not even gotten to the bottom of your spirit armor, and here you are surprising me again. You this boy, can you leave an old man with face? The Grand Elder joked. I didn't even have a hand in this, sir. You were here with me. He just comprehended out of nowhere, Alec said as he opened his hand akimbo, looking like a lost person. If someone else saw him, they might not even think the golem in question was his. Just as the Grand Elder was about to say another word, the ground opened up, and the Patriarch came out of it. The Grand Elder was the first to notice him. Are you not supposed to be at the city hall? The Grand Elder questioned him almost immediately. He came out of the ground, startling Alec, and making him witness his grandfather come out of the ground. The meeting finished quite early. How you doing, Alec? We got a lot to talk about, the old man answered his brother fast, before turning to Alec with a wild smile on his face. Can it be? Wait. I have to cultivate or else I won't make progress in my realm. Alec gave a flimsy excuse which earned him a slap to the head as his grandfather slapped his head. Silly, ouch. Old man, don't you know you are a venerable tier 7 mage? Are you trying to get me killed by hitting me like that? Gordon's Patriarch, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder mouth twitched as he asked his brother in low tones, so as not to embarrass him. Let me get this straight, did this boy just call you old man? The Grand Elder asked. The Patriarch was boiling in anger, but he was still able to reply with a nod. Should I prepare his funeral rites? I think he needed a real beating, the Grand Elder said, as he tried to escalate the situation more and put Alec in more trouble. After all, he came to interrogate Alec and give him various heart attacks, but ever since he came here, he has been the one receiving the heart attacks instead, and they were all given by Alec, who kept on trying his best to look innocent. Well, that's not what I came here for. I saw the spear intent light. Who is responsible for it? The Patriarch asked. I don't really know how to explain this because it might sound funny, Alex said. Will you just talk brat and stop keeping me? You grandpappy waiting, the patriarch shouted from the top of his lungs, as he felt Alec was just covering it up since he was responsible. His suspicion is now starting to seem real to him now that he saw Alec and the Grand Elder mainly at the place the spear light occurred. He felt they won't be here together, except the Grand Elder decided to protect him. After he saw Alec comprehending the spear light, he shot yo the skies. Okay, if you insist, Alec said as he pointed at Legion, who was now caressing his spear and acting like it was his most treasured weapon, his touch soft and careful as if he was scared to break the spear. Gordon's patriarch, are you telling me that this golem is responsible for that bright shining spear light? Alec, don't you dare lie to me. Do I look like a baby to you? The patriarch shouted at Alec as he thought his grandson was still trying to fool him, so he turned to his brother who just nodded his head, and his face changed like he just swallowed lots of inedible food. Due to the fact that the Grand Elder saw it happen, he was already past his surprised point, but it was not the saw thing for the patriarch who did not see it happen, and was expecting a human to be the one responsible for the phenomenon act. But to hear it was caused by a golem, he felt all the knowledge he acquired in all his years shattering in his mind. The patriarch later got used to the idea that his grandson's golem was a spear expert who was able to comprehend the spear intent after being created for less than 2 months. And it was the same spear intent his own brother was not able to comprehend after 45 years of his life, and it kinda left a sour taste on his tongue when he thinks of his brother. He tried to picture his brother's face if he learned that a golem was able to learn what he has been trying to grasp for so long. Titan, I want to challenge you, Legion shouted while pointing his spear tip towards Titan as he roared. This behavior of the golem surprised both the Grand Elder and the patriarch. They did know that Alec had a great talent for creating golems, but they never thought that his level had reached the level of creating a golem which could talk with that much intelligence. And when the patriarch looked towards who the golem was challenging, his eyes almost bulged out of his sockets as he pointed at the golem while stammering is that not you, golem, the first one, right? The patriarch asked as he recognized Titan the moment he saw him. Yes, of course, the very first one, that I made with the hope that he become a sturdy shield that would protect me from harm, Alec said as he eyed the patriarch with the edge of his eyes, as he was indirectly referring to the patriarch. And the patriarch only rolled his eyes at Alec's childish attitude. No more playing. When did you upgrade it to tier 2 golem? No, that's not the right words. How were you able to raise a tier 1 golem to tier 2 golem without taking or requesting any resources and materials from the family? The patriarch asked. This time he was staring at Alec with serious eyes. Talent? Alec blurted out. Bullshit. Don't tell me you are taking shits from those bastard from the ancient Blaze clans, the patriarch asked as he pointed his fingers at Alec. Yea, he was the one who vouched for Alec in the meeting that Alec would not ever be on friendly terms with the Blaze family, but now he felt that his tiny faith shaking as he saw that tier 2 golem. Gordon's patriarch, for God's sake, that is no normal tier 2 golem, it's an ice golem, for God's sake, and those type of golems just don't drop from the skies. You definitely need to burn a lot of resources to be able to raise a normal golem to this level and have this much potential. The patriarch's mind was going wild as all sort of ideas were being projected in his mind, as he tried to picture how the Blaze family approached Alec or what they might have promised him for him to have received their help. 1553. The patriarch's mind was going wild as all sort of ideas were being projected in his mind, as he tried to picture how the Blaze family approached Alec or what they might have promised him for him to have received their help. What are you talking about, old man? The Blaze family PHHT. I made a promise to make them pay and regret the day they knew me. All of their descendant I meet I would beat to stupor, till they can't spell their surname, Alec said in anger as he spit on the ground, as he made his promise to make the descendants of the Blaze family he meet in future suffer. The patriarch sighed in relief when he saw the arrogant and rude version of Alec back again, and he was more assured that Alec never received help from them, but still yet he was still bugged about who Alec received was still receiving things from, but still yet who would spend on you like that. It's like an investment. The patriarch was about to start one of his preaching when Alec cut him off. That's enough, old man, the fight is about to begin. Let's watch, Alec said. Why not challenge me when you become a tier 2 golem? At least at that time, you might even be able to defeat me, but like this, you would be at great disadvantage, Titan said gently. Nah, have already fought with other tier 2 goblins, but they never gave me the thrill I wanted. They probably felt like fake tier 2, and am sure the human mages are like that also. And that's why I want to face you, so I can finally witness how big of a difference there is. Between a Tier 1 expert and a Tier 2 expert, Legion said, as he got into a stance raising his shield to cover himself, as he pointed his spear at Titan. Okay, attack. Titan said, not ready to speak any more rubbish, as he was clear that there was nothing he would say again that would make Legion change his mind again. Are you not going to use your weapons? Legion questioned, as he saw Titan walking towards him bare hand with hands stretched out wide. Arthur, tell me we are looking at golems and not mages. In fact, almost any low-tier mage would be useless again. Titan, he can create things without even casting. This is a cheat. There must definitely be a cheat code 1554. I can always just conjure a new weapon. Titan smiled, as he quickly created 2 small ice axes and threw them towards Legion, who was not expecting the fight to start like that. But he was quick to react as he swung his spear horizontally, and a wave of wind blew as a sharp spear chi flew out from the tip of the spear, shattering the small ice axis that was flying towards him into pieces, and the chi disappeared and was still heading towards Titan. Titan just gently raised his hands up, and a small ice shield was formed in front of him, and the next second a sharp line was on the shield as an invisible spear mark was at the shield. If Titan never took precaution with the shield, he might have been slashed in the first encounter, which was crazy, as it just showed that in order to defend against Legion, you have to stop both the visible and invisible spear chi. Arthur, tell me we are looking at golems and not mages. In fact, almost any low-tier mage would be useless again. Titan, he can create things without even casting. This is a cheat. There must definitely be a cheat code. Brandon, Agnes, Knight, the kids watching were all shocked at the level of power that the both of the golem have shown, and they knew for sure that if it was them on either end they might have been finished, as they could not have been aware of the invisible chi or take on Titan. Alec, tell me how the Fu-K did you create such monsters, especially that ice golem. It's more impressive than the bestial golem your grand uncle did when he was young, the patriarch said as he patted Alec's shoulders. The smile on his lips was so wild that the grand elder lips was twitching, seeing how smug the patriarch is. Just don't let him hear that or he might send his big kitty after you, the grand elder said, and the patriarch shivered when he remembered how the tiger golem of the 5th elder beat his own Tier 7 golem like an adult lecturing a baby. And ever since that day, he never bothered his lil brother, though the 5th elder might not be a really great cultivator, but his talent for creating beast golem were out of the world, that they really look alive, and looking at Alec's golems just gave him the feeling he had when he was watching his brother when they were still kids, and he wanted to go into the wild to learn about beast so he could practically integrate a kind of bestial factor to the beast golems. The battle between Titan and Legion finished quickly, with a big 2-handed axe being just few inches away from Legion's head as he lay on the ground. Titan had taken things easy with him and still refused to use his main weapons since they gave him a major boost, but even without his main weapons, he was still able to whack Legion's ass after figuring out how to block. The sharp spear intent chi, while fighting Legion, was able to get a few hits due to the invisible spear intent chi, but after fight past 5 minutes, Titan found a way to get closer to Legion's safe region and finish the fight. Fast with a quick hand-to-hand combat scheme without being worried about the invisible chi, as he was able to sweep Legion of his feet with the big 2-handed axe. He stretched out his hands towards Legion, who still had his back on the ground, and Legion took his hand while getting up. You are a great fighter. Titan said, well, having to deal with your ass is annoying, Legion replied, as he repositioned his T-shaped helmet on his head, properly giving space for his deep, eerily red eyes to shine bright. What do you mean? Titan asked, confused at Legion's comments. Your ice manipulation makes it easy for you to have any weapon at your fingertip, as long as you have enough mana to last, and you change weapons quite quickly, making it hard for anyone to adapt to your battle style, since you probably have basic mastery in those weapons. Before Tier 2, your fighting style was quite predictable. Now all of a sudden you became a Tier 2 golem and decided to change styles. What a drag, Legion replied with an eerily laugh. But all the Gordon's kid there at Alec's house were feeling like they have been playing with their cultivation all this time. They just saw 2 golem clash, and they realized that even Legion had a battle power of a peak Tier 2 mage, while Titan seems to have the battle power of a low Tier 3 mage even without his main weapons. And it's clear he is more stronger with the main mace and shield he normally use, and he didn't even use his ice manipulation. He just fought with Legion with weapons, trying to help Legion overcome his shortcomings. The moment the Gordon's kids saw the fight coming to an end, they quickly went back to cultivating. As they felt of their progress continue at this pace, then they won't be that important to Alec again. With the kind of powers that Titan and Legion just showed, they would even be ashamed to call themselves genius. Alec saw even Arthur acting all serious with his cultivation, and smiles gently. If this pressure you give them continues, they might just become cultivation madmen, who have you as their heart demon. The patriarch complains, "Stop your whining, these are not ordinary mages. George, this are the elites among our next generation, and if they develop an heart demon for just a small matter, then they are not worthy to lead in the Gordon's family." I do believe that they all have an healthy competition, and with Alec pressuring them all the time, they would all try their best to catch up to him, making the elites of our family advance leaps and bounds from the other families, who are raising their next generations, as Greenhorns the Grand Elder said in a domineering manner, as he struck his staff on the roof in annoyance at the patriarch ways of doing things. "If you say so, then it's time to go." Ahin, before I forget, I heard you have been trying to create a lava golem. Since you have not been able to reach that step yet, why not go see the fifth elder and learn something different from him? The patriarch said to the Grand Elder before turning towards Alec real fast. "Oh, the fifth elder, and why should I do that? I just want to wait for the next blood moon so I can kill more goblins. Now that I think about it, I have not received my battle merits yet, and the rest have got theirs." In fact, they have all redeemed cultivation resources with their battle merits, so where is mine? Alec asked a question that put the patriarch in a difficult position. Cough. "How dare you corner your grandfather like that? Is not that I don't want to give you your battle merits, it's just that the battle merit you received is still be calculated by the city hall accountants." The patriarch lied straight, as there was no way he would tell his grandson that him, a venerable tier 7 mage, was stealing points from a tier 1 amateur who just started cultivating. But it was not his fault, as Alec was able to accumulate enough point that could help 10 tier 2 mages break through to the tier 3 mage realm, so he embezzled Alec's battle merits and shared it towards various tier 2 mages that were already in their peak forms and was just about to break through. He kept on convincing himself that it was for the greater good of the family. After all he heard, Alec also broke through to the high tier 1 mage realm already, and he was not expecting Alec to ask for the battle merits that fast, since he felt Alec was not near any bottlenecks yet. "Grand Elder," the Grand Elder could not help looking at his brother lie so confidently. Alec quickly noticed the Grand Elder's face, and his gaze turned sharp as he looked at the patriarch. "Did you steal my points, old man?" Alec asked. Realizing that he had been caught, he decided to drop his act. "Yea, I did, but it was for the family." The patriarch was saving his sentence with a raised finger before an earth spear flew past him as he dogged poorly. As he was going easy on Alec, since he was the thief in this situation. "Why would you?" Alec roared. "It was for the family. I took it as some sort of investment, since you would not be needing it soon. You just had a break, though, to the high tier 1 realm," the patriarch said. "It still doesn't matter, and am not a high tier 1 mage," Alec replied. The Grand Elder just stood at the side quietly, behaving like he was not familiar with either of them, since Arthur, Knight, Brandon and Agnes already noticed their presence on top the roof. The Gordon's patriarch. He stopped dodging and concentrated his mental energy at Alec properly before showing an expression of shock and blurting out, "You are already a peak tier 1 mage." "Arthur, bro, can you not get such a big head start when we all started together? Which day did you just become an high tier 1 mage?" In the ancestral temple of the Friedel family, a tunnel of flame connected to their ancestor shrine, and the spatial elements in the void was connected to the flame tunnel, and a flash of light appeared. And a man walked out of flame tunnel. He wore a stylish red armor that was emitting a frightening fire element in energy, and every step the middle-aged man took made the ground melt, leaving scorched foot marks on the ground. The patriarch of the Friedel family and the Friedel family elders present all bowed their heads to show respect towards the man the moment they saw him come out from the tunnel. "Sir Blaze, we humbly welcome you to our clan," the Friedel patriarch said as he cupped his hand in front of the middle-aged man, who only snorted and looked at the elders in disgust as he scanned their realms without restraint. And the elders of the Friedel family were all enraged by this, but all kept quiet when they remembered who was backing him. "We have come to learn that you were not able to finish up that small boy. Are you all so incompetent that killing an ordinary tier 1 mage is that hard for you? Even though you hired others to do your dirty works," the middle-aged man said in disdain. "Our apologies, Sir Blaze, but I think your information is quite outdated, because that kid is no ordinary tier 1 mage. He is definitely one of the most strongest tier 1 mage in this continent." The Friedel patriarch said. "What do you mean by that? You all are all frogs inside a well, so you think he is impressive because he can beat a couple of tier 1 mages?" The Blaze messenger questioned arrogantly. Tier 1 mages, Chuckles, definitely your information are outdated, and I think you guys from the Blaze Outer Court family have quite underestimated Alec, who is someone with a pure bloodline of the ancient Blaze family. Just because your patriarch consider him a bastard doesn't mean he is a weakling, also one of the elder of the Friddall family, who is wearing a robe, said back in annoyance as he could not hold back in silence again. He was already frustrated at how the messenger from the Blaze family was treating his own patriarch. He even felt like striking him, but because of the huge titan behind the messenger, he just had to clear off that thoughts from his mind. 6. Don't speak again till the end of this meeting, the patriarch said as he pointed at the elder, who just spoke. Please let me apologize on his behalf. And don't mind him, he is the new elder, and does not know a lot of things, the patriarch said to the messenger from the Blaze family, in a hurry as he didn't want the messenger to get angry and attack at all. No. On the contrary, I do want to hear more of what he has to say. The messenger from the Blaze family said that kid called Alec participate in the last Blood Moon battle and was really exceptional. It was discovered that he even has a golem that could match a low tier 3 goblin in the last battle, and he was also one of the major reasons we won in the last battle against goblins, though we don't know if that golem was lent to him to protect himself. But we do know he is crazily strong, which you would have known if you had given at least a little attention to him, but you all believed that since he is supposed to be a bastard that does not live in the main clan, then he can't amount to anything. But I'm sorry to burst your bubbles, he is a very dangerous element, and I'm sure that his future reputation would sting the Blaze family if anyone checks his past and realize his connection to the ancient Blaze family, the Friddall youngest elder said. Oh. More reasons I want you to kill him. Can't you just get it done? We can increase the rewards a little more, if that is what you want, the messenger from the Blaze family said, as he tried to push in more rewards, in hope of getting rid of this problem of his laughs. Out loud, the reward is not the problem, but we can't kill Alec. Or should I say it would take at least 3 mid-clans experts from another tier 3 city to settle him once and for all. I can see you are the smart type, but from your suggestion now, what makes you think you would succeed this time, after you already sent someone to do your dirty work once? Does this not tell you one thing? What? The elder questioned. That if you want something done, then do it yourself, the Blaze messenger replied. But the Friddall elder shook his head at the suggestion. The Friddall patriarch was already lost. He was the strongest Friddall and highest ranking member, but the elder he just appointed due to his smart mind, and the fact that he always gave him good advice, have already taken over his position in negotiating. Not that he mind he was JST Onan, he would get into something he cold not resolve. We can't kill Alec. The Friddall family doesn't possess the ability to do so. Are you scared of the Gordons family? I thought you all were mid-tier clans. You can find a way to stall them till you kill Alec, the Blaze messenger said. HMMP, like I said, your information is outdated. In the eyes of the public, the Gordons family is just an ordinary mid-clan, but we all in this city know they are way much stronger than that. Since we have fought countless blood moon wars by their sides, they are hiding their main strength. If I'm not wrong, they can contend against even the weakest high-tier clans. Their patriarch have already reached tier 7 mage realm, and apart from that we need at least a peak tier 4 mage realm to strike if we want Alec dead, since even a tier 3 mage won't be able to kill him if he is focused on defending with his golems while he runs. And last, but not the least, we would need at least 4 tier 7 mages to hold the elders of the Gordons family when we go after Alec. The Friddall elder concluded his explanation. That is impossible. That clan could not certainly hold that amount of powers, the Blaze messenger said with a surprised expression on his face. I have no reasons to lie to you. Even if you are from the outer court in the Blaze family, I'm sure your network information is better than ours. Do your research and come back when you are ready to talk to us, the Friddall elder said. The Blaze messenger looked to be in thought at all the new information he just received. His earlier arrogance was nowhere to be seen again as he looked towards the patriarch. I would let you know our decision in the next 4 days. We don't care about the process, we just want the kid dead before the coming of age of our main young master. So what is your name? Yvonne. Yvonne Friddall, the elder answered. It's supposed to be a gift. We won't tolerate any failures again, the Blaze messenger said as he swiped his hand in the air, and another flame tunnel was created, and he walked inside and disappeared along with the flame tunnel. I guess you have an explanation for this too. The patriarch looked towards the youngest elder, who was the Friddall 6th elder. Yes, father, the elder replied. If the Blaze messenger was here, he would have been shocked to realize that the elder was actually the patriarch's only son. It's only been 3 weeks ever since the last Blood Moon War, and the little peaceful atmosphere that was won from the last battle was already starting to disappear, and now the whole city was back to a high level of seriousness, as everyone knew that the new blood moon attack would happening soon and definitely, the invaders would be prepared for anything that was going to come at them. Also at this time, the class from the other two clans and families were already settled in the Estonia city. The city lord made sure to give them all great residence and top-quality deals, so they could feel reassured about the new city they are now staying for a few months, while the clans and families from the other Tier 3 cities were getting all the needed to settle in the city. Their representative, which was the city lords, were on their way to the capital to give a report on the near destruction of their city. Then after the report, the royal family would send someone to investigate the report details, and after confirming if the reports are indeed correct, then they will render assist in helping to rebuild the city by sending some of the junior soldiers that was in training to act as the new city guards, joining the remaining city guards that was still remaining and protect the city till the end of the rebuilding. The other two city lords rushed to the capital with their own motives, and to acquire the help of the royal family. On the other hand, the city lord of the Estonia city had his own ulterior motive. Ever since he was sent to the Estonia city by Dragomir family to watch and guard the city as a representatives of their clan, he had always wanted to upgrade the city to a high-rank city, but it was not so easy as he imagined, as it was taking longer than he thought for him to accomplish that. But the new development that happened has given him a glimpse of what could happen if he was able to make some of those elite clans from the two destroyed cities stay. He felt he might just shorten the distance of have a chance to upgrade his city, after some few years, to a high-tier city at least. He felt as long his city was able to survive another blood moon war in victory with Alec's tactics, it will be able to announce and cement his city reputation far and wide, making it easier for him to poach any clan to his city. And he knew if all this happened, those outer court elder from the Dragomir family would hear of his great work, and he would definitely be rewarded massively. And that was why he was trying all his best to prepare for the battle even before the due date arrives. He has already spoke to the 15 clans and families that will be participating in the Blood Moon, making sure they were entirely ready, as he was not ready to lost. In one of the Gordon's clan's courtyard, a boy was sitting and watching a demonic spider beast move around in a cage, shirking and trying to claw at the boy just outside his cage, and a fat man standing behind him, silently watching the young boy who had his hand on his jaw, as he stared at demonic spider beast in deep thought. The Gordon's patriarch walked in, and the fat man raised his hand, making the patriarch halt his movement. The awkward silence was killing him, as he watched both the fat man and the kid that was still staring at the spider beast, as if he was not aware of his presence, and this kid was Alec, who had been training under the 5th elder for the past 2 weeks. The patriarch was already losing his patience, just standing for about 15 minutes with no movement. He looked at the boy, which his back was facing him, and still staring at the demonic beast inside the cage, with keen interest in his eyes. The patriarch was about to speak, and the boys just got up the next seconds. "How are you doing, old man Alec?" asked the patriarch. "Definitely not as good as you. How long did this fat boy make you watch that thing for?" the patriarch asked curiously, as he pointed at the 5th elder. "Who the hell are you calling a fat boy? Do you want to meet my baby kitty?" the 5th elder said in annoyance, as his brother called him a fat boy in front of his new disciple. No, don't do that. It's not necessary to disturb that good kitty. I don't have to see him. I'm about to take my leave anyway, so I don't have to disturb his sleep. If not, I won't be leaving here. Without a few scratches, the patriarch replied with a nervous tone, as he really dreaded the tiger Golem. Many clans outside might think he was the strongest Gordons, but only he and those elders of the Gordons family knew it was the Golem of his younger brother that was close to becoming a Tier 8 Golem beast that was the strongest, and there was no way he would be fighting with a peak Tier 7 Golem beast when he just became a Tier 7 mage recently. "I would be an overkill. You should have thought of that before looking for my trouble. You see that, my disciple, I told you I'm the strongest," the 5th elder said to Alec, as he patted his stomach in joy, as he made sure to show off properly. "Come on, let's go," the patriarch said, as he disappeared with Alec from the view of the 5th elder with Earth Escape, not wanting to spend 1 second longer in that courtyard. The 5th elder sighed in defeat, as he remembered how he was acting snobbish the day the patriarch brought Alec to his home, telling him he wanted him to take him under his tutelage and teach him the ways of the beast Golem making process. At first, he felt the boy wasn't ready and was really quick to reject him. But the boy never gave up, always coming, and he ended up rejecting him 3 times. But after being cajoled for so long and with some bribes and benefits the patriarch offered, he took Alec. After the patriarch boasted of his grandson's talent for making golems, only then did he agree to teach him a little of what he had learnt about beast golem making. At first he was planning on laughing and boasting about his past achievements in Alec's face, but he kept his pride the moment he had Alec SMon all his golems. And he set his eyes on the ice golem. He might not have a pure humanoid golem, but he was sure very knowledgeable when it comes to golems. And the moment he saw the ice golem, he was very sure it was a special golem, in fact much more special than his own tiger golem, that he was always very proud of up till today. The incident made him shut up about his achievement of creating a Tier 2 golem in Tier 1 realm as Alec Alirdi broke the record. Ever since then he had acknowledged Alec's talent and was prepared to teach all he knew about the making of beast golem, and he definitely didn't want his techniques to end with me, and has been looking for the perfect junior who would inherit his techniques. And he felt he has found the most perfect person, and that was why he though of Ale is his disciple, and Alec never disappointed him, as he has made great progress in identifying different type of beast behaviors and a lot of other things. All that was just left was for him to create his first beast golem. Alec and his grandfather appeared at his own house. Brandon and Arthur, who notices the magic fluctuations in the air, quickly jumped towards their location. "Welcome back, boss," Arthur said, as he smiled after seeing Alec for the first time in 2 weeks now. Brandon just nodded his head towards Alec, and Alec returned the gesture back with a smile on his face. "How did your training go? When are we going to see a new golem?" Both Arthur and Brandon tried to bomb Alec with questions, as they were really curious about Alec's improvement. In fact, they wished that Alec would learn all he had to about the beast golems, so they could spend more time together, as it has never been the same without Alec being around to boss their asses around again. Their only motivation has been to train harder than ever so they don't get left behind when Alec becomes really powerful. After all, Alec is already a peak Tier 1 mage, and might enter the Tier 2 realm anytime soon. And that was something they don't want to see, as they were afraid that Alec would have to make new friends due to the strength gap between them the moment that happens. After all, if they ever enter the Another Blood Moon, and Alec was a Tier 2 mage, while they were still stuck in Tier 1, Alec would be in another location while they still had to stay with the Tier 1 mages of the Gordon's clan. It's closer than you all think. Just few hours of patience, and I will be creating my first beast golem. And don't worry, I promise it's going to be a shocker 3. You can come to the 5th Elder's house tomorrow through the back door. Don't worry, I would leave it open, so you all can learn a thing or two about golem making. I promise not to disappoint you all with the new creation, Alec explained to his 2 most trusted generals, as he placed his hands on their shoulders while reassuring them. He was not even aware about the troubles in their mind, as he just felt they seemed more stressed, so he drawed both of them in for a hug. Arthur and Brandon was quite surprised at this gesture, but loosened up their stiff body and hugged Alec back with a smile on their faces, as they made a mental note in their mind to make sure they always run after Alec no matter how far he went. They were going to make sure they were not so far behind. The patriarch looked at the set of the young men hugging, and it brought back memories from his childhood with all his brothers. It felt like he went back to the past where he had to lead with the present Grand Elder of the Gordon's family. He was always the brute while the Grand Elder was the brain. If there was one thing he was proud of, it was the fact that he still had his family here with him. Alec broke the hug when he felt it was already passing a normal hug limit, as he saw tears in the corner of HS brother's eyes. "Don't tell me you all are crying." "Who is crying? Something just got into my eyes," Arthur quickly denied. "Okay then, now if you all don't mind, I would love to get a long sleep to recover my mental energy that was wasted, as I would be needing a lot of it tomorrow when I create that golem," Alec said to both Arthur and Brandon. Arthur, Brandon, they were both extremely clueless at what Alec mean, but the both idiot nodded their head at the same time, as they did not want to get themselves embarrassed. All they knew was that he needed to sleep to recover his mental energy, and they were not planning on disturbing that. Actually, Arthur and Brandon were actually quite curious to know which type of beast golem Alec would be making. They did think of asking him, but they felt if they did it would spoil the element of surprise they were hoping for, and they were not ready to break it yet due to how the previous golems made them feel. They were really looking forward to it, and whatever Alec did they were cool with it, since he was always the one with cool ideas. "Hey, is Alec back?" Agnes asked from the door, waking up Arthur and Brandon from their thoughts. And they look over towards the door, where they saw a peeping Knight and Agnes waiting at the door. Both Agnes and Knight have been coming at least twice a day to check up on Alec, but no matter when they came, they always got the same answer. But today they got a different answer. "Yes, he is back." Arthur replied, "Yes, our training would resume soon. I just can't wait to show off the result of my personal training to Alec, Agnes said with clenched fist. And the face of Brandon and Arthur changed when they realized which personal training she was talking about. After all, they always had to test it with Night whenever she was through with it. She has been training on how to improve her cooking with magic after Alec went into seclusion in the Fifth Elder's house, since that was the only thing Alec has ever asked of her. And she made sure there were others who tasted her food, though they tasted better than before, but now they had to go through bitter pains in their stomach when the magical meal goes in, since the magic in the food is not blended well. It ends up causing an upset in their stomach, making them visit the toilet, till they have pushed out all their guts. They have been suffering in silence, always smiling any time she gave them a meal. And no matter which excuse they make, all she had to do was point her wand at them, and they would be forced to take their seat back, as they didn't want to get on her bad side. They were just happy that the cause of all this was about to experience the result of his requests. Agnes and Night bursted into the compound as they made their way towards Alec's home, but were stopped by Brandon, who had his hands outstretched. What's the meaning of this? Agnes asked with a frown. Shhh, keep your voice down. Alec does not want anybody disturbing him, and that's why we are trying our best to keep it low. You just have to wait till tomorrow. He would be creating a new golem. You can come watch at the Fifth Elder's compound, Arthur said. Really? Yes, am I the type of person to lie to you? Arthur assured her. He knew they were really curious to watch Alec create a golem. After all, they never watched him create the remaining 6, so they were quite curious to learn from him, as they all thought of going into the golem, mage path on the side, while still following their main path. I can't wait to see what next Alec creates, Agnes said with stars glittering in her eyes, which made Night move away from her. Even Brandon and Arthur moved away, as they felt even Agnes was much more of a fanatic than then when it. Even Brandon and Arthur moved away as they felt even Agnes was much more of a fanatic than then. When it comes to believing Alec, after all, she instantly became a fangirl of Alec after the last Blood Moon battle. Yea, they all knew that the strong should be worshipped, but where was her pride as someone who promised to be a rival forever? The day the elites of the next generation from the Gordons family were waiting for was finally here, and all of them were quick to make their way to the 50 Elders' backyard as they watched from the fence. We could not miss watching Alec create his next great golem. Alec looked over and saw them waving from the fence on the balcony, and he gave them a thumbs up. The 5th Elder looked over, too, and noticed the set of kids from the next generations there. He wanted to let them in, but whenever he thought that it was Alec's first time trying to make his bestial golem, he just threw the thoughts off his mind, as he would not allow anything ever to disturb the process of Alec creating the golem, as he believed that Alec deserved all the space he needed. The creation of the bestial golems was much more complex than the creation of just some human-shaped golem. The details must be thoroughly calculated. The process of crafting also must not be rushed, and the golem must be crafted with a type of bestial instinct. Or it wouldn't be any different from all the other golems being made, and that was what made the 5th Elder's golems much more robust, as they were able to develop a type of feral instinct and were great fighters with a lot of killing experience. Are you ready to start now? Yes, Elder, Alec replied. The 5th Elder. Adjust your mental energy, and whenever you think you are ready, you can start, the 5th Elder said. Okay. The patriarch appeared at the fence with his earth escape skill, and was surprised to see the guests waiting and watching the process. He had asked the 5th Elder to come to watch his grandson create the bestial golem, but he was rejected. Before he could even explain, the 5th Elder kept on saying shits like Alec could not be disturbed, so he planned on watching from the fence, but seeing that he was even later than some of Alec's buddies made it quite embarrassing for him. Good morning, Patriarch. Agnes, who was the fastest to get used to his presence, quickly greeted him, and he nodded his head towards her as he was pleased with her respectful attitude toward elders. He just hoped the other 2 rascals who followed Alec could learn that from the girl, but ever since they started following Alec, they had started becoming more daring. Whenever they met the Patriarch, the only thing that was still making them different from Alec was the fact that didn't call him an old man. He was about to say something when he noticed his voice was soundless. The process is about to begin, so let's all be quiet. A whisper rang in their ears. It was not loud, but they could hear what the man was saying as if he were beside them. The Patriarch looked up only to see the Grand Elder. What are you doing here? The Patriarch asked through telepathy, as he was not expecting the Grand Elder, who always claims to be busy each time, to have time to check up on Alec. I came for the same reason as you, just that I am more interested in what Alec's next move would be, so you don't have to be paranoid and let this end here, or we might miss the most important process of your boy's special moment, the Grand Elder replied with telepathy. The Patriarch reluctantly believed the Grand Elder as he looked towards Alec, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as two flashes of different elements were gathering around his hands. One was earth elements, while the other was fire elements. The fire elements were much brighter than the earth elements, making the fifth elder frown, as he was unaware of what Alec was doing. All he did was impart his past knowledge to Alec, so whatever Alec is doing now is based on the path he wanted to take, and he is not going to change. That he is only going to stand by his side as his teacher and correct him when he feels he has made any mistakes. While everyone was busy watching, Alec was picturing a shape in his mind as he tried to create a monster picture he had once seen in a comic in his past life. The creature was called a demi-human. Its upper body was that of a female, and the lower path consisted of the 8 hideous spider legs with scary L around them. Alec tried his best to merge the perfect picture in his mind. As he tried to pierce a hole in the mental image, he was made to integrate the instinct of the spider he comprehended from the Tier 5 spider. The spider was a demonic beast he had asked for when the elder asked him which beast he wanted to observe. The fifth elder was initially surprised, but the next moment, he said something that Alec would never forget in his whole life. "Hey kitty, go get our friend here. A Tier 5 spider beast from the wilderness. Make sure to pick a great one. I want him to capture the essence of the beast completely," the fifth elder said to his tiger Golem, who cuddled with him before disappearing. That was how the Tier 5 beast got into a cage, as it was still scared to make any significant movement, as it might just offend the Tier 8 tiger Golem, who always seemed to have his eyes on him even when it was napping. Since that day, Alec has been interested in creating his own bestial golem, as the savage aura the tiger emitted hooked him. And just like that, piece by piece, Alec was crafting the image of the golem he wanted in his mind. He made sure his mental power was stable as he pictured the image he wanted, saying almost everything he had to carve the outline in his mind. Regarding the hair and the body outline, Alec went into all the details. He even went as far as making sure that the 8 legs were cross-checked, since he wanted everything to be perfect. He kept sending waves of metal energy into the body of the creature he was picturing. He was trying to send all the emotions, essence, and instinct he had learned from the Tier 5 spider beast into his image creation. After about 15 minutes into the process, the people watching Alec struggle without doing anything, but sitting there finally saw him smile. It seems Alec already made a breakthrough. The Grand Elder commented on the situation as he was still levitating in the air and had a much better understanding of what was happening. "Show off," the patriarch said as he snorted, but the other kids could not hear his words. After all, the Grand Elder had already cast his sound domain skill in the area so they wouldn't distract Alec. So he is not restricted to speaking to others, but he could also affect the frequency of the telepathy message being sent as long as that person is within his domain. "Focus on Alec, old man," the Grand Elder said to the patriarch, making him wonder who looked old between them, but he didn't argue. Instead, he focused on Alec as things started to look heated. Alec had already started to move his hands, performing different hand signs, and other hand seals were being suspended in the air as the earth elements around the air all began to come towards Alec. And Alec brought a big piece of black metal from his space pouch and threw it into the middle of the seal formation. Slowly, the spider legs began to take shape, as the iron metal was used to form the legs, as his mana and control were forcing the metal to bend to the shape he wanted. When they saw Alec using iron to create a golem, they all gasped. It was common knowledge that iron golems were the strongest golems when appropriately crafted. But they soon noticed that Alec was not done yet, as the earth elements started to take shape on top of the large iron spider legs. At first, they were confused at what was happening, until the outline of a beautiful lady began to form on top of the spider legs. It was so beautiful, even if made with earth elements, it looked like the perfect sculpture of an ancient Greek craft, artificial, as every detail of its body seemed to be carved to perfection. The boys already had their mouths open as they stared at what they thought to be the most beautiful creation of their lives. The naked chest was soon covered with earth armor, as Alec kept pouring his mana and the earth elements in the environment towards the new golem. A bright light shined on the new golem, and it shrieked towards the skies as if to express its anger and announce its birth. A large shockwave was treated as it shrieked. "What strong presence," Arthur yelled out. "Ding, the system has detected that you have created a captain-level golem. Insufficient mana to continue awakening unique ability. Pay 5,000 system points to complete the awakening process, YN." The moment Alex saw this, he was so overjoyed, and without wasting any more time, he quickly called for his status tab and checked his system points balance to be sure he had enough to help with the awakening. After confirming that he had enough system points to spare, he no longer hesitated as he input the yes option on the system and waited patiently. He just realized that ever since he joined the Blood Moon, he had not had the time to allocate his stats point, making it reach 42. He was just wondering how much stronger he would become when he inputs all of them. He felt that maybe it was because he was not in battle or training with the fifth elder. This day, he forgot that he had to increase his strength too. But he made his mind clear as he made sure to put all this in the back of his mind as he planned to increase his stats soon after training with the fifth elder. He was more used to his mental energy, making his mind clear, and any mental attacks against him weakened. As he made significant progress just watching the beast, the system points were soon deducted as a white light flowed out from his body straight towards the golem's body. Still, no one seemed to see the white light except him, so he kept his mouth shut after all. He was back to being a broke-ass cultivator as he no longer had enough system points for emergencies. And he started to miss the battlefield. The transformation finished as the light seeps into the golem that seemed to be levitating in the air. Tai, it's a tier 2 golem, the patriarch said in surprise. That's when Agnes, who was beside him, heard Alec had another tier 2 golem, and she just fainted out of shock. Though she was a big fan of Alec now, that didn't stop her ambitions and determination, as she still wished to defeat Alec in the future. She always said that only by chasing influential people would she make significant progress in her cultivation. However, hearing Alec seemed to have another considerable power when she was still at the edges of the tier 1 mage realm. It made her ashamed even to call herself a rival, which caused her to faint instantly when she heard tier 2 golem. The fifth elder was not even starting at the realm of the golem but at the golem itself. The elder's eyes seemed to hide his expression of shock, but it was so apparent that it didn't escape the eyes of the experts like the patriarch and the grand elder. Different types of thoughts started running inside the fifth elder's head. Does he know that creature he just created, or did he fail? Because if he did, that is wild. His imagination ran wild. I must say even the golem looked to be of a higher rank than my kitty baby. I may only warn him, the fifth elder said to himself internally as he warned them about particular creatures they might want to avoid crafting. While the fifth elder worried, Alec tried to check out his new best toy. A golem that was created due to careful accumulation of knowledge and skillful crafting, making it an extraordinary golem. It's also a captain rank golem, which is like limbs for a golem mage as they could take on a small set of enemies on their own in the same realm without being defeated. They are genius among genius in the classification of golem's origins. Demon arachnid armor full sets peak tier 2. Agility plus 100. Strength plus 50. Endurance plus 30. All magic of the arachnid princess spider golem is reduced by 32. Mana regeneration plus 100. Make arachnid webs much more robust and sharper than most weapons. Alec was very impressed at his new golem stats, and from the stats, he noticed the golem was different than the type meant for warlike titan as it was not a strength category type golem. But still, a tier 2 golem was a tier 2 golem to Alec, and he was pleased with the progress he had made. He remembered when Titan broke through to the tier 2 golem realm, and everyone started calling him a golem path genius, but Alec never shared the same views as them. Because he believed that genius could fight those above their rank and still come out on top as the winner, he felt if he should be called a golem genius, he must create a golem that was a whole realm above him. Though Titan fits that category, Alec does not hold that to his talent, but with the help of the system, he does not deny it since it is part of his strength. But he just believed a golem path talent was like the fifth elder, who had been able to create golems above his realm like the tier 7 bestial tiger, while he was still in the tier 6 mage realm. It showed his dedication and skills as a unique golem path mage. But right before him was his proof that he was not inferior to his elder right before he was the result. He needed to feel at ease at the name genius they called him, as he finally created a tier 2 golem. While being just a tier 1 mage, it might just be a low tier golem, but it was his first of many great inventions. If his family, who were watching from the fence, knew what he was thinking about, it was clear they wouldn't hesitate to beat the hell out of him. Alec was the ultimate golem path genius who controlled 6 unique golems, and he was not satisfied if he felt that way. They didn't even need to feel proud about their inferior skills. Alec stared at the new golem, still bowing to him with its right hand on his chest to show its loyalty, and the front spider legs bent in a kneeling position. "Oh, you don't have to kneel. You can get up now," Alec said. "No, I've not been given a name yet, master," the arachnid said. "Oh, how did I forget about that?" Alec said to himself as he tried his best to think of a proper name for the golem, but he realized his head was not even spawning any clues. After all, he was only prepared to create his first bestial golem, and didn't think of naming it. Who would have thought he would generate a captain rank golem with a lot of intelligence? He also wanted a name, putting him in a tough spot. Alec regretted having such a lousy naming sense. He looked towards the fifth elder, who was still perplexed about the golem. He gave the elder his best puppy eyes as he tried his best to make him come up with a name for him. When the fifth elder saw Alec's expression, he could already understand his intentions. No, don't even think of it. I have a bad naming sense, and I am guessing it runs in the family, seeing as you are having a hard time trying to come up with one yourself, the fifth elder said. Please, Alec switched to his baby's voice as he was determined to get a little help from the elder. The elder saw Alec being so persistent and got the wrong idea, as he thought Alec only wanted to honor him as his teacher by allowing him to name the first bestial golem he made. On the second thought, why not call it Spider Queen? The fifth elder thought that something was good. I get it now. Get what? The name. I believe that I should name it Hive Queen, Alec said as he felt he was just an inspiration from the fifth elder's suggestion. Fifth elder, what is the difference? You just stole my idea, the fifth elder thought. You shall be called Hive Queen, Alec said as he pointed toward the golem. Arachnid Princess Golem. The peeping crowd watching from the fence finally decided to come in when they realized that Alec was finally through and their presence would not be considered a disturbance again. The moment they got there, they all gasped in surprise as they found out that Alec's new golem was more muscular. Then they evaluated the aura coming out of the golem's body, was clear for all to feel and know that it was a genuine Tier 2 golem, clearing any thoughts of doubts they might have. Alec, why does your bestial golem look kinda awkward? Looks like a combination of a woman and a spider demonic beast simultaneously, Arthur asked as he got closer. Oh, I see you lack a little knowledge. Don't worry, I will tell you about it when we get back, Alec said as he placed his hands on Arthur's shoulders. Alec turned towards the fifth elder, waiting for him to assess his new golem. After all, the fifth elder taught him all he knew about bestial golems, so he had to evaluate his efforts. The fifth elder looked at Alec, the patriarch, and even the grand elder standing by his side, waiting for the fifth elder to praise Alec's talent. After all, when he was the same age as Alec, he only had one Tier 2 golem, but Alec already had two and was still a Tier 1 mage. I was not expecting this. Do you know what you have created? The fifth elder asked as he pointed at the Hive Queen, who stood by Alec's side and looked around curiously. He thought the fat fifth elder might be angry, but he only waved his hand at him as if trying to kill a fly, as he was not ready to accompany the patriarch, who was acting like an idiot. Just stay out of this. I think your grandson understands what I am trying to say, the fifth elder said as the fat on his stomach giggled slightly. No one dared to laugh, as they all knew he was one of the most vital experts in the Gordon's family. Alec looked into the fifth elder's eyes and seemed to understand what he wanted to hear. Yes, I know what I created, Alec said while nodding. Okay then, do you know how they came to be? Nope. Alec shook his head, getting others to look at him weirdly. They were surprised at what he and the fifth elder were talking about, but they could not tell how crafting relates to the story of what is created. Then I guess it's time I tell you all a little story about how the arachnid bloodline begins. At the start, when the invaders from the second dimension started attacking us, they were led by the strongest race from the second dimension, called Abyss Dragooned. They were like other humans, there was no difference except for their black eyes. Between Abyss Dragooned and a human facial and body view, they only start changing when they reach the Tier 4 and Tier 7 realms where their bloodline awakens, and their dragooned power starts to show, but due to their small numbers, and the fact that the other races were getting strong due to killing human from our world here. They started thinking they could overthrow the Abyss Dragooned from the position as leader of all second dimension races, and a war was fought internally by the second dimension races and creatures. That was until the leader of the Abyss Dragoniod back, then noticed their numbers won't be able to keep up if it continues, as they needed to increase their numbers. So he came to our world, capturing a lot of demonic beasts who had reached the realm where they could transform to human form, and then he tried to make his worthy soldiers copulate with them. To see the result, since the birthing process between their races was arduous to achieve, he wanted to try other options. But all the other races of the second dimension were still at war with them, making him take drastic measures like moving to the demonic beast that could transform. The fifth elder stopped for a while. He turned, ensuring his back faced them as he crossed his hands behind them. The next generation of the Gordon's family felt they were watching the back of a super expert. The lonely aura around him was so profound that they could only imagine what he had gone through all these years he had not shown himself. Fortunately for them, it was a success, as the demonic beast conceived children quickly. The leader of the Abyss Dragooned was waiting patiently for the results. When those children were born, he quickly discovered that they all had different bloodlines from the Abyss Dragoniod. They gave birth to different types of hybrids by copulating with that demonic beast, like a centaur, minotaur, satyr, faun, harpy, and arachnid were just one of the most powerful and unique myths that were born, and they are called demi-humans. With this new addition, the Abyss Dragoon could win the fight faster and even easier, as those myth demons called demi-humans all had special abilities, making them hard to fight against. When they were united, they were super strong. Very quickly, the rebellion was broken, and the leaders were killed to tell the next generations not to try doing the same after that war. The second dimension creatures tried doing the same, but they were never able to recreate the same magic the leaders of the second dimension did. As the demi-humans were called the children of the Abyss Dragooned bloodline, from then one becoming royalty of the second dimension. Their topic has been taboo since then due to their incredible strength. I only had a chance to hear this story from my father since he had fought with an intense demi-human myth in action before, and that's why I wanted you to know what you just created. I think you did great, in fact, a little too great. Be careful when you use the golem. The fifth elder finally finished and started walking back inside while the tiger followed. The next generation gasped when they heard the story came from Gordon's ancestor, while Alec was surprised at the history of the Greek myth here. A hobgoblin could be seen walking straight for a palace built in the middle of a square with many castles around, and with many strong auras coming from all over the castles. With every step the hobgoblin took, he could feel the pressure on him increase more and more, as the hiding all checked him with their spirit energy to ensure it was not an enemy trying to approach the central palace. The hobgoblin was not too happy with the spirit search on him, but all he could do was just put up with it, as any suspicious move from him could put him in more problems than he already was. The moment he got to the main door of the palace, there were 2 Tier 5 goblins at the door as guards. They slightly bowed to him as they opened the door, and he quickly walked in. He snorted in annoyance as he made his way to the throne room, not bothering to waste any time admiring the pictures and art on the wall all around the foyer. The moment he got to the throne room, he went on one knee. "I greet the family leader," the hobgoblin said, not daring to raise his head even if he did. He could not see the person sitting on the throne except the family leader moving into the light. The family leader was sitting on the throne area as darkness filled it. "You are my son, right?" A shaky voice came from the darkness. "Yes, I am your 120 children," the hobgoblin said as he secretly smiled. He was happy that his father seemed to remember him after all the goblins had given birth to many children, so they only took notice of the unique ones and were not bothered about the rest, as they might even die in the contest that always happens in the second dimension. Useless. Shaky voice seemed to change instantly from a shaky old voice to one filled with vitality and vigor, and it appeared that he would strike soon. The hobgoblin's heart went cold instantly, as he felt the intense killing intent oozing from the figure hidden in the darkness. "Do you know how long I have made that plan or how much I must pay before securing all the space gates around this area? I had to bleed for it because I know my family could profit more here than following the orders of the clans like dogs. I would rather be a lion in the wild than a dog in the city, and I took this leap of fate hoping the goblin clan could help me deter the undead clan in charge of this place before. And it succeeded, and now it is time for me to reap the fruits of my labor. And one of my kids came short. What would you do if you were in my shoes?" The voice from the dark asked as it never stopped fluctuating, giving others the feeling of weakness and vitality. But even the hobgoblin was not fooled by it. "I would accept any punishment, royal father, as long as you let me command the next attack. I assure you I will make up for all our losses." The hobgoblin finally raised his head as he said, the light in his eyes glistening. Then a slight face came out of the darkness as the hobgoblin saw a goblin emerge. His staff helped his movement, and another goblin was behind him with hands folded and a giant axe strapped behind him. The family leader of the goblins, who was supporting himself with a staff with a bent back, suddenly walked adequately with a straight back. The moment he got to the hobgoblin, every form of weakness disappeared. All that was left was an intense killing intent, and I looked at the hobgoblin's eyes. "You are one of my most talented children, but not the strongest, and I don't believe in talent. I only believe in result and strength, and I know you know that already. I have seen your resolve, and I promise not to punish you. I have one request: kill enough to expand your gate to a low-tier space gate. I feel a strong energy from your gate that can help me recover faster. Don't disappoint me. I don't take disappointment easily. Anyone who can upgrade their gate to the level I can come to will be rewarded," the leader said as he turned back after that, walking back into the darkness. But the muscular goblin still stood there with crossed arms as he stared at the hobgoblin with a slight interest in his eyes. "I won't disappoint you, family head," the hobgoblin said. Even if the family head was his father, it was clear that he felt no familial ties to him. He never even called him father once. He only called him royal father and family head, which referred to their leaders. "I surely will," the hobgoblin said as he stood up and thanked the goblin family head. As he walked out, happy he was not punished but still given a chance. He knows that many people are waiting for him to fail so they can take his place, but he is not ready to give up now, as he already has a plan to turn around his last defeat. If Draco or any of the 2 Tier 6 mages from the city guards and one other family saw this goblin, they would be shocked to realize that the same goblin led the goblins in the last blood moon against the human mages. What was scary was that he had to bow towards someone else, and there was no iota of the previous pride he displayed when he invaded the city of Estonia. Why did you give him another chance? Others might start saying that you favor him too much since he evolved to a hobgoblin. The goblin, who still had his hand folded, said without turning to face the leader who was in the darkness. No one, you have been with me the longest as you are my first child. What do you think about him? The voice in the dark answered his question with another. Simple mistake, I think he could take care of it, as long as he doesn't meet that old opponent again, the muscular goblin evaluated. That is why I want him to go back and rectify his mistakes. His future is bright. I don't want him to develop a heart demon just because of a small issue, and I don't have time to worry about this as I still have to participate in protecting the ancestor when he breaks through. I pray I survive, and if I don't take care of my family, no one. Well, that should be no problem. For now, I just have to face that stupid undead again, and it's getting on my nerves as they are not willing to leave the space gates even after I offered spirit energy crystals, and that's why I don't like dealing with unintelligent races, the muscular goblin cursed. Well, they have every reason to be angry, but as long as I don't get what I came for, they can forget about occupying these space gates. Thank God it's just a small clan. They need to find a way to match up with our large family. If we were dealing with that strong undead horde, we might have been wiped out. See you later, I have to settle this. The muscular goblin stretched his hand and a crack in space was made. He walked into it, and a few seconds later the crack repaired itself, and the goblin was already gone. Silence returned to the room as the leader goblin returned into the darkness. A loud sigh could be heard from the darkness after the muscular goblin disappeared from the room. Another scene happens outside the palace as the hobgoblin finally looks up to the moon, but instead of one moon, 3 moons revolve around each other, and the sky is dark red instead of the typical sky blue color of the Earth sky. There were clashes of elements happening in the skies. The hobgoblin finally started walking forward, and the moment he left the place filled with castles, he was faced with a primitive-looking jungle. 2 goblins walked up to him dressed in nothing but their beast, covering only their private parts. They were the 2 Tier 6 goblins who had been with him since he had led the attack against the city of Estonia last time. How was it? What is our punishment this time? One of the Tier 6 go asked sadly as they were all aware that they had failed their invasion mission woefully and couldn't escape without losing something. Nah, he didn't do that. After all, he's still being pressured by the other big families in the goblin race, and he does not have enough time to bother with a small space gate like mine. I know a lot of Tier 6 mages in the inner castle area are not interested in my space gate since its energy is not enough to accommodate enough Tier 6 warriors. Those weaklings have been living a comfortable life for so long that they have forgotten what it feels like to shed blood. Their cowardly attitude is making them lose focus on fighting head-on with a human mage, but instead, they all desire to gang up and win PDF. What a pathetic bunch, the hobgoblin said. But that has always been our way, Gartner, one of the goblins who was walking by the side of the hobgoblin said. Yeah, that is our way due to our cowardly fears, but when we have already evolved to the realm of mid-tier warriors, we don't need to be scared anymore. But our race would always end up being a bunch of cowards, and that is why the higher let us do all their dirty work, just because they like Nobel-born since they live in the castle and we live in the jungle, so they see us as their subjects. Pathetic, the hobgoblin called Garthar spitted on the ground. Well, no matter what happens, we will always follow you. After all, we have been through a lot together, and you are our big brother, so what is the next plan? The next blood moon is about to come, the other goblin asked as he placed his hands on Garthar and quickly showed his stand that he supported him. Don't worry, we will wipe them out in the next blood moon, since that set of human mages we faced last time won't participate in the next blood moon attack due to the resting period after each defense. Garthar smiled evilly. We would crush those human mages to pieces with my new plans. I know they would already underestimate us, thinking they can defeat us with the same tactic as last time I would surprise them that they would never forget my name. Garthar laughed hysterically as he discussed with his brothers. At the same time, they returned to their jungle houses after leaving the castle, where the leaders and choice makers of their families lived as royals and treated the other goblins as cannon fodders. What? Alex's scream could probably be held by everyone about 100 meters away from him as he stared at his grandfather, who looked shocked at Alex's reaction. Why am I not allowed to participate in the next blood moon? I performed well. Am I not supposed to be the most sorted out person right now? Alec asked with confusion written all over his face as he could not understand why he would be told not to attend the next blood moon war. And that was his fastest way of becoming a Tier 2 mage, and it seemed that chance was slightly moving away from his grasp. Well, even if I don't know why you are acting that way, I think I should tell you since it seems you have lost a lot of memories and have been forgetting a lot of key things, the patriarch said. Alex started acting dumb since there was no way he would tell his grandfather that he had the real Alex's memories packed into his head. He could not process everything, and some of them got lost. Seeing Alec's face, the patriarch gave up and later explained to Alec why they couldn't join the next attacking force as he thought in his mind that Alec was too playful. "Oh, it's quite sad, and I wanted to kill more goblins, so what should I be doing now?" Alec asked with hands akimbo as he turned to Arthur. "I don't know, don't ask me after all. I am not your father, nor am I responsible for you. What a harsh way to treat me after all I have done for you." Alec and Arthur started arguing back and forth, and the patriarch got tired of watching the two riff-raffs. He was so used to them knowing that they were planning on scamming something out of him this time again. The argument is just an excuse and a big distraction for him to lose guard. "I know what you would be doing. I and the other elders had a little discussion, and we feel you don't have to be in the city when this blood moon attack happens," the patriarch said. Alec's eyes finally turned sharp when he heard that statement. All his playful aura disappeared instantly as he turned to his grandfather. "What problem? Are you trying to make me avoid something? Is the city in trouble?" Alec quickly asked two questions so fast. "Without any break, now you are leaving me confused. Which one is your gramps supposed to answer?" Arthur said. "Just shut up, we have to be serious right now," Alec said as his gaze returned to the patriarch. "You are just being paranoid. There is nothing like the city being in danger, and even if it comes to that, the clan can still protect itself till the next blood moon. The reason why I am sending you on a journey is for an entirely different reason," the patriarch said. "And so burst this bubble of suspense and lay it on me. What is it?" Alec asked again, clearly irritated by his old attitude. "We want you to go to the main capital and try to know the quotas for entering the Holy Mage Academy that is located there. And while you are there, you can use the opportunity to watch how a high-tier space gate is being defended from the second-dimension creatures," the patriarch said, shocking Alec at the spot with his suggestion, as he was never expecting a trip to the capital out of nowhere. "Are you trying to ship me off the clan that badly?" Alec asked. "Come of it, boy. This is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the capital, they face 5 high-tier gate and 1 peak gate that is personally handled by the royals. Having a chance to watch a battle of that level could help you gain insight to greater things and make your realm breakthrough much more easier." Alec fell into deep thought as he started thinking about all his grandfather was saying, while Arthur, who was by his side, was feeling great that they were going to be leaving for the capital. "I can't wait to reach the main capital," Arthur said while clenching his fist. "Hey, hold on to. No one said anything about you going. Only Alec is going. The family ain't that rich to pay a huge sum of money for the next generation to go on vacation. The fee of the teleportation space axis is fuckskin cost, old man." Language, Alec reminded his grandfather. After all he knew, the man wanted to always keep a good image outside. "What I mean is we are only sending Alec over as the representative of the Gordon's family. That would not only show them the level of our best mage, but would also allow them to tell us their requirements for their enrollment this year," the patriarch explained. "So when am I leaving?" Alec asked as he was tired of his grandfather trying to explain how stingy he was to him and Arthur. "Well, today. What, I have to be on a journey today and am just knowing about it. Who does that? Well, the opportunity to use the space axis came unexpectedly, so we couldn't waste any time but grab the opportunity." The patriarch was already tired of answering all the questions Alec had for him. He was just here to inform him to get ready. He was the patriarch and was supposed to be giving orders, but every time it included Alec, it was like he was asking for a favor and had to answer multiple questions before Alec even considers it. And this was an opportunity most people would jump at the moment that could go to the capital, but Alec always had complaints for him, and it made him sick and tired. After sorting things out with his little gangs of brothers, he finally reached the patriarch villas, which he had not visited in a very long time. But since his grandfather told him to meet up here, he had come. "Hey, look, who finally decided to show up at my doorsteps," the patriarch said with a smug smile. "Cut it off, old man. I knew you had an ulterior motive when you asked me to meet up with you here," Alec said, and Draco, who was standing behind the patriarch, turned towards Alec. His lips twitching as he heard what Alec just called the patriarch. It was clear that the patriarch preferred that his age was not brought into any matter. Since he always called himself a young handsome man, it could be seen from the way he was always worried about his appearance, and not only him, even his brother, the Grand Elder, are both like that with their appearance, with the Grand Elder looking more like a noble sage, while the patriarch looked like a brute who would go on a rampage when anyone called him old man, but here was someone who called the patriarch old man. He always thought he was the only one with the balls to call both of them old man, but he just realized that there was someone else who does not really look like someone who is scared of anything. "So, are you ready?" the patriarch asked him. Alec nodded. This small occurrence shocked the one being called the Lava King, who was feared by all as he saw the patriarch act like it was nothing. Okay, then let's go. The patriarch stretched his hands and placed them on both Draco and Alec's shoulders, and the ground seems to turn into a giant mouth, and it swallowed them whole. And they disappeared from the Gordons' family patriarch villas. At the city hall where the city lord lives and all the city guards and guardian reside in, was said to be the most protected place in the city, and the next moment, the city alarms started blaring, and the guards started running around the place wondering who dared to invade them. As they went to the place where the alarm was triggered, they only saw two familiar faces, with the person in the middle having his hands up in the air like a criminal, who was guilty with a smile on his face. Damn, I should have known you would do something like this. Could you not have just traveled to outside the city hall and let us walk in? The youngest of them asked, which is Alec. Draco, are you the ones who triggered the alarm? The tier 6 mage, who was floating in the air, seems to be familiar with Draco and asked him. Draco and Alec quickly shifted away from the patriarch, as they behaved like they didn't know him. It was quite a funny scene to watch, as the patriarch still had his hands up with a sly smile on his face, sorry to cause this disturbance at the city hall. But we have a scheduled space access teleportation, and our patriarch decided to bring us here with his earth travel skill, but ended up barging into the city hall. Forgive us, we would pay any fine necessary. Draco said, and the smiling face of the patriarch changed in an instant, and he pointed at Draco, who would pay a fine. I did this so we could have a grand entrance with guards accompanying us to the space axis. You don't know anything about face. The patriarch retorted as he was flaring, hearing he had to pay a fine if you can't do the time. Then don't do the crime. What a poor old man. Gordon's patriarch, Alec, facepalmed himself as he complained about the patriarch, which made the man quite ashamed, and he finally shut up and allowed Draco sort out things with the city guardians. Since he was now a high-tier mage, he rarely showed face even in the family, and was not recognized by the new city guards, but they were all surprised at the patriarch's ability to invade the city hall. It was a huge security risk, but the good thing was he was not an enemy. After sorting out the city guardians, Alec and Draco was finally accompanied to the space axis like the patriarch said. And to be sincere, Draco loved all the attention he was getting, but the same could not be said for Alec, who had always loved being a low-key person. He kept on blaming the patriarch, telling him that it was all his fault. The patriarch waved hard as it was finally time Alec's and Draco's time to use the space axis. And they waved back as the space axis below their feet started to flash with bright lights of different colors, and then they disappear along with the light when it went off. And when the patriarch was sure his accompanying mission was complete, he decided to use his earth escape skill to disappear from the city hall after paying their fees. But a voice sounded inside his mind before he was able to use his earth escape skill again. Won't you come and greet me? I have a great wine here that has been preserved for about 1,000 years with time magic, the voice said. And a smile blossomed on the Gordon's patriarch face as he looked towards the place the city lord resided. Alec staggered as he tried to get his footing properly, as he was feeling dizzy as he walked out of the teleportation space axis. He even nearly puked, but managed to hold that one in. He felt a strong hand on his back patting him and helping him stay steady. He turned and looked at Draco and noticed that he was not even affected a little bit. Lord 7th. Oh, just call me Uncle Draco. No need for the formalities, sorry you have to face the space turbulence without any warning. Draco cut him off as he said made Alec mind relax and be more at ease with him. Actually, when I first used a space axis I puked, and most people do. In fact, not a lot people can hold it in. I'm quite surprised you are able to hold it in. This shows that you have a very strong will and spirit. Draco said, even though Alec does not know what spirit is, he just credited it to the fact that his was stronger due to merging with the soul of the old Alec that died, making him much stronger in that aspect. And now that he thought about it, he does not really have a hard time controlling his golems like the people in the Gordon's clan claim, and he started thinking that it was not that he was a genius, it was just that he had the capability to control many golems at once. Since he didn't have an ordinary soul, he had two souls which was merged into one, and was much more stronger, so it gave him a slight advantage. Let's get our accommodations sorted out first before visiting the academy. After all, we would be staying here for quite some time. Draco said, waking Alec from his thoughts. Alec nodded and followed behind Draco as they asked around before they reached a guest house in the outer region of the capital city. Draco and Alec walked up to the reception desk of the small guest house. They were exhausted from the space axis teleportation and was in desperate need of a nap before they went to the academy. Draco smiled at the receptionist, a friendly-looking woman. "Good evening," he said. "I'd like to book a room for the week, please." The receptionist nodded and smiled. She opened a large book and began to search for available rooms. "I'm sorry," she said, "but we're all booked up for the month." "We have some rooms available tomorrow, though." Draco's face fell. He had been counting on spending the week here low-key since it was the capital. They were not about to get attention on themselves. He had already forgotten how packed the capital was. "Is there any way I can stay tonight? Try help me work something out, please," he asked desperately. The receptionist thought for a moment. "Well," she said slowly, "I can give you a discount if you don't mind sharing a room with another guest. We have one room with 2 beds that hasn't been booked yet." Draco's face lit up. "That sounds perfect. Why don't I take the room? I do have someone with me. Don't worry about the discount. I would pay the full cost of the room for 1 week," he said. The receptionist smiled and handed him a magic key with the number of the room on it. "Welcome," she said. "I hope you enjoy your stay." After all, the capital was the home ground of the ancient Blaze clan, and the Gordons clan knew there were some people in the ancient Blaze clan who does not want Alec to become a remarkable mage. So if they ever find out that he was trying to enroll in the academy, they would do all their best to stop it at all cost. Draco was sure his stay at the guest house would be a pleasant one, since they have been really carefully since they entered the capital, not giving anyone the chance to know them. Alec just slumped on one of the bed as he went to sleep immediately. Draco also summoned one of his lava golem and asked him to wake him up if anything goes wrong as he also went to sleep. The space travel made them really tired. The space fatigue was making them sleepy. Even if it only took few seconds, it kinda sapped the energy out of them, leaving them weak, as if they only had 1% in their battery. While Draco felt he had been careful enough by staying in the outer region of the capital, which is normally referred to as slums by those who live in the inner city. He had forgotten that the ancient clans might not have a broad network to all cities, but they made sure nothing missed their attention in the capital city, and the moment 2 people from the Gordons clans were received at the space station at the outer region of the capital. Someone already informed the Blaze Outer Court family about the arrivals of 2 Gordons clansmen, and they had asked for a sketch, and when the sketch came back, they were sure the bastard grandchild of their patriarch was in the capital. Making a lot of the elders of the outer clan, who were not really interested in the matter, frown. They had all agreed that the child being alive was a variable they didn't want, as they saw anyone who might have a reason to revenge against them as an eyesore they have to wipe off. And Alec had a lot of reasons to seek revenge on them, as their patriarch's son got his mother pregnant, and when she came to the ancient Blaze clan she was rejected and told her child was a bastard and would not be accepted. But all the higher up of the Blaze family knew he was a real heir of the Blaze bloodline. His father died before his birth was what caused all this. As there was no way the core family would accept someone that might become their competition in the future. But the Gordons clan never knew Alec's father had died. While on a mission, they were made to believe that he rejected Alec and his mother, which made the mid-tier clan hate him and the Blaze family, but they were much weaker and could not even affect the Blaze clan, so they were left with this pain in their hearts. But Alec could not forget the pain of his mother dying due to the Blaze family, and the fact that he was a true heir gives those who had ulterior motives to kill him, as they wanted to wipe out the competition. The enforcer that was asked to take care of Alec's assassination was quickly summoned by the elders of the Blaze Outer Court families. The guy who visited the Friddall clan recently entered the meeting place of the elders, and the moment he entered he realized that he could not hear any more sound again. It was as if the meeting place was isolated from the rest of the world. Everywhere was filled with darkness, but still yet in the middle of the room there was a line of light highlighting there, as if telling him to come over. He silently walked towards the light in the middle of the room and bowed his head while cupping his hands forward. I greet the elders, and as if a trigger was turned on, different clanking sounds were heard as the whole place light up, and the enforcer finally raised his head up and saw about 10 old men staring at him. The pressure he was feeling from them was enough to tell him any of them could kill him with just a slap. "Do you have any idea why we have called you here?" The shortest elder, who was closer to him, asked. "No. The kid you are responsible for is in the capital now, so tell me exactly why he is not dead yet." A rare expression of surprise flashed pasted the enforcer's face as he heard what the elder said. He never expected the Gordons clan would allow Alec leave the clan at a time like this, and not only that, the outer court families that was serving the ancient Blaze clan already knew that he was not dead. "I did make preparations to kill him with one of the branch family under us, since I didn't want the event to be traced back to us, but I later found out recently that he is much more stronger than I imagine, and it won't be easy to have him assassinate, so I thought of wiping out the whole family. or just hiring some bandits to barge into the family and kill the boy escaping fast before any of them were recognized, but I was rejected on spot as I heard that the Gordons family was not an ordinary mid-tier clan. The middle-aged enforcer who was wearing his red armor gently explained, "You are such an idiot. If it was an ordinary clan, why would we have to resort to this stressful measures to get rid of a kid from the clan?" The elders scolded him the instant he finished explaining, and some were already mad at the way things have turned out. They were angry he never reported back to them that Alec have made great progress in his cultivation now that he is already in the capital. I made some calls, and I heard he came for the Royal Mage Academy in the capital to enroll for him and his siblings, as they plan to take the quotas exam next month. One of the elders said as he caressed his beard in satisfaction to show his power at information gathering, "Oh, then we have it sorted out even if we can't afford to kill him in the capital, since it would make some people aware. We just have to break his confidence enough so he never comes back." Another elder commented fast, "I think we already have a plan. The enforcer should get in contact with a recruiter in the academy and make sure he makes things hard for Alec, and they should find a genius student to defeat him, showing him the difference between a city champion and village bumpkin. I shall quickly execute the elder's command," the enforcer said as he placed his hand on his armor to show his loyalty. "Since you know all about him, you are the only one we can trust with this job, so get it done without failure, elders." The enforcer said as he walked out of the meeting room, and darkness returned back to the room. "No matter what happens, the Averick faction of the Inner Court family must not hear of this," a voice said in the darkness. "HMMP. Even if they hear, and so what? Averick has been dead for over 18 years. It would be best for them to find someone else to replace him, as Averick's son is not strong enough to compete with the other inner family faction for them." Another elder snorted and explained, "Are we sure we are doing the right thing? I do know we don't want the wrath of that lady. If she finds out we have been trying to kill the boy, she would be furious. After all, he is her only connection left with Averick. Someone else would handle her. I heard the young master is about to enter the Tier 7 Mage realm, and when he does, we won't have to fear that crazy lady again." Another elder said, and laughter filled the room as they thought of the day they might have the chance of entering the inner faction, due to their contribution of taking out a competition for the other Inner Court family faction. The next day, both Alec and Draco left the guest house as they made their way into the inner circle of the capital city, as that is where the Royal Mage Academy was. Not even aware that they were already on the Blaze clan radar, even if it's not the main clan, it was still the outer court members who have decided to deal with Alec without involving the inner court, who were really full of prideful bunch. Draco paid a demonic beast tamer to ride them to the Royal Mage Academy. It was a Tier 5 demonic wolf beast. I had great speed and was quick to take off. The things Alex saw was different from all that place they passed yesterday. It was clear where all the development of the capital was going to. It was really beautiful and almost looked like a tech city. It was the first time Alec would see a city which had a glimpse of his old world, but the technology here seems more advanced. But he only looked at all this once before closing his eyes and sitting in a cultivating stance. Draco was shocked at Alec's nonchalant attitude. It was as if nothing could ever interest the kid, and he remembered when he first came to the capital with the patriarch. He was so engrossed with the building and the demonic beast that was flying in the sky that he hoped to have one in the future, but Alec didn't even glance at them that much before closing his eyes to cultivate. He could not really blame him, though cultivating here was 2 times faster than their own city, so when he saw Alec cultivating diligently, he was quite proud. If Alec knew what his uncle was thinking, he would have just laughed it off, as he was only cultivating, due to the notification of the system double effort reward for cultivating in this area, filled with dense mana mini-hole basic mana circulation, activated LVL3 spiral force basic mana circulation, activated LVL3. The moment he activated his double mana techniques, he noticed they have been upgraded to the level 3. 6x gained. 6x might seem small, but with the amount of X point he needed to break through to Tier 2 was still much, and 6x per hour would only do so much. The demonic beast mount quickly arrived at the Royal Mage Academy after sprinting for about 30 minutes. It was quite slow, compared to if Draco had just carried Alec and flew straight to their location. But the rules and regulations of the capital was really strict, restricting expert flying around in the capital. Expect the person was a member of the royal family, and if one fly anyhow in the capital, he shall be targeted as someone with ulterior motives. And declared an attacker, therefore attacking such person with all the defensive measures of the capital city, and all these would only cause more trouble, and that was why it was much more easier to use the demonic beast mounts that have been imprinted by the capital. Guard system, it was one way for them to make money, so they made sure to make rules that ruled out any competition. Alec and Draco walked towards the gate of the academy, and Alec could not help gasping as he stared at the long and ancient-looking gate before him. It looked like it was made from godly metals as it stood straight pointing to the skies. "Hey, Bumpkin, what are you doing staring at the gate like that? Walk away, or we might just have you beat up a Tier 5 mage," who was beside the gate said, as he decided to flex his authority after a boring morning of greeting all the students who came in. Draco looked at the man and realized that they have been underestimated due to wearing low-class clothes. Due to the fact that they wanted to hide the fact that they were from Gordon's clan, they decided to change the clan's robe. But the Tier 5 mage took them for some weakling due to him not sensing any mana from Draco, and seeing that Alec was only a Tier 1 mage, he felt they were not even supposed to be anywhere near the Royal Mage Academy. After all, only genius among genius were being accepted by the school, and only those prestige young masters of big clans were classified into this category they have in mind. So seeing a middle-aged man and a young teen in a not-so-impressive clothes looking at the gate, he felt disdain and decided to act superior since he could not act the same way as the kids he had to greet every morning just to keep his job. So to them, Alec and Draco are people they could trash talk, as that is how they could feel good about being inferior to their peers. But Alec didn't even respond to them and continued admiring the gate's beauty. He walked towards the gate slowly and was stretching one of his hands in hope to caress it, but the guard who spoke saw Alec ignoring him and got mad. He stretched his hand as he used half his strength. He was sure when his hands gripped Alec's hands he would crush the boy's bone and make him cry out in pain, but his wish never happened as his hand was slapped away before it could even reach Alec. "We have a schedule meeting with one of the academy recruiters. We are from the Gordon's clan," Draco said as he slapped the guard's hands away, introducing themselves and catching him off guard. He was sure there was no ordinary person who could defend against his strike that easily, except that person was also an hidden expert. When he stared at Draco, that nonchalant attitude had disappeared as he stared at him with caution now. His colleague who was watching all this laughed at his misfortune. He blushed in shame as he realized he just made a fool of himself. But so what, he was mad at Draco for acting mysterious and felt he had a technique used to cover up his mana, so his realm was not detected. The guard never even thought of the fact that Draco might be a Tier 6 mage, as he had already underestimated them in his mind as beggars, and the best his mind pictures could give Draco was a Tier 5, as he never wanted to believe he was inferior to anyone. Even though he was, "Why you, Ag, I would beat you up quick and make you apologize for this humiliation," the guard finally tear off any form of pretense as he fully attacked Draco with his fingers seeming to turn to claws. Alex saw what was happening and thought of it as boring, not even bothering to watch, as there was no way Draco, who was claimed to be the most talented Tier 6 mage of the Gordon's clan, old younger generation, would ever lose to a nobody guard of the Royal Mage Academy. The moment Draco saw the guard's claws almost reaching him, he slightly moved to the side and sent a blow to his ribs, without no fancy techniques, no fireworks, no elemental power added, just pure physical power. "Crack! Aha!" the guard shouted as he could feel multiples of his rib cages breaking. He looked at Draco this time, a rare look of fear could being seen now. "My turn," Draco said as he raised his fist up again, and even if there was no element energy surrounded around it, the guard was already shivering in fear as he stared at Draco. He could not understand why he disturbed such a demon. He was never warned about the person's powers. "You can't beat a guard of the Royal Mage Academy, or else you would be punished." What do you want to do? What does it look like, dummy? I'm about to make your sentence come through, but it's switched now. I will beat you up and make you apologize to the young master of my Gordon's clan," Draco said in a chilling voice, and the moment the guard looked up, he could swear he saw fire pass through Draco's black eyes, giving it a hint of yellow and red, and that was when he knew he must have encountered one of those rare genius maniacs of the mage world that did things without caring about the consequences. Draco's fist finally shot forward, aiming to hit the guard's unconscious. But he was stopped when a big palm suddenly appeared out of nowhere and tried blocking Draco's punch. "Fuck off!" Draco didn't even retreat one bit as he put more energy into his punch, and as if the temperature in the air became hotter, his fist turned to a blazing and melting one. as earth and fire elements energies merge inside his fist. Lava Fist of Destruction. Buddha Palm of Suppression. The both powerfully attacked clashed, sending shock waves flying everywhere as the elder stepped back 8 steps, but Draco was still standing in the same spot as he blew breeze from his mouth to his hand that returned to normal but had a lot of smoke coming out of it. His nonchalant attitude annoyed the person who just defended the guard, but the guard had his eyes bulging out, not daring to believe he had offended an existence that was in the Tier 6 realm. He had always been carefully, and that was how he was able to survive until now, but he just kicked in hard plate when he received a few pennies to make things hard for someone who could have him killed easily notice. We only came because we have a medal that allows us meet at least with one recruiter from the Royal Mage Academy. We are not here to fight or cause any scene, but if you still continue to pester us, I don't mind accompanying you in a fight. Draco said with an evil grin on his face, as the one who just protected the gate guard could already feel his heart jumping in panic. Just now when they clashed, many may not have noticed, but the real expert would know that their earlier clash had not resulted in a draw. But instead Draco had completely defeated him by shattering his Buddha Palm of Suppression, and not only that he was able to take back his attack fast enough not to cause any danger to him, and that was how he was able to escape out of that encounter free, and he was sure if he ever went against this man standing before him. Such control of attack and force was something he could not do yet. He would be defeated easily. He thought Draco was a low Tier 6 mage since he could trash the Tier 5 guard easily, and that was why he had decided to get involved and act like an hero. While also taking credits for chasing troublemakers, only now did he realize that he have really kicked his leg against a strong iron. What's your name and clan? The Tier 6 mage who shielded the guard asked, is that really needed? I prefer only saying my name if I'm talking to a recruiter. I am the leader of all the security of the gates of the Royal Mage Academy. You seems weak. How would you be able to protect the genius of your school with your level, if strength? Draco asked this time. The sarcasm in his tone was clearly visible. Just show me your medal, and I would recommend you to the recruiter who is available. Draco's eyebrow raised up as he was not really happy with the response he was given, but he pushed it to the back of his mind. After all, the patriarch told him to look for a specific elder when they met any recruiter. As long as they could see the elder, then Alec's future would be set in stone, as he would become the first Gordon's clanman to be enrolled into the Royal Mage Academy, along with his gang of mischief brothers and sisters. After showing the leader of guards a medal of the Royal Mage Academy, he was forced to apologize to them in the behalf of the guard who misbehaved, as he finally walked them towards the academy the moment they got in. They took a ride on the back of flying demonic beast mount that have been trained for transportation, taking them straight to the quarters of the recruiters, and Draco explained the features of the recruiter they came to meet. He had finally stepped into the high mage realm with his strength and was promoted to being a recruiter for the Royal Mage Academy since he was a teacher before. And the family were really happy, as this way he could be able to add a few more clansmen into the academy, with his rewards quotas making the people he choose enter the school direct without even taking the test or having to meet the requirement. That was what it meant to be a recruiter for them. To be able to identify a genius and bring them in before they were lost, but most of the ancient clan turned it to a business by sending their weakest members to become teachers in the academy. And if they were lucky enough to break through to the Tier 7 mage realm, they could become a recruiter. This way, they would be able to smuggle those of their family in without them even taking the test, and that is how they have been doing and since. They helped the recruiters from their family. To reach that level, they always feel more indebted to the clan. So when the family asked him to take care of the recruitment of a child from a faraway, unadvanced city, he was surprised. But whenever he remembered the serious face of the elder who warned him not to take it lightly, he finally decided to wreck this boy just like the elder asked. He saw the flying demonic beast mount that was flying over, and the moment he gazed, he could see Alec on top of the demonic beast mount. After all, he was given a painting of him, so he could easily identify Alec and would be able to take over his recruitment process. The moment the demonic beast landed, he quickly walked over with his 2 hands behind his back, as he acted like an hermit expert. Greetings, Mr. Bolton, the leader of the guard greeted as he got down. Bolton Blaze just waved his hand. What do they want? He asked a question as if he was not aware of why they were here in the first place, and because his surname was not mentioned, it helped make him look more reliable. Because there is no way Draco would allow someone from the Blaze family to be the one to assess Alec, they have a recruiter medal, which would allow them to take an assessment under one recruiter O. That's good since they have a medal. I shall take the honor and assess this boy myself since I am free. Draco quickly got in front of Alec as he felt this me Bolton guy seems to have ulterior motives. We appreciate the opportunity, but we do have a recruiter in mind already. Now if you would excuse us, this man here was leading us to an elder we mentioned to him. HMMP, what insolence. You don't want me to assess him. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that I am inferior to another recruiter? Bolton Blaze said as he fully unleashed his Tier 7 Mage aura as he tried to intimidate Draco and make him yield. But Draco was not backing down, and Alec knew if this escalated to a fight, it would be bad for his uncle, and it was clear this recruiter was here to cause trouble and won't let them see another recruiter. So he walked up to Draco, who was about to unleash his own aura too to fight back against the Royal Mage Academy recruiter oppressing aura. It's okay. Let me take his test, Alec said. Both the Bolton and Draco were shocked at Alec's statement, but Draco looked at Alec's eyes, and he realized he could not change his mind, so he nodded his head towards Alec. So Mr. Bolton, what test do I have to go through to receive a direct quota from you? Alec asked, cutting straight to point, not even bothering to waste time by getting on the recruiter's good side. After all, he was already making things difficult for them. It was clear this was all planned up. Right from when they got to the gate, their journey has been filled with small storms, and the only way to destroy all that was to destroy all of it with his power. And if he could not do that, he would just summon his salamander set and break all the test with power of a Tier 3 beast. Bolton Blaze took Draco and Alec towards one of the arena that was in the recruiter's quarters. It was an open space. He looked towards the guard leader who had followed them, due to the fact that he wanted to witness how the test was going to happen. Go and call Ivor Dragonmere over. Ivor Dragonmere. The leader of the guards was shocked when he heard the statement of the recruiter, but still yet he was quick to fly away and answer the order that was given to him. Alec was waiting in the middle of the arena for the recruiter to start his test whenever he was ready, but it seems he was still waiting for something as he kept on staring at Alec and Draco, with a sly smile on his face, as he could not wait to see Alec being defeated and his will broken when he tells him that he cannot enter the Royal Mage Academy. After waiting for about 2 minutes, people stared, crowding into the arena, as different sounds could be heard all around, and when Draco and Alec looked around, they found out that most of the seats in the arena was taken, and they were all wearing the same uniforms, and some even had number on them. As they all stared at Alec, trying to use their mental energy to read his power level, which really disgusted Alec a lot, as he was not used to the feeling of having other people's spiritual power roam around him. It felt like someone trying to see his nakedness and pry into his private affairs. Only his family member didn't give him that type of feeling. When Draco saw Alec's facial expressions, he used his spirit energy to shield him, and those who were sending their wave of spiritual energy towards him had a slight headache. The moment their spiritual energy collided with Draco's spiritual shield, the collision from a spiritual shield created by a Tier 6 mage could even turn most of them into a vegetable state. But Draco didn't go too far and only rebounded their spiritual energy back. After all, they were not back in their city, which was their own home ground. They were in the capital, who were students of an academy Alec was trying to enter. And those who were trying to check Alec's mage realm were all juniors to him, so there was no way he would hurt them, as he felt it was beneath him to deal with a junior. The students who had gathered around all started whispering among themselves as they all pointed at Alec, that was standing on top the stage, without even hiding the fact they were talking about him. They were behaving like he was not even there. They were all talking about how a master was shielding him. It was pretty clear who it was to them, since there was only one person who seems close to Alec in their eyes. Draco looked at the recruiter face and still saw that sly smile on his face and knew they were in for a long day. Are you also responsible for this? Draco asked the recruiter as he pointed at the crowd of students who just seems to appear the same moment Alec was supposed to take his test. It was he had it all planned out already, and Draco didn't like this feeling at all, the feeling as if someone was using him. The recruiter ignored his question and looked towards another location. They are finally here. Draco and Alec turned their head and looked at the direction that the recruiter was looking at, and noticed the guard leader was flying straight at them at a very fast speed, and he was holding on to a youth who had a number on his uniform. And they finally landed on the stage skillfully, and Alec was able to properly see the number that was on his white robe. It was the number 1, and Alec was no fool. He was quick to notice that all the students' uniform might be the same. But he had noticed they all had different colors, and so far he had seen 3 colors: the pure black, the red and black stripe, and the pure white, and from what he could detect, all those on pure black were all Tier 1 mages, while those who wore the red and black uniform had the aura of Tier 2 mages. Even if Alec could not detect the power level of those wearing the white robes, he was sure they were Tier 3 mages, just from the pressure they were emitting. He was not really worried anyways, since none of them were able to trigger his danger sense, except for this new youth who was standing opposite him. He could already feel a slight pressure coming from him just by standing at the other side of the stage, but it was not at the point of being afraid. He had faced a Tier 3 goblin, so he knew what it meant to really feel fear. Alec looked at the recruiter to confirm if this was his test. "This is who I have been waiting for. I have been given 5 student medals, which allows me to enroll any mage I want directly into the school directly. If you are able to defeat this student standing, I would not hesitate to give you one of my student medals immediately, and you would not have to go through any enrollment process and would be admitted as a student of the Royal Mage Academy. With immediate effects, he defeat Ivor Dragonmere. You've got to be kidding me. I think I might be in a dream. Hey, let's bet if that rookie win, I would start calling my name backwards." Now, it's clear the recruiter has a grudge with the young man. If not, why would he have a new student who is about to enroll fight the #1 expert of the 3rd year? I pray he comes out of it in one piece. We all know all the members of the Dragonmere family are all brutal battle mages. The students who had come to watch the fight all murmured as they converse with each other. Ooh, okay. Ivor Dragonmere, who had the #1 inked on his uniform, walked towards Alec, giving Alec the chance to really check him out. Even if the uniform they were wearing kinda covered him, his rippling muscles could not be blocked by the clothes. "Hi, my name is Ivor," he said, as he offered his hand for an handshake, and Alec shaked him back without no suspicious. And someone that was sitting around the crowd chuckled as he saw this little encounter. The moment Alec shaked the guy named Ivor, he noticed something unusual, as he felt his hand was gripped by a vice that was used to hold things by mechanic in his old world. It took a while for Alec to realize what Ivor was trying to do. He was trying to press his hand and make him shout in pains, but due to the sharp increase in strength that Alec had since he distributed most of his attributes point to strength, he was not affected. After 5 seconds, Ivor noticed Alec still had the nonchalant look on his face, and it made him angry since he used almost half of his powers. Ivor was surprised at Alec's ability to still hold on even after he had used half of his powers. He even felt he was being excessive here. After all, Alec was just a Tier 1 mage. Half his power was enough to even threaten some Tier 2 mages who were unprepared, because most mages were weak physically at the low mage stage. Expect those who went on to the battle mage path or bloodline path, and even at that, he was a member of the mighty Dragonmere clan. He had fused with the blood of a Tier 6 baby wind dragon, which had fully been devoured by his main bloodline, making him much more stronger than any regular battle mage. He was a genius and could not let anyone look down on him. "Arg, how dare you look down on me, a genius of the Dragonmere clan. I would crush you to mincemeat." Ivor roared as he finally could not help getting angry, and his iris changed into golden color, while the hands he was using to hold Alec started changing as an azure-colored scale covered his arms. And very soon his fingers turned into claws, and Alec felt the power being used to hold his hands was getting pretty much, and was starting to affect him, since his power stats was not enough to handle that type of strength, so he quickly passed his mana through the hands. And the invisible tattoo that was inked on his skin light up as the red salamander gauntlet appear, and finally tipped the balance back to a standstill. The moment the recruiter and the students saw the gauntlet appeared, they were all flabbergasted. The recruiter never expected the bumping he was underestimating to have such treasure such as a marked spirit weapon, though it seems quite weaker than the ones he has seen. But it was still a Tier 3 gauntlet. He was sweating deep down when he thought of how he wanted to send a Tier beast to Alec when he heard he was just a Tier 1 mage. Now he was feeling really lucky that the Elder have persuaded him to really find someone to do the job. Cause no matter how he pictured Alec in an arena with a Tier 3 beast, he does not see the beast winning. Thought Alec has not really made any moves, but with the confidence Alec has shown and the rare concern from the elders, he was sure that Alec was no ordinary person. After all, it was not easy to have a marked spirit equipment, though a lot of people have spirit amour, but it could never grow. But the marked spirit armor is able to awaken his own consciousness and skills. This was one of the old details that the Gordons family, or other mid-tier family, was unaware about. After all, only the ancient families have being able to really use the powers of the marked spirit equipment. The student all stared at Alec with envy in their eyes as they stared at Alec. Some were already greedy, but they already knew it was almost impossible to gain a marked spirit equipment by killing the old owner, but they still wished they could be as lucky as Alec. As they started jumping into conclusions about how Alec gained his marked gauntlet. Oh, I see where your confidence is coming from. But that was just 70 of my power. Let's see what happens when I go all out. Ivor said as he finally released all of his powers, and shock waves spread everywhere as azure-colored dragon scales covered all over his chest to form an armor, and his other arm was quickly covered by the same scales. But it was not as complete as the hand that was shaking Alec. His eyes has completely changes, and there was now a slit there making it feel like Alec was looking at a reptile creature instead of a human. Clearly, even if he had injected dragon blood, he had not really assimilated with it completely into his Dragonmere bloodline. As he only had one small horn poking out of his head, and he had no dragon might coming out of him at all, except from the domineering scale that was covering him. Alec quickly flashed his mana all over his body, and he fully unlocked the whole set of the red salamander armor. What his marked spirit weapon was a set. Bolton almost screamed as he felt like drawing out his hairs. He started thinking about how rich and connected the Gordons clan could be for them to be able to get a marked spirit armor set for a member of their younger generation. It was crazy that even the outer court elders of the Blaze clan didn't have marked spirits armor sets, they only had spirit equipments. While the inner court all had at least one marked spirit equipment crafted for them, and that was why they had a higher power than the outer court. Some exceptional and crazily talented genius among them have even more than one marked spirit armor. But still yet none of them had a full armored set of marked equipment. Only the core heirs and members of the ancient clan had the ability and wealth to have one. But just now the recruiter just saw a boy he called a bumpkin in his mind, summon something he craved for even in his sleep. He felt like slapping the face of any of those students who had greed all over their faces. Those idiots were so stupid to believe that they had a chance to earn a marked spirit armor just because they saw Alec summon one, and started talking about how cool they would also look in their own. So this is where your confidence came from, planning to take me on with a Tier 3 marked armor set. I must say I am surprised at your ability to subdue a Tier 3 marked armor set while being just a Tier 1 mage. But if you think you are going to be winning this fight with just this armor set, you must be joking, as I'm about to show you how wrong you are. Because as long as you don't have a Tier 3 mage strength, you would not be able to really use the main power of your armor, making you quite weak, like a quasi-Tier 3 mage. Let me show you what a real Tier 3 power really looks like. Ivor Dragonmere said as he finally snapped out of his dazed state and explained Alec's weak point, and that is the fact that Alec was not yet a Tier 3 mage, yet which means he had to use his mana to activate the armor. Meaning as long as he went out of mana, he would have no defense to stop Ivor Dragonmere. Ivor sent a lower punch straight at Alec's ribs region with his free hand, but before his punch landed, it was stopped by a bigger icy blue hand. And when Ivor looked over, he came face to face with Titan. He switched his vision to Alec, who smiled, and said, "Who said I needed my armor to defeat you? Nope, I just need it to defend myself till my babies finish their work on you." The wild smile on Alec's face reminds Ivor of a certain person he had seen who fights so recklessly among the Dragonmere clan. He quickly tried to break off the handshake so he could re-strategize, but the moment he tried to break free, he noticed his hand was being held in place by some light strings. He was shocked at the development of things, as he was not even aware of when the light strings was tied between his hands. His eyes flashed a much more brighter golden glow as he was finally able to trace the strings line, and he followed the strings line till he saw who was responsible for it. And he saw another weird-looking golem which had the upper body of a female, and the lower part was that of a spider, and it was smiling at him. How are you able to summon this monsters without me noticing?" Ivor questioned, with a serious expression on his face this time, when he felt the amount of danger those golem possess. "We just started," Mr. Genius Alex said. "Argu," Ivor Dragonmere shouted, as he finally unleashed a skill for the first time since he met Alec. "Dragon Claws." Ivor quickly freed his hand from Titan by forcefully yanking his hand from Titan's grip and swiped it towards the Hive Queen. He had already underestimated Alec, and he was not going to continue being nonchalant. He was finally ready to give his all, and he knew that if he wanted to turn the tides of this battle, he would have to free himself first, and that was why he had to take care of the Hive Queen first. Even if she has less presence, something was telling him she was the one he had to take out first. A dragon roar sounded the moment. He swiped his fist as a visual picture of an azure dragon claws swiped at the Hive Queen. The effect was so real. Alec felt he was looking at a real dragon swipe at his precious new golem, and was worried only for him to see a blur, and the dragon claw strike at the previous location. She had been with multiple wind blades slashing the arena ground. The clanging sounds were so disturbing to the ears. It was clear that Ivor's skill had an hidden effect with wind elements, and if the Hive Queen have decided to take the attack head on, she might have been sneaked attacked and killed by the wind blades that was perfectly hidden in the dragon claw's visual image. Finally, I'm free. Ivor quickly moved back the moment the Hive Queen dogged his attack. He had made sure to use his full power in that attack. He had two plans when he sent that attack. Either he killed her if she blocks the attack by using the invisible wind blades, or making her dog the attack. Either way, it was all to interrupt her. So he could break out of the small cage Alec was trying to weave him into, and there was no way he would be losing to Alec. What the fuck are those two? You have cheated by using help from monsters. Ivor Dragonmere complained as he pointed at both Titan and the Hive Queen, who were standing both at the right and left side of Alec, respectively, though he was not sure why, but he was starting to feel as if he would lose if he went against them. And he disliked the feeling. He, a mighty genius of the Dragonmere clan, was scared of a puny Tier 1 mage and 2 Tier 2 monsters. It made him mad as he looked at the recruiter, hoping that he would help shift things to his favor. But Bolton just sneer, open your eyes and look clearly. Those are not monsters but golems. He is a golem mage, and fighting with his golems are part of his strength. How can I ban that? Bolton said through gritted teeth, though he wanted to ban the golems, but he could have only done that at the start of the battle, not in the middle of it. If not, his biased attitude would be too obvious for everyone to read, which was actually not a good thing for him at the moment, considering he already pushed the kid to this level of hardship by making him face a Tier 3 mage, and not just any mage, but the Academy number 1 Tier 3 mage was struggling against him. If it was another recruiter, Alec would be allowed to enter for just even having a marked spirit armor set. Ivor looked at the golems, but this time golden glow in his eyes flashed brightly again, and the next second a look of surprise appeared on his face. HMMP, so you are a golem mage. Right here, right now, I will crush you and your elemental puppets, Ivor said as he finally got into a stance, staring at Alec in the middle, as he crossed his hand in front of him in an X format. He was scared of the power Alec had shown, but now he had heard he was a golem mage. He no longer feared Alec. He was underestimating him due to all he had read in the records of his clan journals on other mage path and clans, and felt Alec might now even have any battle techniques. And I would like to see you try, Titan said, as he got in front of the Alec with a wide smile on his face. One hand on his mace and another hand holding onto his shield. Come show me the power of a Tier 3 genius, Titan roared as he charged forward. He was Alec's vanguard, and was always the first to charge forward. Alec just stood and watched as they both cross moves, and it was clear who had an upper hand after the first encounter, as Ivor was able to duck Titan's swing and go for a punch straight at the waist. Due to Titan's huge body and Ivor's fast reflex, it would be quite useless for Titan to fight him on a 1v1, except he suddenly grew godly instincts to predict where Ivor would move next. Ivor was already smiling madly, as he could already picture the impact his punch would have on Titan. Dragon's strength. Ivor casted Inter Bloodline skill as the muscles in his arm enlarged, filling him up with a lot of strength. He struck down forcefully. But the desired effect he wanted never happened, as at the die-minute Titan was able to shift his shield with an almost unbelievable motion to block most of the attack force. He was sent flying because of the rebound, but at least he was safe. Ivor turned towards Alec. Since he got rid of Alec's bodyguard for a few seconds, he was ready to get rid of Alec before his golem comes back up. Even if he knew he could deal with the golem, it was still a pain in the ass to be locked in a fight with the ice golem. He tried making strides towards Alec only to find out his movements had been sealed again. He moved his neck since that was the only thing that was still responding to him. He looked and realized it was that weird golem's doing. Is this the only thing you know how to do? Hold down your opponents with strings. Ivor's question was anger in his eyes as he termed the Hive Queen a weakling who was afraid of fighting head on its not strings. It's called web idiot, and I'm not a fool like the ice fool there. to just ram into you like that. I would show you that I can defeat you much more easier." The Hive Queen replied, "Big talk for someone I'm about to cut to pieces." "Erg," Ivor screamed as his eyes turned completely red and his body started giving a weird killing intent. His killing intent was starting to form a shape. He roared and used all his power in pushing, breaking all the webs holding him down. "I will kill you first. Always felt you were the one. I have to take care of you," Ivor said as he rushed towards the Hive Queen, changing course instead of going after Alec. He was pissed off by the Queen abilities to stop in for few seconds. It could cost him his life if he was not careful. "Checkmate," the Hive Queen smirked, and about 5 metal spiders rose up from the ground and lunged towards Ivor. Punny things. Ivor was caught off guard, but as the expert he was brought up to be, he was quick to react to the situation and destroy them, but just as he was feeling the joy of destroying them, he felt pangs of pains from 5 different spots on his body, and he shuddered at the thought that he was not aware of another set of attack from behind. The first 5 metal spiders were baits for the main ones to strike. He looked at the Hive Queen, who still had a smile on her face like she got everything under her control. He wanted nothing more than to appear before her and rip that smile of her face, but he had bigger problems in his hands at the moment. As he could feel mana leaving his body seriously from 5 different places. Ivor was quick to react to the threat. He quickly stretched his hand behind him, yanking one of the spiders away. When he stared at the metal spider, his anger reached the peak as he used his strength to crush it. But an explosion happened the moment he crushed the spider, blasting straight in his face, though it might have only had the power of a peak tier 1 mage spell. It still disrupted his concentration and frustrated him when it happened. Since he was practically blind for about 2 seconds, the metal spiders seems to have an ability to steal mana and use it to reinforce their body. "Erg, I would break you to pieces just like the piece of metal you are," Ivor shouted in rage, as he used his mana to coat his body, spreading it all around High Body, while the remaining metal spiders on his body exploded. Flinging him far away, Ivor looked shocked as he stood up slowly while spurting a mouthful of blood. This made the audience shocked to the core. Before this match started, no one expected that Ivor would be in a tight spot like this, not able to do anything at all, but being played around by Alec's golems told them they have to keep their options wide, as Alec had not even moved from where he and Ivor had a standoff. He was still standing there watching all that was happening, with an indifference look on his face. It was like the battle going on had nothing to do with him. "Hope you liked my babies?" the Hive Queen questioned with a smile on her face. Her purple color eyes were staring straight back at him, as if they could see through all his moves. It was clear that when more than one of her metal spider exploded, the damage was not in the situation of a 1+1, but the damage multiples with each metal spider golem. The attack that hit him now could almost compare to a sneak attack of peak tier 2 life from you puppet. Bang! Ivor felt his head ringing as Titan whacked his head with a huge hammer made from ice, making Ivor fly away before he quickly shifted his position mid-air and landed on his foot. "Don't forget about me too." "Haha, Titan laughed as he rejoined the fight. His shield was already discarded, as the hammer he was holding melted away and quickly formed a 2 gauntlet. Ever since Titan stepped into the realm of tier 2 golem, he had this feeling of invincibility, and has not being able to really learn anything new. He had tried assimilating the weapons skills of Alec's other golems into his own to perfect a new battle style, but he had not being able to feel enough pressure that would really move him to the edge like that. The least he came to enlightenment was against that wind-controlling goblin, so when he was up against Ivor, the feeling of being destroyed have trigger a battle fever even he never knew he had. And he was freaky excited to fight. Alex smiled slightly when he saw this happened. This was what he was really hoping to happen. He had noticed that even if Titan's strength have increased, his weapon mastery could not keep up with his leveling skills, which made his combat skill inferior to his raw power, though he had defeated Legion. But if they were in the same realm, the situation might have been different, as Legion already comprehend the spear intent, giving him an edge. What Titan was searching for was his own battle style. Alec didn't want to get in his way of creating that. Ding, one of your golems has entered an enlightening state. The moment Alec saw this, he was fucking sure he was right for allowing the golems to take care of Ivor as they were growing in this battle, especially Titan. "Oh shit. You all are so troublesome," Ivor complained in anger, as he has not been able to get closer to the spider mutant, as he called it, or get rid of Alec, who was the controlling them. But worst of it all was the golem he ignored, thinking it was mediocre, has just slapped him on his face with a hammer and caught him off guard with an attack like that, just when he was focusing on the Hive Queen. Now he was totally clueless on which golem to destruct first before he would be free to fight Alec on a 1v1 are you a man or what? Fighting with your elemental creations without no balls to face me directly. Ivor complained from a distance. He was feeling helpless at the moment, as he had fallen into a disadvantage, as he was not able to get rid of the two golems. As they seemed to back each other up when something about to happen to the other, except from that they always fight individually like they were not even a team, it was clear for everyone to see that they had no synergy whatsoever. But them having each other's back was starting to turn into a problem, as he could not turn his back to either of them, to him since that spider-human mutant used her spider summons to attack him, from his blind spot. Titan has also used this to his advantage and attacked him too when he was focused on the Hive Queen Erg. Fuck it. I will just smash you all till you all can't get up again. I want to see how long you can last. Ivor finally threw all caution into the wind as he ripped his upper robe open, exposing his rippling muscles. He tied the torn robe around his waist as he lunged at Titan, and Alec could have sworn he saw the emotionless Titan smile. As he sent a punch straight at Ivor's claw hands, and like that punch met with palm-spreading shock waves everywhere as the part of Titan was filled with light blue lights, while Ivor Dragonmere's side was filled with azure color, looking like rainbow doused in water. Everyone was shocked when they realized that the ice golem did not seem lacking in power to Ivor anymore, but only Alec knew it was actually different, as he was still weaker than Ivor, who was a peak tier 3 battle mage, but he just comprehended a skill to help him deal with Ivor overwhelming dragon strength. Ding, Titan has comprehend battle skill, one-hit precision. One-hit precision, the ability to control the quality or condition of an attack, releasing all accumulated power at one point with utmost accurate. Again, Titan's emotionless voice sounded as he and Ivor broke free 3 steps back. This time he was the one who dashed forward as he kept on trading punches with Ivor. With the tactics of exchanging injury for injury, their moves became quite blurry as their hands were moving quite fast. But the main expert as Draco, Gordon, and Bolton Blaze could already feel that the golem was actually using Ivor to develop his skills. As he was already merging his ice element powers into the one-hit precision, making his two-fist glow brightly, and every of his punch seemed to cause ice shards on Ivor's body. After exchanging and trading blows for over 100 rounds, Ivor started noticing that he was getting slower, as the ice shards kept spreading all over his body. Even his hands have started feeling numbs, and even his wind elements was not helpful against Titan's ice shreds that have been spreading all over his body. The scales part of his body was still fine, but he was already feeling the drain in his mana, and might have to cancel his bloodline skill, soon exposing him to Titan's cruel fist, which would lead to a defeat. Stay out of this for now, Queen Titan, said to the Hive Queen, his voice having a tinge of threat as his red eyes stared at the Hive Queen purple eyes after Ivor broke free from the non-stop attacking. Titan might not be as fast as him, but when in certain range, he was able to land some destructive blows, and was more bulky than Ivor. His defense didn't even seem that worse from the defense. The dragon scales gave Ivor you such a fun killer, the Hive Queen pouted, as she controlled the 10-metal spider to circle around Titan and Ivor Dragonmere, who were already in the climate of their battle. The fight resumed back, but this time Titan was no longer using just his hands, but also his knees and legs to perform his new skill, making those area glow also. He was even able to pick the pace, and was not looking one bit slower than Ivor, and it was beginning to frustrate Ivor as he noticed the golem was using him in form of a grinding stone to level up his combat skills. Though he wanted to defeat the golem fast, he was aware that it was not possible anymore, and if either Alec or the Hive Queen joined in, it would just accelerate his defeat. Even Bolton Blaze already noticed this, and was already looking for an excuse to use and cancel this result that was bound to happen. Titan sent a punch over, and Ivor quickly locked his arm in an arm lock, and was planning on breaking it, but the gauntlet on Titan's other hand suddenly melted and reformed into a small dagger, and Titan used it to attack Ivor's rib region. Ivor Dragonmere was still occupied with trying to break Titan hands to have noticed that his opponent have changed weapon. He was hoping to receive the attack head-on, with his scales confident that he would be able to survive the attack, and would be able to break one of Titan's hand in exchange. To him that was a fair exchange, but the moment the dagger came close enough, he finally felt all his body go numb as his dragon sense acted passively, and his danger sense started warning him about the danger that was about to fall on him, and at that moment he twisted his body in an abnormal way, just like a snake. escaping the dagger hitting him on a vital spot, though Titan still pierced his left hand. Arg mmmmhh. Ivor bit his lower lip to hold the pain in. The audience was already shocked at all they were witness that no one said anything anymore, and Bolton was already ready to make his move, as he was not enjoying what was happening anymore. But Ivor quickly performed some acrobatic skills, making the gap between him and Titan increase. Titan tried to run after him, not giving him the time to breathe at all, as he was prepared to finish the fight. Wind Dragon Claws. But Ivor waved his hands towards Titan location while still being in the air. After fighting with Titan for a few minutes, all the proud attitude he developed about his combat skill disappeared as he just witnessed. A golem, not even a person but a golem, using him to learn more about combat skills. It was like a new computer copying the database of an old computer in few minutes. And since the old computer didn't want to have all his apps copied, he canceled the plug connecting them together. This Dragon Claw skills was different from the first one as 2 Dragon Claws manifested, and it even looked real as they moved towards Titan. To those watching it, it was as if they were watching a dragon's unleash his wrath against the golem. Their blood was pumping with excitement, as this level of battle was the type they rarely got to witness. And there is no doubt about it that this was going to help them on their part of cultivation after they went back to digest all they have learnt. Ice Age Shield. Titan placed both of his hands in front of him as he sent forth a lot of ice element out of his palms as the ice in the air quickly formed a huge pentagon-shaped shield in front of him. And different type of runes Alec have never seen before was seen forming in front of the shield as it started emitting an ancient aura. It was quite crazy, as Alec has never seen anything like that before. Ding, Titan has comprehend a mastery path. Combat Mastery Learnt Intermediary, LVL1. Combat Mastery Intermediary, LVL1, the ability to use any weapon you desire and use it at the level of an intermediary master. With more training you might unlock weapon chi s. Whoa, this just seemed to be getting more interesting, Alex said as he stroked his non-existent beards while staring at Titan, who was getting bashed by the attack of Ivor pushing him to the edge of the arena. But he was able to take the Wind Dragon Claw attack without getting injured. The ice shield was cracking, but was still stable, and the dragon claws that was attacking the shield had multiple wind blades around it clashing with the Ice Age shield. And the sound of metal striking on metal was quite evident for all to see that Titan would be able to survive this encounter. After he finished his acrobatics, Ivor finally landed on the ground while watching Titan struggle against his attack. He was about to lung out to sneak attack Titan as he was still defending against his attack, until a voice that he forgot sounded, and it really terrified him to the core, as he thought the owner of the voice was not going to get involved in the fight again. Web Cocoon Cage. The Hive Queen finally made her move as the 10 metal spiders that was around all draw the strings with all their strength, and Ivor Dragonmere noticed that while him and Titan were fighting, the Hive Queen was busy setting up a huge trap, waiting for him to step into it, and the moment he back away from Titan, he gave her the chance to tie him up in her big scheme of things. He had always felt she was the most dangerous one, and he always watch out for her, but the intense battle with Titan shifted his focus for few minutes, and he was paying the price of his negligence, as he could not even move a muscle at all, and no matter what he tried he could not break through the strings that was reinforced with the strength of 10 Tier 1 metal spider golem. This was not part of the plan. You were supposed to stay out of this. Ivor Dragonmere roared in anger. Who cares about him? He is not my master, the Hive Queen said with a shrewd smile, as she controlled the webs the 10 metal spider golems were producing, using it to cover up the immobilize Ivor Dragonmere into a cocoon prison. The webs have already reached Ivor's neck. The shame of saying he give up was too much that he kept resisting as he tried casting all his skills. But it all failed as the cocoon web just seems to be sucking out his mana and was transferring them to the 10 metal spider golems as they were getting bigger in real time. Break, Bolton Blaze just flashed, and the next second he was already in the arena stage. He waved his hand and flame rushed out from his palm, straight to the Hive Queen's web, melting it in the process, and giving Ivor Dragonmere his freedom back as he was released from captive. The Hive Queen quickly cut her connection with the webs as her 8 legs escape with great agility, leaving an after image in the place she was before, which was later consumed by the wave of flame that passed by. But while the Hive Queen was able to quickly escape the range of the flame attack, Her little babies, on the other hand, were not agile enough to escape the casual attack of a Tier 7 mage, and they were the ones supporting and reinforcing the webs to hold Ivor in the first place, so they were the first ones to taste the flame, which killed them without no mercy. Back down. Alec's voice sounded in the Hive Queen's ear the moment she reappeared on the stage. He knew she would be mad due to her babies being killed gruesomely, but allowing his latest and precious baby to go against a Tier 7 would just be turning her to pile of garbage. The Hive Queen quickly returned to Alec's left side, while Titan walked over to his right. You cheated. This match is void. Bolton Blaze said as he waved his in mid-air, levitating Ivor Dragonmere towards him, and the moment he was close enough he poured a potion inside Ivor's mouth. Alec's eyebrow was raised as he stared straight at Bolton, like he was expecting this result, but the means Bolton have used to express his stance had surprised him. He was displaying his level of thick skin without any remorse. It was shamelessness on another level entirely. Don't you have any shame? My cousin here held the advantage from the start to the end, and not only that, he was able to knock your precious genius of his pedestal, of being number one, defeating him flawlessly, without even having to move a single inch from his location, and you say he cheated. Draco said with his voice rising. The anger in it could be felt as he silently appeared beside Alec HMMP. Who are you to teach me my job? I have been appointed as a recruiter by this prestigious academy, and I have every right to say who is cheating and who is not. Bolton sneered as he replied. He was never ready to acknowledge Alec as a student of the academy, so now that things have gone haywire, he decided to remove his mask of pretending. The crowd finally realized that the recruiter, Mr. Bolton, might even not have been interested in recruiting Alec in the first place, but was just looking for an excuse to ditch him. And that was why he matched him against the best Tier 3 mage in the academy. Due to Alec being a Tier 1 mage, even the audience felt that the fight was easily Ivor Dragonmere's victory. But Alec gave them a shocker by knocking Ivor Dragonmere unconscious without even having to lay a hand on him. Yea, he cheated since he had his lackeys do the fighting for him, and that could not be counted as him beating Ivor Dragonmere. That's BS. We are from the Gordon's clan and we fight with golems. When has it become a crime to fight with your respective mage path? Why is it only my cousin that is seen as cheating because he used his golems? What of Ivor, who also used his dragon powers? Draco said, as he pointed at Ivor, who was just waking up from his unconscious state. Bolton Blaze only looked away like, then let's have a rematch, right now, right here, if you are so sure about your guy. Alec said, staring at Bolton straight in the eyes, making Bolton quite confused at his confidence. As he didn't want Ivor Dragonmere fighting again so soon, since he was definitely out of mana and stamina. And one look at him made him sure Ivor won't be recovering in the next hour, and he could not have Alec to wait that long. After all, it was already suspicious, having a Tier 3 mage fight with Tier 1 mage. And there was no way he would be allowing another Tier 3 mage fight against Alec, since they would only be more weaker than Ivor, and that would lead to their fast defeat. His confidence was already hitting rock bottom. Seeing how speechless Bolton was, Draco moved, seeing how you are not really helping. I would love to take my cousin to see the recruiter we came here for in the first place. Draco said as he placed his hands on Alec's shoulders and made Alec recall him golems, though he was shocked at the level of power his little cousin just pulled up. But he was aware that here was definitely not the place to be talking about stuffs like this. And just as they were walking away, Draco held a voice that really made him mad. Th small cap is chapter is updated by letter 1d55f, letter 1d560, letter 1d567, letter 1d556, letter 1d55d, letter 1d557. And where do you think you are going to? I would be taking that medal with you. What? That is not possible. I refuse to and won't give it to you since you have planned to cheat us from the start. Draco argued back. Well, I don't think you know where you are or even aware of the consequences of the actions you are about to do. You can't use the medal. I have laid my eyes on, Bolton said greedily, as he finally got a chance to look at the medal in Alec's hand properly. It was a medal that could allow over 10 people to enroll once, and there was no way he was missing out on it, even if he was not aware how a mid-tier clan was able to get their hand on it. We are still not going to give it to you no matter what you say. You then be prepared to die. Bolton's aura changed as few people classes in armor all showed up, silently stopping Alec and Draco in a circle. Draco looked shocked as he was not aware when so many mages surrounded him, even if they were stronger than him at the same realm level. Him not finding out at all means whoever was behind Uthais went all out, as he was suspecting that they used magic items to mask their aura completely. "Give me the metal, Uncle Draco." "What, Alec?" Alec's word woke Draco up again from his thinking, making him draw up wide fantasies in his head, as he thought Alec was about to give in just like he had been doing since ha ha ha. "Even the gods are by my side. Give it to your cousin fast so he could send it as a coward he is." Bolton made fun of Alec, as even him thought that Alec was trying to bend and let things slide as long as he have an easy way out like he did before when he needed a recruiter. Draco gritted his teeth in anger, about to blow and fight all the mages around, but every time he remembered his job was protecting Alec, he became restricted again. He looked at Alec and saw his clear gaze. "Trust me in this one, Uncle Draco," Alec said, and Draco put it in his hand. "Good, now pass it over, boy, carefully," Bolton said, as he was already shivering in excitement, as he thought of the rewards he would get if he was able to bring more kids from their clan into the school. "Crack, aw, damns." Bolton screamed in pain, but it was not physical pain, but the pain he was feeling was deep inside, as he just stared as Alec crushed the metal into pieces of dust particles. "How dare you?" Bolton Blaze shouted in fury as he pointed his finger at Alec. The look on his eyes were filled with hatred. He just wished he could lunge at Alec and rip out his throat from his neck. But an act like that would only lead to getting himself killed, since he was a recruiter of the school and attacking a member of any clan who came for an assessment. Could put bad stain on his record, leading to him getting expelled. After all, he just broke through to the Tier 7 Mage realm and has just being appointed as a recruiter for a short time. He doesn't have the type of connection those older recruiter monsters have that is able to make them get out free from any charges. If he fucked up, his rivals would be so happy to use that opportunity to fouquet him up. After all, the academy was full with competition, and only the strongest could survive in this feral environment. "Why do you look so mad? I thought you didn't want me using the metal to seek out another recruiter, so me destroying it should make you happy, not angry, except there is more to the metal than we understand. HMP, from the moment you said you wanted our metal, I have seen the greedy look in your eyes, so I made sure to destroy it, as I am very sure you would have done everything in your power to make sure we lost to you, and there is no way I would be letting you get it if I can't use it too." Alec explained with open hands. "When did you find out?" Bolton questioned. "Oh, that's much simple. It's from the moment you used your element. I had this calling inside me, and I knew instantly you must be from the Blaze family, though you tried to cover it up with the different armor. But even these masters who have stood up to stop us are all masters of fire element. Only one family controls all other flame element clans in the capital, and that is Blaze clan, so why would you let me go with something so good? It was clear that you guys were also the one that were trying to make things hard for us, and even if you denied it, isn't all this a bit too much of a coincidence?" Alec asked with a nonchalant smile on his face. Even Draco by his side was shocked at Alec's quick analysis. Bolton's raging aura went off the next instant like it was all a lie all along. He felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him. Even if it would never work due to his element, he knew the coldness he was feeling was not of the flesh, but of the souls, as he felt so cold inside of him. The fact that he was being read by a child was embarrassing enough, but the fact that evidence against him was provided with few words was a disaster to him, as the Royal Mage Academy Elder Council would hear of this, and his career under the academy might just be finished. And if he go back to the clan, he might just be sent to guard a city under the Blaze clan jurisdiction for the main time as a punishment. He could not compare to the other genius in the clan. He didn't even have one marked spirit equipment. He was regretting going so far with Alec now. He just wished he had let him go and not get greedy at his metal too. "I guess you have no reason to keep us here again. If that's all, we shall take our leave," Alec said as he walked in front, leaving a dazed Draco behind, who quickly woke up from his stupor and followed behind Alec. Bolton Blaze could only grit his teeth in anger as they walked away. He raised his hand up as signal to all the Blaze clan lackeys he had invited secretly not to attack. He had called them as backup. Though he could defeat Draco, it would be a shame to his reputation if he had attacked them for the medal. The lackeys in the academy he have invited would have being the one to beat Draco and Alec, do all the dirty work, and present the medal to him. That way, if an investigation occurred, he could put the blame on them. But Alec already linked the whole Blaze clan in the matter the moment he opened his mouth. And the prestige of the Blaze clan was not something Bolton could play with, as not even the inner court families could use represent the clan in public. Only those from the core family are allowed to represent the clan. If he dared bank on the Blaze name, and it backfired, he would not only lose his job, but his life also. As he kept thinking of what to do to salvage the situation, he saw someone riding on a wave of ice over to his location, and he gritted his teeth. Not those bastard from the Zero clan again, Bolton muttered to himself. This is going to get to the ears of IA, you can trust me on that. The man riding on ice said as he surfed away, leaving a trace of melting ice on the spot his ice snowboard just passed. I would kill that bastard from the Zero clan with my hands one day, Bolton said under forced breath, as he looked at the back of the surfing man with deep hatred on his face. The ancient Zero clan has the same heritage and prestige as the ancient Blaze clan, but this two clan never like each other. They has always been at each other's throat. But they worked together in the ancient era when the second dimension creatures attacked, so after then, it has changed from pure hatred to pure competition. Though they have been in term marriage between both clans, as they hope their next generation awakens some type of super hybrid power or ability that old merge both elements. It has all been a failure so far, but still yet this marriage have not stopped them from still having it to go against each other to see whose clan was the greatest. Either it's the flame element Blaze clan or the ice element Zero clan, they all have their victory and loses in all type of rivalry they got involved in. Alec was saying before Draco cut in, you really think about a lot of things. I had no choice but to think with my head after all that was happening around me. I was not given a chance to trust any of them. I was only sure of my suspicions when the recruiter was so adamant on getting me assessed by himself. What was more interesting was that he was intentionally waiting for a student. Please, how many recruiters behave like that? Because before I left, I did a little investigation, and I found out the recruiters were aloof and rarely even gave audience to young blood like me. Only the elders of reputable clans or those who have the school medals could have an audience with them. Draco thought of everything Alec was saying and found out there was some particles of truth there. He was just unaware that Alec was not really the one who did the investigation, but it was Agnes who was quite knowledgeable about the world. And I'm sure he has just being promoted. He lacks the stability any tier 7 mage have previously seen. Have you are truly a genius. Draco commented as he praised Alec for his fast-thinking capabilities. There is something I do want to know about. If I'm not wrong, the Dragonmere clan are said to be in the same rank as the Blaze clan, if not even stronger, so how come I felt the person I fought with is so weak? Alec asked Draco as he kept walking ahead, as he was already interested in knowing the Blaze clan power since they crossed him today again. Well, I guess I have to explain the layout of the ancient clans for you. In all ancient clans, there are 3 ranks just like most sects. It is unlike the mid-tier clans where everybody are seen as family and are loved equally, or where we all fight together. In the ancient clans, there are always factions who have different objectives, which always lead to internal fighting. That is crazy, right? Why would families fight amongst themselves? Alec asked with a perplexed expression. The ancient clans might have a lot of resources and rare equipments or scrolls on how to forge rare stuff that has never been seen before due to all they've gained from the old era, but that doesn't change the fact that they are a much bigger clan than this new clan's their experience and accumulation over time is insane, but they can't always provide for all the numbers they have, and that is why they encourage all the internal fighting to get rid of all the weaklings in the early stages, while the strong who survived continues getting stronger. That was the rule of the ancient clans. Only the strong gets to dictate. In fact, most of the high clans in the capital are following their footsteps, trying to recreate the legend, where the stronger ones emerge in times of pressure. Alec was shocked at the revelation of how the ancient clans operated, even before coming to the capital. Him and his buddies have all pictured and imagined different ways of how the ancient clans were able to stay at the top, including how they have the best cultivation manual from the old era that their ancestors passed down, making them stronger. But he and his buddies never expected that they fought against each other. The first rank of the ancient families are called the core members. It consists of only one family. Even the female member of the core members rarely married out of the family. Instead, they look for strong individuals to marry into their clan, gaining another strong expert, and also opening up a chance of having an offspring that is more talented than their old generation. The core members are the main clan. They are the dictators and the ruler of the ancient clans. If we had that type of system in our clan, then the patriarch. My father and all the elders with their offspring are going to be termed as the core clan. Draco explained and still gave explanation using the Gordon's clan as an example so Alec could understand his point easily. After the core members comes the inner court clans. Those are the children that was given birth to with other high clan bloodline, but didn't awaken fire element as their primary elements. They might be incredibly strong, but won't be allowed to enter the Blaze core clan until they awaken a very strong fire element and perform a great deed for the clan. We the Gordons clan, on the other hand, don't discriminate any of our members born like that, since we all see family the same way. And lastly, the outer court families of the ancient clans are the last rank and stay close to the gate areas in each clan. They are seen as the subordinates of the ancient clans, as they are the product of intermarriage between the inner clans and other smaller clans that want associated to the ancient clans. They are not really valued like that, but still yet they do the dirty work of the ancient clans, getting rid of any threats to the clan, hoping one day they would get recognized and be accepted into the inner court clan and join one of the battling factions. It's more complicated than that. But this is the explanation I can help you with. Draco said. We have been trapped, Alec. Alec squinted his eyes as he tried to notice what his uncle meant by they were trapped, but he could still not see any difference as the people were still walking around. Don't let all the people you are seeing fool you. We are inside in an illusion already. Come out already, it's already getting boring, Draco said after trying to find a loophole in the trap formation, but found out it was useless as all he did seems to result to a total failure on his part. What sharp perception. My information were not wrong. You are definitely a strong mage to be able to sense the lost city illusion formation. A voice traveled straight into their ears, breaking the false image they were seeing as everywhere finally turned transparent, and they saw a big sphere, blocking them from the outside world, making it seem like they were isolated from the main world, and 5 men appeared with them in the sphere. I thought as much. There is no way the wind would suddenly turn bad without bad people polluting it, Draco sneered. Even if the remaining 4 wore mask, I never thought you would also consider wearing mask, Mr. Recruiter, Alec said, identifying the man who stood in the middle of the masked men. You are too sharp-mouthed, Ted, for my liking. It's like you were not taught properly in your clan. Don't worry, I would teach you very soon for your clan, by taking you to the underworld. Bolton Blaze said, as he removed his mask, revealing his identity. How dare you attack us? Have the academy now become so corrupt that it has been run by the likes of you? Draco asked in a forced tone. It does not matter what you say, tough guy. All I know is that none of you are leaving here alive. I would kill both of you here to cleanse myself from the humiliation you brought on me, brothers. No more talking, attack, Bolton Blaze said as he pointed towards Alec and Draco as he ordered his friends to charge. He was assured that neither Alec or Draco would be able to survive to tell the details of what happened to them. Bolton Blaze might not be a reputable person in the academy, but he had the Blaze name behind him, so definitely getting some of the lackeys who worked for the Blaze clan was quite easy. He might be from the outer court and might be treated as slaves by the core clan, since they believed they could never amount to anything, but it was different to the lackeys who found any opportunity to kiss ass of any prominent members of the Blaze clan. And Bolton, being a petty person, he could not get over the fact that he was embarrassed by a kid and decided to kill he even after the warnings fro the clan. And that was why he used a sphere that would isolate them from the rest of the world. Stay behind me, Alec. Draco pushed Alec behind him. As a glaive appeared before him, he quickly took a stance. Out of the 4 mages, 2 dashed towards him while the other 2 stood behind and summoned their staffs and started casting spells. Draco's face fell as he calculated the mage's level from the energy level in their body. Do you think you can stop all of us? Key. Wishful thinking. How dare an ordinary tier 6 mage think of confronting tier 7 mages? You should just give up, and we might give you an easy death. The guy who was leading laughed as he already saw Draco as someone who was already dead. Ignesia, Archero, come out, Draco shouted, and 2 lava golems came out from his space pouch as the fire emitting from them seems to burn everything. Their body consisted of stones that looked burnt with lava connecting them together, making the lava look like their blood streams. They both had horns on their head and were both tier 5 golems. Draco casted another spell again, and the both golems joined together, and the aura coming out of them increased as one golem came out of the merging, which was much taller, had a big long sword, and 4 horns on its head, curving in a way to make it look like a crown. And its realm had already reached the tier 6 golem realm peak. D. Die. The golem stammered as he slammed his long sword on the ground, cracking the ground as lava erupted from the ground, but the 2 mage who were dashing forwards just leaped and were able to avoid the attack. Just where I wanted you bastards, a voice traveled to their ears as they were still in the air, and saw Draco leaping up to meet them as he supported himself with the tall golem back of his golem. His body flashed with the color radiance of earth and fire elements as they seemed to merge together before moving on to his glaive, turning the sliver-colored glaive to a flaming glaive. Combination skill. Lava glaive super slash. Draco did a spinning slash in midair as he held onto the glaive with both hands, making him look like a flaming tornado in the air as he slashed at both Tier 7 mages, sending them few meters back, as there was a long line of lava on their chest while he gracefully landed on his feet. What the fuck was that? It fucking hurts. What do you mean it hurts? You are all fire mages. You should have fire resistance. But you are all screaming like bitches while facing a Tier 6 mage. Don't you have no shame? Bolton shouted in anger as he saw the people he brought with him being pushed back, despite them being Tier 7 mages. That is no fucking flame attack. It moved freely like it had the flexibility of water, and it was more hotter than any fire attack that I have ever seen. This guy is dangerous. Move, we would finish this. One of two mages who took the pure magic path said as they have finished, casted their spells. Tier spell Flame Shackles. One of the magic mages said as he directed his spell towards Alec, and the flame's energy around him turned into big chain shackles. Draco cursed when he noticed that he was not the main target of the attack. He had been so distracted trying to push them away from Alec that he forgot they also had mages that didn't have to go through him in order to attack Alec. His merged golem quickly moved in front of Alec, but the energy coming from the flame shackle spell was so strong that it knocked the golem away after the flaming shackles chain slapped him away. But this small intervention from the golem was able to buy time for Draco to move closer to Alec. Got you where I wanted, idiot. The second magic path mage sneered, and Draco could already feel sweat buds all over his body as his danger senses were blaring. He quickly adjusted his glaive before him to defend against whatever trap they might have set for him, using Alec as a trigger. Even if the glaive was not a spirit-marked weapon, it has been with Draco since he was a Tier 4 mage, making them share a connection. Tier spell Dragon, Flaming, Breath. The name of the spell was being pronounced one at a time, but it felt like the whisper of death to Draco, as that spell was a high-tier spell that affected a large range, and that means he won't be able to protect Alec too. Argu. Draco shouted in frustration at his inability to protect Alec. He had never really wished he was a Tier 7 mage than today, and just when he felt all hope was lost, a deep and profound voice was heard breaking through the illusion formation. Who dares touches the heir of the Gordon's clan? The sphere they were so proud of seems to crack, and Bolton was already having a bad feeling about it. Retreat, they have someone watching over them. Only a Tier 8 mage could do damage to the sphere, which means whoever is responsible for that attack is close or might be a Tier 8 mage and could kill us all easily. Bolton Blaze said as he was running towards the edge of the sphere with a medal in hand that had a lot of ancient engraving on it. Too late already, the voice said again as the sphere that was formed by Bolton shattered into countless pieces, only for them to see they were in another sphere, but this one had a tinge of green too in its color. Understanding that they have been captured, Bolton still tried to use the medal he had on the sphere, but his move looked comical as nothing happened no matter how he tried. He turned towards the 4 mage by his side. The look on their face said all that was on their mind. They were terrified as none of them ever wants to fight a Tier 8 mage, as no matter what they might do they would always be nothing but ants in the eyes of such expert. We have not offended you, elder. So why have you decided to block our path? And I don't believe you can kill me. I am from the Blaze clan and am following through with the clan's wishes. Bolton decided to play the clan card, as he found out he could not escape from there with his own power, so he decided to use the domineering name of the clan. After all, they were highly respected and feared. And that made a lot of clans stay out of the way of anybody related to them, as they don't want the retaliation of an ancient clan. A loud sneer was heard after Bolton finished talking. Both Alec and Draco was looking around trying to find out who was nice enough to have helped them out, but there was still no one in the sphere with them. How dare you try to intimidate me with that name? Hee hee. Do you think you are worthy enough to call that name in this situation? Or do you think I can be threatened like that? No matter what happens, you're someone I have to kill. Spear 1 Dragon's Arrival. The voice sounded again, and this time they saw an image of a green dragon being formed, and a dragon roar traveled through to their ears, even before the dragon moved. And even though Draco and Alec heard the dragon roar, it did not seem to affect them at all, as they only felt the domineering aura in the roar that represented a will of supreme. But the same could not be said for Bolton Blaze and the lackeys, as their eardrums were bleeding with blood, as they tried to block their ears to prevent their eardrums from bursting. Just when they thought the attack was finished, they saw the dragon moving towards them as it was emitting a sharp and steady chi as it moved towards the Blaze clan lackeys. And they all brought out defensive equipments they have been saving as they tried to stop the attack together while shouting in desperation. Useless, the voice sounded again, as in this time they were all able to trace the voice of the person. He was hidden in the big dragon head that was heading for them, with a spear in his hand, and he was wearing a robe which had a cloak tied to it with the number 4 inked on its back. Old Fourth, Draco gasped, and Alec was quick to notice that the robe the man was wearing was one of the Gordon's clan's clothes, but he was sure he had not seen him before, so he just assumed he was one of those elder that is always in seclusion spread out. That way his spell won't be that effective. Bolton quickly said as he came to a conclusion. Woody now. The man inside the image of the green dragon said, and vines came out of the ground and quickly went round their bodies. Wood Golem's skill entanglement. Another voice sounded, looking as if it was an elderly man speaking, and the vines that wrapped around the bodies of the 4 lackeys hardened, becoming strong and tight in their body, making it impossible for them to even make any movement at all, and brought them all straight into the path of the man attack. The dragon's images clashed with the 4 mages, causing a bright light to burst out in the process, as they all died after the dragon image consumed them, and when the light disappeared. 4 bodies fell on the ground with obvious spear chi attack on the decapitated body, as a long cut separated their body into 2 from their head. And there was still a lingering spear chi on the cut, giving the overbearing feeling of wanting to slash everything apart. Bolton was already shivering in fear and urinated on himself in fear while shaking. There was no intel saying anything about the Gordons being watched by someone even more stronger than them, and that was why he had decided to ambush them. He was only able to survive since he ran first and fastest, so he was able to evade the range of the vine entanglement attacks. Do you know who I am? How dare you attempt to attack me? I guess you never expect something like this, right? Spear 2, Jungle King coming. The man quickly brandished his spear and sent a swipe straight at Bolton Blaze, and a mental image of a tiger leaping from a hill appeared behind him. As it dived straight for Bolton Blaze, with the spear chi merging into the mental picture of the tiger, whom able to merge your chi with mental image already. I see you are almost at the tier 8 mage realm, another voice sounded, and a fire bird appeared before Bolton Blaze and blocking the attack for him. There were series of clanging sound as the mental image of the tiger and the fire bird clashed several times in the air before the tiger image disappeared in the air as the chi inside it run out. Who the hell are you to stop the person I want to kill? The man protecting Alec and Draco said in anger as Alec was finally able to see his face, as the hair that was covering his face were no longer blocking his view. His long hair all started levitating as his anger started rising, and his face was finally shown. He looked quite old, but Alec could swear the man had a striking resemblance with Brandon, but an old version, and that sneer on his face it held great arrogance, except from that he had a sword scar on his right eyes, but it was still open with red light flashing from the eyes. The Fouquet. Is he the 4th elder that has been in the wilderness to train all this while? Alec asked. Don't tell me you are just noticing that. There is only one Gordons who used the spear that well, and he is the one called Spear Mad Man, Draco replied Alec. Inside the Gordons clan. Arthur and Brandon both sat down side by side as they were cultivating in Alec's backyard. It has been quite quiet ever since Alec left, as even both Agnes and Knight rarely came around these days that Alec was not around men. Cultivation is starting to seem like a drag these days, and no matter what we do, we just don't seem to be making no progress at all. It's like we're stuck. Arthur complained as he broke free from his cultivation stance, lying down completely on the floor as he looked at the sky. I think the word you're looking for is that we have reached a bottleneck, Brandon replied, and he had a stone flying towards him the next moment, but he was lucky enough to notice it on time and dodge to the side, letting the stone fly by. Do you think I don't know that? I just can't explain why it seems so boring without Alec. Arthur sighs. I guess he pretty much put pressure on us every time, bringing out the best from us all the time. That way we were always on our toes. That pressure and friendly competition is what pushed us to improve that much, since we never wanted to be left behind and feel like we were not even as important than his golems. Brandon explained. You see where that left us now. We always draw with all the golems, while a few can still gain a certain advantage against us. If we ever let our guard down fighting those golems, make it seem that all my efforts in cultivation is not worth it, and Legion can clearly defeat us easily as long as he has a spear with him, and when we thought only Titan was going to be a next-level boss, Alec just had to go create that new monster. I had a creepy feeling just staring at her. I even feel she is more stressful to face than Titan, Arthur said with stars shining in his eyes. I can't wait to fight against her and improve my combat ability to another level. Considering how all of Alec's golems all have different combat skills, I'm sure hers is the same, and the curiosity to just clash with her had never quenched one bit. Same here, brother. Let's cultivate. We can't fall too far behind. We must catch up to Alec fast and fight side by side with him. When the next Blood Moon battle we would fight occurs, Arthur motivated Brandon, but was also pushing himself on, as there was battle intent visible in their eyes. In another place inside a dark room, a girl could be seen practicing her spells, and she had 2 earth golems that were on the other side receiving her spells, defending against her barrage of spells, while also trying to evade some of them. She snorted after finishing her mana. She was not pleased with the result she had seen. After watching Alec's golems fight, there was no way she would be proud of her new creations. After all, she wanted to be a worthy rival and competitor of Alec. And she had been thinking of what to do to increase her powers, and it occurred to her that her clan had an innate ability to control golems, so she decided to learn the golem path at the side. After all, no one complains about having an extra helping hands, but she finally realized that splitting her mind into another to perform some ordinary basic commands were not as easy as she thought. Due to seeing Alec just giving orders to his golems, she felt it would have been easy like that for her, but she had been hit big time with not only how her golems was not smart enough, and was also more slower. The only thing they were good at was that the golems she created had a bulkier defense and had no problem taking a beating. Though she was disappointed, but when her father saw her creation, he was quick to change her mentality about not putting herself in the same realm as Alec. After all, the elders of the Gordons family all thought of Alec as the one with the best talent for golem path, and they all hope he would lead the clan in the future to new heights in his knowledge. He even told his daughter his embarrassing moments of trying to craft his own first golem back in the days, making her laugh, and removing all the smog and negative emotions she has been having all this while. All this helped her realize the good qualities of her golem. It might have not been perfect like the ones that Alec always created, but at least it was a big upgrade, so she decided to train her skills, accuracy, and proficiency on the golem, since it could take some hits. This also helped her to train her spells, but was also able to know the limits of her golem defensive abilities. I wonder how he is doing. Come back fast, Alec. Agnes, though inwardly, as she finally collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. It had been Alec's idea to use every drop of her mana when training and let it recover naturally without any use of medicine or external help. Alec was so sure it would help speed up her cultivation. After all, she chose the magic path. And from all the comics that Alec have read in his past world, he had seen this theory and has tried it himself. Though it only helped boost his X by +10, he was not bothered about it, but for people like Agnes and his brothers who didn't have the system help in advancing fast, this could be their own way of breaching the gap and accumulating enough to break though the next realm or rank. Inside the meeting room of the Gordons clan, 2 of the most important people were sitting and watching for the rest to join before their meeting could commence. The patriarch, who was sitting in the middle of the thrones, on a throne that looked much taller than the rest, could not help sighing. Are they not here yet? The patriarch asked in anger as he stared at the Grand Elder. I know you're not blind, so why do you have to ask me that same question every 5 minutes? It's starting to bug me now. The Grand Elder replied in annoyance, and the patriarch snorted in response. I guess we would begin when 2 people come. We can't keep waiting and hoping all would answer our calls. I still don't understand how they don't have a chance for family meeting when they practically do nothing. The day-to-day running of the clan is being handled by us. The patriarch complained, but he started feeling as if he was being stared at dangerously, and when he turned he could see the Grand Elder's stern gaze, and he laughed nervously while raising his hands in the air. My bad, He. It was just a joke. Most of the work is done by you, the patriarch confessed before the feeling disappeared. After all, he had been dumping a lot of his duties for his brother to clean up. If I was using that time I spent on the clan on myself, I might have become a tier 8 mage by now, the patriarch bragged as he thought of the other clans where the patriarch didn't have to do anything but make decisions, and the clans still RNS as the elders take care of the day-to-day job. In those clans the patriarch was the boss while the elders were the subordinates, but in the Gordons clan it was the other way around, as he is always feeling the patriarch in this clan meant scapegoat, as he was the subordinate of the clan instead, having to help it grow. Luckily, he had his brother, the Grand Elder, by his side. And for one, he was wondering why his own clan was not the same way with the others. He was already tired of his job and wished he could pass on the mantle of being the patriarch to Alec already, so he could act as carefree as he wanted. Never to be held down by responsibilities to the clan again after his retirement. I knew I was born into the wrong clan when I was giving the position of the Grand Elder since I was a kid. Every elder run from their title and don't do the work, but all love acting mysterious and collecting praises from the clansmen. What a bunch of PSSY, the Grand Elder complained in foul tone, and the patriarch was shocked at his brother's outburst, but decided not to say anything. The awkward silence was so weird that he even thought of going out with an excuse, but someone started coming in the hall. With a naked upper body showing all his rigged and rippled muscles, with a long black beard and a bald head, his fierce eyes were shining bright as he walked into the hall with a wine gourd in his hand. And a golden armored golem followed behind him as he entered the hall with a golden naginata in his hand. The moment both man and golem entered, the air in the room suddenly got heavy as the man laughed out loud as he made his way for the throne that was engraved with the number 3. It seems I'm still the first to come again today, so you want to bet who comes next? The third elder said while facing the patriarch with his shining teeth. Why not? What are you putting for stakes? I am staking a tier 6 power crystal of the flame department that was gifted to me recently. Make sure whatever you are bringing out must be of equal value. The patriarch quickly brought out something to use as stake as he laughed eerily. He might like having conversations with the Grand Elder when there was official business concerning the clan, or when their interest crossed path, but except from that they rarely talked much since he took Draco under his wing and made him the 7th elder. It's like his brother has been after him secretly, and he has been avoiding personal conversations that would lead to them talking about his past decisions in indulging into a father and son relationship. So when his 4th brother came, which is also the 3rd elder of the clan, he was quick to get himself busy. HMMP, the meeting would be starting now. So you all can rest about betting, the Grand Elder said as he heard footsteps. A few seconds later, 2 people entered the room, with one of them being the 5th elder, who was talented in bestial golems, and the man beside him wore the Gordon's clan robe with a cloak attached to it with the number 1 inked on it in a unique way, and it fluttered in the wind so freely, giving the 1st elder a heroic air. He was also Agnes' father. The 2 elder took their seats respectively in the throne that has their number now. What are we doing here again? I would appreciate it if we go straight to the point. I have something I have to observe. The 5th elder yawned as he explained tiredly. There was dark circles under his eyes, and it was clear to everyone in the room that he had been skipping his sleep. Well, who did you have in mind? The 3rd elder asked. I was going for old first, actually. The patriarch said. Well, I was going for old third. Too bad it crashed. Even if we had bet, it would have been void, considering they both came the same time. Yay, the 2 bastard just had to be so different. The patriarch sneered. Old 5th, I think you need a long rest. When last did you sleep? The Grand Elder ignored the banter of the patriarch and the 3rd elder as he focused on old 5th, who looked like someone who would fall asleep anytime soon. The 5th elder's eyes sparkled the moment he held the Grand Elder's words, as he remembered why he had not been sleeping that much in the few days. He got a big epiphany after seeing Alec create the Hive Queen, and he has started planning on creating something similar, but not with a spider demonic beast. Nah, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me much, I'm just passing through a phase, and it would soon be over, the 5th elder said. But the Grand Elder had his eyes on his younger brother's belly. Even his big belly didn't jingle. Definitely he doesn't just lack sleep, he has also been starving himself. I think I should pay him a visit later, the Grand Elder thought. First of all, the main reason why we called this meeting is to discuss some really important things that relates to the clan, and since we are partially complete, I would like to officially start this meeting immediately, as waiting for the rest of the elders might yield no results. The patriarch said confidently, like he was sure no more elder was going to walk past that door again. While staring at the elders sitting with them, the Grand Elder stuck his staff on the ground, and the whole room fell into silence as the distant voices they were hearing from outside the throne room before disappeared. I have set up the sound canceling skill, so definitely we can start without worrying about anyone eavesdropping on our conversation anymore. The Grand Elder said from the throne he was sitting from, which was quite close to the patriarch, with the number 0 on it. The patriarch said, and the people in the room all nodded their heads as they all have been informed, and have heard the new and even have a look of appreciation on their faces when they heard the opportunity was brought to them by their younger generation. Even the patriarch was caressing his white beards as he talked about it, as he made sure to single out Alec among all of the younger generation's children. The fact that his own grandson was in lead of this change makes him more happy, but when he thought about what he discussed with the city lord, in private his facial expression changed. Well, that is that. Now to the main issue. I want to tell you all that I had a private discussion with the city lord when I went to see off Draco and Alec at the space axis. The content of our discussion has to do with this next attack that would happen. His team has been measuring the energy level around the space gate, and they were assured that due to the high level of mages gathering in our city, it seems to attract a lot of goblins than last time, and it seems the goblins are finally getting serious with our city, and are pushing a lot of their energy expansion stones from their own end, as they are prepared to attack us with a greater number than the last time, and I think this time the mid-tier mages would have to join in the fight too, though most of the clans are trying to recreate Alec's tactics attack again, but the city lord is not that stupid. He is purposely leaving them to do as they want, as he felt it would be good to punish those who only fight when they feel they have something to gain, and never really help the city when there is danger, and are always the first to run off when the city is in danger, though I don't know why he would want a lot of life to be lost for such a small issue. Until he told me, the family suggested the city guards only protect the city gates, as they would confront the second dimension creatures themselves. The moment the patriarch finished explaining, the fifth elder banged his fat fist on the arm of his throne. How dare they request something like that? Are they trying to destroy our city too? The fifth elder ranted, what do you know? They feel they are going to kill all the goblins with Alec's tactics, so how would they be willing to share the rewards and battle merits with the city guards? The third elder snickered. Well, it seems there are still selfish and greedy people living with us in this city. I guess it's true what they say, that it was not worst when you have a god-like enemy, but it is truly dangerous when you have a pig-type team. Mate the grand elder cursed at those who propose such a thing. As I was saying, the city lord actually agreed with it. The patriarch said another word, which dropped another bomb in the room, as waves of exclamation was heard. I know what you all are thinking, but let me tell you, the city lord actually has been having a hard time managing his warriors under him. He has been losing quality soldiers after every blood moon, and if not for the gains they always get and use in cultivating other stronger soldiers for the city. Well, the city would have been breached a long time ago, and we all know this. So these family are actually worried that the city mansion's power has been increasing so much, and they were not able to stop it, since they actually needed the city guards' help to block the second dimension creatures, or the loses the city guards are supposed to have would have been from their clan. And no one would want to watch his clan get killed and still feel sane. Only the city lords of various cities who had great ambitions could go through such process and still rise up aspiring for more glory. So he decided not to tell the various clans that the energy level of the space gate have been increasing. The 5 clans from our city already felt this victory was in their hands, so they bribed the other 5 clans from the other 2 cities to ally with them to make the city lord accept their conditions. Unknowingly for them, he is also using them too to train his army in peace, without having to send them to another bloody battle to waste their lives. So how does this concern us? As long as I'm concerned, we are still enjoying our free leave. I don't care if all the other clans get wiped out in the first place, the first elder said coldly, making everyone look towards his direction, since they could feel a rare coldness from him. Out of all the Gordon's clan elders, he was the only one who rarely got angry due to being a jovial person, but he seems really angry right now due to the selfish attitude of the clans that were going to participate in the next blood moon. Now, that is where you are wrong, old first. Because even if they are that stupid, we are still riding on the same boat with them, which is this city. So if we behave like they are doing now, believe me when I tell you this. The troubles would come, and when it does, they won't be the only one who would suffer for their wrong decision, but we would also suffer, we who saw them but decided not to do anything about it. The patriarch said as he wanted to correct the first elder's view on the topic, but it seems to have a reverse effects, as he only ended up slamming his palm downward on the arm of his throne. Now that is where you are wrong. The patriarch face contort into a twisted smile, looking like an evil villain. Even the air around him turned completely wicked, like another person entirely. And the expression of all the elders changed entirely, as it has been long that they have seen this part of him. Me and the city lord have predicted that the blood moon battle would either end in a draw or a lose. And with the amount of people, we think those clans are going to lose while fronting the attack. It's enough to bring their clans to their knees in pain, as their gains won't ever be able to cover their loss. And that is where we come in. The city lord would give us 3 tier 7 origin pills if we agree to cut our 2 months holiday to 1 month, so we could participate in the next battle after this one, cleansing the shame they may have brought to the city, and making them see that things done by the Gordon's clan can never be duplicated. The smile on the patriarch face kept looking more evil, and evil the more he explained. The elders all fell into their thoughts when they heard that the city lord was going to give them 3 tier 7 origin pills. This was no longer a playing matter, as that pills could allow those tier 6 mages in the clan that has reached the peak have an easier time breaking through to the high mage realms after taking it. And it was still effective for a tier 7 mage. Even if it does not help them break through to the next stage, it could help them accumulate enough energy, making them progress fast in their cultivation. What are we still waiting for? We accept this offer. After all, the Gordon's clan ain't scared of fighting, the Thrid elder said excitedly, as he laughed out loud. He had been stuck at the tier 6 peak for a long time, and he felt that pill was just for him, and it came at the right time, as it would be able to help him break through to the next realm, making him finally join the ranks of the high-tier mages and be proud to call himself an elite. The patriarch looked at all the elders at the table, including the Grand Elder, and noticed no one seems to have a problem with the suggestion. Since we all agreed, let's all move to the next step in line. I have agreed to send 2 tier 6 mages for this battle. That pills are too fucking important to us, so which one among you would be going? The patriarch asked, as his smile finally changed back to the nice one, turning back to an harmless patriarch, but this time no one was taking him seriously no more. I have a new beast to observe, and it takes month, please. Excuse me from any event like that. The 5th elder was the first one to comment with nervous laugh. What are you scared of anyway? Your main golem is even a tier 8 golem. The patriarch complained with a shocked expression on his face, as he had never seen anyone so lazy as his brothers. You do know, I have to settle all the clan's private and public finances. You should not even think of looking at me, the 1st elder said. And the patriarch face-palmed himself as he covered his face with his hand. Tired of dealing with these old men, he felt bad trying to ask Draco to fight again, but even if Draco agreed, who would be the 2nd tier 6 mage? I would fight. That statement was said really low, but because of the importance of the words, it seems to reach every angle and corner of the room. The patriarch and the Grand Elder both exclaimed at the same time. None of them was expecting him to do that. Why you all looking at me like that? It's being long. I stretched my hands a little. It would be fun to toy around with those creatures from those second dimension creatures. Again, the 3rd elder laughed wildly. Okay, then I think we have that one settled now. There's something else I do want to tell you all. I contacted Old Fourth to watch Alec and Draco in the capital. What? Old Fourth? The 3rd elder exclaimed. I didn't feel safe sending them there like that. I have this bad feeling that the Blaze clan would find a way to fuck up with them. And after this, I made sure I call on someone I can trust to watch on them. So, is he finally coming back home? The 3rd elder asked while rubbing both his hands with a lot of excitement. Even the golden behind him started making weird mechanical noise, as it also became excited like its master. Yay. Then I think I already find my partner for the blood war, the 3rd elder replied with a sadistic grin on his face. I'm sorry to disappoint you there. He is already a tier 7 mage, already, the patriarch said, making all of the elders in the table surprised. You have a lot of guts protecting those who I want to kill. Who the fuck are you? The man who Draco said to be the 4th elder of the Gordon's clan started spitting cursing words at the mage who was still in the air while standing on top of the Firebird's head. Friend, I think you should let this one go because of me. Give me face and let this junior of mine go, the man on the Firebird said. And the 4th elder spit on the floor in annoyance. Alec was really flabbergasted as his unyielding attitude. Give you face, my ass. Is that how to apologize for someone? I feel like you are commanding me, and I hate that feeling. If you want face, you would have to earn it. Take one of my spears. The 4th elder leaped into action, once again, not even bothering to talk things out with the man on the Firebird. Spear 3, Jungle King roar. The 4th elder's hair flutter in the air, giving him a rare wild charm as he rotated his spear while still in the air, and a transparent picture of a big white tiger's head formed behind him. The visual looked so real that even Alec and Draco felt they were looking at a real tiger, but they just don't understand why it would have such a big head. The whiskers, the fierce face, and fangs on its face made them realize that this was a martial skill that have passed their understanding, as they have never seen a skill as strong as this, that also gave them the expression that the thing they were looking at was real. The moment he stabbed his spear forwards, all hell broke loose, as the tiger image finally opened its mouth and made that roar that Alec and Draco had been waiting for since they heard the name of the skill. Even if they wanted to see the skill, The destruction it brought was not something they were expecting, as the dimension sphere broke into pieces like shattered glasses. And Alec had to cover his ears as it was hurting him seriously, even if he was not the one being targeted. Even Draco was having a hard time with his ears. On the other side, Bolton Blaze's expression was the worst of them all, as even though the Elder on the Firebird was using his mana to shield him from most of the pressure of the sonic attack, he was still bleeding from his ears, as he felt they have been slightly damaged by the sonic attack. And he felt if it was this disastrous when the Elder was shielding most of the attacks, then what would happen to him if he took the attack head on? What a great skill you have there. But I'm afraid if not for your sphere, this whole area would have been brought down to nothing but rumbles. I'm sure you don't want the Royal Legion coming against you, or the Academy coming for you, when you kill him in front of everyone's eyes, the man on the Firebird said with a slightly evil smile on his face, as he felt everything was in his control. It was this moment that Alec realized they were back to the main world. The man on the Firebird looked at the fourth Elder who had mysteriously hidden his spear. That's enough strength for you to let me go, right? The man asked with that happy smile, which still made the fourth Elder mad from his trembling hands. Alec could tell he was regretting not killing Bolton first. How long have you spying on them in the first place, and what are you doing here? The fourth Elder asked the same as what you were doing here, to protect family. Just can't tell you how long I've been here, the old man responded. Oh, I see. You are part of the Blaze clan, I guess. Yea, but today I'm not here representing the clan, but I came representing the Royal Mage Academy. As an elder, the man said, as he pointed his hands towards Bolton and had him levitate towards him. Oh, I see. It's okay for your clan member to attack the heir of my clan, but it's not okay for me to kill him. Well, I hope you never come out of this capital, or you never cross path with me again, cause I promise you that I won't think twice about cutting you down, the fourth Elder said, as he walked towards Draco and Alec. The civilians were just looking at them weirdly. After the sphere broke, all they said was all heard by the people passing around, and it made them surprised to learn that the Blaze made a secret attack to kill someone, but failed in the process. But while feeling the aura that was being emitted from the fourth Elder, as he walked ahead, they were sure not say anything that would annoy him. Are you two just going to keep standing there? The fourth Elder looked back, and both Alec and Draco woke up from their shocked expression and quickly followed behind him. Bolton Blaze was gritting his teeth in anger as he saw Alec walking away. He knew he already fucked up big time the moment he failed to kill Alec, but his killing intent only increased more when he saw Alec turn back and mouthed, I will kill you before he does. Hope you know you're about to get into a lot of troubles, as all those young lad in the clan who are looking for a chance to replace you in the academy just got a chance you gave them with this big fumble. The Blaze Elder said, just kill them for me. They are still here. Lord Elder Bolton was almost screaming, his petty attitude getting the best of him. You fool. That man only stopped attacking because if he didn't want the academy hot on him, since the sphere has already broken and his actions were in the open. If not, you would be cut open now. And if you think I can kill him, you are dead wrong. He might be a peak tier 7 mage, but his attacks are really too lethal. Able to reach the tier 8 mage realm, and if I push him, we might really not be able to decide who wins and who loses, as he would finally that destruction power he is holding in. The Blaze Elder said, shocking Bolton when he realized the type of monster he had offended. The Gordons got back to their guest house and packed all their stuff, since the fourth Elder made it clear that the guest house was already being marked, since someone already gave out the info of them being lodged there. So he made sure they lodged in another guest house till after the blood moon. After all, Alec was not able to get the academy quotas, but at least he could get the second thing he came to the capital for. And that was watching how the second dimension creatures from an high-tier space gate attacks. After the incident with Bolton Blaze, the fourth Elder made sure that they never came out of the second guest house, as he was sure that the Blaze clan would be more determined to have Alec assassinate. Now, they have a better view on the type of battle power he has. When he heard Draco talk about how Alec had taken care of a tier 3 mage, he had been shocked and proud, but he still felt it might be an inferior mage who just used drugs to push himself to the tier 3 mage realm and has not consolidated their realm yet. But when Draco told him the person Alec defeated was a genius from the Dragonmere clan, he finally realized how much of a monster Alec was, and that was more reason he made sure they stayed out of the sights from the Blaze clan informants, as long as they are not ready to leave yet. And just like that, 5 days passed in a jiffy as the hour of the blood moon was arriving. Alec was really feeling nervous when he saw the moon in the sky turn red in the high tier gates. The duration of the battle is much more longer than the mid or low tier gates time, Draco explained, as he saw Alec looking out the window. Let's go watch a good show. Then the fourth elder said as he placed his hands on both Alex and Draco's shoulders, and their eyes both met each other, and they thought about the last time something like this happened, and they ended up landing in the middle of a restricted area in the city hall back in their city. They were not about to go through another Earth travel without confirming with their uncle not to dump them in the middle of enemies like the irresponsible patriarch. But no matter how they struggled, they were not able to break free or voice their complaints, as the fourth elder ran straight into the wall of their room, passing through the wall without breaking it. Alex, what the hell just happened there? Draco, sorcery. They both had different thoughts as the fourth elder was able to phase through walls like they were not there, and him able to bring them with him just made him a top target in Alec's mind, as he felt if he ever wanted to sneak into somewhere to steal something, he would always try to bring his fourth granduncle along. But they braved up and shut up, putting on a bravado face as they were free falling. Just when Alec lost all fate and closed his eyes, he felt the fourth elder finally landing on something, and when he opened his eyes back, he noticed he was still in the air. But different as he was in top of a wooden hand that raised them up, the fourth elder didn't even look back. He was watching the space gate that was about to open, while turning his back to Draco and Alec with his hands folded behind him. Alec looked behind and noticed that the thing holding them up was a type of Titan wooden guardian of a kind that looked like a treat he normally read in comics in his old world. This is the main golem of the fourth elder. The wooden golem guardian, Draco informed Alec when he saw how engrossed he got when seeing the wooden golem. Alec was overwhelmed with this giant Titan golem that he promised to have one of his own in the future when he remembered the entanglement vines that happened in the sphere, letting him realize that it was done by this golem. He finally turned his attention to the battle that was about to begin. And he saw armies and legion of mages waiting, most united in their own unit within scene to identify their clans as they quietly waited for the monsters to come out and them to fight. It was the first time Alec has seen them much mages in one spot, and also united without infighting as they quietly waited for the space gate to fully open. The wooden golem got close enough to the city gates where the capital city guards were protecting, and he gave those in his hands a better view on the battle that was about to happen. When some people saw the large Titan they used in watching the fight, they all started showing envy and disdain, though they all wanted to watch how the fight was going to happen. But the fact that only the royal city guards could be on top the walls was rule here, so they could all settle all that they could never watch except they could fly or were among those that were fighting. The fourth elder ignored all the remarks that was thrown at him, while Alec was finally able to watch the inscene of all the clan properly, until he saw an inscene with a floating golden color flame, and he braced himself since he knew which clan was that, and no matter how he wanted to deny it. He had that familiar feeling in his chest, telling him that they were family, though he didn't feel that way with Bolton. What he felt towards him was pure disdain. He looked at the person leading them and saw a lady sitting on a demonic beast mount. Her hair was left to flow freely as the violent wind blew it. She had an heroic aura around her. Her striking red hair and the frown on her face, her folded hand and red armor made her look like so beautiful even with the look on her face that is your father's little sister, Aurora, Blaze, one of the most talented young mages of this generation, reaching the Tier 8 realm despite only being just 25 years old, the fourth elder said. Making both Alec and Draco suck in cold breath, her achievement seems to just make her look so great at starting, the fourth elder said, as the high-tier space gate finally stabilized and the second-dimensional creatures started coming out. At first, Alec was surprised at the new race of creatures he was seeing, but when he looked hard enough, he was surprised to find out he kinda knew them. The humanoid figure, long tail, horns on the head, some had incomplete wings and scales running all over their body. They were the half-dragon species, but their scales was dark like tainted with dark powers. Those are the Dragonaics, one of the demi-humans of the second dimension. They are naturally born fighters, the fourth elder said, though only 100 Dragonaics had come out of the gates. The pressure they brought with them was enough to tell Alec that this creature was definitely on another level entirely. One Dragonaic roared in anger and dashed towards the starting line of one of the clans waiting in place. This action surprised Alec, as he was not expecting them to attack so unexpectedly out of nowhere. All of them are all Tier 6 monsters. Draco finally talked after a long time as he felt a lump on his throat. It was the first time even he was seeing so many Tier 6 gathered in one place. One mage from the clan who the Dragonaic was heading for quickly left the line and rushed towards him in attempt to stop his charge. Tier spell, Raging Waters. The mage waved his hand, and the water element in the air gathered, and a large waterfall appeared moving straight to the Dragonaic with fury. The spell made it seem as if they were over 10,000 horse galloping towards the Dragonaic, hoping to crush him under their march. That's a tier 7 mage. I think this should be settled fast, Draco said. I think you should watch clearly, as the Dragonaic can't be predicted like that. Like I said, they are born warriors and don't fear challenge even from those above them in power, and that is what makes them one of the scariest demi-human creature from the second dimension, the fourth elder said. The Dragonaic saw the wave of water coming towards him, smiled evilly, and leaped into the air and started rotating in the air on his way back down with his spiked tall in front of him. Tail/first form. The moment the Dragonaic said that, his tail started to light up in an even more darker glow than the rest of his scale, and when he finally stepped back down into the raging water spell. Tension was high as everyone was watching this at the moment. Even Alec Gordon had concerned expression on their face while watching this. Only the fourth elder watched on nonchalantly. The tail finally slashed at the raging water before the Dragonaic stepped into it, parting the raging spell into two. It was like a sharp hot sword was used to separate a large mass of butter as the raging water gave way for the dragon to land back on the ground. While rising up on both sides of him, the tail slash attack did not stop there, as a dark sword chi still continued onward to where the tier 7 mage was, and the Dragonaic, who were just watching before, started cheering, and were now running forward after one of them cancelled a tier 7 attack that easily. Seeing his attack being solved so easily, the water mage didn't even frown as he quickly slammed his hands together. Tier skill raging tide smash. And the two separate raging water started to come closer as they were ready to smash the Dragonaic in the middle. Tail/fifth form. The Dragonaic responded the raging tide skill with another form of his tail attack, as his tail started to rotate in an abnormal way, creating natural wind elements that caused small whirlwind that was enough to push the raging tide away from smashing him in the middle. You want to turn me to meat paste with this small pressure dream on, the Dragonaic said, as he kept on moving forward. But the water mage was not interested in exchanging words with him, as he casted another spell when he got to the raging water rain. Tier spell flood dragons into the sea. He pointed his hand in the air, and the water element gathered at the point of his index finger, and when he pointed at the Dragonaic, who was still struggling at the middle of the raging water skill. 7 flood dragons that was made of water elements appeared and started rushing towards the Dragonaic. They roared at the Dragonaic, sending sonic attack waves straight at him, making him lose focus, and pounced on him from different locations, and even one flood dragon bit down on the draconian tail, making the rotation stop, and the water raging skill was finally able to smash into each other with the Dragonaic still in the middle. The mage finally smiled after the long look of seriousness he has been keeping after being taunted by the Dragonaic. He was happy he was able to show off his skills so early in the fight like this. The Dragonaic that was rushing forward all stopped when they saw this. Their expression were all different, but there was no fear there, just surprised. The water mage used his mana to turn the raging water to a calm water bubble, which he moved towards him in hope of revealing the dead body of the Dragonaic. He expected to have been killed in the water pressure he imprisoned him in. But the moment the big water bubble came close enough, a scaled arm with 5 long claws moved towards him in a very sharp motion, and it was too late for the water mage to move out of the way. He tried using a water barrier skill, but the water barrier broke immediately. It was formed as the claw passed through it easily, and the sound of glass breaking was heard all over the battlefield the moment. The scaled arm broke the barrier, but that was not all, as the arm went straight to the mage neck, and the 5 claws was impaled into his throat, making the mage gasp for breath as he tried to remove the scaled hand that was holding on to his neck, but it was all to no avail, as the Dragonaic's strength was so strong that he was not even able to make the hand bulge a bit. A wicked laughter could be heard from the water bubbles as it finally broke through, showing a perfectly unharmed Dragonaic that looked like he just had a bath with his hair now wet. He raised the mage up, held the mage's shoulder with his other free hand, and ripped his throat bone and spinal cord out of his body, making the light in the image's eyes die out as he lumped to the floor, dying with regrets. And the Dragonaic who stopped before joined in laughing with the Dragonaic who just killed the water mage, as their face held great disdain, as it was clear now that their shocked expression was a mask and was not real, but except from that you could see the extreme battle intent in each of their eyes as they looked at the human mages and clicked their lips with their lizard tongues. He looked towards the clan of the water mage who were staring at him in anger, and he levitated into the air, while the remaining 99 Tier 6 Dragonaic joined him. What are you all waiting for? Do you feel sorry for your clan's man? Then don't sulk over there, and come revenge him. We shall entertain all Tier 6 mages from your clan. And don't worry, we don't gang up on our opponents, we all fight 1v1. The quest of battle boils in our blood. Don't hesitate to show us what you are made of before the main army arrives. But if you also want to gang up against us, we are ready to accommodate you, the Dragonaic said as an air of arrogance around him oozed to each direction with an evil smile on his face as his wet hair slept on his body. The clan where the water mage came from all look at their commander, who was seating on top his horse with a cold expression on his face. They all wanted to rush forward and kill those fucking Dragonaic, but after the crazy display of strength and overwhelming strength displayed by the Dragonaic, they would prefer to listen to their commander than go waste their life. Who the fuck is this arrogant bastard, trying to rile up the Tidal Wave clan with just one death? You must be new here, little Droggy. Go ask your old uncles who have been here to invade a lot of times. We killed a lot of your kind, and stop hoping you pen down. The leader of the attack force of the Tidal Wave clan said as he causally waved his sword horizontally. But the attack that he seems to send casually actually looked more terrifying than the water-raging spells by the last Tier 6 mage that was just killed as all the water elements in the environment moved along with the swing, sending a raging flood straight at the Dragonaic. The Dragonaic and his pals that was still laughing finally choked on their laugh as they saw their attack getting serious and set up both their hand in front of them in an X shape in defense. As even if they knew that the attack might kill them, they would still prefer facing it head-on, as that was how much they were battle-hungry to fight those stronger than them. Alec and Draco's facial expressions has changed so much in the last few minutes that all their previous facial expressions change they have had before during their stay in the capital could not add up. How is that even possible? Draco stammered as he saw the mage being killed like chicken in that fast standoff that didn't even take up to 3 minutes. I gave you a hint before, but it seems you never wanted to listen. I told you that the Dragonaic are naturally born fighters and are not scared of even those stronger than them, talkless of someone just one realm above them. They were born to do battle, and their battle-thirsty blood makes sure they are always in a pumped state, making life-threatening cases for them an easier way for them to evolve into perfect version of themselves. If they ever survive, so when there's run from danger, they embrace it with a tiny bit of hope that they will survive. You might not know this, but from Tier 7 upwards they evolve different and won't look so much alike again. As each Dragonaic evolved to a form which fits them better, making their already frighteningly battle power more frighteningly from Tier 4 to Tier 6, they look almost the same way, and they call it the youth stage in their race. It's a transition they have to face. And if you want to defeat them, the easiest way to come at them is with overwhelming physical strength, as they all have a degree of element resistance, so it's never easier for the magic path mages to kill them. The fourth elder replied with his back still facing Alec and Draco. Does that means that the battle mage path is much more stronger than the magic path mages? Alec asked almost instantly as he wanted to get all the information he could know. You see, the battle mage paths are always good for facing strong enemies in a 1v1 battle, but the magic path mages are able to kill thousands of soldiers in the middle tier realms by themselves. When they reach the high tier realm, they are the heavy firepower in every war, while the battle path mages are the aces. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. As a battle mage could not continue fighting over thousands of enemies, he would run out of stamina, so they only go for the commanders and those with great strength, while the magic path mages would just use an high-tier spell to kill hundreds. But anybody who is able to take both path to the extreme Tier 7 realm are seen as monsters, as it's never easy killing them on the battlefield. Now that I think about it, I still don't know which path you are following. Are you a battle path or magic path? The fourth elder asked. None, fouth elders, Draco. What do you mean none? What path do you now follow? The golem path of cause, and building golems that follow the magic and battle paths respectively. To me, the golem path is the best of all, and I'm going to prove that to the whole world one day. Alex said with a nonchalant face, but the confidence could not be hidden in those eyes if his as the fourth elder saw the fire in them burning brightly when Alec talked about the golem path. The fourth elder was shocked, but could not find any sentence to disagree with Alec. He even felt ashamed of himself at that moment, because even him, an elder of the Gordon's clan. But this was the first time he saw someone proudly and confidently saying they choose the golem path without no shame. I pray you keep having that type of thoughts. Only few important people our clans still believed in the path that was passed down by our fathers, saying it was our blood heritage. and as long as you believe nothing else matters, after all you are destined to be the next patriarch, and the patriarch has to follow the path with all his heart. The fourth elder was left in his thoughts, as both Alec and Draco had returned their attention back to the battlefield. Just as the water slash was about to decapitate over 100 Dragonaic that was still in the air, a wild laugh was heard throughout the battlefield, as a blur flashed from the space gate straight to the front of the attack. A large golden-black hand held onto the wave, stopping it from going forward and crushing it effortlessly, and when all the commotion was finished, they saw the face of the Dragonaic that stopped the attack. His left horn was much longer than the right one, as it curved backwards, making him look like a demon. His scales also had runes on them. And he had a wing behind him that looked like a bat wing but much bigger. Everything about him was screaming Demon Lord. He was looking really different from the previous Dragonaic, as even his scales color was golden black. The Tier 4 to Tier 6 Dragonaic clearly does not have a wing. Also, an expert of the Dragonaic race has arrived. It's either a Tier 7 or Tier 8 Dragonaic expert. Someone with knowledge about the Dragonaic whispered this statement among the line of the Tidal Wave clan, but due to everyone there being talented mages, they were all able to hear what he said even if he was only whispering. Don't you think you should pick on someone your own size? Why would you want to attack someone weaker than you? How do you get the satisfaction in that? The Dragonaic said with a very sick laughter. But the Tidal Wave leader only frowned when he felt the hidden energy of his opponent and didn't reply. But as he was thinking, thousands of units were rushing out of the space gate as Tier 3 lizard men quickly filled their Dragonaic side, and the Tier 4 to Tier 6 all consist of various Dragonaic youths which have not evolved to their specialized form also came out. The lizard men were clear a sub-race under the Dragonaic and were used as reinforcement to fight the low-tier mages, and since they had a high reproduction rate, it was easy for them to fill the whole battlefield. The Dragonaic army is here, the Tier 8 Dragonaic, who was still in the air, said, and as if his word was a trigger to something, everyone heard a loud growl coming from the space gate. The weaker soldiers could all feel their legs trembling, as if they have lost every will to fight. Slowly, Tier 7 to Tier 9 Dragonaic came out from the space gate, all looking different from each other. The only features that make them look like they were from the same race was that they all had wings, tails, horns, and dragon scales that was much harder than the one the young Dragonaic Tier 4 to Tier 6 Dragonaic are called youths had, as they had different colors to identify them. This way they would not be mistaken for each other. All the clans that was defending this area looked on, trying to figure out why all the high-tier members of the Dragonaic clan came out together, as it never happened due to their pride of fighting alone. Just thinking of fighting so many high-tier members of the Dragonaic race made the battle a very hard one. But their views changed when a big head poked out of the space gate, and they knew at that moment that this day battle was not going to be a very hard one, but one that had a hell difficulty level, as that was a head of a dragon. Not half dragons like the Dragonaic, but a real dragon. I do hope you all are enjoying the novel so far. Please don't hesitate to drop a comment and let me know how you feel reading it. But she just ignored him as she frowned while looking at the space gate. The guy from the Snake and Scene clan saw her ignoring him and felt embarrassed, but he still decided to reach out to Aurora again. Hey miss, I'm talking to you. He shouted, but she still acted like she didn't hear anything. But the guy by her side turned towards the Snake clan attack force leader direction. If you distract her one more time, I would cut off your head. And have your clan send another Tier 8 mage to replace you here. And don't get something wrong here, because we are all grouped together in 5, we don't work together. The remaining 4 clans here are meant to work for us to clear the tide of the Blood Moon, so don't let the fact that your clan just got promoted to the high clan tier to act reckless cause. I won't hold back, the Blaze guy said with his eyes sparkling light, but his smile was evil while talking to the Snake leader. The Snake clan attack force leader was embarrassed at the type of treatment he got from Aurora Blaze's second in command. Definitely their clans just got promoted to the high clan rank and was allowed to move to the capital. So he was kinda using this opportunity to show off and let his clan get more awareness, but he just realized that he messed with the wrong clan while trying to do that. He felt so stupid that he wished that the ground would just open and swallow him, as he felt embarrassed to be talk again after what just happened. I can see this is your first time being in a high-tier gate battle, right? A voice drifted to the ear of the Snake clan attack force leader. He quickly raised his head and realized that it was Aurora that was speaking to him, as she sat on top her red drake demonic beast mount that looked at him with a cold eyes. Yes. Sorry for earlier, I just wanted to know how the black dragon is supposed to appear in a high-tier gate. I was made to believe that they only appear in the peak tier gates. The Snake Clan attack leader said truthfully, as he was not ready to get dished again. My name is Aurora Blaze, the leader of this expenditure. Forget the fact they send you all here. You are nothing more than foot soldiers that they want to be used as cannon fodders for the almighty ancient clans, Aurora Blaze said, as she stretched her hand for a handshake. But even the Snake Clan's attacking force leader could feel the sarcasm in her voice as she talked about the orders of the royals that organize the clans. My name is Zerk Ouroboros, from the Ouroboros clans, but one thing and don't understand is why you seems annoyed with the royals with the fact that they send us here to be your cannon fodders after all. If you should ask me, we should be the one who should be annoyed about their choices, Zerk replied fast, after getting lost in Aurora's beauty for a few seconds. And here I am with 4 clans who have no alliance or synergy with my clan. The Tidal Wave clan is a subsidiary of our rival clan, the Ancient Clan, and that is why they have been doing what they are doing alone at the front without no request of help. Your Ouroboros clan is new in the capital, and this is your first capital Blood Moon battle. The remaining 2 clans are the Sea Serpent Sect and the Fangstrike clan. Those people definitely got no synergy in considering they must have had a reading of this gate, and still send them here. Don't you get the message yet? Aurora, as she looked to the front, where the attack force leader of the Tidal Wave clan ordered an attack at the Dragonaic with the rest of his clan mages, and both sides have clashed. The only good thing about it is that the Dragonaic were not used to ganging up on their enemies, as they all fought the Tidal Wave clan 1v1, while those Dragonaic that were without opponents were watching the remaining clans that were still waiting on the orders of the Ancient Blaze clan before they attacked. I see now someone is trying to fuck this expenditure up for you by making you lose, and by sending us here it is almost as good as signing our death warrants, and I can guess you all from the Ancient Clan would still be able to escape from this battlefield when that happened, right? Zerk questioned. Aurora only nodded her head to his suggestion. They must have really hated you enough to want to ruin your reputation, so what are you going to do now? Zerk Ouroboros asked with a sly smile on his face. Like I said, you are a smart man, Zerk. But today I want to show you a world where schemes doesn't matter if you have enough powers to break all things that stops you from reaching your prime, Aurora said with a wild smile on her face. Blaze Corps soldiers, aye. Aurora quickly left out series of commands as she kicked at the side of her Reed Drake, which started galloping towards the battlefield of the Dragonaic, and the Tidal Wave clan, and the Blaze clan quickly joined her behind, followed with the other clans. Even if they were not in synergy, the momentum was so high that it surprised everyone in the battlefield, seeing over 8,000 clans mages charging. Even Zerk looked at her from on top his horse, which was struggling to keep up with Aurora's Drake. Perfect. That was the only thoughts he had in his head when he saw her red hair fly freely. When he looked away, his eyes jammed with her right-hand man from the Ancient Blaze clan. And he put 2 fingers in his sight and pointed it at Zerk, meaning, I'm watching you. The clans which were charging were surprised at her order, but it was not because of the fact that they allowed another clan march with them, but the fact that the Blaze clan was leading the attack. It has been centuries when last the ancient clans lead a charge, as the first wave was always the roughest, since the second dimension creatures are always eager to get a kill quick. And then the ancient clan elites would swoop on to claim an easy win after both sides were already weak, but today in a very long time, the ancient clan was leading charge and some important was watching. That person was Alec Gordon, watching his aunt break a record that his 4th elder was explaining for him. The leader of the Tidal Wave attacking force was really sweating a lot and regretting he had started the attack on the Dragonaics on his own, as ever since the fight started him, and his 4 assisting leaders were all getting their ass kicked by 1 Tier 8 Dragonaic who had stopped his attack previously. Even though they were all Tier 8 mages, he made all of them feel like they were fighting with an adult, and they were the kids. And he knew that if this battle continued the way it was going, his whole attack force would end up getting killed after all the Dragonaics was dominating them, and they were not even able to counter-attack back. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a punch headed for him, hitting him straight at the nose, making it bleed. What are you thinking about while fighting someone like me? He. Don't get distracted, or I might just kill one of you. Sidekicks, the Dragonaic said with a chuckle, waking the Tidal Wave attacking force leader up from his thoughts as he staggered backwards a few meters, and he watched how the Dragonaics kicked his clansmen easily. He looked around and he noticed most of his clansmen was dying. He really regretted all his actions. Due to the Ancient Blaze clan being in the defending clan, he did not want to receive orders from them based on the rivalry between his clan's main branch and the Ancient Blaze clan, so he decided to attack first. But now his clansmen were dying. Spread out, take care of the other Dragonaic. This big guy is mine. A voice traveled into his ear, and no matter how much he hated to admit it, he was really happy that she was there. He quickly got up from the ground and sprinted away from the Dragonaics with his colleagues as they tried to put in space from each other. Hey, where do you think you are going to? I'm not don't yet with you, yet the Dragonaic said as he stretched his hand in bid to grab the tidal wave clan attacking force leader neck. But he swung his sword backward, sending a raging wave skill, and sending the Dragonaic back a few meters, as he only used his hand to defend against the skill, due to the attack catching Dragonaic off guard. But this action of his was able to buy him a little more time, as the Drake beast finally got closer to them, and Aurora leaped from on top the beast, and used her acrobatic skills to land on his neck. She twisted her legs around his neck, bringing him tumbling straight to the ground. She sent a punch for his nose straight after he landed in the floor, striking him straight and breaking his nose, and she skillfully rolled over and entered a stance with her two hands raised up high. The Dragonaics got up from the ground and smiled towards her. Oh, a little gal. Is the human race now so weak that all they could do is send? Is a little girl that is not through with sucking breast milk? Well, I hope you're still proud to say that after I whoop your ass, Aurora replied to his taunts. Then you better remember my name, Petite, cause it the last thing you are going to remember when I crush your skull. My name is Knifing Dragonborn SNR. Knifing said, what type of stupid name is that? Which parent would name their child a name like Knifing Dragonborn SNR? Aurora retorted back, you can insult me all you can, but insulting the one who named me is the greatest sin of all. The tier 8 Dragonaic rushed towards Aurora in anger, as he pulled out a two-hand long sword from thin air. It was clear he had a space object with him that he was able to use to keep his sword before, though he was fighting with the Tidal Wave Clan's tier 8 mages before, but he never really took it seriously. But now someone insulted the queen mother of all dragons who named him after his birth. It left to a deep rage inside him. He lunged to Aurora, swinging his sword as he envisioned her being cut into two, but before that could happen, he saw the armor she was wearing light up as ancient runes shine with bright light appeared on the armor like it had been hiding before. And that was the first time that Aurora Blaze allowed her aura to leak, and it terrified him. The punch hit him hard, making him choke on his breath for a few seconds. 1421. The Dragonaics was surprised, because even he had runes on his half-dragon scales, they were not the ancient type, but still, yet his high-level runes was what made him have one of the greatest defense among the Dragonaics in the Tier 8 realm, but that was something linked to his race, so he did not know why someone else could do something similar to his clansmen. While he was hesitating, Aurora was able to sidestep his attack easily and fluid like water, and sent a jab punch towards his left ribs, but he quickly raised his legs up only to find out she withdraw her fist, and that was when he saw her right fist heading towards his chest instead. No matter how much he hated to admit it, he had been outsmarted by a little girl shit. He exclaimed as he saw the amount of fire energy that was being leaked out of the fire fist that was getting incredibly closer to his chest. And that was the first time that Aurora Blaze allowed her aura to leak, and it terrified him. The punch hit him hard, making him choke on his breath for a few seconds. It was clear that everything was under her control this whole time. She had been calculating him since the moment she flew off her Drake mount, and this type of enemies were the ones he hated the most, as the plan left him undefended, giving her the chance to stuck his heart area and cutting his breathing for a few seconds. Aurora didn't stop there, though, using her left hand to deliver an uppercut, lifting the Dragonaics off his feet, and it almost looked like he was floating, until she smashed her right leg straight into his waist, making him fly off. And she clamps both hands together, trying to gather enough fire element to blast him. And the moment Knifing got up from the rubbles, he was blasted into. He could see Aurora send a wave of energy towards him, but it was too late to dodge now, and he could only cross his hands in front of him to defend. Fire Dragon Inferior Breath Cannon. And a big red line phased through like laser's gun does, and zapped at the Knifing, and the whole battlefield stopped for a while till he slumped on the floor dead. With a big hole on his chest, one tier 8 Dragonaic down. Who's next? Aurora questioned, as the armor seems to be covered with fire burning brightly and annoying her presence, as the damaged part of the armor were being rebuilt on its own slowly, as she infused her mana into it to power it up, which just shows how high level it is. Alex's eyes were almost bulging out of his socket as he saw his Aurora Blaze take care of a tier 8 Dragonaic so easily. It was almost like she was lecturing a little child the moment she fought with the Dragonaic just now. I can see the look in your eyes, but you should be aware that she was only able to reach that amount of battle's power because of her marked spirit armor set, which is in the tier 7 ranks, it boosts her power a full rank, making her much stronger than those in the same realm as her, as long as a tier 9 Dragonaic does not make a move. They won't be able to stop her at all. Her battle skills are also of the charts. Those boxing techniques has put the sense of dread into many genius hearts, the fourth elder said. One of the Dragonaics, who was a tier 9, frowned when he saw how Aurora Blaze was defeating all the tier 8 Dragonaic on the battlefield. As she flew into the air after killing the first one and spread her wrath towards the rest, as she made sure to kill them in the most gruesome way possible, and stopping them from attacking anyone else as they had all their attention on her. And because of the help from the elites from the ancient Blaze clan core squad, they were able to kill the tier 7 Dragonaic after a few struggles. Meanwhile, Zerk and the rest of the Ouroboros clan were bullying any Dragonaic they saw with no hint of shame as they attacked with numbers. Zerk and about 4 other Ouroboros clans circled around a tier 7 Dragonaic while laughing gloomily as they brandished their dual daggers in their arms and make sure to stab at the Dragonaic in the middle, timing their attack. To rhyme with themselves so they don't interrupt each other's attack flow and also stay in perfect synergy with each other at all time. Don't you have any honor at all? How can you call yourselves respectable mages when all you do is fight like a coward and ganging up on someone who has lesser strength than you? The Dragonaic complained as he defended himself from the mad stabbing of the Ouroboros surrounding him. He had practically no chance to attack at all, and it was making him rage out in pain. Just when he was about to give up, 2 more tier 7 Dragonaic came running towards where he was as they quickly broke into the encirclement to help him. One of them swiped his tail towards Zerk, bringing a lot of wind pressure with it. Zerk twisted his body in a very abnormal position, showing a type of flexibility that should never been seen in a human body. He backed away from the Dragonaic, and the other 4 Ouroboros tier 7 mages followed him. I'm tired playing around Zerk. Everyone would think we are weaklings. Let's kill them fast. One of the Ouroboros, who was wearing a purple mask, said as his mask was shaped in a kind of way that made him look like the ninjas from Mortal Kombat. He cleaned his blade with his leather armor as he stared at Zerk, showing his dissatisfaction at the battle style they were using. Okay then, no holding back, use your innate powers, Zerk said, and they all laughed gloomily as their dagger all flashed with evil light, turning their daggers from the original black color into different gloomily colors of their innate powers. Zerk's pair of daggers turned into a shade of purple dark color, and it was moving around the blade like some type of liquid. The moment the liquid came in contact with the ground, it was as if the sand was melting as they gave way. Let's get this, suckers who talk too much. How can some poison affect us? We come from a great lineage of great dragons and have a certain amount of poison resistance. You are going to regret this, weaklings. The 2 Dragonaics who just joined kept on running their mouth as they felt with the 3 of them teaming up with each other, killing the mages from the Ouroboros clan should be as easy as killing an ant. But the Ouroboros also removed the belt they were wearing on their waist, dropping it to the ground. Bang! They were wearing weight belts before. Guys, stay careful, because I can assure you this might not be as easy as you all think, because even with those belts they were incredibly flexible and fast, and now they have offloaded that weight of them. I'm sure they would be 2 times more fast than before. The Dragonaic who was being toyed with before exclaimed when he saw this action that just happened, but his fellow Dragonaic didn't take him seriously. Toxic bile attack formation, go now, Zerk shouted, and just like fleeting shadows, the 4 Ouroboros clansmen beside him all disappear from the Dragonaic views. But it was not like they had the shadow powers. Their speed just went really fast that the eyes of the tier 7 Dragonaic couldn't keep up with their movements. 2 Dragonaic looked towards the position of the shout and noticed that their 3rd member has been stabbed in multiple places as 4 assassin waved their hands, skillfully piercing every part of the Dragonaic body that they saw. The 2 Dragonaic leaped towards their colleagues. But it seems they forgot about someone else as a crossbow magically appeared on Zerk's hands, shooting at another Dragonaic, piercing it from behind, but the muscle of the Dragonaic seems to tighten, and it was not able to go further. The 3rd Dragonaic, who was also the one who was being attacked first, initially tried to escape, but the moment he turned he saw a blur coming straight for his neck, and a small dagger pierce his neck just a little into his flesh, not enough to kill him. But he was surprised when the person behind the attack withdrew his hand and not continue with his attack. He could only see Zerk retreating and joining up with the 4 Ouroboros clansmen as they stared at the 3 Dragonaic with a visible sneer on their faces. If you think I'm going to die because of some weak-ass piercing, then you must be mistaken, as we Dragonaic all have incredible strong vitality. one of the Dragonaic was still running his mouth shut up. They could have killed us but didn't definitely. There must be something behind it, the first Dragonaic said, as he scolded his teammate amazed at their stupidness. After all, with their speed, even if they tried cutting their heads off, they won't be able to stop it. I'm amazed at your intelligence, and that was why you were targeted last, as I did not want my plans spoiling. Zerk said with a cold face, but the four beside him could not stop their laughing. What did you do to us? The Dragonaic asked, as he could feel his whole body being paralyzed, and not able to move at all. Well, it's quite simple. I just distribute the mixture of 10 tier 7 poison beast into my bloodstream and my brother's own. It actually my latest invention and the most dangerous. If even used against a tier 8 beast, it might kill it in about 30 min's time, as long as it reach its bloodstreams. Just one drop is enough. Zerk explained as the smile on his face was getting more evil, and just now you three idiot just had even more than one drop of that poison in your bloodstream, we would just find an antidote. Another Dragonaic said he. Even I who made it have not been able to create an antidote yet, and you claim to be able to find an antidote. Well, I wish you all good luck, because your time is up. Zerk said with an evil smile, and just like some Pandora box that was being opened, the first Dragonaic shouted out in pain as his eyes, ear and nose started bleeding out blood. He. Even I who made it have not been able to create an antidote yet, and you claim to be able to find an antidote. Well, I wish you all good luck, because your time is up. Zerk said with an evil smile, and just like some Pandora box that was being opened, the first Dragonaic shouted out in pain as his eyes, ear and nose started bleeding out blood. And even before he stopped, the second, who still had an arrow in his back, joined him in the cry of pain, followed by the Dragonaic that was pierced by Zerk's dagger. Their eyeballs fell out of their eyes and their scales fell off one by one. They went through tremendous pain before dying. It was a very painful death. Spread your tail and leap into the battlefield, biting everyone with your Ouroboros fangs, and showing them how toxic and deadly we can't be. When they underestimate a king snake, Zerk gave an order to the Ouroboros clan, who were still fighting all around the battlefield, as they all activated their poisonous innate talent and removed their weight belt, and the battlefield soon turned into chaos as blur of light were happening everywhere. When a Ouroboros passed, a death would happen few seconds. They were like a set of poisonous assassins. The scale of the battle quickly shifted towards the human mage's favor, as the Ouroboros proved themselves to be an opponent worthy to be in the capital city battleground. The guy from the Blaze clan that spoke rudely to Zerk Ouroboros when he tried talking to Aurora could only watch the Ouroboros clan slaughter the Dragonaic in silence. He had never seen anything like this before, as due to the Dragonaic having a tough skin and an almost unbreakable defense in the same realm, they grew conceit and thought they were invisible. But a small clan that was just given the chance to join the capital due to another high clan getting eliminated under the great turbulence of the capital struggles. And then the Ouroboros clan and other clan with the power of a high-tier clan were given a promotion to live in the capital and fill the void that have been opened. And the royals, being royals, definitely felt another clan should take their place in case of a situation where a blood moon attack could get out of hands. At least they would have enough strong clans to fight before it got to them, giving them the chance to always escape chaos and restrain stronger enemies. And that was just what they did with the Ouroboros, and that was why the Blaze guy never took them seriously. But seeing them take down so many tier 7 Dragonaic easily in the battlefield, it became common knowledge that the poison innate talent of the Ouroboros was actually a kind of counter for the incredibly strong Dragonaic that never dies with ordinary flesh injuries. One of the 4 tier 9 Dragonaic, who was still protecting the adult black dragon that already had half of its body out of the space gate, frowned when he saw that their juniors were on the path of defeat with the way the flow around the battlefield was going. What a drag. Don't tell me we have to make a move before this battle would be resolved. I think I would take this one then. We can't have anything stopping Ragnarok arrival. Those fucking bloodsucker must not defeat us in summoning their monarch. First, another Dragonaic who had a red blindfold on his eyes said. He had an extremely long tail that moved around his body. It was like it had an intelligence of its own. He had pure red dragon scales around his body, no wings, 2 extremely twisted horns that went all the way to the back of his head. When the remaining 3 tier 9 Dragonaic heard him speak, they were quite surprised, as they were not expecting him to make any move at all in this battle. But he already made his stand known, and no one even thought of questioning him, as he left his position from near the adult black dragon that still had its eyes closed, and moved to the tier 7 battlefield zone. You all are too weak for me to really make a serious move, but since you have ganged up to almost annihilate the junior and senior Dragonaic that we sent, and as the flow is going I think they would lost. I would let you all hold on to your lives. You all can consider this as my gift to you for being worthy enough to make us the Tier 9 Dragonaic generals pay attention to you. The blindfolded Dragonaic said with wide arms, and the next moment his long tail split into 9 parts, looking like a long whip, and became even much more longer than before, and started a furry attacks pattern struck the head of all the Tier 7 mages around him, knocking them unconscious. He was scary cause he used just the right amount of force to knock them out without leaving any internal injuries. The remaining 3 Tier 9 all snorted and laughed at the human mage's misfortune. Any of them could have knocked the mages unconscious, but not as easy as that. The blindfolded Dragonaic stood at the same position, but his 9 long tail moved flexibly like water, but hit as hard as a great sword, sharp and heavy. The attack could not be evaded due to its high speed movement, and without no one to rival him, he knocked all the human mages out after 5 minutes. Well, that took longer than expected. I never expected those from the Ouroboros clan to be so crafty with their movement techniques. The Dragonaic complained to himself, as he didn't expect a new clan to give him that much trouble. Even though he was blindfolded, his hearing senses were 10 times sharper than the normal Dragonaic, making him one to watch out for, as he could hear all the conversation going around. Even without trying, and that was how he knew the Ouroboros clan was a new clan in the capital, and they caught his attention, making him reduce his attack more, as he hoped that one of they would be able to reach the Tier 9 realm and give him a real challenge. It's been long he actually met his match among the human mages, and after seeing the clan tear down a couple of the smaller Tier Dragonaic, it ignited his battling intense, and that was why he took the job of clearing the human mages. He looked up in the sky and witnessed the fight that was still going on between Aurora Blaze and about rest of the 10 Tier 8 Dragonaic warriors. Though he was not really looking at their direction, but he was moving and facing their direction, using the shock waves their attacks were generating. I guess it's time I put an end to this too. We can't be losing more powerful members of our race when we have a very low birth rate in the first place. The blindfolded Dragonaic disappeared, and suddenly appeared before Aurora. Playtime is over, it's time to sleep now, the Dragonaic said, as his 9 tails all went for Aurora from different directions, making it hard for her to evade all. She could see that he was trying to knock her out, while the other Tier 8 Dragonaic moved away from the battle. Her battle instincts kicked in, and she sent a fist straight at the first spiked tail that came her way, but the power behind the tail made her quite shocked. She had a feeling that she went back to an old memories of hers where her elder brother made her punch Mountain, and even though she would bleed on her knuckles, he would make he do it over and over again until she finally awakened what he wanted. She was having the same feeling now, like she just punched a mountain. The power behind that one tail was tremendous, and there was still 8 remaining, but her hand is already feeling numb, and she had not felt this feeling in a long time. The feeling of helplessness. Come on, little girl, don't tell me that's all you have to show me. I crave a serious battle, the blindfolded Dragonaic said with a smirk. She used the strength of the first tail to maneuver her way in air, and dogged the second tail that passed her neck slightly. Just when she tried to put her eyes on another tail that was trying to sneak attack her from behind, she found out that 2 different tails were coming from both her left and right respectively, and if they hit her it would do mad damage. Fuck it. Aurora Blaze cursed out in frustration, sending a punch that was coated with fire element to each of the tails, aiming for her waist, as decide to take on the sneak attack, lighting up the runes on the back of her armor. After seeing those tails of yours, I was fucking sure I had to get into rage before I can do you any damage. Aurora said this as she made sure to prompt her speed more by igniting more fire energy under her martial boots, making her look like she was riding a booster. Flash slash plus flaming sword. Aurora quickly casted a martial skill with an elemental skill, merging both together and bringing the power of her attack to another level, as a sword made from chi was covered by flame, making it look like a flaming sword, and it fell straight into her hands, and she slashed straight at the blindfolded Dragonaic, who just stood where he was, all this while in the air, not moving or flying away, just letting his tail do all the attacking. But when the wave of flame sword got close to him, and he noticed that Aurora was not stopping, he smirked as a bony wing suddenly erupted from his back with cracking sounds, letting every know that bringing them out might have caused a lot of pains. They were large like bat wings and covered his whole body, except his tails. And the attack that Aurora was so proud of to even assassinate a Tier 9 was stopped so easily, without even leaving a scratch on the wings. I never thought I would say this, but you piqued my interest enough for me to want to know how you really look like the blindfolded Dragonaic, said, as he silently removed his blindfold, while his wings still stayed in their enlarged state. Flapping around like they were a puppy's tail, the moment the blindfold came of, and the Dragonaic opened his eyes, Aurora felt lost, 'cause it was the most beautiful eyes she have ever set her eyes on. It seems to have every color in it, and the space around the Dragonaic seems to be breaking slightly, as the Dragonaic eyes seems to be devouring the lights and colors around him. I see you look very beautiful, lady of the Blaze clan. The Dragonaic complimented before wearing his blindfold back. What the fuck is up with your eyes? Aurora asked, baffled at the beautiful pair of eyes she just saw. She felt if he left it open for long it might have stolen her soul. When Dragonaic break through the high-tier stage, which is the Tier 7 realm, they evolve, and unlock one special power that is related to their body. But you see in my case, when I entered the Tier 7 warrior realm, I awakened two different superpowers in two different parts of my body. As you can see, the first one is my tail, which has evolved after years of countless wars. But the second one had much more power. It happened in my eyes, and I couldn't really control it, making me drain my energy every time I opened my eyes. So ever since then, I have always tried to cover my eyes, and not use the eyes, as they also had the powers to seduce the race of those lower than me. The elders in my clan call it the dragon eyes of the charmed dragons, claiming it's one of the most powerful dragon eyes and should have never appeared on an hybrid like me. And that is how I partially started living my life in darkness, as even if I have powerful eyes, I was not able to use it to its full potential. The Dragonaic explained as he sighed. Now, that's enough chit-chatting, come with me with everything you've got, the Dragonaic said, as all 9 tails joined back together to form one big and spiky tail that looked incredibly dangerous. And pointing at Aurora, I am always called a genius among the expert of my race due to my gifts. There are others like me, but have never taken them seriously since infighting between the race was forbidden. So human genius, show me the power you mages are so proud of. What's your name? Aurora asked. Whoa, it's been long someone asked me that. Well, if you must know, my name is Hadriel Dragonborn, the blindfolded Dragonaic replied. Even though his name and the name of the first Tier 8 Aurora fought had the same surname, she felt they had different meaning, as Hadriel called his own name with a kind of pride, making his name sound kinda domineering. Without wasting time, she lunged for him while in air with her armor lighting up different runes, empowering her again. Though the armor might boost her power to the Tier 9 bridge, against someone like Hadriel, who seems to have reached the peak of the Tier 9 realm, her power were not that threatening. He spat, and a ball of flame flew out of his mouth straight to his tail, coating around it like an armor, and when Aurora came closer, he swung his tail like a whip, knocking her backward in the air as she seems to lose her footing as she kept on turning as she flew few meters back, not able to stop herself. She didn't even see as the tail hit her. It was past her reaction speed. The momentum of that attack broke anything she might have been proud of, though her armor had protected her and received most of the damage. Her inside still rocked from the impact of the hit, as the tail was even more frighteningly now. Just one hit generated enough shock wave to rock her internal organs. Just as she finally got enough strength to stop herself floating in the air, she saw someone in front of her, but all she could do was still cross both of her arms in front of her, as a flaming tail whipped her again. As Hadriel had been waiting for her, just like he expected that she would be able to stop there, and this time when she finally stopped, she coughed out blood from her mouth. She had been trying to hold it in, but those 2 hits had made her realize the gap between the both of them. Hadriel was not even fighting seriously, and was only testing her limits, and still, yet she could not even strike back once at least. It made her ashamed when she tried to conjure a large fireball in anger. He appeared next to her, and the tail slashed at the fireball and it dematerialized, and he used his tail to tap her head, making her unconscious too. Until this fight ended, he only used his tail and always had his 2 hands behind him, like a senior teaching a junior, except when he took off his blindfold. Quite a burden, but would be sweet to fight you again, Hadriel commented with a smile on his face as he touched his jaws. Though the remaining Tier 9 Dragonaic were not okay with him sparing that much lives, but no one wanted to get him to awaken his mad side, as he might just slaughter them, his allies, instead. He was an exception to their race rule of infighting, as he had killed some people in the past and has never been punished, just like some other genius in their races with 2 special powers. You should come out now. I'm quite surprised that you have been hiding all along, not even helping your fellow humans while they were getting knocked out, Hadriel said as he looked at somewhere in the clouds. Surprising even the other Tier 9 Dragonaic were surprised. Only the adult black dragon didn't look surprised, as it tried its best to come out of the gate faster. Seriously, I don't really care if they all die. The job I was given was to kill the dragon before it came out and drain its blood and important parts. The Dragonmere clan are offering a very lucrative offer for it, while the Blaze clan made sure as the person watching this gate that I had to watch the survival of their heir Aurora, and considering your wide fame Hadriel, the blindfolded genius, I was sure you won't kill anyone. So there was no reason for me to interference, but now I guess I have to get you all out of my way. If I want that dragon's head, a voice came out from the cloud with great seriousness. The Tier 9 Dragonaics were mad since a mage talked to them like that, but they allowed Hadriel deal with it. And Hadriel laughed widely, showing a complete different expression from the previous one he showed when he faced Aurora. I guess I have no choice than to buy time for Ancestor Black Dragon, Hadriel said as he removed the blind fold, showing his eyes again, but this time they were slit like a dragon eyes, and no longer had they beauty they portrayed, but a very domineering aura, as his chest and arms quickly light up in runes. All the way to his tails, which just showed how much of his race innate powers he had comprehend, and how seriously he took the fight, which shocked his colleagues, as it has been years they saw him this serious. Hadriel could be seen covered in his own blood as he wobbled in the air, taking in huge breath. The rest of the Tier 9 Dragonaic that decided to join the fight after seeing him struggle to stop the mysterious mage all died, though they would help. But it seems they only got in the way, as all it took was just a swipe from the mage's hands to render them useless in the battle. Hadriel looked at his body, noticing some of his scales falling off. His golden blood was dripping out of his body. His right wings was almost ripped off. He never felt so helpless in his entire life. If not for the abilities of his eyes and his various life-saving techniques, he might have collapsed like the rest Dragonaic lying on the ground. Why did you have to kill them? I spared the weak mages, as a warrior should do. It's a warrior honor not to break those that cannot fight back. But you being much stronger, you went all ahead and killed the seed of my race. I would hate you until I kill you. Hadriel shouted in pains as tears of blood could be seen falling down his eyes, while he pointed at the mage who was lightly floating in the air above him. It's not my fault they died. They all believed they were strong enough to face me, even though they were just tier warriors. Let me tell you something. To me, everyone below the Star Monarch realm is nothing, but ants, you are just a much slightly stronger ant, nothing more, nothing less. Talk to me when you step into the Star Monarch realm. Oh wait, you might even die now. The human mage said with a sadist smile as he raised his hand in the air, and a spear formed in his hands, rotating at a very high speed. It was sliver in color, looks like it was solid in form, but at the same time it gave the feeling that it was liquid. I want to see how you would kill him actually. A deep voice reached the both of them, and the moment Hadriel heard those words, his body shivered in delight. Everything he did finally paid off. Hadriel, send the Tier 8 and Tier 7 children back home and wait for me. I want to lecture this ignorant kid. The black dragon voice spread around the battlefield again, even without opening its mouth. Do you know who I am? I am called the Monarch of Mercury, one of the Star Monarch protecting the capital of Seville. The mage finally introduced himself, and the dragon looked at him, and his anger could be felt as his gaze towards the Monarch of Mercury turned into pure killing intent that seems to be taking form behind him. Oh, I see you are that kid that was abandoned by both a water and metal high-tier clan, claiming that you were not supposed to be born because you never awaken any of their power. Have heard of you, and your Mercury element is able to copy the strength of both water and metal elements without have the weakness of the both elements. Have heard of you, twerp, and how you finally raise in rank after getting help from someone in the ancient Blaze clan and the ancient Dragonmere clan. And whenever I see anyone related to the ancient Dragonmere clan, all I feel is killing intent, as they have killed a lot of my kind, while I still lived here and bid to inherit our powers. Those hypocrite are even worse than our hybrid offsprings, even with their stolen bloodline powers. The black dragon said as he flapped his wings, and a whirlwind was created, rushing towards the Monarch of Mercury without any warning. He always thought that dragons were always prideful creatures and would never sneak attack on their opponent, but the same logic couldn't be said about a black dragon that has defected to the second dimension in hopes to revenge on all his type that was killed for a greater power shit. The Monarch of Mercury shouted as he tried to evade the whirlwind, but still ended up getting different large wind blades cutting at him. Hybrid tier spell Mercury armor. The monarch quickly constructed an armor around his body that covered him up, making him look like a gallant general. With a spear made out of Mercury element and after he donned on the Mercury armor, his aura changed completely, and he was finally able to repel the multiple large wind blades inside the whirlwind as he crashed it and came out from the whirlwind shit. Hybrid tier spell Mercury shields. He quickly used his greatest defensive spell, and a circular shield appeared before him, though it might look small, but the density and the weight were on another level. The monarch of Mercury cursed again, and noticed that he had been cursing ever since he faced the black dragon. And the reason why he cursed it again was because there was a large black tail swiping towards him. Hybrid tier spell Mercury shields. He quickly used his greatest defensive spell, and a circular shield appeared before him, though it might look small, but the density and the weight were on another level. But the moment the tail touched the shield, he was so proud of his smug smile disappear as it cracked and was showing signs of breaking completely. The monarch of Mercury quickly used that opportunity to fly up towards the air. The air is my domain. The dragon opened his mouth to utter words for the first time, and shockingly for the monarch, he understood the language fuck this dragon word's powers. He cursed again, as he noticed that the gravity of flying Hydra became much more higher for him, as he faced a lot of pressure just staying in the air. Hybrid tier spell Mercury rain drop. This time the monarch formed thousands of drops that floated above him as he raised his hand up. The dragon squinted his eyes, trying to find out the mystery being the spell. Hybrid star spell Mercury rain fall. The monarch dropped his hand while pointing at the black dragon, and like it was some sort of signal, all the Mercury rain seems to be heading for the black dragon. If all the mage saw this, they would piss in their pants, as when those drops got closer, it became clearer as the size were as big as a building, and with the weight of Mercury, it's probably weight more than its size. Infernal dragon breaths. The black dragon opened his mouth and breathed out a blackish flame from its lung, destroying every drop that was coming for him, and the breath even moved to the monarch. And when he saw this, he shrieked in fear as he quickly started flying away, while still resisting the power of the gravity surrounding his body, because that was his strongest attack spell that was destroyed before even getting close to the dragon. The monarch of Mercury summoned a puppet bird made out of Mercury elements, as the bird evaded the black dragon breath as quickly as it was summoned after feeling his master urgent emotions. After luckily evading that nuke attack by a few inches, the monarch of Mercury calmed his mind down and decided to fight the black dragon with a much more rational mind. After seeing that his puppet bird has a lot of speed to avoid getting nuked, the monarch of Mercury realized that blindly throwing his strongest attack at the black dragon was not going to offer a breakthrough if he ever wanted to win. He would have to find the dragon's weak point, though he was at a big disadvantage fighting with the black dragon, but he was no weakling either. His hybrid element made him a major pain in the ass for anyone who faced him. Why don't you wait, let me blackst you once, and get rid of this prolonged battle? The black dragon retorted in anger, as he was already getting tired of chasing after the puppet Mercury bird, who just seems to evade his claws. Whenever he got close enough, what happened? Are you tired, old man? The monarch of Mercury snickered, and made sure to mock the black dragon the moment he noticed he was having a hard time catching him due to the puppet bird's speed. Though the gravity in the air was still heavy, but it did not affect the bird made out of Mercury element. After all, it might be fluid, due to part of it coming from the water element making it fast, but it was also heavy, and could cause great damage due to the other part coming from the metal element. The black dragon went into rage when he heard the monarch of Mercury call him an old man, making him flap his big wings in the direction of the puppet bird made of Mercury. The bird tried to fly away after seeing this move. Its reaction time was even faster than the monarch of Mercury that was standing on its back. Though the puppet bird was created with elements, the hybrid element have reached a very high level when the monarch broke through to the star monarch realm. So even his application of mana reached a very high level to give his summons a basic consciousness to follow some simple rules. Talk less of a puppet bird created from a star spell. Its instinct were even sharper than its master's own when it comes to detecting danger. But still yet it was not able to avoid behind, ripped and torn by the multiple wind blades that were sent towards its master in sneak attack by the black dragon that were also coated with the infernal flames. The bird used its body to protect its master, and taking most of the attack of the dragon, after realizing they would not be able to avoid the range of the huge dragon wing's infernal wind blades with its speed. In return, the monarch sent over 1,000 Mercury spears, flying towards the black dragon from different angles in his quest to find the dragon's weak point, but the black dragon only covered himself with one wing, and was able to repel all the Mercury spears flying back. The monarch placed his hand on the bird, sending more Mercury elements into the body, that eventually ended up healing the puppet bird, and it regained its speed, making it evade the spears with maneuvering skills that even made the black dragon ashamed. And when the Mercury spears collided with each other, the space trebled, as the explosion was out of the world. How were you able to repel those explosive attacks? The monarch of Mercury asked in surprise, as he expected those spears to explode the moment it touched the dragon wings, but the wings seems to have some type of crazy defensive manipulation. Though the dragons might ruled in the sky, but the black dragon's specialty was not speed, but its incredible mad defense and disaster attributed dragon breaths that had the powers of corrosion. I'm guessing your bird's unique ability is related to the ability you awoke when you crossed the star realm, right? The black dragon finally landed back on the ground, not bothering to chase after the monarch of Mercury again. Yes, it's my power that allows me to extract and control one souls of monarch demonic beast and make them my loyal servant, so I made sure to create a vessel for them. In what way was better suited than using my Mercury elements? My first catch was the azure sparrow, though it took a very long time to successfully ambush it. In fact, I was called a coward, but who could blame me? Those monarch demonic beasts were all beasts capable of being stronger than their realm, and there was no way I would go against them. Except I don't value my life again, so I decided to at least start from somewhere first. Many looked down on me when I chose the azure sparrow when they knew what my newly awakened abilities could do. But without doubts, it's still one of the most fastest demonic beasts to rule the skies. And when I combine its speed and my versatility together, I become close to invincible in the same rank, and even if I can't defeat my opponent, it won't be much of an hassle for me to escape. The monarch of Mercury said with confidence all over his face. He was smiling smugly at the black dragon when he noticed the black dragon's attention was somewhere else as he kept on looking south. And when the monarch of Mercury followed his gaze, he was shocked to see a cloud of blood forming above the skies in the south of the capital. He was fucking sure that was not there before. It seems that idiot finally decided to send someone after all. Well, this would just make my job much more easier to explain when I ditch it, since they came anyways. The black dragon said with a smirk in his face. He lunged straight for the monarch of Mercury, who was still dazed, as he wanted to kill at least somebody strong to use as an excuse when he ditched his mission. The puppet bird quickly moved its master out of the way, but not without sustaining some injuries, as its whole right wing was ripped off by the black dragon's claws that was harder than I expected. The black dragon complained as he looked at his sharp claws. The dragon claws was classified as one of the most destructive weapons in the universe, but it was still not able to kill the puppet bird at once, which the monarch of Mercury would heal again. But what really surprised the monarch of Mercury was the increase of speed from the dragon, which made him realize that the dragon has not been giving it his all. So you dragon folks really did team up with those bunch of vampires. Tell me which of the Star Realm vampires was sent here. The monarch of Mercury questioned with a death stare as he gazed at the black dragon, but all he could think about was that red blood cloud above the sky. He raised his hand and created a massive lance with Mercury magic. He kept on pumping magic into it and making it much larger while also compressing the powers of the lance at the tip. Even if I know, what makes you think I would be telling you a thing? The black dragon questioned as he felt the aura of the monarch threatening him for the first time. Then I guess I would have to kill you then. Dragon Slayer Lance. Infernal Dragon Breaths. The black dragon was also not to be underestimated, as he sent a dragon's breath to intercept the monarch's attack as they started round 2, while two different people watched from two different sides of the battlefield. Aurora Blaze and both the blindfolded genius of the Dragonaic race all watched the fight together with promise to grow stronger, so they never be a pawn again, but as the main chess players. 2 days has passed after the Blood Moon War, and it was finally time for Alec, Draco, and the Fourth Elder to return back to Estonia City. The battle between the Black Dragon and the Monarch of Mercury had opened the eyes of Alec, making him understand the realm above the tier system, seeing just how much. Alec always thought that the Tier 9 realm was the apex of the martial realm, but he was given a rude awakening when he saw the way the Monarch of Mercury manipulated his elements without even wasting time and no cooldown time. And the fact that he was able to awaken upgraded abilities when he reached the Star Monarch realm just showed that the realm above the tier rank was opening a variety of in-depth abilities to all mages. But he was not able to watch the fight properly, as the shockwave that was being generated every time the Black Dragon and the Monarch of Mercury clashed was enough to kill him over and over again. And the fourth elder was not confident enough to protect both of them, while trying to shield himself aslow from the shockwaves of the two monsters of nature that defies common knowledge. Every move of theirs seems to have the potential of a nuke attack, so he made sure they were about 2 kilometers away from the battlefield, as the range of the Monarch of Mercury spells could be controlled from anywhere around 1.5 kilometers. Which not only shocked Alec, but also made the fourth elder gain a lot from watching them duke it out, while the black dragon physical and magical attacks could be felt even as far as 1.9 kilometers, and it would be suicidal to be in the range of those monsters' attack range. Though this way Alec and Draco had a hard time trying to see both the black dragon and the Monarch of Mercury clearly, but they were still able to differentiate between the both of them. The Monarch of Mercury attacks were clearly different from the black dragon's attack, as every time the Monarch attacked there was a sliver color glow, and when the black dragon attacked, there was a sinister black color glow. And even though the sliver light seems to be counter-attacking, they were sure that the black light were more terrifying due to taking all the sliver light's attack without moving. But every time they saw a flash of black light, they were sure the sliver glow was always sent flying few hundred meters. Though the next day the whole capital heard a very disturbing news. They heard that the capital lost 3 guardians, and from what Alec had heard from the discussion of the black dragon and the Monarch of Mercury, he was aware that the meaning of guardians in the capital meant a mage that had already stepped on the star monarch realm, as only them were worthy of the title, guardian. But Alec later heard that the Monarch of Mercury was luckily to evade death, but with serious injuries, as the dragon gave up on killing him after getting serious at the last moment due to the request of one of its descendants. Popularly known as the blindfolded genius, as he wanted to revenge and kill the Monarch of Mercury with his own hands for killing his clansmen, and this crazy request was suppressively accepted by the Black Dragon, was what surprised a lot of human mages, as they have never seen someone so nonchalant like the Black Dragon that left a mage alive just because he wanted him to be the stepping stone of his descendant on his path, and that was the only reason why only 3 Monarch was killed instead of 4. It seems the second dimension really prepared to chip of the forces of the capital, as they sent 4-star Monarch creatures with tremendous strength and experience to kill the same rank. While the Black Dragon was laid back, the vampires that was in an alliance with the dragon folks caused tears to many mages' clans as they killed a lot of mages and drained them out of their bloods, sucking a lot of life essence. But the one that caused much damage was the other star monarch creature that the dragon folks sent. A red dragon called Scar. Only him alone was responsible for the death of 10,000s of mages, as his flaming breath still left the battlefield scorched. He raged all around the battlefield, bringing along with him destruction and chaos the moment he was lucky enough to come out of the Space Eyes Gate. He was not as laid back as his counterpart, the Black Dragon. He killed those he came across. He left a deep terror in the hearts of all the mages that were lucky to survive the great annihilation that was planned by the vampire race and the dragon folks race. By nature, the red dragons were a violent race, and being placed in a battlefield of that scale, he showed just how battle-ready and violent the red dragons could be. But the most funny thing about the attack was that the 4-star monarch monsters still did not breach the city walls or attack at the capital directly. It was almost like they were scared of something behind those walls or their orders were just to massacre the armies of mages that was sent to do battle. Luckily, the Black Dragon battlefield didn't result to a lot of deaths, making the top officials of the capital surprised since they saw the mages that were sent to the Black Dragon battlefield as a suicide squad that would wind up with the greatest casualties. It was like top officials of the capital knew they were going to lost, but they were never expecting to lost 3-star monarch realm expert like that. But the loses were things they were used to facing all the time. All they did was to make sure they don't make the same mistake as the last Blood Moon and send a lot of Star Monarch Realm to guard the gates with the mages instead, as they always learn from their mistakes never to be bitten twice. "Have you packed all your loads?" the fourth elder asked as he packed his hair into a ponytail and looked at Draco and Alec. His facial expression was finally on full display, allowing Alec see the long weapon scar that ran through his right eyes. "Yes," Elder Alec replied. He never really brought anything to the capital, but he did buy some things back for his small gang of siblings. But the money all came from Draco's pockets since he was not holding any power stone and was a broke young master. After all, his grandfather scammed him off all his battle merit, making him more poor than a church rat. If not for the fact that the clan was responsible for his feeding and clothing allowances, he might even started considering stealing from the clan treasury. Then let's move out. In a secluded courtyard, two teen could be seen sparring against each other as they both clashed against each other with swords. One of them had his sword coated with pure earth elements, giving anyone staring at him a heavy feeling, while the second teen had his sword glowing with pure golden light that represented the metal element, giving his sword an extra sharp flow and a lethal vibes. While he had a earth armor around his chest area to protect himself from any attack. Clang, clang, be-boom. They both separated from each other after attacking at each other's weak point only to be repelled with a counterattack from each other main. This is beginning to get boring nowadays, don't you think so, Brandon? The first youth asked as he sent his light sword back into its scabbard and faced his second, who only nodded his head. These two teen were Arthur and Brandon, who had always followed Alec up and down. They have been training non-stop after Alec left for the capital. At first they all thought he was going to be coming soon, but after not seeing Alec for 1 week, they realized that they might not actually get to see their main boss anytime soon, so they took it upon themselves to resume their sparring. Even though the golems were not around to push them, they still had each other, and after a lot of communication, they have been able to find out their weak points in each other's attack pattern and have worked together to mend it, and after hundreds of spars together, they have finally been able to rid themselves of some of their weakness or limited it to situation where they are able to counter the attacks. I wish Alec would come fast. I really need to test my new level of strength against Legion, Brandon said, with a type of flame burning in his eyes. Arthur looked at him and laughed. Why not go for Titan? After all, he would go easy on you, but we both know that Bastard Legion is a sadistic Grim Reaper, and after he lost to Titan, his style of battle has changed vastly, turning him to more of an execution guy. I don't think you ever want to trade blows with a golem like that, who is dedicating all his finesse into getting the most lethal hit in. Arthur advised after he finished making fun of his family and friend. No. Man, you have to say more than one word. You know I'm tired of being the one to start the first statement in all our conversations. More reason while I'm still missing Alec. You always talk whenever he is around, Maine. I just got an idea. I think we should go to the other clans and look for trouble. Maybe kick the ass of all their tier 1 mages by challenging them and start gathering our fames up like the 7th Elder Draco did when he was younger. Arthur suggested as he looked towards Brandon. Due to fighting against each other and knowing each other's strength and weakness, they have been having a hard time figuring out the winner among themselves, though they have their own string points, but still yet, it has become a problem to choose who was much stronger, as their battle always ended up in a draw all the time due to having almost the same level of strength, though they knew they have gotten much stronger through all their spars together as they refine their combat techniques more. But if they keep on sparring against each other, they would never be able to progress further, and that was why Arthur had suggested they went out to the other clans and look for a worthy op. And Brandon put his hands on his jaws while thinking about Arthur's suggestion. Actually, the only reason he was really interested in fighting Legion was because of his father, who also followed the way of the spear, though his father, who is also the 4th elder of the Gordon's clan, had left the clan ever since he was a child. This really hurt Brandon as a child, making him close up his heart when he was still a kid, and he naturally became an introvert due to not being able to trust people easily. At first, he started following the ways of the sword, just so he could hurt his father when he finally came back. After all, he knew how much his father wanted him to follow the way of the spear just like him, as he definitely does not want to quit being a swordman. But just like every rebellious child, he did the opposite, and then he accidentally fell in love with the sword path, forgetting the reasons why he ever picked up sword in the first place, and now he had no intentions of stopping his practice of the sword, which he knew was going to make things worse with his pops. But now he felt if he could stand toe-to-toe against Legion, who is a spear expert, or find a way to awaken the sword chi like Legion, he might be able to convince his father of his path. As he definitely does not want to quit being a swordman. If you ever try that, I'm sure you all would be ganged up against by all their low-tier mages, and come back home with black eyes. A feminine voice entered their ears, and they looked behind only to see Knight and Agnes coming explain. Before Arthur could retort back, Brandon beat him to speaking. After what Draco did, the other clans are always weary towards the Gordon's clan Genuses, and it seems you all have not noticed it, but eyes have been on younger generations of the Gordon's clan after the appearance of Alec, as they believed his era would be worse than Draco's own. Agnes explained as she finally reached both of them. So do we just stay here? Is there no other way forward? I have all this pent-up energy and can't wait till the next blood moon, Arthur asked with a wronged expression. All he just wanted to do was fight a couple of guys who were not from his clan, and show off a little. Why did they have to get violent with his face, he thought. He can never show off in the Gordons clan, as it was Alec's home ground. Everyone in the second generation always looked at him like fanatics. After the Blood Moon battle, though, Alec have never noticed, but how won't Arthur notice as someone who crave attention, and he knew he had to go somewhere to gain that type of attention he was desperately craving for. Well, why not just go meet Alec, and allow him follow you? All that way you won't be able to get bullied, as his Titan can hold a tier 3 mage, while you all whack the tier 1 mages. And that way you would have a good chance of raising your fame like you have always wanted. Agnes explained, but Alec is not back yet. Wait, don't tell me. Arthur quickly asked in surprise as he picked up the loopholes in Agnes' words. Yes, it's what you are thinking. Alec is coming back today. My dad, the first elder, told me, Agnes said smugly, and they all smiled with joy, forgetting about the smug expression on her face. Alec was surprised to see almost the whole clan at the clan gates waiting to welcome him back into the clan the moment he finally got back home. He was not even aware on how they found out that he was coming toady. But one thing was sure, he was finally home, and did not need to look above his shoulders all the time like he did in the capital. He sighed in relief when he thought about all that happened in the past few days. He was away from the Tier 3 Estonia city. It was like a dream at first seeing the more advanced capital city, but after going to the capital, and almost getting killed by a recruiter who didn't want him to enter because of his personal gains and family request, he finally realized that the capital might not be the bed of roses like it was portraited to be. He felt the capital was corrupt to the core, and only few people were still of pure mind. After all, from what he observed, the capital was full with evil people who only moved because of their benefits. Just like the monarch of Mercury never moved to save the human mages when Hadriel, blindfolded genius, moved to attack them. He only came out when he felt it was okay for him to use the opportunity of the space gate force to kill the black dragon for his own gains. But he was met with a great resistance, as Hadriel made sure to defend against all his attack, buying enough time for the black dragon to come out from the space gate, and the monarch of Mercury, realizing that he was not facing a tier dragon, but a monarch dragon way much stronger than him. So Alec knew only evil could fight against evil, so to Alec most of the mages' clan in the capital deserve each other, and all the backbiting they might be plotting against each other. And there he is, my favorite, my one and only grandson. A wild laugh drifted into Alec's ear as his grandfather appeared before him sneakily and hugged him tightly. The lips of the fourth elder twitched when he saw this type of affection being displayed in front of him. There you are, punk. How dare you enter the tier 7 realm before I, your elder brother? Don't you know we all follow a principle from the first elder to the last? The third elder scolded the fourth elder as his hand landed on the fourth elder's shoulder with a slight smile on his face, saying a joke the first moment them met to relive the fourth elder's stiff mind. Before the fourth elder could say anything, he was soon crowded by his brothers. The first elder, the third elder, the grand elder, and the fifth elder all welcomed him, making him feel at home. He had been nervous on how to face his family again after he just left them in the past, saying he wanted to embark on his spear path and won't return until he had answers. Though he already got his answers, but he was too embarrassed to come back home after so long, and just as if the patriarch knew, he sent him a message. Through the demonic bird messenger, a type of tamed beast that delivers messages to faraway cities and kingdoms even faster than a horseman, and it was way more convenient. So it was the preferred method being used by the clans when they wanted to send messages to a very far distance. He sent a message for the fourth elder to protect the hirer of the clan and accompany him back home. The patriarch was actually JSD, giving his brother an excuse to come back, while also finding a supporter for Alec in the capital. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Even though he was crowed by his brothers, he kept on looking around in the crowds trying to find someone. After seeing the way the patriarch treated Alec, he was eager to reunite with his own son again, but no matter how he looked, he realized that his son was nowhere to be found. His brothers seems to realize that he was absent-minded while greeting them, so they all decide to check on Alec and Draco instead. Just then 4 teenagers burst in from among the crowds and ran towards Alec before the elders of the Gordons clan could reach Alec. They all hugged him tightly, and even Arthur was sobbing as he finally saw his boss, and felt he could finally go on that expenditure to the other clans, like he wanted now that Alec was around. After all, he was always free from clan's punishment when he is always with Alec, so he was not only treating Alec as his protector, but also as a green card. When the crowd of clansmen waiting to greet Alec saw this, their cheers became louder as they all saw the 5 kids as the next star generations of the Gordons clan. And seeing them united each time was a source of joy to them, but while they were celebrating, a man beside Alec was star-struck as he kept on staring at Brandon in shock. He took his time to observe the boy properly. The boy had grown more than what he had envisioned in his mind, and not only that, the boy had a great sword tied to his back. It was constantly humming a unique sound, and it was clear that Brandon's familiarity with the sword had crossed a certain level for him to bring out that type of reaction from a sword. The fact he even tied the sword to his back, instead of leaving it in a scabbard like Arthur, was because he wanted to feel closer to the sword and find an easier way to develop his own sword chi. The 4th elder was perplexed on why his own child followed the sword path. His distant memories still showed him that before he left the little Brandon back, then wanted to be like him, so he always trained with a wooden spears whenever he was around. But now his little boy had grown so much that he could hardly recognize him. He just wished he could rip him off Alec's body and hug his son, but that would look too inappropriate. He was feeling jealous of the young Mazer as he was wondering why his son did not notice him on time. After a very long hug, they finally broke apart. "We missed you. Yes, you have to tell us all the gist of the capital, so tell me, did you bring back any delicacies?" The gang was relentless as they bombed Alec with questions before he could even say anything. Cough, cough, cough. The patriarch coughed, making the kids finally turn their attention towards the patriarch, who was by Alec's side watching all of them. The patriarch eyes faced Brandon and nodded his head towards the 4th elder, who had his hair tied in a ponytail style and looking at Brandon. When Brandon's pair of eyes jammed with his father's eyes, his body trembled. Duh, Dad. Brandon blurted out in embarrassment. "Hello, Brandon. It's been long, but you still have your mother's beautiful eyes." The 4th elder complimented as he pulled Brandon in for a hug, making all of the elders of the Gordons clan sigh in relief. They were all expecting him to explode on why his son was using a sword, but they were surprised to see that he just overlooked that and tried to make up for all his shortcoming all these years. Inside the Gordons clan throne meeting room, a total of 8 people was seated on their thrones, with numbers on the back of the thrones to clarify their position in the clan. "I don't think we have ever had a full house like this in a very long time," the Grand Elder said with a smile on his face when he looked at all his brothers seating. It was always hard trying to bring them all together, but here they were together with only one person missing. Yam, even surprised old second, came out of his fake seclusion. "I thought nothing that happened in the clan could ever move you again," the 3rd elder said, while looking at a man who was sitting in the number 2 throne, and everybody in the room could not help joining the 3rd elder in laughter. The man in the number 2 throne had a pale face. His whole body was so slender, and he was extremely handsome, not looking one bit of his age at all. Anyone who saw him might mistake him for a young scholar, not knowing that he was an old monster who had decided not to show his face for a very long time. "Why won't I show my face? If I didn't show up, it would seem as if I'm looking down on my younger brother. The fact that the 4th elder of the Gordons clan is back is probably enough for we all to come out and celebrate, since there would be wine." The moment the man mentioned wine, they all sneered, as they knew the only reason he showed up was because they were definitely going to bring out new special wines to welcome their brother. He quickly raised his cup of wine up to toast to his brother, return to be bountiful to the clan. The moment all the elders and the patriarch saw this, their facial expressions changed instantly. "Don't lie to me, brother. Were you the one stealing all my wine gourds?" The 3rd elder questioned instantly. He had noticed the missing of several wine gourds, but he thought it was stolen by his grandkids or his direct child, so he never took it seriously. But he just realized that he overlooked one person who was in a fake seclusion, and the moment the second brought out that type of wine, it became clear who the culprit of all his wine is, as the wine gourd was marked uniquely. And there was no one more better than stealing thing in stealth than the 2nd elder if he wanted, due to the type of golems he specialized in. No, you can't call it stealing. It is called taken. I only took wine from my younger brother." The 3rd elder looked at the 2nd elder in fury, almost about to burst out in anger. He could not tolerate his elder's brother's thick skin again. He was so shameless that he admitted to stealing the wine, and he even twisted the words to act in his favor. The Grand Elder saw this and knew that if he did not step forward and do something, it might lead to a small fight. Okay, that's enough. We didn't come here to discuss stolen wine, but we are all gathered here to welcome back our brother, who have decided to come back home to us. The Grand Elder said, and everyone turned towards the fourth elder again. And why is everyone looking at me like that? Common, say something. You have been here for 2 hours now, and have seen your son. We feel we have let you down, and the least we expect is for you to rant your anger at us. The patriarch nervously said, Fourth elder. And why would I do that exactly? Because your son did not follow the path you are obsessed with. Oh, I see where you're coming from. The fourth elder sighed when he realized why his brothers expected him to rant. After all, before he left the clan, he was totally obsessed with the spear and always bragged about how his son would follow in his footsteps and also become a skillful spearman, and they would create a branch for the Gordon's clansmen who used spear to fight as their main weapon, helping them hone their skills to perfection. It was his dreams before he left the clans. That would have never been possible without you all watching him. I know I have always wanted my child to follow in my footsteps, but who cares? Really, if he is happy with the sword, who am I to take that from him? The fourth elder explained after much deliberation, making everyone in the room look at him awkwardly. Until the patriarch arrived in front of him and looked at him straight in the eyes. Tell me actually what happened to you head when you traveled. You miraculously turned from an obsessed spearman to a thoughtful father, and it's making me wonder if those brain-eating zombie lord have eaten your brain and put an host bug there for replacement. The patriarch joked with a stern face, making everyone in the room laugh, including the fourth elder. Yea, right, he looks as if he became brilliant overnight. I'm even tempted to give him all my duties and take a vacation as the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder joked, and this time the laugh was more wilder, but no matter what, it was still a happy occasion, as everyone was just happy the clan was complete again, except from the sixth elder who still have not come out from seclusion. Every looked at the second elder again with unfriendly gaze, as they knew he only entered seclusion to run away from his duties. Don't look at me like that, you all. I seriously was in seclusion, he said with his hands raised up high as he defended himself. Well, if you want to thank anyone for the way your son turned out, I think only one person deserves that praise, and that is my grandson Alec. Alec, the one you had me protect, the fourth elder asked, and the patriarch nodded his head. So now we are done with all the pleasantries. Tell us really, how did it go? This time the patriarch asked another question, his two hands behind his back, and his vibes changed completely from the friendly old man vibes. Everyone in the room became quiet as they all looked towards the fourth elder, all waiting for his reply. They all knew that going to the wilderness to train was an excuse the fourth elder used to deceive the outside world when he left the clan. Only the Gordon's clan upper members really know the pains he was passing through when he decided to leave after he got an anonymous letter. They all wanted to help, but they felt it was not time yet to show their prowess, as the Gordon's clan was still in its early stages, and don't want to make any moves that would make them enter the eyes of the capital forces yet, though they all wanted to ask their brother the situation of his mission, since when he came back they decided to shut up, as they didn't want to touch his reverse scale, but it seems only the patriarch was worthy to do that. It was like she has been waiting to give me something to remember before she could leave back to wherever she had come from, and her disappearance was just so suspicious for me to let go. Even if Brandon was the most precious gift that I have ever received from our love, I still wanted to see her face to face and question her. The fourth elder started explaining with little teardrops rolling down his cold and once dry face, making the super cold man, Alec, knew look vulnerable. If Alec ever saw this part of him, he would be shocked. All the elders all sighed as they all witnessed what had happened in the past too, and saw how their brother had broke down when she had left. So I decided to do the surveillance and spy to get some information myself, and luckily I was able to get some information. She belongs to the royal clan of an empire, far from this small nation we are hiding. Latest content published on letter 1D55F, letter 1D560, letter 1D567, letter 1D556, letter 1D55D, letter 1D557, Empire, Patriarch. Everyone was surprised when they heard that the fourth elder's wife had such a huge background. At first I thought maybe I could bring her back or even try to impress her clan to make them accept me. But the spear techniques I was so proud of was broken mercilessly by a sword user from her empire clan, who decided to trash-talk my path, saying all weapons eventually leads to Tao, and me obsessing on the spear too much have made my path limited, and he eventually made me realize the only reason I was opportune to even meet her in the first place was because she ran away from the empire, since her father the emperor wanted to arrange a marriage for her with a man she detested and didn't want to marry. The thought of how she was being controlled to do what she wanted no part in was what annoyed her, and that was how I was lucky to meet her. The fourth elder said while clenching his fist as he thought of the humiliation he faced when he was defeated, "Did you get to tell her father that you all already started a family together, and that you could make her happy?" the third elder asked with gritted teeth, as he could practically feel the pain his younger brother passed through, considering that his wife didn't come back with him in the first place. "I almost got killed, Ragger. I was made to understand that her clan wanted to annihilate the Gordon's clan until she agreed to go back with them, and that was why no one was able to discover her back then. She left to protect us." The fourth elder said this time he was already looking at his feet in shame. He never even got to see her father, the emperor. He was told he was not worthy to have an audience with him. Have we really fallen to such a state where a small empire could now threaten us? I can't believe that these many things happen in the dark, when all we want to do is lie low for a while, the grand elder said. But if this statement ever got out, it might cause a major outbreak even at the capital. It seems we have to rush the succession process, of not we might not know what hit us. The third elder said, his eyes squinting, looking very dangerous. "Do you want to get her back?" The patriarch asked. "Yes, I do. I know she must be locked up after they found out she had a family the moment she escaped from the clan. To them it must have been an insult on their big ego, and I know whatever she is going through would be no difference than being in prison. I can't let her suffer that way," the fourth elder complained, as he looked at each of his brothers as he poured out his heartfelt. "I was hoping on retiring in peace and leaving the mission of our father onto the hands of the next generations. But it seems no matter how I try, I just can't stop my clan from getting into unnecessary trouble. Even the Blaze clan runts dared to attack my own grandson. It seems we have all rested for so long, and they think our bones have rusted, and they have started stretching their hands where it's not supposed to reach. Don't worry, Idar. We are going to get your wife back no matter what happens. But you would just have to give me a few more years," the patriarch said to the fourth elder after he finished his long speech. Everyone there listened to him as he chuckled, sigh, and smile. His emotions kept changing as he reminisced about some things that they have tried their best to forget about. Alex Courtyard, "Hey, hey, hey, now that the boss is back, you remember your way back here, right? Well, guess what, we don't want you here," Arthur said as he noticed both Knight and Agnes entering. All this while when Alec was at the capital, the both of them rarely came around. But that was because there was nothing much to really discuss between the both group, since they are only together because of Alec in the first place. "And what makes you think you have the right to drive me out of here? Last I remember, this is not your courtyard. Don't you have your own home? Why are you always here like a homeless child?" Agnes scolded back, not withholding her words, making Arthur embarrassed, but he was quick to change his expression. Tusk. His level of thick skin is on another level. He doesn't even feel any sign of remorse. One bit. Knight added salt to his injury. "Brandon, how did I get involved in this stupid word fight? Now thoughts okay, that is enough word fighting." Alec's voice drifted over, and Brandon thanked his stars that he was lucky to evade that conversation. "So Brandon, how does feel to have your father back?" Alec asked as he rubbed his hand together. He could only imagine how it felt like having a cool father like the fourth elder. He was really mesmerized by the wood golem too. But the same could not be said for Brandon. "Brandon, did I just jump out of the fry pan into fire? Which kinda hard questions am I being asked here? Thoughts?" Brandon answered with great difficulty, and the gang looked at him weirdly. "So where is he at now? Don't you want to know why he left in the past, or why he never bothered writing back to his only son after all this years?" As usual, Arthur was the first to question his brother Brandon about his attitude of evading a proper conversation with his father. "Is not as if I don't want to talk with him, but we all know that my father has a title. And when I was small, he always talked about how he wanted his child to continue his legacy and become a great spearman, even better than him, and am his only child, but am the wrong person to ever follow up that legacy, since I already followed the path of the sword already. And this is why I have been trying to evade a proper conversation with him, since if he ever brings it up, I would be in a tight spot like this, and won't be able to answer. Luckily for me, the elders called for a meeting to welcome him back, and being the fourth elder, and being back in the clan, he had to follow through with his duties again, after abandoning it after many years, which has been able to buy me few minutes to myself to think about what I'm going to say to him, when he does ask." Brandon for the first time expressed his worries to his friends, as he talked about the thing that was really bothering him from having a proper conversation with his father. "I don't want you to worry yourself with situations like this. I have stayed and traveled with your dads for a few days, and I can tell you this. He is a very good man, though he always act tough, but I'm sure he is pure on the inside, and would like you for who you have become no matter which path you follow now. I see that I have put you in a very delicate situation by asking you about something like this. Forgive me, brother. Alex said as he placed his hand on Brandon's shoulders, as he tried to reassure him about his father's personality. Now that is out of the way, I think there is another discussion we really need to talk about, Agnes said, and what is that? Are you ready to participate in the next month Blood Moon attack? Agnes questioned, making Alec looked at her with a blank expression. I might not act sharp, but I am wise enough to know that only one blood moon has occurred after our last battle involved, and if I'm not mistaken, our clan was given a 2-month holiday away from activities like that, or am I wrong? Well, the thing is that the city lost woefully in the last Blood Moon War, and that is the reason why they are cutting our holidays fast from 2 months to 1 month. Alec, what the fuck happened in just few days? I was away. Alec's thoughts from the surprised look on your face. I can be assured that no one has really told you anything about the last Blood Moon attack. Tell me, did you see the city gates when you were coming? Yes, I did. Me and Old Fourth made us pass through the North Gate. Alec answered her question fast. Well, the North Gate is not that affected, as the amount of goblins there were not that much due to the new gate. But how was the situation of the gates there? Agnes asked again. Alec, well, it looks like it was about to fall apart if it's not worked on soon, but I didn't really take that to heart since I know that's the situation the gate is always in, after every serious Blood Moon battle. Alec answered. Well, let me break it down for you. You see, that gate at the south is 10 times worse than the one at the north, and different corpses are still being filtered as they want to make sure they are given to the right clan for burial. Agnes finally broke down the bad news to Alec, making him quite surprised at the turnout of things. He could not understand how the city lost so woefully. He was quite skeptic of her claims, so he looked towards Brandon and Arthur, and they also nodded their head in agreement to what she had said. This all sounds serious. What happened? Elaborate everything for me. Alec said as he finally sat down among one of the chairs in the courtyard, as he listened to Agnes narrate how the new clans in the cities, and some selfish old clans in the city, all decided that they were going to be leading the attack on their own. And the city lord had allowed it, allowing his city guards and guardians guard the city gates with going out. A full 15 clan had waited on the south gate, waiting for the goblins to show up, as they hoped to annihilate them the same way you did. But the goblins might be stupid at the lower tier, but the higher tier had much better knowledge and were able to learn from their mistakes, and the hobgoblin who led them previously was not stupid, as he came with countermeasures against attacks like the one we used against them previously, and he made sure to come with extra numbers and more stronger middle-tier ranked goblins. Killing was quite easy, as what happens could be said to be pure massacre, and it was as if they were given an information that the occupants of the other cities have evacuated to Estonia City. So they wasted no time going to those gates, and focused all their attention at or direction, making the force attacking us the force of 3 different goblins clans, breaking those 2 gates, and using the energy to open another gate at the north, and also power up the gate at the north to allow more mid-tier goblins to pass through. So it was not as peaceful as the war Alec participated in, where only the low-tier mages fought. It was the real definition of battle royale of all ranks from low-tier 1 to high-tier 6. The clans were lucky to have some life-saving treasures, and that was why they were able to survive the war with losses and casualties, and not annihilation. Though they were defeated and had to run back to the city gates when it was almost the ending hours of the Blood Moon, and the city guards who had not fought any battle since the starting of the Blood Moon were at the gate and were able to defend against the goblins since they still had their stamina intact. And they did it beautifully without no losses. The goblin madly charged at the gates, but the city guards kept them at bay from a distance away till the Blood Moon ended, and they had to run back to their gate before it closes up, with the hobgoblin promising to come up with a plan to tear the walls the next time he comes back. The hobgoblin's last statement had left a shadow in the hearts of those who defended the city gates that day, as they really felt he was capable of that promise after the new merge goblin army he led as. He showed the mages that thought highly of themselves that the real world was not a bed of roses, and that if they didn't fight for a long time or just practice at their own convenience at their own clan without any fighting experience, then they would not be different from greenhorns, and this was the main reason that most of the mages' clan requested for the city lord to change the Gordon's clan battle holiday from 2 months to 1 month. Even the new clans that just entered the city all agreed with this stand, and requested that the city lord reduce the Gordon's clan leave so they could come back fast and perform a miracle, as they were not ready to face the goblins again the way they did last time. Unknowingly to them, the city lord has already had an agreement with the Gordon's clan to fight in the next blood moon before, but due to not announcing it, they were actually unaware of this secret agreement between the Gordon's clan and the city lord. And the city lord was glad to extort them in order to withdraw the Gordon's clan holiday publicly, and him, along with the Gordon's clan patriarch, both divided the booth of things they extorted from the clans equally. I see what you mean there, but it's no problem. Actually, I've been trying to test the powers of my golems for a long time now, after they all got new upgrades. I think this Blood Moon battle came just as the right time, as Titan and Hive Queen can unleash their abilities to the fullest that way, without being scared of hurting the environment. Alex said, and even his brothers were all getting pumped as they could not wait to fight beside him again in the next Blood Moon War, as they reminisce how they overturned a battlefield with him against the goblins, the last time, all of they gaining a lot of battle merits. And they have used it to exchange for resources, skills to increase their abilities, and they could not wait to show off again, while they led the Gordon's clan mages, as they felt they have improved more than the last time. I can't wait, boss, Arthur said with clenched fists as he forgot to ask Alec to accompany him to other clans so he could wipe the ass of the younger generation of the whole city. I even feel that I'm getting closer to the Tier 2 realm, and this battle might just be what I need to push over to the next realm, Alex said. Brandon Knight, Agnes. Men, why do you like bringing our morale down like this? And I was feeling proud to show off my new skills to you, only for you to start telling me you feel close to Tier 2 realm. Knight complained with a dread expression on his face, as every time he felt he got close to Alec in cultivation, Alec just put a much bigger gap between them again. And it was getting tiring like this. Don't worry, brother, you would have the chance in future to surpass me. Don't give up, Alec advice as he placed his hand on Knight's shoulders, and they all laughed it off, as even if they luckily catch up to Alec, they still won't be able to ever defeat him in a fight. As he had extra hands in Disc's golems that were way stronger than him in the first place. At the royal capital, inside the Ancient Blaze clan. The Ancient Blaze clan was busy as usual as they went ahead with their daily activities, but somewhere in the Ancient clan, a girl could be seen in the training room gritting her teeth in pain as she endured the heavy gravity that was hitting on her back. Her sweat drenched all of her body as she sat in a meditative position and tried her best to cultivate while still being under the pressure. Hey, Aurora, if you keep up with this, the only thing we are going to be taking out would be a knocked-out impulsive girl. A guy with a gray-colored hair said from the door of the gravity room, not daring to come inside, as he saw who was training inside. There is no way he would enter the same gravity room with the lady. He referred to a female. Rex, get out, Sebastian. I'm not in the mood to have this type of conversation with you at the moment. Aurora replied in a fit of anger, as a bright flash of flame occurred around her, and a long fire tail appeared behind her back, and 2 fire horns could be seen piercing their way out on her head. And Sebastian choked at her new appearance, as the phenomenon he was witnessing at the moment was something that rarely happened in the Ancient Blaze clan, and only those with super bloodline could awaken it. Don't tell me you are awakening your flaming soul beast at this very moment. Sebastian shouted as he eventually entered the room, forgetting about the oppressive gravity inside, and he leaped in before he realized his stupid mistake, and he knew he was fucked. He only lost his cool due to seeing Aurora awaken her flaming soul beast, and that was why he entered, but this pressure was definitely above Aurora's limit. Definitely this was a way of punishing herself anytime she felt she was lacking. Dang it, Aurora, reduce the gravity of the room, or I might turn into meat paste. Sebastian quickly begged as the gravity control remote was with her, but Aurora seems to be in some type of enlightenment and was not even paying attention to him. Is this karma? I escaped from all my training because of my laziness, and now am being forced to train indirectly by dying in the gravity room. Sebastian said to himself as he tried his best to sit and meditate, hoping to reduce the pressure he was feeling, as he was not really able to move his feet in the gravity room. He knew Aurora was using the pressure of the room to punish herself for her inability to do anything. When Hadriel the Dragonaic race had controlled the entire battlefield she was assigned to. Though everyone was praising her since only her battlefield had the least casualties, but she was someone who took things to heart and was sure that if not because of Hadriel showing mercy due to not being interested to those weaker than him, even she might not have returned back home. She really didn't want to feel that type of way ever again. The feeling of being nothing than just a pawn was humiliating enough for her. Right now, she wants to get strong like Hadriel, and maybe she would become an important piece in the big capital chess board. After then, she could dream of becoming a star monarch expert and break the restraint of her clan and maybe even become a main player, and won't have to be at the sidelines anymore when a battle of such caliber is being fought. That was all she was thinking about when she awakened her flaming soul beast. Her intense desire to grow stronger awakened a greater power in her. Aurora finally woke up from her dazed state, and when she saw Sebastian was already in the room and panting like a bull that has just been through a match in the arena, she quickly put off the gravity's room power off, relieving him of his pains. And the moment the pressure of the room went off, Sebastian collapsed on the floor in defeat as he took in deep breath to stabilize himself. I almost died there, you monster," Sebastian complained with closed eyes as he noticed that the flaming beast that attached itself to Aurora's body has disappeared, and he didn't get to see a clear image. "I wasn't the one who told you to come in. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Did you not feel what I just felt? I know that your physical strength is stronger than mine due to our different practice, but still yet do you want to tell me that you were not affected by that pressure a bit? I know you, and I know that is way above your limits." Sebastian scolded back at Aurora as he was not ready to give up until he talked some senses into her thick T-Rex skull. "Well, it all worked out for the best now, didn't it? After all, I got an unexpected breakthrough to the mid-tier 8 Mage realm and also awaken a rare flaming soul beast." Aurora explained, as even if she knew what she did was wrong, there was no way she would admit it, as she would rather use the good things that came out of it to clarify her claims more. "You are just so fucking stubborn. Well, let me see your flaming soul beast." "Nope," Aurora rejected, instantly making Sebastian show her his puppy eyes. "I have a very important news that I know you would love to hear, but if you don't show me the flaming soul beast, I can assure you that you would never hear of this information from anyone else, as the news have been isolated especially from you, and you know I'm the only one who is wild enough to not care about the clan rules, and won't mind breaking it for my own purpose," Sebastian explained as he still stayed on the ground with no ounce of strength left out of him, his ulterior motives out in the open, but he didn't care one bit. "Are you sure about this? Because I assure you that if this news does not pique my interest one bit, you would be getting it from me, and I won't hold back one bit," Aurora threatened as she cracked her fingers, indirectly telling him that she won't mind giving him a new facial surgery. Sebastian gulped when he saw her actions, but when he thought about the person in question, he knew that she would definitely be interested in learning more about the person in question. "You just have to believe me. After all, I have no reason to lie to you," Sebastian reassured her. "Okay." Aurora walked a few meters away from Sebastian, and she started channeling the power inside her, trying to call onto the power she just felt few moments ago. But after a whole 30 seconds of trying, she was not even able to channel the power's erg. "Fuck," Aurora shouted as she felt her control slipping. "Hey, calm down, calm the fuck down. Screaming won't help you control it. In fact, what was I thinking? You just awakened it, and have not had time to master it already. But if you don't mind, can you tell me how you felt when you were awakening the flaming should beast?" Sebastian asked, as he tried to find out any key point he might need if he was to awaken his own. Because that was the only reason why he wanted to see her flaming soul beast. He was also eager for the power, as he felt if he is able to awaken it, then he would help him cover up his fuck-up in the physical department that he was lacking to Aurora. I guess I was feeling despair. Despair of not being able to help my teammates, but mostly anger. I was angry at my helplessness. I was angry at my own lack of strength, and that was why I was able to awaken the flaming soul's beast, Aurora explained with a shrugged shoulders as she looked at Sebastian's blank face. "Sebastian, what the fuck is this?" She is making it seem so easy with her words. If it was that easy, the whole clan would have had countless flaming soul beast warriors walking around the clan. "Wait, I think I have an idea." Sebastian's thoughts. "Wait, I think I have an idea, Aurora. But you have to promise not to bash me in the guts." Sebastian asked. "Yes, you have my words," Aurora assured him. "Okay, here it goes. What I'm about to tell you now is the isolated information, and the only reason I'm telling you before you have even shown me your flaming soul beast is because I want you to get angry and channel that anger to show me that special creature in you. As witness, it is more important to me." Sebastian waited after talking, waiting for her to say something, before he continued like a type of signal. "Okay, go on. Your brother's son was in the capital recently." "What?" "Alec came to the capital, and I never got a chance to see him, and no one told me anything about it." "Yeah, because he came to register in the Royal Mage Academy, and some outer elders collided to make him fail, as the family does not want anyone that could threaten them being opened to the vast knowledge of the Royal Mage Academy." Sebastian gulped as he could already see Aurora's eye turning into a darker shade of red, but he steeled himself to say the later half of the statement as he said to himself that it was all for the flaming soul beast, and an assassination attempt was made at his life. Bang. Shit, you promised not to hit me, word is bond. Sebastian said after flying for about 5 meters away, and he could feel his blood at the tip of his tongue threatening to pour out. I know I promised to not hit you in the gut. I didn't promise anything about bashing your face up. Aurora said as an image of a dragonaic in flame form emerged from Aurora's back. It had a blindfold and had a very long tail. When Sebastian saw this, all his grievance faded away like a lie. Shit, you awakened a desire flaming soul beast, and it has taken the form of the blindfolded genius of the dragonaic race. What a wild aura! Sebastian marveled at her new appearance as a flaming tail, and horns appeared on her body. Though her tail was not as long as the mental image of Hadriel, it still looked exactly the same, just as if clarifying that hers was at the baby stage. After Aurora awakened the flaming soul beast, it quickly became widespread among the members of whole clan and rival clans that another pure-blooded leader has been awakened and was about to raise the level of the ancient Blaze clan by a notch. And a big celebration was arranged to celebrate her enlightenment and breakthrough, but the whole ancient Blaze clan, and all those that was invited to attend the celebration, was left disappointed when they heard that the main celebrant has ditched the celebrations that have been prepared for her, and has finally left the capital, even without orders from the core governing elders that made major decisions for the ancient Blaze clan. Many were enraged at how she had dismissed their efforts to celebrate her, but they were wise enough not to voice out their heartfelt wishes, as after she awakened the flaming soul beast, she has already been listed among the potential contenders for the position of the next patriarch or matriarch. There were only 3 other people that were seen as contenders, and they were already at the Star Monarch realm already before they even awoke their flaming soul beast. And that made Aurora more adored by the patriarch of the Blaze clan, as he felt that she had more potentials than her uncles and auntie that were even 1 generation older than her. Though they didn't know where she went, they still sent the senior enforcers of their clan to look for her and protect her back to the clan, as a potential heir is never left out of the clan without any protection due to their rivals, who would try to do anything to kill anyone they feel might become a headache to them. So till their heirs are strong enough to defend themselves or they step into the Star Monarch realm, they would always be protectors guarding them. And while the ancient Blaze clan was busy looking for Aurora, Aurora was busy trying to travel to the Estonia city without using the space-time traveling system, so that her clan would not be able to track her due to their far and wide information web. The moment she tried entering any space axis leading to Estonia, they would be able to track her from the station she entered and still know her intentions, as there was only one person she cared for in the whole Estonia city. Yes, she was on a journey to Estonia city just to meet Alec, even if just for once. She desired to see the child of her late brother for so long, and after hearing what had happened to him, while he was in the capital, she had been enraged at why the clan who was meant to protect their descendants allowed their own lackeys to try hurting him. All this just pushed her desire to him. She followed the wilderness, which was a much longer journey and more dangerous due to territory of dreaded beast being along the way, and also the wilderness was the home of all bandits and offenders who have offended one big clan or another, so they had to stay in the wilderness to avoid surveillance or they might be wiped out. But due to staying in the wilderness for so long, it actually changed the nature of some of them, making them do a lot of bad things and crimes in order to survive. But Aurora was not bothered about bandits, as she felt she could always escape if she ever comes across a group of bandits she was not able to handle, and she has a map which can help her navigate and avoid the territory of the monarch beast, except she was unlucky she should have a smooth journey. And this was why she had enough confidence to travel in the wilderness, though the ancient Blaze clan had sent enforcers to find her, and some had tracked her path to the wilderness. They were still not able to find her due to how big the wilderness is. No one could claim to have fully explored it, as it vast was actually unknown. They could only pass the parts they predict, hoping to find her, and this why it was taking long. Though most of them entered the wilderness, the senior enforcers who heard that she might have followed the wilderness didn't bother to follow her tracks, but returned to the clan to report back in order to gain merits, as they were clearly sure that they were never going to catch up to her until she shows up back in another city and they catch winds of her info, to them finding someone who does not want to be found in the wilderness. Without no tracker or magical item that could locate them would be like looking for a needle in a big ocean. Meanwhile, the one who was really responsible for the ancient Blaze clan unrest was sitting among his gang of friends as they discussed how they were going to sneak out of the clan and achieve their mission of challenging all the tier, one of the younger generations from all clan in the city. Though they asked the patriarch about it, he definitely refused against it when he remembered just how much heart attack Draco had given him the moment he had decided to challenge all the younger generation back then. He had to beg the countless clans, and even give some gifts from the clan treasury to quell the anger of others, so the rivals of the Gordon's clan does not increase, and he always hoped they would let bygone be bygones. And that was how they were able to settle things back in the past, but still yet some clans were not satisfied and still decide to assassinate Draco, as he had brought shame to a lot of the genius in the city back then, and now he was. Hearing that Alec and his gang want to go out there and do the same thing, when he count just how many they were, he was filled with headache, as the trouble would be more than double than what Draco brought upon the clan in the past, as he knew Alec and his gang were way more troublesome than Draco. And has been on surveillance by a lot of clans as they wished to take them off the charts. Due to the fear Draco brought them, they felt Alec would be worst after hearing how he had commanded the massacre battle of the goblins. His feats has traveled far and wide main. I really wish Brandon was here. Arthur saw in defeat what really happened to him. Agnes asked, and even Alec turned his attention towards Arthur, expecting him to know the full gist since they were almost always together like twins that couldn't separate from each other. Well, ever since that day that his dad came to pick him up, I heard that they were both in seclusion and won't be coming out soon, Arthur replied with a defeated expression on his face. Common, cheer up, his father might be imparting some cool things or techniques onto him now as we speak. Don't worry about it, I guess the fourth elder just misses him too much, and decided to spend more time with him and make up for all his shortcomings. Alec explained from where he sat as he believed that the father and son duo needed time to bond and make up for all the times apart from each other. So what you mean now is that he might be getting special training as we speak, so? Arthur asked with shaky voice. Yes. I traveled with the fourth elder, and I think he is a man who had accumulated a lot of experience being out of the clan for so long, and there is no way he won't have resources or things that can help his son improve. Who is also our own brother, I'm sure his improvement would be leap and bounds. I assure you, no matter what happens when Brandon finally comes out of that seclusion, he might have become a different man. Alec said, standing on his claims. Arthur quickly took in a sharp intake of breath. I can't fall behind my own brother. I can afford to be surpassed by Brandon. Arthur kept on muttering those words as Alec and the whole gang kept watching him, not bothering to disturb him, as they felt they should not invade his train of thoughts at the moment. Alec, I think we should sneak out of the clan now. Arthur just blurted out the moment he calmed down. Alec, did you have tea bring that up so suddenly like that? Alec said as he quickly covered Arthur's mouth as he looked around, checking if anyone was around spying on them at the very moment. He kinda had the feeling that his grandfather had someone watching them after he asked him to allow them Changlin, all the tier 1 mages of all the other clans. And there was no way he would be giving himself out like that. SSO easily to his gramps. That man's smug smile gave him chills, as he never want to lose to him anytime soon. Sorry, I just got really paranoid right now. You know, Brandon is still in seclusion now, getting much stronger while I am here doing nothing. I can't really seem to take that the need to stretch my hand is itching. I might not have the resources that would be given to him by the fourth elder, neither do I have the same experience. To carve out a legendary battle techniques, but with my own hand and battle intent, I would carve out my own path and create skills that would grow with me and would one day match up to my brother in arm, Brandon. Arthur promised with red eyes, making Alex smirk. He had said all of that to pump Arthur up. He never expected it to be so simple. But now he had to sneak the whole gang out of the clan, since Arthur chose his own path. Then he would naturally accompany his brother and make sure he is not at disadvantage when things get out of hand with the other clans, and that was how, with Agnes' knowledge of the whole clan map and the Hive Queen webs, they were able to sneak out of the clan without passing through the front gate of the Gordon's clan. And while they were busy going out of the clan, the Patriarch was busy trying to find someone that would talk sense into them and make them stay instead. So what do you say? Would you help me persuade them to forget about it? The Patriarch asked the seventh elder with a clown type of smile on his face. Yea, he had gone to meet the seventh elder, Draco, to talk the kids out of fighting with the genius of the other clans. Draco. Emmer, I'm waiting for a reply. Do you really think I'm the right person to advise them to stay in the clan and not go out and start another set of troubles? Draco asked the patriarch while pointing at himself, and when the patriarch looked at him, he kinds understand where he was coming from. But the patriarch was determined to make him help him, or he wasn't going to be leaving Draco's quarters still. Yet I still believe they would listen to you. Instead, you are the only elder that have come in contact with all of them, and understand them to the very least, and they kinda respect you, so I feel if they would even listen to someone, that would be you. You see, Alec never really listens to me, except it's really urgent or there are benefits and gains for him, and that scoundrel is my grandson. Now imagine me trying to stop a whole group of teenagers who feel they are the strongest in the whole city. The patriarch opened his two arms up in defeat, and Draco blushed in embarrassment when he heard the patriarch's words cause that was how he actually behaved back then. He had been so overconfident and caused troubles for the clan almost everywhere and almost got himself killed. Luckily for him, he had been saved by the patriarch that day. If not, he would have been nothing but a topic to be discussed in the city history. Okay, sir, I have listened to all you have to say and have come to a conclusion that it won't hurt to help you. After all, we are family. It might make me sound like a hypocrite considering they are following my footsteps, but that is more reason why I want to stop this, as I don't think the clan would be able to contain the aggro Alec, and his small group would receive, as it's not like the past when the clans were quite nonchalant about their younger generations. Draco explained, and the patriarch finally smiled genuinely as he slammed his hand on Draco's shoulder twice. I'm proud of you. Now let's go talk some senses into those teenagers and stop them from making Draco disaster 2 happen. The patriarch used the earth travel skill and brought them to the front of Alec's quarters, and they walked in from the door. This small details was not missed by Draco. He remembered how the patriarch had barged in on the city hall, but had come through the door here and guessed that it was true what they say, that the man spoiled Alec too much, that they had the same shameless attitude. Something is wrong. There is no one here, no noise either. The patriarch words drifted to his ears, and that's when he looked around the environment, witnessing the empty courtyard. And after inspecting, he saw some cobwebs. Oh no. Draco exclaimed, what happened? The patriarch asked, and this time he was no longer emitting the playful attitude again. I think they have sneaked out already. We can't stop they now. We can only prepare to receive our kids back when we get any news about which clan they attack first. Draco explained from experience. Damn it, Alec. The patriarch shouted out to the skies as he howled Alec's name, making almost everyone in the clan hear his name being howled, and they wonder what he had done to the patriarch this time. Which place do you think we should start from first? Arthur faced Agnes as he asked that question, since she was always the one with the best ideas for this. Well, I don't really know. I guess I never really thought about it, Agnes said as she placed her hand on her chin and started thinking hard. Why not just go after one of Gordon's clan rival clans? At least that way, instead of making more enemies for the clan, we would actually be breaking the wills of the clan future enemies. That way we would be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, and Arthur would not only be accumulating the experience he wants, but we would also get knowledge about our future rivals and have an excuse if the elders want to get angry at us. At least we could say we were trashing our rivals. Alex suggested from the back he was standing. The moment he talked, everyone turned towards him. That's not a bad idea, Agnes exclaimed. Who do you think is talking? It's the blessed commander of the Gordon's clan. Oh, praise me more, Alex said, as he behaved like someone who loves comment, and his siblings looked at him with weird looks. What is narcissist? Arthur blurted out, okay, now we know which clans to filter out and target. So which one should we go for first? Last, I heard the last clan that had a battle with our clan are called Race Clan. They are a subfamily that is connected to the puppetry clan in the capital, making them act almighty in this region, since they had the backing of an high-tier clan behind them. But that was not able to stop a war that still escalated between our clans when we found a magic mine, and they claim to have been the one to find it first. BT left it or future use, and were accusing us of trying to steal their magic mines. In fact, we are still fighting for the mine before the Blood Moon War event happened, and they became homeless. Last I heard, they are residing in the south region of the city after many of other clans joined the city. They always competed with us, due to the nature of our powers being almost the same. Agnes explained the clan she had in mind, and all of them listening all nodded their head, as they felt it was time they taught the younger generation of the Race clan a lesson, so when they grew up they won't be greedy like their elders did. So what are we waiting for? I think we already have the first targets. That would be Arthur's punching bag, Alex said as they all laughed and started making their way to the south of the city. Their legs were so fast on the floor as they leaped to the air, landing on the roof, and started showing their acrobatic skills on their way to the Raisa clan. Though people saw them, they didn't bother to stop them or try calling the city guards to control them. After they saw the clan insignia on their clan that belonged to the Gordons clan, at least almost everyone in the city now knows about the Gordons clan, being the one who helped them win a very big victory against the goblins, in the last time Blood Moon victory they had. This had actually pushed their popularity to the very top, making others remember members of their clan anywhere in the city, as they always wore clothes with the insignia of their clan. And since no one would ever think of stealing a clan insignia, just to pretend as one due to the punishment involved, the city people always treated anyone they saw with the Gordons clan insignia with a lot of respect. It only took them 15 minutes to get to the Raisa clan doors, and they saw 2 guards there which had the cultivation of Tier 2 mages guarding the gates. And they swaggerly walked to the gates like superstars with their clan clothes in full display. When the 2 guards first saw the clothes of the kids coming, they first shivered in fright as they remembered their patriarch telling them to stay away from any Gordons clan member, as they were trying to avoid any confrontation with them ever since they settled in the city a month ago. They were really cautious of the Gordons clan when they heard all their deeds after they got into the Estonia city. They heard how the other clans were never interested in getting in any feud with the clan, as they thought of them as a powerhouse that should not be offended. And when their patriarch had bragged on how his clan had matched the Gordons clan in power, they had snickered at his ignorance, calling him a short-sighted man. As they said, the Gordons clan was so secretive that no one really knew their actual strength. They could only estimate it, but even with their estimation, they still don't want to fight with such a clan that hides their strength so much. They even think that the patriarch might be a puppet placed there to confuse the opinion of the public, as there have been rumors going on for long that the patriarch was not the strongest in the clan, but just the spokesman of the clan, who was always attending all outing on the behalf of the clan. And that these reason was why their patriarch had made sure to warn them to stay away from the Gordons clan. But here was a group of young generation from the same clan coming, and the guards was sure hey didn't come with good intentions. Calm down, buddy. It's just a group of Tier 1 nobodies from the Gordons clan. No need to be afraid, one of the guards said to his colleague, after reading the power level of Alec and his squad. Stop, the guard who was just corrected quickly regained his wits and tried to take his anger out on the kids. We have come to challenge your younger generation. Go and issue our challenge now. We shall be waiting here outside your clan doors, so everyone passing might become a judge to the fight that is about to happen. Arthur said to the guards, and one of them sneered, how dare you come to the Raisa clan and challenge us? I guess you are tired of living, and since you have not been taught properly at home, I would teach you for them. The guard said with a sly smile on his face, as he planned to beat up the kids, since they were a bunch of Tier 1 mages. Sending them back home, hoping that way he would gain some merits. When he reported it back to the patriarch, maybe he might even be able to promote from being just an ordinary guard. But the moment he unleashed his aura and leaped towards Arthur, who was at the front, he noticed he was smiling. He was not even showing any signs of being frightened when facing a Tier 2 mage. This behavior of Arthur just steeled the guard's mind. To finish this, quickly asked, as he had a bad feeling about this kids, but before his hand could hit Arthur, he realized the boy in front of him turn into a blur, and the next moment he felt a huge force hitting him at his stomach, and he flew back to the gate. With his colleagues quickly helping him back up, when he looked at Arthur again, there was a look of dread on his face, with blood dripping out from one corner of his mouth. The strength behind that punch was definitely not something a Tier 1 mage was supposed to produce. He saw Arthur blowing at his fist that was coated in a gauntlet that looked like gold, because he had definitely encased his hand in metal element, making it look like a golden boxing glove, and him blowing a non-existent smoke was kinda making the guard more annoyed. Arthur said with a fierce look on his face, though the guard didn't understand who he was talking about, but he was sure of one thing after that exchange of blows, and that was he could not defeat the kid in front of him. People were already starting to gather around the front gates of the Raisa clan front door. After seeing a commotion happening, they all decided to check what was happening, and noticed that 4 kids from the Gordons clan were there to challenge the younger generations of the Raisa clan. This type of battle pumped their bloods, making them spread the news fast to anyone who was willing to hear it, and the front door of the Raisa's clan was getting more occupied. The guard who was hit by Arthur has already gone inside the clan to go call the executives of the clans to come deal with this matter, since they could not handle the boys. His colleague actually had to beg him to come back fast, as he does not want to be the only one having to watch the kids from the Gordons clan who looked like beasts in human clothing, with the monstrous strength they have shown. Alec took his time to look at the decorations of the Rasa clan front gates. The door that was used was definitely a treasured wood. It was like the Rasa clan was showcasing their wealth. And above the doors was a big signboard showing the name of the Rasa clan in ancient writing, and painted in black color, in a very domineering way. Ever since the new clans entered the city, Alec had not had the chance to go check them out. After all, they were people who bought big piece of lands in Estonia City due to the large amount of family member they have. And the practice ground they would build needed space. He just felt maybe it was time to tour the city again to get the feel of how different the city was now compared to before. The guard, who already had internal organs injury from Arthur's punch, rushed straight into the clan, going to the patriarch house straight. The moment he got to the house, he was stopped on the stairs by two teenagers who seems to be coming from the patriarch house. Stop. State your reasons for running towards the patriarch abode like a lost soul, a teenage with a long ponytail asked. He was the leader of the Rasa clan last generations and was a tier 3 mage now. Sir Radolf, there is trouble at the gates, and I have come to report to the patriarch and the elders so they could settle it amicably. The guard answered in a hurry, who is it that dared to bring trouble to the gates of the Rasa clan? Tell me all the details. Radolf questioned, and the guard quickly explained all that happened with the kids from the Gordons clan, and he still ended up adding few additions to the story to make Radolf more angry and make himself seem more of a victim. When Radolf heard that the kids of the Gordons clan was in the front gates of their clan, he smiled evilly. Good, Ian, gather all the younger generation from tier 2 to tier 1. We are going to beat those fuckers of the Gordons clan back with a lot of bruises. Radolf said with a sick laugh as he ended up releasing some of his magical power, but the patriarch said. The guard was about to say something when Radolf cut him off again. The patriarch. How the fuck are we even supposed to disturb the patriarch because of some cry-babies from the Gordons clan? So does that mean there is no one in our clan that can take them on? Do you want to disgrace the name of the Rasa clan? Well, I'm sorry to inform you this. The patriarch would not have to bother about those kids from the Gordons clan, as we would be taking care of them ourselves. Radolf said as he started walking away, though the guard did wanted to stop him, or still walk to the patriarch abode, but after what Radolf just said, he didn't even dare to make the next step towards the patriarch resting place. After all, Radolf had more status than him in the clan. And if he ever tries anything funny and ended up offending Radolf, his stay in the clan might turn hellish for him, so he could only wish that Radolf was able to treat those Gordons clan kids with all seriousness and defeat them to avoid any type of embarrassment that might occur in the future. As for now, he could only put his hopes on Radolf, who all the younger generation of the Rasa clan saw as their leader. Arthur was sitting on the floor just outside the Rasa clan gates in a meditative position, waiting for the guard who went in to come back with the younger generation of the Rasa clan. But the front of the Rasa clan gates has already been filled already by bystanders who definitely wanted to join in on the fun because of what is happening. Alec looked around before looking towards Arthur, that was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and knew that they won't be able to challenge another clan today. As the Gordons clan were going to find out about them leaving soon, and when they do, this crowd is what would lead them here. Though Alec was worried about the crowd being a type of beacon to locate them, Arthur was actually happy there was a crowd to watch him fight. After all, how would the new of him challenging the tier 1 mages of the Rasa clan if there was no one to watch it all and spread the word? Though he looked calm on the surface, but he was actually doing his victory dance inside of his mind. Sound of footsteps woke him up from his thinking as he raised his head up to see the whole set of the Rasa clan younger generation coming out from the clan. All of them acting all badass, as their senior Radolf was the one leading them. Radolf had always been angry at the fact the patriarch asked them to stay away from the Gordons clan. They have always believed themselves to be superior mages, so he doesn't get why they have to be scared of the Gordons clan, since they now live in the same city. And that was why he wanted to use this small challenge to embarrass them and show to his patriarch that the Gordons clan does not mean shit to them. Oh, what do we have here? It's actually a team of the Gordons clan. Radolf said with a sneer on his face as the rest of the Rasa clan all laughed out loud at Arthur, Alec, Agnes, and Knight from behind Radolf. Alec frowned at this disrespect, though they might have come from a rival clan to challenge them, but this was the first time he was facing someone from a rival clan, and he realized how bad-mannered those from the Rasa clan really were. But his fort was not in words. He could only walk towards Arthur, who was still in the middle of all this, and whispered into his ears, so he made sure he embarrassed the Rasa clan both in words and in martial ability. Due to noticing Alec's angry state, it just seemed to get Arthur more eager to fight, as he was pissed that someone dares to challenge Alec. You don't have to whispers into each other's ears. There is nothing you can do to stop your defeats today. Radolf bragged at first when I heard that it was your clan that came to our front gate to cause trouble. It actually made me pissed that an ordinary Gordon's clan would try to challenge us. But when I saw it was you all who are being worshipped as the next big thing in the Gordon's clan, I changed my mind. Not only am I interested in this challenge, I would also make sure we crushed your challenger. Radolf said, and some of the Rasa clan mages have even started cracking their knuckles, as they couldn't wait to fight. Oh, as long as you send in any tier 1 mage in here, I am ready to accompany them. I just hope they don't disappoint me too much, as I've been hearing a lot of bragging from you and all. Arthur said while picking his ears, showing a nonchalant attitude as he pointed at all of the Rasa clan while saying such statements, which only seemed to enrage them. An Rasa clan peak tier 1 mage, which looked really young, walked to the front and bowed towards Radolf Elder Sr. Let me take care of him for the clan. His statements has riled up my mage heart, and I want to defeat him to overcome my heart block. The young mage said as he stepped forward. Radolf looked at the mage but could not see his ace as he was looking at the ground, but he still nodded his head, allowing him to challenge Arthur. The mage was one of the most promising young talent that the Rasa clan had raised recently, though he might still be young, but it still didn't change the fact that he was going to become someone special in the clan in future, and there was no way he would allow a mage with so much potential develop a heart struggle because of something he found simple, and that was why he gave the mage a chance to fight, and if he wins, he would overcome his heart struggles and be reborn as new, but if he lost, he would give him the chance for him to estimate the real battle strength of the Gordon's clan challenger. The kid from the Rasa clan walked up to Arthur, staying just a few meters away from him. You all are going to regret coming to the Rasa clan. It has been long. I have been waiting for a moment like this to become popular, and am going to ride on the wave of your clan's success to become popular. The kid from the Rasa clan said, and his face changed from the innocent expression into a sly smile. He had never had any heart obstacle. He just used that chance to fight, because he felt he could defeat Arthur, and then use the Gordon's clan reputation to boost his fame, as he would be known as the man who defeated the genius of the Gordon's clan. The more he thought of how they would spread his name or how they would gossip about it, he smirked in satisfaction, as he knew that there were too many mages in the clan, and if his senior Radolf didn't pick him, the challenger might end up losing, and making him lose the opportunity to fight, so that was why he did what he did. Arthur looked at him in disgust as he realized what was happening. That's enough whining. Stop talking and fight. I didn't come here to entangle myself with a spoiled brat like you. I still have a lot of your clansmen to defeat, so make your move. Arthur said you would pay for your ignorance. The young Rasa clanman said as he shakes his pouch, and something that looked like a wooden man came out. It actually looked dead, but the moment the young man made various hand signs and touched some joints in the body of the puppet, it quickly came to life. With the eyes lighting a blue color, the puppet moved straight for Arthur with almost invisible strands of mana connecting the puppet and the young Rasa clansman. Arthur squinted his eyes at the speed of the puppet, but it was not something he could not dealt with. He raised his hand in the air, making a levitating golden sword appear. Tier 1 metal element skill, Holy Judgment Sword. He sent the sword flying straight at the puppet that was lunging at him while throwing a punch in the air. The sword collided with the puppet, making it fly back a few meters away. And it made Arthur quite surprised. He actually thought that with his sword power, he should be able to shatter the puppet, but it seems the materials used to create the puppet was way stronger than Tier 1 materials, as his sword was only able to damage the surface of the puppet. Even though he didn't get the required effect, he still used his remaining momentum to send the sword flying at the young Rasa clansman. The moment the Rasa clansman saw this, he panicked, but was still able to quickly cast a spell. Tier 1 metal spell, Metal Shield. The moment he finished casting the metal shield, the sword arrived before him and crashed against the shield, and making it crumble, but this small action had made him move his vital spot out of the way, as the Holy Judgment Sword was only able to graze his right arm. Erg, the young man screamed, but Arthur was not having none of that as he had seen the despicable side of the young man, and since his puppet was still far away, it left him defenseless, and Arthur exploited it to the fullest as he appeared before him and sent a punch straight at his stomach, making him choke on his breath as even his feet raised from the ground, and Arthur grabbed his shoulders while bringing his face straight down to his knees, and when they connected, the young man went unconscious instantly, and Arthur threw his limp body to the crowd, where the Raisa clan members were waiting, weak, pathetic, and useless. Imagine this punk talking about riding on the waves of our reputation with his pitiful strength. Arthur said as he turned towards Knight and Agnes with a helpless smile on his face, his statement spreading towards all the crowds, unlike the young man's whisper, which was only heard by Arthur. Radolf gritted his teeth in anger after the quick way Arthur had dismissed his clansmen, though they have not fought for long, but he had understood something: one peak tier, one mage could not defeat him. As that was the strongest peak tier, one mage of their clan which was just taken care of, so sending them one by one would only be sending them to their early defeat, so he decided to play dirty. You out there now and finish him. Radolf pointed at the 5 next strongest peak tier 1 mages they have, asking them to go out and fight. They were actually embarrassed when their leader said this. After all, they were people watching, and no matter if they won, it won't bring the effect they wanted. But they were not stupid enough to believe they could defeat Arthur alone, as they realize why he wanted them to fight together. 2 youth in the Gordon's clan clothes entered Alec courtyard and bowed before the patriarch and Draco, who was waiting for them there, while looking for any clues that might make they understand which clan they would attack. After greeting the patriarch, the 2 youths faced Draco and passed a paper to him, which he opened and quickly looked through the contents. After that, Draco ended up lighting the paper in flames and burning it to ashes. Why would you do that? I was not even able to read the content inside the letter, the patriarch complained when he saw Draco burning the letter the 2 youth brought to him. After all, he was aware of when Draco sent them out to bring back any news concerning the kids they might hear back to him. I'm sorry, I acted out of character. I know where they are, but I don't think we would be able to go pick them ourselves, Draco said with a forced smile on his face. And why is that? Well, that is because they have attacked the Raisa clan. Draco replied fast, not daring to delay further, so the patriarch does not get more irritated. Ta was already feeling him. I see this is tricky considering we have been pretending to that clan for a very long time. They have been so direct in their attack towards us as they believed we are much weaker than them. But ever since they entered the Estonia city, they have been really well behaved, and going there to get the boys will eventually lead to our powers being tested, the patriarch said out loud as he thought about the situation at hand. Well, I guess the only reason they have been that well behaved is because they must have heard few rumors about us. I guess we can't pretend to be a sheep to them again when we are actually a wolf, Draco added, and the 2 youth who were standing there were surprised when they heard how their clan leaders talked about how they have been toying with another's clan intelligence. Well, it can't be helped, they would find out sooner anyways. The patriarch waved his hand and was ready to perform the earth travel skill before his hand was knocked away by Draco. We don't really need to show up or have our powers tested by those old monsters in the Raisa clan. From what I read, it's just their younger generation who are facing Alec and his gangs. I think their older generation are staying out of it, Draco explained. So what am I supposed to do? Why not send the tier 2 and tier 3 mages too, and call even those who are 1 missions nearby to pick them up, so if a fight ever escalate, then it would be settled between the younger geeks. We don't really need to stress ourselves with matters relating to the younger generation. I do believe that Alec and the others could handle themselves. Why do I feel this has been your plans all along? The patriarch asked with a suspicious look as he looked at Draco again. We have been quiet for long, but it does not mean our younger generation has to be quiet like us old men. Mages should be hot-blooded and chase their heart desires. If not, they would face bottlenecks soon if all they do is practice and stay at one place like greenhorns, Draco explained before the patriarch accepted with a grumpy face, but Draco had a wild smile on his face. He had been waiting for the moment where the hot blood of the younger generation would not be able to hold in their ambitions and would finally unleash their strength, so there was no way he would be allowing the fight to finish that fast, though he trusted Alec's ability to watch over himself and stay alive. But he could not say the same for the rest of the kids, and that was why he plans to send the tier 2 and tier 3 young generation mages of the clan to the Raisa clan to act like backup. He was evening hoping it would get out of hand, and the Gordon's clan younger generations would hold no hand hitting back. He had been bored at how gentle the new generation had become, but he always believed that Alec and his gang were the spark needed to lighting up another big conflict. Though he was smiling normally on the outside, he was actually feeling quite happy on the inside as he could not wait for the next news. The 5 Tier 1 mages might have been feeling embarrassed before when they were all sent to fight Arthur, but after he quickly gave them 1 punch each and rubbed it on their face with his piercing words, they finally realized that even if they lost face, they must make sure they really defeat him, or their clan would completely lose face, as they would be termed as those who could not even defeat 1 Tier 1 mage with 5 Tier 1 mage. The Rasa clan mages sent their puppets forward, but Arthur seems to have grasped a type of footwork that made him dodge all of the puppets' attacks, and making their speed look so stupid as he punched their joints, making their durability drop and making the puppet wobble like they were going to break down anytime soon. He was really having fun with the 5 puppets as he tested the power of his golden fist punch. Due to the puppets not being as strong as the first guys on the display of their puppets were an embarrassing display, and they were not able to pose any threat to Arthur. As the material they used in crafting their puppet was from Tier 1 materials. After all, not everyone had the access to the type of wealth the young mage that was defeated had access to. After all, not only was he talented, but he was also a grandson of an elder in the Rasa clan, which made others feel like his future path was already set. When the 5 puppet masters from the Rasa clan realized that their puppetry trick would not defeat Arthur, they finally gave up and decided to crowd him and defeat him once and for all. At first, the only reasons why they had not wanted to fight him head-on was because they just witnessed his frightening combat abilities, and no one of them wanted to be hit like that, but they all threw caution into wind now as they threw fist and skills at Arthur. And he laughed arrogantly. Now that is more like it, you sissies. I thought you don't have the guts to throw a punch. I was already getting bored fighting with your sticks. Arthur taunts them, making the leading mage rage with fury. How dare you call our peerless puppet sticks? He shouted in anger, but Arthur just laughed arrogantly as he exchanged punches and kicks with all 5 of them and was still the one with an upper hand. While fighting, he was releasing metal elements to his body, little by drawing the metal elements in the air, and it was taking a form of an armor that would protect Arthur, though the mages tried to attack faster to distract his attention so he would fail setting up the armor, but it just seems to hasten the process of the armor forming. Don't think physical attack is all we can do. One of the mage moved back few meters away from Arthur, and his colleague did the same. They were all embarrassed to really say the really reason they had to break away from pressuring Arthur, but it was actually because their hands were feeling numb from hitting the golden armor. That was almost covering his upper body. Who cares what attack you weakly mages use? Just throw them all at me. Arthur's laughter pierced their ear as his carefree attitude and behavior made him look like a drunken war lord in an old Chinese movie, as both his hands have been coated with pure metal elements, making it look like he was wearing gloves since the metal element did not cover his fingers. Fuck brothers, this Gordon's trash is being arrogant. Let's give him a taste of our clan combined attack. Arthur quickly crossed his hands in an X shape to defend against the barrage of golden sword that was flying towards him, though the crowd thinking why not just dogged the attack. But as a fellow metal elementalist, he was well aware of the fact that the trajectory of the blade could always be changed in mid-air, making it follow him, and that was why he didn't waste any unnecessary energy to dodge and face the attack head-on. Bang, smash! The crowd were surprised to see him take on an attack of that level, and still stayed his ground as over 30 golden blade have just attacked him, and all it could do was push him backwards. His legs were entrapped to the ground, as he used the earth elements to make himself stable, leaving a long line of damaged tiles ground as he was pushed backwards. The crowd all looked at his body, and they noticed that he was only inflicted with flesh wounds from the places that the golden sword attacked. No one expected his defense to be that strong, and they still noticed that the golden armor was repairing itself in real time. The attack the Rasa clan mages just used could definitely be used by one person, but it only sent about 1 gold blade each when one mage used it. But they have found a way to combine their mana together to form the magic spell for that particular casting, and the more mana they put, the more blades would be created and sent at the enemy in an incredibly frenzy manner, and this was the first time they have seen a Tier 1 mage stop that attack, and he did so in a very simple manner. It was an attack that even the low Tier 2 mages of their clan had a hard time stopping, and they had termed it as a secret technique. Arthur looked at them with a blank look as he asked them. Race clan mages, that should never be shared with outside clans, but the person they just used it on seems to be able to break their confidence no matter what they threw at him. Is that all? Arthur looked at them with a blank look as he asked them. Race clan mages, crowds, they looked at Arthur like a freak of nature. The fact he was able to take that attack so easily means that they were not his match. They were even feeling they would need a tier 2 mage before they could finally be able to defeat him. Well, I do know that you puppet mages are strong. After all, I have heard a lot of incredible stories about your ancestor clan. I do mean the main puppetry clan in the capital. I just didn't expect you all to be this weak, though. Arthur said as he removed shards of broken metal sword from his wounds, making his blood spill out, as the metal armor quickly tried to cover up the open wounds after being touched by his blood. The Race clan mages all felt like killing Arthur. In fact, if eyes could kill, then Arthur would have been killed multiple times in that small section of time. As he just opened a very sore wound they always didn't want to remember. Years ago their clan was a branch of the main puppetry clan in the capital, and they also lived in the capital. But due to a crime their ancestor committed they were cut off as a branch clan to a subsidiary clan, making them leave the capital. And ever since then they have lost access to a lot of core techniques of the puppet path, and have been growing incredibly. Oh, it seems I touch a sore spot, sorry about that though. Okay, here I do think you're strong, but seriously, without your wooden puppet, I can see you all are not worth much. Just come at me together, let's finish this. Arthur taunted them again, making them lose their cool and rush at Arthur, but the result was to be expected, as Arthur no longer defended again, since his golden armor had actually completed, making him look like a dashing god of war. He had only been conversing with them to distract them, while his armor kept forming little by little, and he finally completed it, and he was no longer afraid of a few punches. In fact, the only spell he would be scared of now was if a tier 2 mage played against him, or over 10 peak tier 1 mages attacked him at once. So, until then there was nothing the mages of the Race clan could do to him. And he took every advantage of that as he punched, choked, and even slammed them on the ground as he beat the living daylight out of the 5 mages. The last mage was knocked unconscious with a suplex, as his Arthur grabbed his waist and turned backward, slamming the mage neck straight to the ground, making the color of his eyes close, and the mage fall into unconsciousness. Radolf gritted his teeth as he watched all of this being displayed at his front. Not only had Arthur insulted their clan, he had done it in a very resounding manner, as he had defeated 5 mages from their clan in such an humiliating manner. Even if they had the same cultivation level as him, they were no match for him at all. No matter what happened today, their clan was bound to become the laughing stock, and he didn't care what happened again, as he planned to take care of this Gordon clan mage by himself. He dashed straight at Arthur, who still had his hand to the crowd in celebration, and had his back facing the Race clan gates, so he was unaware of the danger. Radolf's speed was so much, and the crowd all exclaimed in surprise, as they were witnessing a tier 3 mage sneak attacking a tier 1 mage, and it was like the most shameless thing they have witnessed today, as all act of shameless attitude the Race clan exhibited since the start of the challenges were not as shameful as this. Arthur also felt his danger sense tingling, but he knew that no matter what he did he won't be able to turn fast to resist this attack from behind. Even the Race clan mages were surprised to see their leader take such measures at this moment. He was not even thinking about all that his patriarch had told him. All he wanted to do was make sure he injured Arthur Gordon's. That would damage his foundation for a while. That was enough compensation for him. He forgot that what he was doing was like a declaration of war at the whole Gordon's clan, as even Arthur never really hurt the mages from the Race clan. Considering he saw them as sparring partners to show off, even if he had the upper hand and much more strength, he never used his sword, which he always kept in his space ring. He had only used his fist and body to fight. Bang! Suppressly Radolf's punch was stopped, and when the crowd turned their gaze to the one who had stopped the attack of the leader of the Race clan, they saw that Alec was on the other side. But how he had actually flashed away from where he was standing in between Radolf and Arthur was still a mystery they won't be able to solve anytime soon. Alec's back faced Arthur as he stopped the sneaked attack directed at him. He was the only one that have always been paying attention to the surrounding, even with all the victory Arthur was getting. He was sure that the Race clan would not take it lying down. He was just not expecting their leader to be this shameless. He gritted his teeth as he sent Radolf back a few meters, feeling the numbness straight to his hands. Even if he had summoned his geared gauntlets, it was still not easy to receive the attack of a low Tier 3 mage without the full set. How? "You're just a Tier 1 mage," Radolf said with a grim expression on his face as he looked at Alec suspiciously, and all Alec did was raise his gauntlet in his face, showing the set of red salamander gauntlet that was able to boost his power to a Tier 3 level, though the full red salamander set boost his power to the peak of Tier 3, but the consumption was way too much. But he had finally found out that if he only summoned the two gauntlets, he would still be able to push his powers towards the range of peak Tier 2 mage and low Tier 3 mage. And it took less consumption, and this was just one of the reasons why he was able to stop the attack so easily. Arthur stared at Alec's wide back and smiled. He had always felt gratitude to Alec, but now he really felt it that bringing Alec along was definitely the most wisest decision he had ever made. "I never really thought that a clan that was well respected like yours would also sneak attack its challengers at the back even after they have won. The Changlenge don't tell me you all are a bunch of sore losers whom I don't have to explain anything to you. He used hard hand when fighting with my juniors, injuring them severely." Rafalf said, mixing a lie into his statement, as he was trying to win face back since the crowd had all seen all what he did, and this was the only way he could try to salvage the situation. He could only grit his teeth and lie like this since even his surprise attack had failed, though he was still wondering why this Tier 1 kid had been able to keep up with him. He still didn't believe that a set of gauntlet was able to boost the powers of Alec that much, though it was due to his limited knowledge on the level of the gauntlet. If not, he would not be so nonchalant. As a peak Tier 3 weapon could hurt him no matter the level of resistance he put up, except he had an armor of the same rank. If you're going to lie, at least don't make it so obvious. Look at the of all your clansmen that had challenged my brother. There's not even one cut or wound on their flesh. He had used the minimum required power to take care of the juniors of your clan, knocking them unconscious. He restricted his punches, and still yet he never even brought out his sword, which is his main weapon, and you claim that he have used heavy hand on them. Don't make me laugh. If the mages of your clans are this fragile, I guess they don't deserve to follow the path of cultivation, as they are all trash that won't last in a blood moon war," Alex said, and Radolf was already on the verge of exploding, though Arthur made him angry by dissing his clan for losing their position in the capital. But this little kid had come to say that they all didn't deserve to follow the path of mages. It was a great insult to any mage. And the fact he was still highlighting that his brother never used his main weapon was like saying the mages of his clan were not even worthy of his brother drawing his sword in battle against them, as he was scared that he might hurt them. All this provocation added together just seems to push Radolf to the limit point. Great, I see you all came here with intentions of war, and since that is what you want, you can forget about leaving here in one piece," Radolf said, as he didn't really care about face again. He just wanted to revenge the shame that his clan had incurred. He removed a puppet from his space pouch, and the moment the crowd saw the puppet, they all gasped in fright, because what they were looking at was just too cruel for them to believe it. They were looking at a human body which had his both hands cut off, and in place of his hands, other body parts was stitched there, like the left hand having a red hook hands of a demonic crab beast, and the right hand having the arm of a demonic tiger beast with its bulging muscles and very sharp claws. It was like the crab hand was attached to restrain all its enemies, while the arm of lion was attacked to give it the greatest attack powers. Even the lower legs have been cut off, and 8 hairy legs have been used to replace it, making the puppet look incredible scary, and like an art of a demonic cultivation. The pupils of the puppet was pure white, showing that it was being controlled. Run away from here. He had reached the realm of using his puppet arts on living beings. He might kill us to silence us of all that happened here. If you look closely, that puppet was made from the body of another human mage he must have killed, someone in the crowd said, and all those watching all ran away. The few who stayed to watch were definitely part of clans in the city that wanted to watch the show to the very end. Get ready to get wiped, Radolf said with a wicked smile on his face, as all the younger generations of the Race clans all started removing all sorts of puppets. He didn't even care about the crowd that was running. They were never his cause of concern. If he wanted to find them, all he needed was to use the Race clan connection. When Alex saw this, he was really surprised. He actually thought that puppet was all about wood materials and all that. He never even in his wildest dream imagined that they were also using the body of humans as material. After all, the puppet that Radolf introduced had the cultivation level of a Tier 3 mage, and with its mana supplying all the body that was attached to it, it would raise the lethalness of those part to another level. Alec quickly summoned the whole set of the red salamander armor as he realized that they were surrounded. This Radolf guy probably lost his mind and have decided to attack them without even worrying about the consequences. Arthur, Knight, and Agnes all stayed by his side as they prepares for what they were supposed to face a full legion of puppet, but before anything could happen. Alec heard footsteps from being, and when he looked behind, he saw a youth walking forward with a black blob levitating along with him. He squinted his head as he saw some of the younger generation from the Gordons clan following the teenager, and that was when he looked at the badge that was on the mage clothes, and he saw the emblem of the Gordons and realized that he came from the same clan. And funny enough, he knew nothing about him. The moments the teenager got closer to him, he patted him in the shoulders. Well done, young master. Now don't think only you guys know how to find help, boys. Get ready to cause chaos. The teenager, leading the Gordons clan younger generation, said, and everyone started summoning their golems. And even the black blob behind the teenager transformed into a black golem with big arms. When Alec saw this, he was pleasantly surprised. Now we have a proper showdown between golems and puppets pathmasters. Radolf, do you want to go again? The teenager from the Gordons clan said with a sly smile on his face, and Alec could not help liking whoever this guy is as he unleashed his Tier 3 aura to shield the Gordons clan from the pressure Radolf was constantly emitting. Alias Gordon, it is never good seeing you. Radolf Raisa said to the teenager who stood in front of Alec. Releasing his Tier 3 mage mana to resist against Radolf's Tier 3 mage mana that he has been using to pressure Alec and his gang, while I on the other hand don't even hope I get to see you at all. You are the most despicable person that I know. The fact that you even have the guts to raise your hands against the juniors of the Gordons clan is enough for me to cut you thousands of times. Alias bragged with a straight face that made Alec look at his senior, while wondering whether he was actually reliable with all the big talks he kept throwing around after he showed up. But while Alec was being skeptic about Alias, Radolf was actually angry that things have turned out the way it did. Every time the Raisa clan and the Gordons clan had always clashed, he had always been the one that fought with Alias. And he knew just how scary his power was. Alias always gave him the impression that he could defeat him, but still yet, no matter how many battles they fought, it has always ended in a draw, and this result have always baffled him. At times, he had always felt that Alias has always been toying with him. But he quickly denied such thoughts by himself, as his ego would not allow him to think that he was inferior to another mage who was even 1 year younger than him. All he wanted to do was take out his anger on the juniors of the Gordons clan, who seemed to have been building up a lot of fame nowadays. He has never expected that it would escalate to an all-out war between the younger generations of both clan, and he was actually feeling like everything here was being planned out. And he had been played to follow along their plan, and it made him mad. If only he knew the one who played for an all-out war to break out is Draco, he would just kill the anger in his mind to die down. Though even if Dracos don't act as much as he used to in the past, his reputation as the Lava King still stands, and no one wants to annoy a crazy mage who does things without thinking about consequences first. Don't come here to preach like your clan is on the righteous path. Your juniors are definitely the ones who came here and challenged the juniors of my clans first and started all this. Just as Radolf was talking, he was cut short by Alias. You don't have to explain all that happened. In fact, I saw everything that happened here completely. And if you don't have a perfect explanation for me, then prepare to fight it out, as I didn't come here to play, Alias said, as he placed his hand on the hilt of the sword placed on his waist. The moment he touched the sword, his expression changed from the normal playful expression he had on his face to a cold expression. Seeing Alias getting serious, Radolf didn't bother exchanging words with him again, as he knew that he won't back down now, due to how long they have fought, he could say. He understood Alias to some extent. He might now be his family member, but he knew he had two different personality, and this cold one was not as carefree as his other version, and every strike carried a small hint of killing intent. Beat them all, Radolf ordered, and all the mages from the Raisa clan started moving towards the Gordons clan, but before they could get closer, Alias final unleashed his weapon. And Alec realized that he was using a katana, and after Alias slashed sideways and quickly returned the katana back to its sheath and raised 2 fingers up to cast a spell. Earth and Spike Slash. By the time he finished casting his spell, many of the Raisa clan mages have already been injured or knocked back by a group of long protruding earth spikes that came out of the ground and forced them to move back or fly above it. Only few senior and talented mages among the Rasa clan came out of the attack without any scratches as the somersaulted, or used their acrobatic skills to avoid the calamity. With this, Alias was easily able to take out about half of the Rasa clan's mages and puppet with just one attack. Shea, I hate you and your fucking wide-range skills, Radolf complained as he finally removed a sword out of his space ring. Well, it ain't my fault that your clan mages are so fucking weak, and this is not my home ground. I have to disqualify the small flies to gain advantage early on, or I will have to pay dearly for it. Alias said coldly as he finally clashed with Radolf's sword, but his katanga was still in his sheath when he clashed with Radolf's sword, making Radolf's sword slide down, and he pushed the hilt forward, using it to hit Radolf's forehead, making Radolf's move few step back in a staggering motion, and his puppet moved forward, swinging its right hand. But before its lion claws could even get closer to Alias, a liquid black substance came out of the ground and covered up the puppet into a blob, and sinking it back into the ground. When Radolf saw this, his eyes burnt with fierce light. He had suffered at the hand of Alias' golem countless times. But he was not expecting the golem to remove his new puppet out of the fray that quickly, when he was actually counting on the puppet to finally defeat Alias. In fact, he had probably forgotten about the golem, since Alias rarely used his golem to attack him. Alias slashed with a stance, from afar, making countless wind blade move towards Radolf, who tried dodging only to realize that his leg was being caged with arms made from earth elements. Shit, he exclaimed, as he never even knew when Alias had casted earth arms to hold him down. He could only meet the attacked head on. Now the obstruction is gone, let's give it our. Alias said as he rushed like a samurai ninja towards Radolf, who was using his sword to deflect the wind blades, but some still passed through his defense, slashing him in multiple places. Radolf's legs started shaking in high frequency till the earth hands holding him broke, and he also dashed towards Alias. Well, no more bard or superficial skills, let's just fight this out, Radolf said towards Alias. Okay, Alias laughed out loud. And for the first time, he finally clashed with Radolf, seriously making the wind act up, blowing those nearby them away, as even the blow back from their collusion seems a little too much for mages that was not on their level. Sparks were going on and off as Alias' playful expression returned back, and Radolf cursed. Damn you and you ever-changing personality. There was commotion everywhere at the front gate of the Rasa clan, as the mages from both the Rasa and Gordon's clan all clashed against each other, turning everywhere into a full-blown battle royal between both clans, and except from both Radolf and Alias, that was given the space to fight to their heart content due to the amount of damage their battle collusion can cause. The rest of the mages just packed themselves to one corner and were fighting each other. The crowd of people who ran away before even came back to watch the fight again, this time from a more far distance, as they were not ready to be caught in between the crossfire of both clans. And they were glad to witness what they were seeing at the moment, as flash bright of lights of different colors kept going around everywhere in the battlefield, as each mages used their spell to the maximum power, trying to take out their enemy fast in order to help their clan members. Though in this kind of situation Arthur was no longer in the limelight again, but he was at least happy to be the one who lit the fire up, as he took pleasure in venting out his anger in the Rasa clan's juniors. He was still mad that he was almost injured by a tier 3 mage from the Rasa clan, and this time he didn't pull back any punches as he striked with his full power, breaking a couple of bones and making sure those he dealt with won't be able to get up anytime soon. The rest of the gangs just shake their heads as they joined in taking different positions in the battle of the front gate, so they would be able to clear out this battle fast, while Alec just summoned Titan to do his dirty work. And no matter how many mages came around his area, they were not able to take more than one punch before they went back to the ground, as they were not able to compete with his mad strength. And when they sent their puppets to deal with him, he only sent a couple of ice shards towards their joints and made the puppets immobilized. And the Rasa clan mages started noticing Alec more, as he was still standing on the same spot he was when he blocked Radolf's punch, and he had his hand folded as he watched the performance of the Gordon's clan, only acting by sending some earth spears whenever he felt a clan member was about to lose, and because of his timely interference. The Gordon's clan had already gained a much higher hand than the Rasa clan, even though they were the ones with number advantage, and it made them sick. Since they could not even think of getting close to him, the last guy who tried is still suffering from the bloods that refused to stop pouring out from his broken jaws. as Titan had delivered a straight uppercut at him when he tried to play wise and use a movement technique to bypass Titan so he could get to Alec. His jaws was broken in the process, but that did not stop there, as Titan had kicked the Rasa clan mage like a ball back to the other mages. Planning on coming near Alec, this was his warning to the mages, and that was actually that main reason they didn't dare near Alec again, but instead sent their puppet to do their work. But now some were already crying in their hearts as they watched their puppets that was nicely decorated around Alec in a stuck position. They were worth a lot of magic stones, but they were slowly becoming ice statues. It was funny how the ice was slowly covering their puppets up, but they still didn't have the guts to go over and try recollecting their puppets. One shameless member of the Rasa clan had tried using words to rile Alec up by saying you are only strong because you fight behind a strong golem your clan had given you. If you're so strong, then come out from behind the golem and fight us. But before he could say another word, Alec had sent an earth spear straight his way. The mage paled and tried to move out of the way, only to realize that he could not even move an inch. Not only had Alec sent an earth spear, but he had also held his legs straight to the grounds with earth hands. Due to watching how Alias had silently casted the earth hand skills a few moments ago, Alec had pasted it in his head as it was a very useful skill. The mage from the Rasa clan had his mouth shut after he got impaled by the earth spear at his stomach, making him low consciousness due to the pain he passed through. After making an example from that mage, no one tried to even taunt Alec again and focused on other mages. The Gordon's clan mages all laughed at the mage from Rasa clan who talked without common sense about golems. They were not like puppets that could be passed, as the Gordon's clan mages' golem techniques connect a wisp of their consciousness inside the golem, which link them to their soul, meaning breaking the connection with such golem for a family member could damage their soul in the process, and no one in the Gordon's clan would be espit enough to do that, considering that damage to the soul was not the only restriction. The battle was almost finished at the moment. The Gordon's clan had defeated almost all the mages of the Rasa clan due to the help of the gang, who could jump ranks to affect the Tier 2 mage rank battles, making the victory tilt to the Gordon's clan fast. Radolf looked towards the battlefield and noticed his clan had already lost and sent a combo kick at Alias, who used his hands to stop them extra fast, only to realize that there was no much power in them. When he looked up, he saw Radolf throwing a small black ball at him. And he quickly slashed his katana, but before the black ball and the slash could contest against each other, the black blob of liquid, which entered the ground, came out, and in an arm formed from the blob and dig itself inside the blob and grabbed something inside it, tossing it towards the black ball. Bang! A loud explosion happened as Radolf's puppet bared the impact of the black ball, which was actually a small compressed mana bomb that Radolf had created and covered with other materials to make it seem less dangerous. The black liquid blob moved towards Alias and turned towards an armor wrapping around Alias, helping him defend against the explosion of the mana bomb. Whereas Radolf had already escaped with a movement technique few meters away, as he was way cautious of the bomb in the first place, but when he saw his puppet being blasted into pieces, he almost flew into rage. He remembered all the stress he had to go through to construct such strong puppet, including the amount of money he had to exhaust, and he felt like tearing his hair out. He almost rushed back towards Alias, but he felt a hand on his shoulders making him stop, and stared at the person who tried to hold him back in anger, only for him to shiver in fear as if someone dropped a bucket of cold water on him. Pa Patriarch, he muttered. It's not worth it. Go inside. When I come inside, we would talk about the matters of your mistake. Today the Patriarch of the Rasa clan said, and all the mages of the Rasa clan started to make their way inside, and the ones that were still conscious now became responsible for those that was still unconscious, as they had to drag their body and bring them back to the clan. With all this happening, the clan members of the Gordon's clan all gathered together around Alias. They wanted to leave, but the gaze of the Patriarch made them feel uncomfortable. So they decided to wait and hear what he had to say to them, after the clan members of the Rasa clan have finally gone back inside. The Patriarch finally spoke again. You didn't only come to disrupt the focus of my descendants, but you're also disturbed the rest and peace of my clan, and in the process, you all were responsible for the destruction of a lot of think today, including my clan's bronze gate. The Patriarch pointed at the left gate that was already dangling, and looked as if it would collapse any moment from now. You know, you should not blame only us, the kids from Gordon's. Cause last, I remember your descendants were also our partners in doing every damage we caused since we fought together. Alias responded with so much vigor and confidence that made Alec look at his half-smug smile. Alec could not relate why Alias always seems to be in bragging mode, but he was sure of one thing. This Alias was not scared of the patriarch like the rest of the clansmen were when I came out before I thought of just punishing a few of you. But when I saw the potentials of you all and the arrogance you just showed, I think I would take back my intentions. I would lay waste to some of you, so even if you recover months later, your potential must have been damaged and your arrogance crubbed. The Rasa clan patriarch said with a sadistic smile on his face. He might be afraid of the Gordon's clan, but that does not make him a coward not to deal with the younger generations. After all, to him, they were just a bunch of younglings that might grow up and become a pain in the neck for his clan, considering the amount of potentials they have shown. When fighting with the younger generations of his own clan, he had been watching since when the fight started, but he didn't want to get involved since it involved the younger generation. And he believed that his clan would have won due to them being at home and having more advantages in number, and that was why he had asked even the elders and the warriors of the clan not to show up so the kids could fight. After all, competition always led to creating a better warrior. I see where that guy called Radolf got his attitude from. It's definitely from their clan patriarch. They are shameless to the core. Imagine from sneak attacking a junior to making their words seem righteous so they could attack a group of young generation like us. What a shameless clan. Arthur said from beside Alec, making the face of the patriarch contour in anger, and he dropped any act of a sage he was putting on as he wanted to do nothing but kill the boy who just spoke. Clearly Arthur had said so, infusing his mana in his throat. It's a style the Grand Elder taught him, so it made his voice loud, since he was still mad at the sneak attack. He had just announced to all the crowd that was watching from afar what the patriarch was planning to do. The patriarch didn't bother with saying anything again as he stretched his hand towards the Gordon's clan, and a rune with 6 different ancient lines started revolving in the air. Tier 6 Mage spell Holy Judgment Swords. The patriarch casted a spell that Arthur had casted before, but when he used it, it was way different from the one Arthur casted with a Tier 1 Mage mana. There were countless golden swords hanging around the air facing them head-on, and they were fucking big, long, and seems to have been forged to perfection. Each of them had runes inscripted on them. When the mages of the Gordon's clan saw this, their face fell, and they felt cold shivers down their spine as they thought of how they would escape from this type of calamity. But when they looked towards their leader, they realized that he had no expression of fear, or was he shivering? He still had the same playful smile on his face, while looking at the patriarch of the Rasa clan. Even Alec was surprised at his calm attitude toward an attack of such rain. He lightly removed a card from his space ring and fiddled with the card around his fingers, and he pushed his mana into it as he threw the card towards the swords that were hanging in the skies. The moment Alias threw the card up, his golem, which stayed in the form of a black liquid blob, expanded and covered every member of the Gordon's clan before escaping underground. The card light up with bright light, and 2 clowns appeared. The first one was dressed in pure white mixed with a little black, as even his clown nose was black, and another clone dressed in pure black mixed with a little white appeared, and while the white laughed playfully, the black clown laughed coldly. They dashed towards the metal swords, and every time they passed through a golden sword, it burst straight back into pure golden element energy, which in turn was absorbed by the 2 clowns, and after absorbing all the metal element energy from the metal element, the white clown formed a long night sword coated in sharp metal element, as it shined with great runes that was even superior to the ones that was in the Holy Judgment swords that the Rasa clan patriarch had formed. While the black clown formed 2 golden daggers and also was inscribed with great runes, the both clown laughed in their respective ways as they changed their target and dashed for the patriarch of the Rasa clan, and it was this moment that the patriarch of the Rasa clan knew he had been played. The person he always fought from the Gordon's clan at the mines where they clashed with the Gordon's clan was a Tier 6 mage, which used lava elements and lava golems to keep up with his high Tier 6 mage realm. But the protection charm card that was just thrown was a Tier 7, and that means the Gordon's clan had a Tier 7 mage, as a protection card was not something that can be bought, it was something only high-tier mages could conjure, and they were given out as protection for their most strongest disciples. And the fact that a disciple of the Gordon's clan had it meant that they had a Tier 7 mage, and a strong one for that matter, as its spell was able to destroy his so easily even when he was not here. And now he had to face the remaining might of the spell, if not the clan gate, was not the only thing that the younger generation of Gordons was going to destroy before they left. He didn't even bother chasing them, as he had much more troubles to think about. The clan gates of the Rasa clan was completely destroyed. The patriarch of the Rasa clan sighed in defeat. The gates in the writings that he was so proud of was already in damaged state, and the patriarch had various wounds all over his bodies. But that was not all, as various Rasa clan elders and puppets were all sprawl around the ground, as most of them tried their best to catch their breath, as they thanked their stars for the calamity that they just managed to escape. When the Rasa clan patriarch reminisced on what just happened, he was incredibly terrified when the protection spell of Alias has been activated, that he had been forced to focus all his attention on stopping the spell than caring about how the Gordon's kids got away, as the damage range of such tier of spell was always devastating. And so he called on all the elders with a spiritual transmission, hoping that with their combined strength they would at least be able to repel the spell. After all, it was not activated. But a Tier 7 mage himself, even if it was a Tier 7 spell, he felt since Tier 3 mage activated it, its power should be limited. But he was shocked when even with the combined powers of both him and the elders of their clan were not able to stop the Gemini clowns from damaging the clan gates. At first they threw their attacks at the clown, but they ended up being absorbed, and he thought that they were only able to absorb metal elements, since most of the Rasa clan members are metal elementalist. Before one elder who had a double element affinity sent a fire attack and was surprised to find it absorbed also, and the Gemini clown gained the power to also use fire element attacks on their weapons. It took quite a long time for them to realize that the Gemini clowns were practically immune to any magically spell under the Tier 7 reign. It was only when the mana energy that was used to produce them was finished did the two clown disappear like a puff of smoke. Even till the end we were still not able to stop the attacks of those incarnation of jokes. Send this message out the whole clan. We're closing our gates for closed doors seclusion, and I don't ever want to hear that any more members of our clan have anything or gets into an argument with the Gordon's clan. Is that clear? The patriarch of the Rasa clan questioned with loud voice, and all the elders nodded their heads as they were ready to go back, and warned all their juniors fast of the consequences of going against the patriarch words. The patriarch stormed off in anger, but actually, he was just afraid of what could happen to his clan, now that he finally found out that the Gordon's clan had a Tier 7 mage. And he has been suspecting it before due to the rumors that the other clans told him, but now he was assured of it that there was definitely a Tier 7 mage in the Gordon's clan, and he had to talk to the other new clans that migrated to the city with him, so they find a way to deal with this situation. Few kilometers away from the Gordon's clan villa, a big blob came out of the ground and spit out the members of the Gordon's clan that all went to fight the Rasa clan younger generation. They were all spit out in fast speed, and they landed in embarrassing situations. Some even landing on their ass, and when they all looked at their positions they burst out laughing at themselves. You all should have seen the Rasa clan patriarch face when he saw the Tier 7 card I brought out. He looked like someone who was forced to eat shit. Alias joked and everyone bursted out laughing again. Alec, Arthur and Agnes all made their way to Alias. With Arthur leading in the front, I want to use this opportunity to thank Senior Brother for watching out for us and rescuing us from a difficult situation. Arthur said as he cupped his hand and performed a bow with Alec and Agnes joining him. Nah, you all don't really need to worry, it was my responsibility as your elder to do that, and if I didn't bring you all out, I might not have an easy time with my master. Alias set in between nervous laughs. Well, you have a master. He must have been the one who gave you that magical card in D. He must be really strong, right? Agnes questioned with a light gleam flashing past her eyes as she was trying to gather information. Yes, of course. He was the one who gave it to me in case things got out of hand, though it was Lord Seventh who asked me to come pick you guys up, and since I was back in the city, I decided to swing by. Alias answered without holding back, but he scratched his head, as he could already feel a headache coming on just looking at Agnes. She was giving him a detector vibes. If you don't mind, Senior, I would like to know, who is this master of yours, who could raise such a capable junior like you? Agnes asked, and even Alec and Arthur pushed their ears forward as they wanted to know Alias' master. Oh. That's simple, he is the most wonderful, strongest, full of vigor and knowledgeable master, and also the patriarch of the Gordon's clan. Alias replied with a proud smile on his face. Alec and Arthur. Bro, are you sure about it? Do you mean my grandfather? Or do you the Gordon's clan have another patriarch hiding somewhere? Alec asked a very funny question after exchanging glance with Arthur, cause both of them could not even picture the patriarch that comes to their courtyard each day to steal buns and rip them off, being a master of someone so great. Well, sorry about all this, Sir Alias. I have to lecture this, boys. If you don't mind, you can come over to our place in the next 30 minutes, as I plan to prepare a feast for all the younger generation to celebrate a great victory against the Raisa clan. Agnes said before Alias had a chance to answer Alec's stupid question, but the moment Alec, Arthur, and Knight heard that Agnes was preparing a celebration feast, they almost vomited the food they ate this morning. As they just wondered how the meal they were about to taste would disrupt their system. Okay, Miss Agnes, I would definitely be there, with the boys, Alias replied, as him and Alec gang parted at the clan gate, all going to their respective ways. Since the land house was so big, it was clear their play was not close. Will you even know my name? Agnes replied with a blush on her face. Yes, of course. Your father never stops babbling about you anytime he comes to the academic, Alias shouted, as he disappeared in the crowds with the rest of the guys who came with him after they finished talking with Knight. After parting with Alias and the group of young generation that came with him, Alec and his gang were unlucky to run into a smiley Draco who was proud of them, and a furious patriarch who wanted to tear off their ears as he talked until they listened to him. Though Alec and Arthur were the only ones who got his treatment, since they were the ones he caught, the moment the both of them set their eyes on him, they tried to make a run for it. But how could they run from someone who had a grasp on Earth laws and could travel long distance with his Earth escape skill? They looked funny with the way they kept running, but the earth under their feet kept bringing them backwards to the patriarch. Arthur and Alec even resorted to reversing the earth elements under them, but the earth refused their call, and they soon found themselves in the hands of the patriarch, who made sure to drag their ears as he angrily scolded them while he dragged them to their courtyard. Agnes and Knight could only watch the two boys in pity as they followed from behind quietly, as they were careful not to incur the anger of the patriarch. And after the patriarch left, Lord Seventh, who is also Draco, thanked Alec and Arthur for finally bring up a little chaos back and sparking things in the clan. So Alec used the opportunity to ask about Alias from Draco, on why he had never seen him in the clan, and he was informed on how Alias was in a mage academy close by and only came home for a short holiday. He also talked about several genius of the Gordons clan that went to the same academy and how they were planning on enrolling him there too. After the scandal that went on at the capital with the ancient Blaze clan, they were trying to put Alec anywhere far from their control zone of the Blaze clan. As long as they didn't have an influence in the school, they would be happy. They now realized that there were people who were actually after him from the clan. It was a sad thing, but for Alec's safety, they felt it was great he stayed in the clan first, until he gained an admission to the Mage Academy nearby. At least by then, the ancient Blaze clan won't be able to touch Alec for the period of time he would be a student of the Mage Academy, as they won't want to challenge any Mage Academy, especially one they didn't have elders in, as it was out of their influence zone, and if they tried to assassinate him and the school investigated them to be responsible, then they would have to face the might of all the mage institution in the country. Alec felt more settled when he heard of the plans the clan had for him, but before Draco left, he whispers another question in his ears. Is Alias really my Gramps' disciple? What, don't tell me you don't remember him. He was always playing with you, in fact Gideon included. Draco said, and Alec laughed nervously as he didn't know how he would tell his uncle that he could not process all of his memories, and some of them even still seem blurry. And that was because he was not the first soul that resided in the body, so he could only feign ignorance as he scratched the back of his head. He was having problems remembering Alias, and here was Draco mentioning another name, Gideon. I can't really remember all that happened in my childhood very clearly. Well, I guess you probably forgot about him due to the fact that he got enrolled to the Mage Academy fast. Well, no biggie, and if you must know, he is actually your father's only disciple and the son of the sixth elder. Draco said, and the whole gang sucked in cold breath. Does that not equivalent to having two great masters? Arthur asked, as he could only imagine the amount of resources that Alias would be able to enjoy considering the amount of connection he had to two major powerhouse of the Gordons clan, who were responsible for major decision in the clan. Well, technically yes, cause his golem techniques came from his father, the sixth elder, while his battle techniques came from the patriarch Draco. Explained, oh, no wonder his golem had sets of crazy and unique set of skills, different from the ones I have seen before, Arthur said. I can't seem to think of anything the patriarch can teach him after all. He didn't even use earth elements that much, but relied on his katana to fight Alec complained in conjunction to Arthur's words. Well, I see you don't really know your grandfather then. Why do you think he is able to hold on to the patriarch position regardless, the fact that it is rumored that he is the weakest even among all of the major leaders, even if he is a tier 7 and our elders are mostly tier 6? Draco asked, and the question actually stunned Alec. Well, I guess it's because the Gordon's clan are not power-hungry. In fact, they hate their duties so much that they just abandon them, that I wonder sometimes if we really have elders. Draco, Alec, be careful with your words, they hurt a lot. Draco coughed as even him felt guilty about Alec's words since he can't even remember when last he did his duties as an elder. If not for today's matter concerned the younger generation, causing chaos, he would not have shown up. After all, a sound transmission had been sent to all elder, but only him showed up as the case had been left to the patriarch to take care of by himself. Well, if you must know, your grandfather has awakened his inner Gordon's bloodline power. That is why he is able to lead the clan, and his bloodline power is one of the most special ones. And since he was the first son of his father, he was automatically elected. Your grandfather was born at the period of the Gemini star period and awakened the great Gordon's Gemini bloodline before he even reached the high-tier mage realm, though they never tell us the realm he was able to awaken it, but for the old elders to hide it, then it only means if it was disclosed it would cause a lot of troubles. I know you all must have heard that when I was young, I caused a lot of troubles with a lot of clans despite being a member of a mid-tier clan. In fact, I was almost killed, and they said the patriarch begged before I was left alone them. I must tell you that story is false. HMMMM. Alec, Agnes, Arthur, and Knight all exclaimed at the same time with opened eyes. Back then he was still a tier 6 mages, and all he used was his wild katana skills and his Gemini techniques, and I noticed something about his attacks. It always changes from being cold killing intent to being playful strikes, making it hard for those facing him to get his attack rhythm as he could change at any seconds. He was what the clan call a battle maniac when he changes to his cold personality. But he becomes a mage genius when he turns back to his playful personality, and I later learned that he had double personality, Draco said. Alec, whoa, you mean there is a part of my grandfather that I have not met yet? This is seriously shocking. Alec blurted out. What is more shocking is the fact that he could take on 5 different patriarch on his own and still hold his ground. Arthur added, am I the only one who noticed that the patriarch and Alias both have double personalities? Agnes asked, as she could not just understand what was it with boys that make them stray of the main topic. Well, I was going to mention that before you did, Knight said, but he quickly shut up and looked at the skies nervously as he saw the type of eyes that Agnes used to look at him, making him back down from any more lies he was planning on telling before. Well, that is true, little lady. Both the patriarch and Alias both have double personalities because they were both born on the Gemini star period, and for Gordon's clan members born in this period, they are likely to have double personalities. Draco explained, and the gang were all shocked at this discovery of the fact that the clan might have others with double personalities. No wonder he is the disciple of the patriarch. After all, who else could he learn from? Arthur said with shrugged shoulders. I still don't believe that the old man is that awesome, Alec argued instead while touching his chin. Then, I think I should really tell you the full story of what happened that fateful day. Your grandfather, who just also happens to be the patriarch of the clan, got so mad after he realized that 5 old monsters came after a junior like me, and that his mood switched to his cold personality, and he defeated all 5 patriarch. In fact, he came close to killing them, only leaving them when there was just a dangling speck of life remaining in them, and he captured them as war gains under the name of the Gordon's clan. And not only that, he also arrogantly asked the 5 clans to send representatives to come and bail their patriarch out, and also make a promise not to move against a member of the Gordon's clan ever again, if not he would come after them again. Draco was explaining when Arthur interrupted with stars twinkling in his eyes. Lord Seventh, the patriarch you are describing is really making my blood boil. I can't believe the patriarch did all of this in the past. I think he might be my new hero. But wait, if he did all this, then why is the story quite difficult from what we learnt? Bam. Arthur questioned, but unlucky got slapped on his head by Agnes, and he could only take in the humiliation as Arthur have already warned him that raising his hand against a woman who was not an opponent, if you just shut up, he would have explained it. Knight added, well, like I was saying, the other clan were embarrassed and came to bail their patriarch out, but the public didn't really know what happened. And since those clans noticed that the patriarch never disclosed their embarrassments out in the public, they used that medium to deliver another version of the story, the one you all know now. Though the patriarch heard how they twisted the story, but but he only laughed it out and told the clan to forget about it since we don't want attention. And that was how the 5 clans got bolder and spread the news more, and they never expected it to blow up, and their fears always got to them. But the patriarch could not bother with losers who still felt they should keep a great image, and this is why some clans low-key scared of the Gordon's clan, as they have witnessed the real power of the patriarch, and thinks our clan have passed the tier ranking of a mid-clan, and should have moved out of this town long ago. But all these claim and believes of theirs have been disclaimed as mere rumors by the other clans, as they felt the need to believe that our clan was a high-tier one was impossible. After all, they were not ready to agree to being inferior to another clan. Because of the difficulty involved in becoming a high-tier clan, they forgot about this rumor, seeing the patriarch as a joke because of his playful attitude, and the clan never got more than a normal rating, which is what the patriarch wants, except for a few clans who are on guard against us, including the 5 clans from back them, who try their best not to offend us. No one really know how scary our patriarch is, Draco said, with wild passion on his face. Well, I think my mind has just been blown away as I have been enlightened about how scary my grandfather is when I thought of him as a normal old man. When he comes back, I need to scam. Cough. I need to take some of his treasured wine as compensation. Alec said, and Arthur smiled in delight as he hugged Alec, already dreaming of the wines they were about to extort. Well, I shall be on my way then. Later, the 7th elder said as he casted a spell, and the ground opened up and he enters it. This small action of his actually made Alec surprise, as he knew that was the basic form of the earth travel, and in the whole Gordon's clan, only the patriarch could perform it perfectly, since it was his self-invented skill after watching the escaping spells of other elements. I guess the old man is actually teaching that skill to Draco after he rejected us a chance to learn his beloved earth escape. Even alias Golem has a skill similar, Arthur complained, and Alec could only smile ruefully. What do you expect? I even feel that story is not completed, as after the trouble that Draco got into, he became closer to the patriarch, and also became the lava king of the Gordon's clan. Now I'm thinking he also is an old disciple of my grandfather. If not HW, did he become an elder that fast? Alec said, and Arthur tapped him on the shoulders. We should extort more wine then, to calm our nerves of all this shock. Arthur suggested with a sly smile, and they both look at each other with wide smile, as they could see they both have the same intentions. Agnes finally was called some of her girlfriends around, and they were able to finish cooking the feast in the least amount of time, and invited all the boys to come around. Even Alias showed up the moment he heard the feast had been prepared. It was funny how they all sat there eagerly waiting for the meal, as the aromatic scent from the Alec's kitchen had found a way to escape and disturb their noise bud, making them drool, and just imagine as it would be like when the food finally come out. Cause if it was already scenting like this even before it came out, they could only imagine its end result. Alec, Arthur, and Knight all made sure they stayed far away. They even prayed that they would not been seen when the food was served, but unfortunately for them, their prayers were not answered. As Agnes made sure to deliver their potion of the meal to them by herself personally, they could only steel their resolve as they prepared to eat the food like that, and smiled painfully as their mana started circulating wildly. Most of the people who tasted the food almost puked, but after remembering Alec's warning at the gates before they entered, they were all forced to eat it down, as tears ran down their face as they wolfed down the bitter food that had a killer aroma, fine appearance but still a killer taste, and making their mana circulation move madly, though a lot of people were responsible for cooking the meal, but because of Agnes' participation, the taste of the food has gone sideways. Alec had been expecting this, as he had tried teaching Agnes how to cook a few times, but the moment he touches the food, everything just beaks down, and the taste changes. And that was why he threatened the mages of the Gordon's clan Bayors they entered, as he told them to swear never to puke any meal or leave their foods unfinished, or he would be forced to involve his grandfather, and they had agreed instantly, not seeing the underlying meaning behind those words. After all, Alec was just trying to protect Agnes' feelings as a friend, and that why he did what he did. Eaten a spirit meal, training efficiency upgrade by 2x for 1 hour. After seeing such message, Alec quickly wolfed down his plate and sat in a meditative position and started cultivating, though he did not know what this spirit meal means, but he was sure it had to do with Agnes' bad-tasting food that can never change. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel all the earth and fire elements spec moving towards him, and it was making him feel refreshed. Like the elements were hugging him like their own son. Such sensation didn't go unnoticed to Arthur and Knight as they saw the element density around Alec increase, and they followed suit with Alec. and when they closed their eyes, they realized that their cultivation speed increased by about 100%, giving them twice-fold improvement for half the effort. The other mages from the clan saw them do this, though they did not know what really happens, but they decided to follow through and gulp their soup in one big gulp and tried cultivating. The sheer force of so many people cultivating in one environment with that much pull on the mana made the mana density in the air and above the clouds near Alec House so pure that anyone watching could see that the mana in that area was gathering like a formation, was laid there to make cultivating in that area more bountiful, as it would make others make countless breakthrough, as long as the cultivated under the range of the mana cloud. If one person cultivating, there could push the force of their cultivating to twice the effort, with over 40 mages cultivating with a wild suction force from their techniques. The spiral force they have been able to draw was so large that it improved their cultivating efficiency and speed to over 10 times more from 2 times from one individual before. The patriarch house, he looked outside his window with a cold expression. His eyes squinted as he looked at the pure cloud of mana above Alec House. After he was sure that it was not a threat or any external thing that was done by someone else that was not of the clan, he smiled. But instead of his normal cheerful smile, this one seems quite cruel. What is that boy up to now? I better go check out in case something goes out of hand. After all, I don't want others thinking that a super treasure was born in my clan. The patriarch said to himself, and after a few seconds his facial expression changed from the cold one to the normal one as he entered the ground with minimal efforts as he made way for Alec's house. Even if Alias might have a hard time keeping his double personalities in check, but it was not the same for the patriarch. Changing his personalities was easy as switching on and off a light bulb. What is this? The fourth elder, who just came back, said as he could feel the mana density increase, but it was only in a particular area nearby. He could feel the incredibly pure mana and the incredible pull from the origin mana from the heavens, making the particular area look like a special cultivating land for the rich sex in isolation. He spread his mental power out carefully, as he was not trying to divulge into anyone's secret of anyone in the clan, but just wanted to find out what has been the cause of the mana clouds. Oh, I see, this is something to do with that kid. I guess I better show my face there, then the fourth elder said, as he looked at his son Brandon, who still had his eyes closed, sitting in the ground in a meditating position. The fourth elder could see that few more speck of earth elements were making their way towards him, and he linked it up with the phenomenon appearance of the manor cloud that was above Alec courtyard. Though it was not as crazy as the mana cloud pulling over at Alec's house, it was still an upgrade from normal cultivating. Well, I guess I can stretch my leg out for a walk now. After all, he is almost in the finishing stages. The fourth elder said, and he disappeared from the room the next moment, leaving Brandon alone in the room with 2 floating weapons in the air that revolved around him. The 2 were being supported with Brandon's mental energy, and that is why they were able to still stay afloat, whereas his whole body was covered in different range of cuts and scars. Except from his face, which is still flawless, every other path of his upper body was scarred, though those scars could have been healed. After all, he was a mage, and could easily allowed his mana to flow to those area, and the healing process would have started, and no matter how serious the injury was, it should have been closing up by now, but it seems he has limited his mana. And his whole body have been drained of all mana, and the only thing supporting him was his mental energy, or he would have collapsed with this type of serious training. As he was been put through and still limiting his mana, and was using his bare physical body to train, and the cut that was all over his body was a testament of how the training had gone. Most of the clansmen of the Gordon's clan were now cultivating outside Alec's courtyard, though it might not be really much of a help like being inside his house, but still yet cultivating from our side boosted their cultivation speed by twice the effort upward, depending on how closer they were to his house, and this has almost caused a fight until they were separated due to the presence of the high-ranking leaders of the Gordon's clan. Almost all the high elders of the clan were gathered around Alec's house. They levitated in the air and watched the mana cloud that was gathered in the proximity of the building. Though the mana cloud seems to bring a lot of great help to the low-tier mages, but it was not able to interest the leading figures of the Gordon's clan one bit. After all, this phenomenon was brought about by the mistaken spirit meal that Agnes have created. Even her cultivation was just limited to the low-tier mage realm, while the ones who joined together to perform such a great spiral force on the worldly mana was mages in between the range of tier 1 to tier 3 mage realm. And the mana cloud they were able to attract was only of use to the low-tier mages, and could not help a tier 4 mages to make much progress, talk less of the helping, with the cultivation of the elders of the Gordon's clan. If they even tried to force it and absorb the small mana cloud into their body, they would only be a little improvement, and their body would be filled with a lot of toxins that will hinder their future progress. As they won't be able to make any progress until they were able to remove the impurities in their body, and that alone would take them a long time to remove, and that would put a gap between them and their rivals. So for a short increase in power, this type of shortcut was not actually advised or rewarding, except they were in a dire situation. I don't think there is anything harmful here. Let's just watch how all this would advance for now. The patriarch said after seeing the younger generation of the Gordon's clans cultivating under the mana cloud, and it was clear they were going to be making a lot of progress at the end of this, as it was of more benefit to them than anyone. We aren't blind now, are we? We can see anything you see too, and stop trying to act like a smart ass in front of us. The Grand Elder said angrily, and all the elder present could not help laughing at the banter between both of their elder brothers. After a full 30 minutes, Alec opened his eye as his connection to the mana cloud was cut off, and no matter how much he tried to connect with the surging mana waves that was pulling the pure mana from the cloud, he was not able to. I guess my 30 minutes finally ran out, and I can't cheat my way into having another, though this meal of Agnes brought a lot of surprises despite the bad taste. Alex said to himself, and after a few seconds even Arthur and Knight woke up from their cultivating trance as they opened their eyes, and the mana cloud seems to reduce just a little, though it was not noticeable. But the reduced cloud didn't miss the eyes of the patriarch and the elders as they have been watching and observing the mana cloud. They were also quick to link such situations to the fact that 3 people have woken up from their cultivation trance, which means that the more people awaken, the more likely it is for the cloud to fully disappear. It seems the 30 minutes was not only assigned to me, but to everyone that had the spirit meal, is only assigned to 30 minutes of that special cultivation. Alex speculated not too long everyone started to wake up from their state of cultivation. And some people were already celebrating, as they could already feel the increase in their mana pool, while some already made a breakthrough to a small rank after how long of staying stuck in their old rank. No matter what, everyone all had smiles on their faces as they all recounted their experience. Alias walked towards a dazed Agnes, who was still in shock at all that was happening, including the girls that had cooked the meal with her. They have witnessed the guys eat the meal and enter a special cultivation state, and they were able to summon a type of cloud that made those closer to it gain benefits just from staying there, though the cloud was gone now, as they have all awakened from the special cultivations. Agnes could already feel that she was close to the Tier 2 Mage realm, just from getting a lot of earth and water element particles drift towards hers when the boys were cultivating near her, though she had not eaten the meal she prepared, but still yet her cultivating speed had been way faster than those that cultivated from outside the house, since she was under the mana storm herself. Alias said as he bowed before Agnes, making her squeal. She was still surprised that her meal was the one which brought about this type of condition. Another Tier 2 mage that had come back with Alias said. Another mage who just broke through to the Tier 2 mage realm brought out a Tier 1 peak power stone and pushed it towards Agnes as a gift. Actually, he wanted to use that crystal to try and break through before from the peak Tier 1 mage realm to the Tier 2 mage realm before, and it was not even confirmed a 100% that he would be able to break through, but still yet, he had gathered half of his wealth to acquire such crystal from the clan depot after they exchanged the clan military merits for resources like this at the city hall to strengthen the clan, but now he was offering such pure mana stone to Agnes, and actually it was a great upgrade for Agnes, as if she had the power stone her breakthrough to the Tier 2 realm would even become easier. The only reason the mage have done that was because he no longer had a use for Tier 1 power stones except refilling his mana, though he could still sell it to someone and still earn more than he bought it from the clan. But he decided to gift it to this junior of his that has made it possible for him to finally step into the realm he has been dreaming of for so long. Seeing someone do such, the rest of the mages in the courtyard all started bringing out one treasure or another, as they all wanted to show their gratitude, and they all kept on saying, "Take care of us," in the future junior sister. Even Alias offered her 3 Tier 2 power stones, telling her she could use it when she reached the Tier 2 realm, as it will help her consolidate her realm without having any rocky start, making her foundations strong. The way things have progressed had shocked her beyond her capacity, and she gazed at the gang side, and she saw Arthur giving her a thumbs up with a wild laughter, while Alec only nodded his head towards her with a small smile on his lips. After receiving all this gifts, she left with the girls, as they took all of this to her courtyard. The rest of the Gordons' clan genius thanked Alec for the great hospitality. Though they ate spirit meal at the academy, but they had little effects, and also they were sweet meals, but Agnes' own had an horrible taste, but the rewards made them forget the horrible taste, as they were all reminiscing on the great feeling of making great progress, and if they had to eat terrible meals to make progress, and then they won't even mind. The first elder said with a smug expression on his face, as he faced the patriarch who looked at him like he was looking at a clown. What are you talking about? Without my grandson, your daughter would have never achieved her full potentials. What you ought to do is come and prostrate yourself in front of him and beg him, accept your daughter her into his future harem. The patriarch retorted back with a nonchalant face as he showed that even him could hype his grandson you. You are despicable. How could you say something like that? If your grandson want to marry my daughter, then he can forget about any other girls. Well, unlucky for you, even I don't want him marrying her, as I feel he would go far in future, and she would only hold him back and hindrance. And as for the harem, he definitely must have a big one with a lot of beautiful women with the aura of phoenixes. I only had one child. I can only bank on my grandson to work harder, to give me lots of grandchildren, to compensate me for his mother leaving me so soon. The first elder snorted at the patriarch's words, but he was out of words to clap back at his elder brother, so he backed down. After all, he knew how much their brother wanted a lot of children, but after his wife gave birth, she died, leaving him with their only child. Sign, he never remarried due to the love he had for his wife. And his daughter ended up falling in love with a Blaze clan heir, and she ended up dying too after giving birth to Alec. To the patriarch, Alec was his last bloodline to continue his own side of the family tree. He did not care if his father's side was a Blaze. He was raised as a Gordon. And in the first place, he had always believed in his daughter's beauty, and that she would be able to make Alec fall for her since they were always together. He just wanted to make the thing official, before the other clans started bringing their daughters to Alec for marriages. He knows that Alec is a hot cake with his potentials. Since Alec bloodline line is mainly from the Blaze clan due to his father, the first elder had no qualms giving out his daughter to such impressive man. The other elders were too busy watching the mana cloud fragments remaining in the air, and had no idea what the patriarch and the first elder was whispering about. When the other elders realized that the mana cloud was gone completely, they all disappeared back to their own residence as they left the patriarch to deal with the remaining stuffs. The patriarch then came down straight into the courtyard of Alec, the moment all the younger generation left. Just the person I was hoping to see, Alec said as he smiled evilly, and when the patriarch saw this, he shivered slightly before he quickly checked his pockets before sighing in relief that he had not brought anything that could be scammed out of his hands. And why would you be looking for me? Simple, I heard a little information about you and wanted to confirm it straight from your own mouth. The patriarch cursed as he started feeling uneasy inside. He smiled nervously. Hey Alec, I feel I can break through to the tier 2 realm now if I push through with it, Arthur said, interrupting Alec and making the patriarch thank his stars for that type of distraction. Me too. Knight chipped in and Alec exclaimed. Though experience point was close to going to the next level, but he had been taking things slow. Including when they were in the Rasa clan, he never initiated any attack, he only defended and counterattacked. And that was what had given the stupid Rasa clan mages the impression that he was weak until they met Titan and he showed his incredible power. The truth was Alec wanted to participate at the Tier 1 battlefield at the Blood Moon this time and complete dominate it. If he broke through to the Tier 2 Mage realm before the battle, he won't be able to do that as he would be positioned in the Tier 2 battlefield. And that is one of the major reasons he has been taking things kinda slow. There was no way he wanted to be thrown to the Tier 2 battlefield, where he won't really cause troubles to the extent of his satisfaction. But he could not tell his brothers not to break though if they wanted to, as the only reason he have not even become a Tier 2 Mage yet was because he had stopped cultivating or meditating. These days he had been more focused on his combat and weapon mastery skills, as he wanted to hone himself to the peak before even making that step, and the next Blood Moon was the step he would use to break though, after he had killed a lot of Tier 1 goblins making the battle half one high ho ho. Now I don't think that would be the right thing to do at the moment. The patriarch said, and the two kids looked surprised. If it was before, Arthur would have rushed and aggro with him, but after hearing stories about the patriarch and how he had a very strong disciple, he decided that it might not hurt to listen. The patriarch was even surprised when Arthur didn't react. as he was waited for another bout of fighting, but Arthur was still looking at him, as if expecting him to continue. And after 20 seconds, that is when it hit the patriarch that Arthur was actually interested in his opinion, and it shocked him since they only listened to Alec, but since the little kid showed faith, he decided to teach him whom. Cough. Well, the reason why I said that is because before the mana cloud, you were still far away from reaching the tier 2 mage realm. And you were baptism by the mana cloud incident, making your mana pool expand. But your compressed mana has not been able to breach that state since there is a thin barrier blocking your mana from reaching there. The rest, your newly expanded mana pool, the patriarch explained, and both Arthur and Knight both nodded their head fiercely as they looked at the patriarch with star-struck gaze as if they saw a treasure, due to the fact that he had been able to understand their situation without touching them. Even Alec was starting to get uncomfortable with the way they were acting, but if you think that breaking the thin like that to official enter the tier 2 mage realm, then I must tell you all that you're playing with your future. Look at Alec, for example. He should have broken through to the tier 2 mage realm, but he had kept on compressing his mana cause. He wanted to break through with a solid foundation. That way your future breakthrough would be easy and stress-free. The patriarch said, and Arthur and Knight fell into deep thoughts. Alec, why drag me into this case, old man? So what are we to do now? Patriarch Knight asked. Simple, you won't try to break through, but instead you would keep on cultivating normally and storing the overflow mana inside your mana pool. The moment that it reaches the brim, the thin stopping you would break by itself, and you shall enter the tier 2 realm automatically and naturally without you forcing it, with a big mana overflow gushing towards your locked mana pool. This way you might even reach the very peak of the low tier 2 mage realm, just a step away from being a mid-tier 2 mage. Arthur and Knight both nodded to the words of the patriarch as they felt their knowledge increasing just from listening to his little advice. Arthur the patriarch is really a genius. Knight, if I had him as my main master, I might have broken through since. Each kid's thoughts went wild as they visualize all the patriarch discussed with them. It has been days since when last the patriarch talked with gang about cultivation issues and offered them advice, and the house that has always been filled with noise, shouting, sparring and fighting has now become quiet. As both Arthur and Knight had both entered closed-door seclusion, as they both decided they would try to make their foundation more solid and consolidate their realm after the advice of the patriarch. They also told Alec that they would try their best to find other paths of getting stronger. After seeing most of the younger generations of the Gordon's clan fighting with golems, they really got curious and decided to create a golem. Due to what the patriarch told them, they became aware that most of the mages of the Gordon's clans always followed the golem path as their sub-path, while they wholeheartedly pursue another path as their main path. This was what their creating ancestor wanted, that every bloodline of Gordon clan must at least create one golem before their death. Though it became embarrassing to most of them, who were not able to upgrade the rank of their golems when it got to some certain breakthrough and important stages, as they were not able to get the proper materials, or were unaware of what next to do to help their golem progress further, and many dumped the golem path at his stage. But still yet most of the Gordon's clan mages have a golem, even if it is no longer able to help them in battle again. But there was no doubts about the fact that the golem path always helped them at the starting stages, when they are all low-tier mages to the Gordon's clan mages. It's like having an extra hand in every battle, or a tank to take in the extra damage for them. Either way, now Arthur was not really focused on moving to the next realm, but solidating his present realm. They have finally thought of trying to create their first golems, but first they have to find out which golem creation they have affinity with when they finish their closed-doors cultivation. Alec looked at the sky, and Side Legion was watching him by a tree nearby. He could not place his hands on why his master looked so depressed. This few days have been really boring to him. He was not cultivating since he was already a peak tier 1 mage, and any type of cultivation he does would only push him to tier 2 faster. 2327, and Arthur, who was always around to make things fun, have gone into seclusion. And now that he thought more about it, Arthur has never been the type to go into seclusion. Alec could see the effects and pressure that Brandon was really putting on him, and Arthur was also trying his best not to be left behind by the group. After all, Alec was a monster to him from the start, and he had inherited the golem arts that has been passed down from patriarch to patriarch among the patriarch of the Gordon's clan, and he had an abnormally strong soul power, and was able to control multiple golems since they developed their own consciousness, making it easier for them to follow his simple command beyond the extent of his imagination, without him having to control their every move with his mental powers. And that was why they saw Alec as a monster cause at his age and level. He was able to control 8 golems independently. Though the clansmen were not aware of why he could do that, they only assumed that it was because of his ridiculous talent for making golems that the elders kept on babbling about. But the patriarch and the elders do believe all of this was made possible because of the god-tier scroll that has been passed down along with the patriarch manuals and got integrated into Alec. And since they had that type of misunderstanding, Alec was not interested in changing it or correcting them. After all, there was no way he would go and tell them he had a system attached to him, and that was what makes him a special entity than the last patriarchs in the past. Alec knows about human greed, and the system was his greatest secrets, and there was no way he was going to allow anything about leak. And to Arthur, if Alec was the monstrous genius who he decided to follow as his sidekick, then Brandon was his brother who followed beside him, as they both protected Alec from both sides as his wingman and future general. But now Brandon's father, the 4th elder, was back, and he has been in deep seclusion since then, though he does not want to admit it, but he definitely knows that when Brandon comes back from his seclusion, he would be way stronger than before. And since he does not want to be left behind with such a gap, he decided to listen to the patriarch advice. Had taught a few tricks tonight due to also being a mage with both earth and shadow elements. Still, Arthur had full confidence he could wipe Night ass on the ground, since he has been putting in a lot of work till he got to his present condition. Though many might think he was looking down on them, but this came from the deep belief and confidence in himself, since he never stopped once, but worked himself to the bones to reach where he was, and there was no way he would allow the rest of the gang to surpass him, even if he was not as connected as all of them. Even if Brandon does pass him, he would just see him as a checkpoint he has to overcome in future, but if either Knight or Agnes surpass him, he would be highly embarrassed. "When you finally decided to come back," Alex said from the seat. He was resting with no intention to even bothering to turn back and look at the face of the person who had crept up behind him without no sounds. A smile blossomed on his face. "It has been boring without you. I don't know what to say. Why not exchange a few moves with me? That way the master would be able to get a gauge on how powerful you have become, Brandon. After all, we are all curious to see your progress," Legion said as he came out from behind the tree close to Alec, where he had been hiding with his spear, and finally Alec turned towards Brandon. A rare look of surprise flashed past his face, but he quickly concealed it fast as he stared at Brandon, and for the first time since when he knew Brandon, he could feel a tinge of threat oozing out of him. Though it was at a level he could just ignore, but the fact that Brandon could make him feel this way without any battle stance, no drawn weapon, said a lot about what he might have gone through. "So what do you say, brother? I see you now dual wield. Why not show us the power you have acquired from your closed-door cultivation? If you are able to defeat Legion, I would owe you one favor, no matter what it is. Wait, what am I saying? If you even draw with Legion, I promise to still fulfill it," Alex said with a sly smile. Though Brandon must have improved, but he almost gave his brother an impossible task. As he could see above, Legion had a sharp LV-19 showing. He was just few steps away from being a Tier 2 golem. "It seems you have been getting strong all this while too," Alec thought. "I accept this deal," Brandon said, as he came closer to Alec, allowing him to have a better view of him as he finally stepped out of the shade of Alec House. The wind blew fiercely as if to announce the aura of 2 incredible and strong warriors that faced each other, as the sheer pressuring being released by them seems to affect the wind blowing around them. Legion had a sharp chi revolving around him as he stood straight while pointing his spear towards Brandon. He gave people the feeling of a sharp sword that was sheathed just by looking at him too much. He was steady, ready, and always prepared for everything that is to come. His progress in his spear intent has been increasing since he trained with it in his spare time till he ran out of his chi, as he wanted to bridge the gap between him and the 2 captain-level golems of Alec, and he has made progress as he is even able to link more chi into his attacks than before, making them lethal, as his attacks have now gotten rid of all unnecessary movement, and even if they were now incredibly lethal, it still hold the hint of beautifully displayed spear skills. Any master could tell that he was special from just looking at his golem body that was shaped in a humanoid form, in an almost perfection state to look like a 6-foot-tall human as he faced Brandon. Brandon, on the other hand, released his mana around him, and he made anyone looking at him feel as if they were staring at a calm lake as he silently unveiled the 2 weapons that was covered behind his back. By removing the clothes he used to tie them up, when he finished he caressed the scabbard of both the weapon as if he was caressing his girlfriend. Alec was quick to notice that both those weapons were new weapons that he had never used before. I guess the fact the fourth elder uses spear didn't mean he didn't have other weapons with him. Who knows, he might have killed warriors that followed other weapon paths and keep their weapons as treasures. Alec thought, as he saw the weapons with Brandon, as he concluded that it might be a gift from his father. Though he was not still sure why Brandon was dual-wielding with a saber instead of a sword. After thinking about it for long and remembering that the four elder uses spears, he finally decided to stop stressing his head as he focused on the fight instead. Brandon's exposed his rippling muscles that was covered in clothes as his upper body became naked and showed the sword cuts and open scars he was hiding. Alec was surprised when he saw, though he wanted to know what Brandon went through, but he felt when the time is right he would discuss it with him if he really wanted to. Brandon brandished the two weapons, showing the set of beautiful weapons, one long sword and one dangerously sharp saber. The saber was curved in a very unique way, showing the level of craftsmanship that was put into it. It was clear that the person that have forged it must have been a great forge man, as the saber alone seems to be giving out a weird killing intent, even though that he was not the one that was facing Brandon. The sharp killing intent that saber weapon was releasing could still be felt by even him himself, as the saber seems to be expressing itself. Good saber, Alec muttered. But in the other hand, while the saber seems to have a wild side to it, the long sword that Brandon held in his left hand was looking less impressive, with no flashy light on it, nor an overwhelming aura like the saber. It was capable of making anyone who looked at it think that it was a normal sword, but who was Alec? He was quick to use his analyze skill on the sword. Fast sword of peace. Marked spirit weapon. Rank tier 2 sword locked. Skills attached, tranquility slash. Attributes bonus, mental plus 20, power plus 15. Info, a rare sword crafted by a young forger who was seeking enlightenment. In the process, he ended up creating a twin weapons, and they seems to complement themselves well when used together. Saber of slaughter. Marked spirit weapon. Rank tier 2 saber locked. Skills attached, slaughter domain. Attributes bonus, power plus 20. Agility plus 10. Endurance plus 5. Info, a rare saber crafted by a young forger who was seeking enlightenment. In the process, he ended up creating a twin weapons, and they seems to complement themselves well when used together. Alec. There was a lot of question marks all around Alec's head after he saw the attributes of the new sword and the saber. They were crazily mad. And he could not help sucking in deep breath as he think deep that he had underestimated the weapons too much. After all, it actually came from an elder who was confident enough to fight his own against a tier 8 mage. There is definitely no way why he would give crap to his only child, and from what Alec saw, the value of the sword and saber might be even higher. After all, they were in locked state, so they would only be able to display the power of a tier 2 marked spirit weapon tog. He didn't know the requirements to unlock them, but he was not ready to poke into things that was not his concern. Yea, they were both marked spirit weapons that are now linked with Brandon. At this moment, Alec was really wondering how the fuck he was the grandson of the patriarch and the heir of the clan. And he was still more broke than the demonic church rats. The holy church was rich. He could not even cry his eyes out. He didn't even have a proper marked spirit weapon, but here was Brandon with his own. Now he was feeling the same way the gang felt when he first equipped the red salamander armor set in the battlefield. Jealous, though the armor set was more valuable hat, the two weapon added together, but Alec just couldn't help feeling a little jealousy. After all, they all wanted to have a spirit weapon, though Alec uses the gauntlet to attack, but it was still just a sub-equipment linked to the armor, so its power could not pass the tier 3 rank. But the weapons on Brandon's hand were different and were legit tier 2 spirit weapons and not attachment with an armor, and can easily tear earth with just a swing from him and surpass the rank to display more power. Alec thanked his stars he had a system with him, as he was only able to see this due to the analysis skill. He was even feeling that if he had spar against Brandon himself, he would have taken a loss. It would have been given a rude awakening, and might have him suffer a lose from those two weapons, even if he was sure he could take care of them, since Alec never says the analyze skill in battle, and he was assured he was going to lose some flesh if he didn't check their details, as they were no ordinary weapon. Despite all of this, Legion just stand there, still pointed his spear towards Brandon. There was no change in his expression at all. His eyes were still flickering under the T-shaped helmet he wore. His small round shield was still gripped tightly in his left hands as he stared back at Brandon. Ah clank, after waiting for a few seconds trying to set their status to the peak, both warriors could no longer wait as they finally attacked each other. Sword and spear clashed to cancel each other out probing attack, but that was not all as Brandon slipped his saber under and tried to slash Legion with a lower left slash. But his expression hardened when he noticed that a shield blocked it. Bang, they both pushed each other as they distanced themselves from each other. Brandon watched Legion carefully and noticed that his playfully and disdain attitude were nowhere to be seen. He was actually taking the spar seriously. The Liege wants me to help bring out your full potential. Now don't tell me you only have that much mana flowing through you, and you do not have any decent combat experience to use it. Legion taunted as he finally released his chi energy into his spear, making the spear tip light up with a white light, and the mana fluctuations around Brandon too changed, as he took a stance with the saber facing front and the sword bending down a little. Legion was acting on the wishes of Alec, though Alec might not say anything, but they were connected at soul, so he could understand his master's intentions at the very least. Somewhere inside the Gordons clan, the elders of the clans have gathered and were arguing about certain matters, and one of them was which academy to send the new generation was brought up again. And it led to a big argument again, and as usual the sixth elder was nowhere to be seen as he gave an excuse of being sick, this time so he would not show up at the meeting. Though no one said anything about it, they were really getting pissed at the fact that he had not shown his face for the last 3 years. From what I understand, Alec would not even consider any college that is far from Estonia City after what happened to him at the capital city. He fears that the ancient Blaze clan would send someone to kill him. He also feels they have a hand in the ambush at the banquet. He just didn't have proper evidence though. The guy they took captive only have limited information, dying in the process of investigation. Draco explained, this kid keeps on giving me more headache with his cautious attitude. In the first place I was planning on sending him to the Royal Mage Academy, but it seems the Blaze clan outer elders would do anything to kill him and get some rewards from inner court of their clans. And then we have the other Holy Academy, but they also have connections there. The only place we can send him is the War God Mage Academy. The Patriarch said with a sigh, I think you have to reconsider your choice. The death rate at that academy is very high. Those bastards don't have mentors to help them clear the gates they opened. They send their student into the second dimension to do their dirty work for them. Tell me, is that the type of academy you want the heir of the clan going to? The first elder questioned with sharp breaths as he tried to calm himself down when he heard what the Patriarch said. Meanwhile, the Patriarch had a surprised look on his face. His left hand was supporting his jaws as he sat down comfortably on his throne. He looked at the first elder wondering when he became caring towards Alec. What's up, old first? Why are you getting mad? It's not your daughter I'm sending to the War God Mage Academy. It's already decided that's where I will be dumping him. Just listen to me for once, big bro. The fact the first elder called the Patriarch big bro came as a surprise to everyone in the hall room as they were surprised at his behavior. Okay, forget the casualties, but we don't have any connection in that academy. Not only that, but he won't be protected from the senior bullies if he ever gets picked on. Number 3, that school has a mysterious history, and many of their students have lost their lives there, and that is why most clan does not send their kids there. They only send the ones with less talent there, or the ones that are not accepted by the other mages' academy. What do you want people to say, that the heir to our clan could not get into a proper mage academy and had to settle for less? The first elder explained his point, and the Patriarch only sighed. I think I know why you are so worried. You believe that he would find another girl there that he will fall in love with, and your daughter would never have her chance with him again, right? The Patriarch snicker, oh my god, just move him to the Mage Academy close by, the one all our genius and descendant attend. At least in there our clan juniors also created a faction, and they would be more protected. So sorry about that, as I would not be able to put him in an academy where he would be protected by his seniors. Since he wants to fight and forge his own path, let he go and do that. I gave him the freedom to follow his own path. That kid would make the Blaze clan regret a lot of things. I don't want to get in the way of that. Since he wants to go to the War God Mage Academy, so shall it be. The Patriarch concluded the topic after some back and forth words with his brother, the first elder. The moment he finished, the first elder started sobbing. What's up with you? Get a grip of yourself, the grand elder said while tapping his staff on the ground. But it didn't stop the first elder sobbing. You bastard. Your grandson also a bastard. Ah fuck, my daughter. My beautiful daughter, I can't let her go to the War God Mage Academy. What are you blurting? I'm not sending your child to the War God Mage Academy. It's Alec I'm sending there, you memory lost fool. She's going to enroll in any mage academy he chooses, don't you get it, dimwit? Not only her, but all of them that walks together. Brandon, Arthur, and Knight have all silently decided to enter any academy. He enters, the first elder shouted in rage. Even the fourth elder had a change of expression, and the patriarch was speechless. What is this? Control your daughter yourself. Why do you have to put the blame on my grandson, you idiot? If I can control her, I won't be trying to make you control your own grandson. And from the look of things, we both failed at being a better parent. The first elder blurted out, and they both sighed. The other elders, which their descendants were not involved, all kept quiet, as they didn't want to incur the wrath of both the patriarch and the first elder at the moment. The patriarch and the first elder both looked at each other, and as if they all understand what was in their mind, they switched their eyes towards the fourth elder. Even the first elder was showing puppy eyes. What? Don't look at me like that. I'm even more worse. I just came into my son's life. I can't go around making decisions for him. It would fracture the already bad relationship we already are managing right now. The fourth elder's statement made them realize that they had no choice whatsoever to stop their kids from going far away from the clan's influence range. Blade style first form Blade Hurricane. Brandon said as he tapped his left foot forward, and before Alec could know it, he only saw a blue light rush towards Legion great skills. Alec muttered again. He had realized that everything Brandon does now seems to amaze him, so he decided not to hold back, but also admire all that Brandon got to show as he watches the fight. The wind started moving with Brandon's the moment he started swinging the sword and saber and wild motions. It was a funny scene as Alec was seeing a mage who had no affinity with wind elements manipulate wind to add to the lethality of his attack by using a blade skill which disrupted the wind in the atmosphere. Even before the blur reached Legion, series of small wind blades were already flying towards Legion, and he responded by putting his spear in front of him and started rotating it, and the sheer force from his spear seems to form a small wind cyclone with his spear at the middle. And any wind blade that mistakenly reached the small cyclone got lost in it and get destroyed. When all the wind Balda has be taken care of, Legion swung his spear back, sending a spear light chi flying towards Brandon tank, but it was blocked by Brandon as he placed his sword in front of his chest. Which showed just how flexible Legion's spear is to send an attack like that, and it was making Alec wonder how he had been able to create something like that with just mere mana energy. Though he knows the system help, but all he did was convert the mana inside into fire and earth elements to help in crafting the golem, and it had developed to this state. Legion thrust his spear forward in a very simple manner, but in that simple thrust, it shows just how profound Legion's spear skills has developed. Here's. The spear head shined with dazzling while light as he collided with Brandon's sword. The stone on the ground cracked. Light started flickering as the point of where their weapon meet seems to be sparking with black thunder. Brandon turned the saber the other side and sent a low stab towards Legion's stomach region. Seeing the form of attack, Legion slyly slipped away from the confrontation as he acrobatically moved back and back flipped. After missing his target, Brandon did not stay still, but moved forward as he dashed towards Legion, not ready to lose the small advantage he had achieved. When he got closer to Legion, who already landed from his backflip, he jumped to the wall at his left side, using that momentum to push himself towards Legion, who was swinging his spear towards him. Blade-style second form Void Slash. A red light slashed out from Brandon's saber, opening what seems to be a portal, and just before Legion's spearhead was supposed to slash him. His body disappeared into the red-looking portal he opened. He disappeared and the portal closed. Legion stopped, confused at such a development, but the battle intent coming out from his body has not decreased one bit. He was trebling with excitement, since it has been long he had a fight with even power after the fight with the peak tier 1 zombie after he evolved. Most opponent he had faced till now were either too strong for him like Titan or too weak, and he felt he was not making enough improvement again, and that was why he wanted to try himself. Against someone whose power level was almost close to his, at least that way he would be able to fight more and grow further, evolving with much more experience. Bang! Legion's body flew of only able to stabilize himself after he was a few meters away from where he was previously standing. Brandon came out of another red portal. It had mysterious appeared behind Legion, and that was why he had attacked Legion easily. He licked his blade with a different type of wild light in his eyes. For you to make me use the second form means you are really special. Seriously, I really envy Alec Golem creation, and to think you are not even the strongest. It just makes me want to get stronger more and more." Brandon said with a depressed smile as he expressed his feelings. He remembered Alec telling him that if he could tie with Legion then he would owe him one favor. He felt Alec was still underestimating him with the eyes of the past. But he knew he was a lot more stronger than his older self, and his new unique blade technique was pushing even Legion back. "Come on, don't spit so much nonsense now. I thought you were the one who loved to speak less, but it seems you were just pretending, and the moment your daddy came back and introduced you to a much higher battle technique, you started to act high in might, and I want to bring you down from that illusion throne you have built," Legion said as he got up from the ground slowly. His chest area caved in and most of the stone armor was destroyed, though he acted calmly, but it seems whatever the red energy Brandon had attacked him with had been able to deal a lot of damage to him, as this was the first time that he had been damaged this way. He was not even this damaged in a war against the Tier 2 goblins back then in the Blood Moon War, or when Titan sparred with him, though Titan held back a lot. "Thank God you didn't break. After all, how would I be able to show my brother here that I am deserving of more than just someone he should always protect?" Brandon finally placed both of his weapons in front of him. After pushing his mana to the extreme, he thrust the saber to the ground. Domain of Slaughter. Brandon activated the saber skill, and with the saber as Meduum a red circle spread and expanded itself with Brandon in the middle. It had a very eerily killing intent being released from it. As it happened, this next attack of mine is something I just learnt, and I can't really control it. I think you should just give up here, as I won't want to destroy one of Alec's precious creation," Brandon said as he finally switched the long sword to his right hand for the first time, and the sword seems to let out a humming sound, as if it finally returned home. Actually, Brandon had always been jealous of Alec golems, and that was why he had to warn Legion. Him and the rest of the gang have all watched Alec sent his golem to fight without restrictions, or let them lead the vanguard with him. He had full trust in the golems so much. That trust he showed to the golems have never been the same for them. Brandon always felt Alec was always protecting them. He just wanted to show him that he was strong enough not to be a burden again, but also walk beside Alec's shoulder, touching shoulders and bearing the burdens with him, and not just staying behind waiting for his orders when things are less dangerous. "I think you should not hold back, cause even I am ready to go all out," Legion said with an eerily smile as a 5-meter transparent domain also opened around him. It was definitely different from Brandon's domain of slaughter, as the transparent domain seems to have thousands of spear chi. Inside it. "Let's do this then." Brandon places his left hand on his sword and started cutting himself using his blood to paint the whole sword, till it started emitting melting sound. When he was through, the long sword was long gone. In its place was a blood-colored great sword that looked really heavy as Brandon raised it before his head. Tranquility / plus domain of slaughter equal tranquility slaughter. Brandon finally slashed down, joining the ultimate skills of the both weapon together to create a new ultimate combo attack. A red and strong aura that was filled with nothing but killing intent, and a strong slaughter vibes flew out along with the red slash as it made way for Legion. Legion closed his eyes even when an attack of such magnitude was coming his way, but the moment he closed his eyes, all of the energy being radiated from his body suddenly disappear. But to Alec, who have been watching the fight since the starting, could see something different. In fact, the thing that Legion just did brought a lot of surprise to him, as he was able to see Legion summoning all the chi inside its body and condensing it all at one single point in his chest region. What he was doing seemed to be like condensing a heart made of purely spear chi, though Alec could not understand the logic behind this, but he knew for sure that this might just be a minor breakthrough for Legion. Ding, the golem named Legion has confirmed his weapon mastery intent to another level. Spear Heart skill created by Legion. Spear intent has now reached the one with spear state. Spear Heart skill available to the host when you wield a spear-type weapon. Alec could feel his brain going into overdrive as he saw all the things that Legion was comprehending in battle. Legion was looking like a rare spear genius to him at this very moment. Though all of his golems all seems to be geniuses of their own paths, but Legion always proved him wrong with his high mastery of the way of the spear, even if he was created after Titan. He had always swung his spear at obstacles as a form of individual training, though if it was a human doing such it would actually be really hard to gain enlightenment, but when it came to Legion, All that was just missing was an appropriate battle to push him to the limit in order to finally break through to the next state. Alec's mouth was wide open. He had already heard of the sword heart before, and it was linked with a very high battle comprehension of the sword weapon path. And the one with sword was when the sword chi evolved to the next stage, becoming more lethal. Those two things were definitely identical to the spear heart, and the one with spear state that Legion has JSD awakened. Alec could not believe that his golem was reaching states that even the old clan monsters that have gone into seclusion for so long were not able to reach. Origin spear slash. Despite all this time, Alec was thinking it has not really passed in seconds, and his thinking was cut short after Legion opened his eyes and sent a straight slash at Brandon's attack while holding the spear with two hands. There was no fancy movement or light attached to his swing, but an invisible wave of chi flew making the air split, and when this invisible chi attack clashed with the Tranquility Slaughter attack, it split it into two. Dissolving the attack, but still yet the chi slash was only weakened a little, as the remaining chi energy still advanced towards Brandon, who was using his saber to keep himself standing. He was shocked when he saw his attack being split into two so easily, and the remnants of the energy he sent towards Legion destroyed the environment instead of moving towards Legion. He had never even thought of the fact that Legion would be able to counter the attack, so he didn't reserve any mana to use to defend himself, since it was his strongest attack. In fact, he was so spent that he didn't even have enough mana to cast his Void Slash, so he could avoid the attack coming start at him. He could only grit his teeth and place the sword that has transformed into a big great sword in his front to defend himself. So this is how I will lose. I guess Legion was right. I have become really arrogant after I made great progress in my martial part. I guess I have to go meditate on this after this bout. But before the attack had hit him, Legion was able to call the attack back, but a few strands of spear chi had hit him, flinging him towards a wall nearby, hitting his head and losing his consciousness. Meanwhile, Legion body was crumbling for taking back that type of attack with so much energy that even he could not control yet. He might have sent the origin spear slash, but that type of attack in its purest form was not something that Legion was able to control yet. Alec quickly ran towards him and started infusing his mana into his body, trying his best to heal him as he kept on infusing his mana to recreate the parts of its body that was breaking down. After going on for about 15 minutes, he was able to return Legion to perfect state. Dang! Golem named Legion has been able to successfully leveled up to LVL 20 Quays, Tier 2 Golem Fua Alex sigh in relief, though he didn't know how this had happened, but he was still relating it to the experience point that Legion might have gained from the fight with Brandon. Congratulations on learning how to help a golem push past its limits. Actually, this knowledge was supposed to assimilate with you when you break through to the Tier 2 Mage realm, but since you already performed it, it's no need holding on to it. Might as well just transfer the knowledge to you now. Ahin system, you finally talked to me after long. Alec was surprised to hear the system voice after so long, but the pain that came next was something that made him regret hear the voice of the system in the first place. As huge information of the golem technique he had just used was being inserted into his head, he held on to his head as he felt that this memory's infusion was more painful than when he received the memories of the real Alec. While all this was happening, someone was watching all this from above, with a frown on his face as he was still contemplating if he should get involved in all this or he should just carry on watching the boys. Alec finally calmed down after the pain subdue. He was panting really hard as he lay on the ground, not even able to move any part of his body except his head. But when he looked at Legion, he could see that in his eyes there was worry in them as he held his spear in a defensive position that seems to be covering Alec. Alec quickly turned his head towards Brandon's position and realized there was someone already standing beside Brandon, and he was putting a pill inside Brandon's mouth. I never wanted to get involved all of this, but if I had leave him alone like this, he might have really damaged his foundation a little, and it would take a lot of time to make it stable back, so I have to intervene. Hope you understand this, Alec. The moment the person started talking, Alec already had an idea who he was. Yes, fourth elder. I understand, after all he is your son. Alec chuckled as he sent a mental message to Legion to lift him up. I am really grateful to you for making your golem take back an attack of such magnitude, knowing it might as well destroy its core in the process, though I'm surprised you were able to save it in the end. The fourth elder commented, and Alec realized that the fourth elder misunderstood something. No, that was all Legion. I had no hand in it. Even though Alec said he had no hand in the decision of Legion, the fourth elder still saw it as him being humble. He even looked at his son, who was wasted on the ground, hoping he was less arrogant like Alec. Maybe he might have even still stayed indoors, and made more progress in cultivating the secret manual he had given him instead of him rushing out to show off. I have always heard that you are the greatest golem genius that the clan has seen in a very long time, though I might have not understand those words then, but I think I do now. You really might have the chance at taking the clan another level higher, please, fourth elder. I don't think I am worthy of such heavy words. Your flattery might make me big-headed. I like your mentality. Even when you are being praised, you show no sign of conceit. Are you willing to learn some few tricks from this old man and learn the way of the spear to a higher level? After talking back and front, the fourth elder finally revealed his intentions, which really shocked Alec, but he was fucking sure he was no spear genuise, so why would the fourth elder come find him to personally to ask such a question, he thought. That was until he looked at Legion, who was still holding on to him. Ooh, I see. I have been misunderstood again. Alex finally realized why the fourth elder have asked such question. It was because he had been amazed by the basic spear techniques that Legion have demonstrated. After all, there was a golem technique called wisdom sharing, where the creator of a golem inputs some or all of their knowledge concerning the weapon they wield into a golem, making it more powerful with battle techniques, as it won't have to just swing weapons anyhow with brute strength, but would be able to use the techniques to overpower those on the same realm. But in Alec's case it was different due to the involvement of the system. All he has to do is craft the golem with a weapon in mind, and through swinging the weapon for a couple of time, and their consciousness being active, they would be able to get the basic mastery of such weapon they wield, and which also allows Alec to be able to use the same weapon and skills. So if other golem masters were infusing their golems with the knowledge of weapon, Alec had his golems training in different weapons, and then infusing him with the knowledge, making him have basic knowledge of every weapon his golems wield, as he could also use such weapons, and this was one of his terrifying traits that he acquired as being the host of the system. Why not let Legion see some of your tricks instead? I know this might seem somehow, but he has grown to understand spear techniques better than me, Alex said in a very low tone, as he was cautious not to anger Brandon's father. But when the fourth elder heard him, he felt Alec was not interested in learning any spear techniques. After all, the techniques all used by Legion was all basic spear arts, though they might look more lethal and profound due to Legion reaching the intermediate spearmanship. But in the eyes of someone like the fourth elder, who has practiced the way of the spear almost all his life, he was able to see through all the profound moves of Legion easily to know that the foundation of his skills was still the basic spearmanship skill set, and not some fancy spear moves. He was really wondering why Alec have never taken a chance to learn any fancy spear moves, and wanted to teach him a thing or two, but he never expected to be rejected like this. What a pity. If you focus on the spear path, I'm sure you can even surpass me in a few years, the fourth elder said, with a sigh, not ready to disturb Alec further with the thoughts of learning under him again. Well, we would see again. Heir of Gordon's, the fourth elder said, as he picked Brandon's body up and flew out of Alec's courtyard. Alec groaned as he started to feel his body coming back to usual. He even cursed Arthur and Knight, who were in seclusion training. He could not believe that with the way there was noise, none of them showed up to even help. He even started wondering why he allowed them to use his own house when they all have their exclusive quarters in the clan buildings, those fuckers. Well, I didn't lose it all with this new knowledge. I would be able to push our team to a much stronger level, Alex said to himself, as he smiled when he thought about the knowledge the system had imparted to him. Arthur and Knight have left seclusion after they felt their foundation were solid enough to continue studying other things. All that was left for them was to choose which elder they wanted to learn the sacred golem techniques from. Arthur wanted to really learn from the patriarch, but when even he remembered that he and the patriarch really had nothing in common, he was forced to forget about it and leave his options wide open after all. Even if he was not born in the Gemini period, he was still a Gordon's and could learn the golem techniques from any of the elders, as due to his understanding, all their techniques all came from a part of the journal that was being passed on from patriarch to patriarch. And after further deliberation, he finally decided he would learn from the third elder, as he thinks that they have a lot in common, though Alec have not seen the third elder in person. He has heard a lot of his deeds and how strong he was, and how his golem technique were one of the most unique ones from the patriarch journals. Though Alec would really like to read every part of the journal, but ever since the system collected it to the inventory, it has held on to it, telling him to work on his own creation first after he glanced at the first page. And he has not really understood what the system said, but he felt he would figure it out later, and maybe then the system would find him worthy of being able to open the book and look into it. Hey system, the time for the Blood Moon War is approaching fast, and I would like to see the Patriarch Jaunarl at least even a peek. I'm sure I can learn something new there, and would be able to increase my battle power a lot more if I have the book's knowledge. After all, you won't want your host to die now, would you? The knowledge of the book was never meant to be exploited by the Patriarch. They were only given to be protected by the Patriarch of the Gordon's clans. Even technique inside that journal was created by Patriarch at their prime, and passed down so when their descendant that had the same Golem gene as them were born, they would be able to practice what has been passed down. You think this is the only journal that was left behind by your Patriarch? No, you can't be that stupid now. One is always left in the hands of the present Patriarch for protection, and the other is left for all the members of the clan to practice from. It's being guarded in your clan, special training grounds. My clan has a special training ground. Well, what can I expect from my stupid host? Do you think your clan would have gotten this strong and have a tier 7 mage with multiple elders that are so close to being one without a training ground supporting them? Do you think it's easy to have tier 7 mages? Then why does the other mid-tier clan not have their own idiot? Listen to me. The book given to you can only be open when you create your own golem technique. The one you have been using now is the basic that has been passed down for centuries. Alec was lost in deep thoughts after the little conversation with the system, and he started thinking of what to do that another golem mage have not tried before, and no matter how he cracked his head, he could not come up with a possible solution. 3,500 mana for the advice. Dang. Due to insufficient mana, you owe the system 1,000 mana, and the next moment you recover your mana, it would be deducted. Oh, common. Owing mana, who does that? And I was starting to see you as a good guy. Don't patronize me, Alec, you know it's just business after all. The advice I gave you worth more than that amount. If I should calculate it properly, it should be up to 10 to 15,000 mana, but due to how much mana you have, I decided to give you a consumer discount. Enjoy it while you have a small mana pool, as there would be no discount when your mana pool can house an enormous mana. Alec, you stingy system. Alec got into a meditative position and started to recover his mana. After all, he has been wiped clean by the system and does not even have any mana to activate any skills. He could only release all his golem from the space pouch and have them watch over him as he tried to make enough mana back so he could pay off his debt. While he was meditating, his mind kept on working on its own as he started thinking about what the system said, something no golem mage have ever done before, something unique. My foundation is the basics that was used to create all other golem techniques. Find a technique that was created by me alone, something someone has never thought of before. Alec heads went into a fast drive as he thought of all these things really quick, and he remembered his old world Earth, and he started thinking about robots and how they were just like golems but were more advanced due to their advanced weaponry. Gasp! Alec eyes opened as he finally found what he had been missing in the big equation. He never needed to imitate the journal in the first place. He could create something not only the Gordon clan could not think of, but something even this world is not ready for. He was going to make his golem techniques focused on something that can create cyborgs golems, AI golems, and robot golems that might even look like the Megazord of the Power Rangers. He smiled evilly when he thought of his plan. He was about to go into another round of brutally experiment. Ding! Error detected. Trying to change setting of an elemental golem has failed. Failed? Alec facepalmed himself the moment he saw another metal power crystal melting and disappearing with the wind. He held in the urge to shout at the top of his voice. He could just not understand what next he had to do. After gaining some little enlightenment from the system, he had set his sights on creating something he calls a robot golem, but it is definitely easier said than done, as he has not really made much progress in this few days. And that was because in the first place, he was not a metal element mage, and he had no idea how to control iron either. His big bet had been to use metal element power crystal that has been extracted from dead demonic beast using their inner metal power stored in the crystal to merge with another golem, but it had failed. He looked at Titan, who was still looking at him with a perplexed expression, wondering what he was really up to. He sighed and looked around the small place he called a home, that now seems to finally have that peace he has always wanted and craved, and he realized that he missed his gang even though they were always scattering things. I guess it's time I give Arthur a visit. If there is someone who could help me out at this moment, it's that fucker. Wait, now that I think about it, does he not have both earth and metal element? Great, I'm going to sneak into the third elder's quarters. Titan was clueless in what to do, in order to help his master, who seems to just be mumbling nonstop to himself. In the third elder's courtyard, about 7 youth were there trying their best to craft golems, as they used their wavering will power and metal energy to form the shape they wanted. The process was very delicate, and it required their attention as they couldn't afford any slip-up, and one of the 7 youth was Arthur, who had come to the mansion that was built with a big number 3 inscribed on the gates, signifying it was an elder's house. At first he had been filled with vigor, as he fantasied how he would be taught by the great Thrid elder and how his talent would be noticed, and he would be accepted as a personal disciple. His thoughts has been really going wide any time when he remembered all that he had thought would happen. But unfortunately for him, the Thrid elder was not interested in teaching anyone personally. He wrote the basics of his techniques in a very long scroll and put inside a gourd in the middle of his courtyard. His request had been quite simple actually. They had to defeat a golden golem that he had created that was in the same realm as them. If they were successful in doing this, then they would be able to study his basic technique in writings for only 1 hour, and then after then they have to go meditate in what they learnt, and also try creating a golden golem in the process. But the main problem here was the fact that they had to only study a scared technique for only 1 hour. No matter how they tried it, they would not be able to understand all he wrote in 1 hour, even if it's only the basics of his golem techniques. This would prompt them to try their luck a second time, but when they do, they found out that the golden golem seems to have gotten used to their attack and would be able to resist against them better than before. Though even when they won, some of them was not even in the state to meditate or look through the techniques again. And that was why the number of people learning here had shortened to just a mere 7 mages. Swoops. A black shadow emerged from the ground. This little action disrupted the concentration of the mages that were trying to create their golems, and they quick went to hide. Bang, bang, bang. Series of metal elements compressed flew everywhere. The moment Alec and Knight came out of the shadows and saw various small metal bombs going around the place, they also took cover with the rest of the 7 mages. Fucker, how dare you disrupt our concentration? I was so close to making my first golden golem hand, a muscular mage said as he pointed in the position that Alec was hiding after the explosion went down, but the moment he saw Alec's face he choked on his words. He had seen Alec in the last Blood Moon War, and even though he was a Tier 2 mage, he was clear on the fact that Alec had golems that could take care of Tier 3 goblins. Talk less of him, who was nothing than just a Tier 2 mage. Shut up. If you are that good in the first place, we would not have to run like that when you are just creating a golem. It's clear you are inexperienced, but you are trying to put the blame on us, Knight complained, as he felt his butt swell from being hit by one of those bombs. He had been a little careless, so he vented his anger on the mage who spoke. He. Oh, so it's brother Alec, I'm really sorry about that. He quickly apologized. Alec didn't even bother with him as he went straight towards Arthur, who looked to be protecting something with him mana, when all the small explosion was happening. I see you have made great progress, brother, Alec said as he saw that Arthur was trying his best to stabilize the golem he had almost completed. Blue yees. Fuck that old geezer, I don't fucking need you. You hear me? Very soon I'm going to become the best golden golem creator, and take your position. Arthur cursed towards the mansion, ignoring Alec the moment he finally finished his golem. Alec took his time to watch the golem, while Arthur was venting his excitement towards the mansion. The golem was 6 feet tall. It was the perfect look alike of Legion with its own T-shaped helmet but brown-colored eyes. But while Legion was made mainly from earth elements, this golem was made from metal element. It was shining a bright bronze color. Though Alec was expecting a golden golem, but it seems there was restrictions based on the level of the golem creator techniques. And while Legion had a spear, this golem had 2 long sword with a long great sword stranded on its back. It was also dresses like a gladiator, just like Legion, but due to being a metal golem, its equipment seems more legit and bulky. Alec almost laughed at his brother's ability to copy him, but he could not help but applaud the fact that Arthur had created a great golem. Ding, analysis golem, bronze golem tier 1 low. Type equipment power. Ability metal shards LVL1, metal sword LVL1, merge LVL1. I think this is the right time to try out the golem knowledge I gave you, or don't you want to know how good you are now with a part of the golem progenitor knowledge? The system seems really interested in making him use his new technique, but Alec was not ready for any of that anytime soon. After all, he came here for another reason entirely. He tore his gaze away from the newly crafted golden golem, reluctantly. The skill set of the golem were quite different from the ones his golems have, and it didn't have any weapon mastery also, which was quite a bumper. Though he was more impressed with his analysis skill, that his upgrade to LVL3 making it possible for him to see more details about things that he could not see before, like the details of this particular golem. I always knew you were a special case, anyways, Alec thought to himself, as he finally faced Arthur, that was now panting after shouting for so long, and not getting any reply from the mansion. Hey man, can you take a break? I really want to talk to you about something, and that's why I risked sneaking into an elder's house. I'm hoping you can help me out with a little of your knowledge about your affinity elements, Alec said to me. Well, I'm pretty much through with the basics here anyways, let's go back. Alec faced Knight after Arthur agreed to follow him, but Knight's face quickly changed. Knight, don't even think about it, Alec. There is no way I would be able to transport you, him, me, and this little golden toy with the petty amount of mana I have. I would be forced to cut the shadow casting halfway, and I will still be affected due to abusive use of my mana pool. Knight protested, as he was damn sure he could read Alec's intentions at the moment. The only reason Alec would look at him like that was because he wanted a free ride again. See you ranting and not still being ashamed at all. Few seconds ago you were blabbering about how the students that were practicing the golden golem way were not good. What are you then, an amateur? Arthur jested, and all the mages laughed at Knight. This made him fume in anger, but he said nothing about it. He might be strong and felt he was making big improvements, but trying to go against Arthur was definitely a no for him. He saw Arthur and Brandon as two sides of a coins, and in that coin's dreaded combat demons were drawn on each side, and that was more reason why he never wanted to antagonize any of them. Let's just walk out then. I guess it was pretty cool sneaking in. I just didn't expect to be causing a commotion that was not part of the plan. Please forgive this clan member. Alex said the last sentence while facing the mansion and bowing. Since he had seen Arthur talking towards the mansion, he was sure someone, or even the third elder, must be able to see them and know all that was happening. And he definitely didn't want to leave there, with the third elder having a bad impression of him. Arthur dragged him as they made their way out of the third elder's compound, but before leaving, he made sure to show his middle finger to the mansion. Ha ha ha, isn't that kid so full of energy? I never would have though that he would have come to my mansion to learn my techniques. I guess blood is indeed thicker than water. The third elder laughed as he sat in his throne chair in his living room. The butler of the house was by his side, who was watching all of this happening with a frown on his face. How long is the young master still going to stay out of the mansion, without the knowledge that he is your only descendant left? To continue the legacy of the Golden Golem branch, you have to bring him back, though we have others in our branch, but they don't have your genes, my lord. The butler, who was standing beside the third elder, said with a sad expression on his face, when he thinks of his young master living like a wild kid in the clan, without no idea who he really is. Alfred, you have known me ever since I was a kid, and you should know that in the whole clan only me was reluctant to have many children, because I know the process they have to go through when the time comes. This bloodline we have, it's not one to be proud of, but one to be dreaded, and the prophecy would definitely come through. I just want him out of all of it. But still yet he got entangled in it by himself. See fate playing with me. The third elder laughed again as he collected a gourd from his bulky golden golem that just entered the room. I just hope that my brother and the other elders of the clan all have a better plan than laying low or restrictions our cultivation speed when the havoc strikes again, the third elder said with a sigh. With the amount of power your clan has, if you all rush and break through, you should be able to classify yourselves as a weak high-tier clan. So why is George still insisting you all stay low-key? What exactly is your clan running from? The butler standing close to him asked, but the third elder just smiled. Some things are better left unsaid. The reason I didn't allow Arthur learn under me despite being my own grandson is because I wanted him to carve his own path, but since he has come back here on his own, I won't hesitate to teach him everything I know. Bua ha ha ha. The third elder burst out laughing again, while the butler by his side was surprised at his master's eccentric behavior, though others might be surprised that this butler actually called the Gordon's clan patriarch with his name. But the truth is he has been watching over the clan ever since the father of all the elders of the Gordon's clan came to the city. So he was their honorably elder and well respected, as his loyalty has been earned with the years that passed, and he was seen as a family instead of the butler of the whole clan. WTF, you tried that. I thought you were always the smartest of us after Agnes. I guess you are just a little more clever than us. Arthur insulted Alec in style when he heard the reasons for Alec's ordeal. Though Alec wanted to show an angry expression, but then he realized that he really needed Arthur's help at the moment, and he restrained himself. So can you help me? or are you just interested in insulting me? Alec asked, looking impatient. Yes, I can. It's basic knowledge that you can mix two secondary magic at a later stage together. How don't you know that's secondary magic? What is that supposed to mean anyways? Alec asked in style. Since he could not tell Arthur he couldn't remember some of his memories when he was younger, well, the four basic elements are air, fire, water, wind. The remaining elements are merged or made from this basic elements, which came from the great chaos Tao. The metal and ice elements are secondary magic, along with thunder, sound, and other complex magic, and they won't ever be able to merge if the ice has already been established before you try merging. Then Arthur gave an half-baked explanation as he directed Alec's attention with his side eyes. Alec understood what he meant the moment he finished talking. After all, it was only Titan that was an ice golem among all his golem, and the most funny thing was that he only tried working this out on Titan, who was already a Tier 2 golem. He could still remember the system message telling him he has failed in trying to change the setting of an elemental golem. Now he thought about it, Titan and the Hive Queen already have their paths laid down for them after he used the system in helping them break through to the next realm. Trying to change that meant he still had the system help, and it would never be accepted as his own work since it had the system involved in it. And he decided he would try changing another golem, who has not become a Tier 2 golem, into a robot version instead, and he could not think of a better golem than Legion, who was closer to the Tier 2 realm, and seems to help him awaken a new ability in his golem techniques due to his desperation, and he felt he should thank Arthur, who made this all possible. But when he looked at his smug face, he changed his mind. You dumb idiot, I already knew all that. Arthur and Knight, as he was wondering if the golem techniques Arthur learnt has added to his ego. Alec inhaled and tried to steady his breathe, as he was trying to do something that might become his own unique golem technique in the future, that would be used to pass him name down in the future. Are you ready? He asked the Legion who was in front of him, and Legion nodded his head quite fast, though the golem were not meant to show any emotions, but Alec's golems have always been different. And he could tell that his golem that always acted cold and all was quite nervous about the process that was about to happen, because Alec told him what he was trying to do, and the risk involved in it, though the golem didn't like the idea, but he always followed the orders of Alec. That if Alec even tells him yo go die, he won't hesitate to act on the command. Alec smiled at Legion to reassure him, before finally getting ready to work. This was his breakthrough to higher things, and he was not ready to screw it at any moment from now. He already had all the necessary equipment he needed for it to go successful. He had adjusted his mental state to the peak, and he had all the materials he deemed important around him, and all that was remaining was to craft and change the body system of Legion to the one of a robot. He brought out the demonic beast power crystal he got from his grandfather and held it carefully. It was really large, and the energy emitted from the crystal seems enough to power up many things, and had a lot of importance for those who did crafting and forging. But here was Alec using it to experiment. It was great I was able to steal cough. No, it was great that I was able to borrow this from that old man. It's the least he can do for me. After all, he owe me one for using my merit points for the clan. I will just have to apologize to him later for this. Alec reassured himself as he brushed his nose with his index finger, while the patriarch was coughing inside his room, as he was wondering what would make a healthy cultivator like him. Cough, someone must be praising me, the patriarch said to himself, not aware that the Tier 6 metal element crystal that he lent to Alec was about to be integrated into a golem when he didn't even have any assurance of getting it correct, and all Alec told him was that he was just going to observe it. Alec slowly casted the fire spell as he recited the spell carefully so he does not make any mistake. A small and compressed fireball appeared on his index finger, and he sent it straight to the middle of the metal element power crystal. And the power crystal swallowed it. After 15, it started making weird sound, and the power crystal started releasing a lot of metal element essence that was inside it little by little. Alec sighed on relief when he saw that his fire element had been able to cause a small reaction enough to extract a little amount of the metal element essence inside the power crystal. Though he might have not been practicing with his fire elements regularly, and could not instantly cast a fire spell like he did with the earth elements, but his bloodline was quite special, making his fire element kinda really lethal, and that was why he had been able to get a reaction from the crystal easily. Golem breakdown reversal. Alec touched the chest of Legion as he casted one of the forbidden spells of the golem techniques he just learnt from the knowledge he gained. Breaking down the body of Legion in an instant as the body made from main earth elements pulverization, till the only thing left was the helmet, armor, spear, and a large yellow crystal at the chest area. "Whoa, it's so beautiful. I never knew you were able to create a power crystal," Alex said, as he saw something similar to a power crystal in the chest region of Legion. Not only was it yellow, but it had a vague speck of spear-colored lights swimming around the yellow lights. "Inside the crystal here am I thinking I would be using this metal element essences to create a crystal for you, because only demonic beasts are confirmed to have a power crystal, but it seems I'm wrong as you have something similar." He laughs evilly. "Well, now you have one, why not just devour the metal element essence, and let me see if you can break free from your restraints and evolve further." Alex stared, using his mental power to direct the metal element essence in the air towards Legion's crystal core. The rest of Legion's equipment was still floating in the air, even if Legion's body was missing. But the moment the first strand of metal element essence touched the Legion's crystal core, a white line quickly connected them all together, and at that moment, Alec realized that the process of reforming Legion's body have arrived. Though he took a chance when he tried this due to the new knowledge he received from the system and speculations, but he was still happy when the formula for creating a new body was actually working. It started slowly, but surely Alec was already starting to groan and growl as he was feeling great exhaustion. After all, he was multitasking now. He had to spare part of his mental energy to lead the metal element essence straight to Legion's crystal core, as he made sure it didn't spill a bit, while his other attention was on reforming the body as he pushed his pure mana straight to the middle of the core, as he tried his best to make it bend to his will and create the type of body shape he wanted. Slowly and steadily, the new body was forming, and Alec had a small smirk on his face as the earth body was gone, and it was being replaced by a metal body which looked like a robot. And he didn't forget leaving places for small missiles at the shoulder and a small gun place at the back of the hand. The equipments that was also connected to the white light started turning into robot gears. The only different thing was the spear weapon, which now looked like a laser spear with the whole body, shining a very intense white light. As the metal element essence was spread to it one by one, the materials that was the floor was being used and integrated into the golem's body. Alec pushed and pushed and was finally able to complete the body reforming after about 30 minutes of careful creation, so he does not mess up any small details either. But even after he was done, Legion was not done with absorbing the metal element essence from the tier 6 metal crystal. So Alec put his full attention into the metal power crystal and made sure that Legion would get enough, and only then would he be able to see just what Legion was capable of after he finished absorbing to its peak. Ding, one of your golem has just broken through to the tier 2 golem realm, Robot Spearman Golem. Named Legion level, 21 can be upgraded. Realm low tier 2 golem rank, elite strength 36. Agility 35. Endurance 32. Special skills intermediary spear arts mastery, LVL 3. Basic shield mastery, LVL 5. Spear intent 1 with spear level. A golem that is first of its kind. It has been created by combining the knowledge of 2 different worlds to create a unique monster. Its future paths can no longer be predicted again, as each stage of evolution would have to be created by the creator of this unique golem. Tier 2 robotic helmet plus power 20 plus endurance 20. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 10, plus agility 10, plus endurance 10. Tier 2 robotic full body proof, plus endurance 30 plus agility 10. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 10, plus agility 10, plus endurance 10. Tier 2 robotic ignition shoes plus agility 30, plus power 10. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 10, plus agility 10, plus endurance 10. Tier 2 robotic particle destroyer spear plus power 30 plus agility 5 plus endurance 5. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 10, plus agility 10, plus endurance 10. Full robotic set, equipped plus power 10 plus agility 10 plus endurance 10 plus 10 fire rate plus 10 laser damage plus 10 missiles damage. Alec was gaping seriously just from staring at the new version of Legion. Anyone who looked at Legion now would not be able to link him up with his old version. The only things that could link him with his old self was the fact that he still wielded a spear. Legion, Alec stammered as he was not sure if Legion still had his memories and remembered things they went through before, or his memories have been erased due to the fact that he had pulverized his old body master. I still live to serve you and I feel so powerful. Legion couldn't help exclaiming as he checked himself out. While he was checking his new body, Alec was sighing in relief after he heard the deep and cold voice of his most trusty spirit. At least he still retained his memories, and he won't need to start from the beginning, Alec thought. But just as he looked at his Legion, he realized that he forgot about something really important. Legion was following the path of a gladiator spearman before, but he has now moved to the robotic path due to the intervention of Alec midway before the system upgraded him to a Tier 2 with the system points options that always choose. But he has forgot to add the small shield that Legion always used at his left arm while fighting. In fact, his mastery of blocking was so high that he might reach the intermediate rank soon, and maybe he might even have a better chance at blocking Tier 2 and 3 attacks without taking much damage. Alec blamed himself for forgetting something so important, though the spear levitated in the air during the process of reforming the body, since it was the weapon that was linked with his equipment gear. But the small shield was something that Alec had being crafted with earth magic and pushed to the next rank with his unique golem technique. He has not still figured out why his mana could level up the weapons though, but from the knowledge he received from the system recently, he was made aware that his ability was much more greater than that, and he was only ticking the surface. I'm sorry, I forget to add your small shield while reforming your body. I guess I was overwhelmed with multitasking like that. It really took a toll on me. Alec apologies to his partner, though he sounded nonchalant, but Legion could understand that it really hurt him. Instead, that's no big deal, master. I can create one for myself, due to this new body you have created for me. Legion said, and miraculously, a small white light turned round and covered Legion's left arm, and he was equipped with a white shield that seems to be a ray of light. Alec moved closer and caressed the shield, and he noticed a small piercing feeling from just touching it due to mixing my spear-shaped chi in creating the gamma ray shield from my robot generation energy. It has a certain rebound effects to anyone except me, since it's my spear chi that is registered with it. Legion explained casually, but Alec could understand all the words hidden in it. It meant anybody attacking him based on the powers were bound to have a certain of their power rebounded to them. Alec felt envy of such effects. And after hearing a bunch of rubbish based on the robot system, he felt his head was about to explode, as Legion took in the joy to explain most of his body new functions to him. He had a plain understanding of a robot's body. In fact, even Legion, who is now a robot golem, seems to have more knowledge in this than him, and he was fine by that. He looked at Legion, which was just a head taller than him, and sighed. At the start that he would grow taller, maybe even reach Titan's heights, but it seems he has been thinking about it too much, as instead of getting taller, Legion ended up being shaped like a robot with normal human height instead, and was just a little bit taller than Alec. At the same height as an average human adult. The day of the Blood Moon War was fast approaching, and the clansmen of the Gordon's clan were all preparing again, as they were aware that they would be thrown into the chaos battlefield once again. They might have had a great battle the last time they participated in the Blood Moon War and were able to win beautiful against the goblins but they were not expecting every encounter with the goblins to be that easy. It could be said that the air around the mages in the Gordon's clan was heavy, so heavy that even the normal people in the clan were able to notice their nervousness and were able to predict that something it was related to the Blood Moon. And this was not only happening in the Gordon's clan, but also the clans who lost the last time against the goblins, and the clans that were going to be participating in this Blood Moon all have heavy mood. None of them were assured if they were going make it out alive from it in one piece. In fact, they already have a premonition that it was going to be bloody and more wild than the last time, after all the goblin numbers were now focused on the Estonia city, giving them no space to breathe at ease. In fact, the battle Alec participated in had the least casualties, as only the low-rank mages fought, and due to Alec's gang, resolving the huge numbers of Tier 1 goblins fast enough. They were able to shift the victory towards the human side, as they were also able to participate in the Tier 2 battle, and reduced the pressure the human mages were facing. This all added up to the fact that an average human mage could take on more than one goblin, due to their innate talent being higher than the goblins. Their only disadvantage was the goblins' high number of ranked warriors could overwhelm them no matter what talent they had, and when Alec took care of the Tier 1 goblins, it all became easy to fight the goblins. Inside the Gordon's clan meeting room, the elders were all gathered again, to discuss how they knew Blood Moon War allocation of mages was going to hold. Here we are again. We have to choose which one to send and who not to send. The patriarch said with a grim expression on his face as he sat on his throne. He didn't like sending his clansmen to the Blood Moon War, but it was a necessity. After all, if they didn't send, they would end up facing a greater calamity. Also, sending means some of their loved ones was bound to die. I have said it already that I would lead the Tier 6 battle. At first I thought me, an old fourth, could let loose and show those bastard from the second dimension just how weak they are. Who would have thought he had broken through before me? So I guess I can only stick with the inexperienced warrior called Draco this time. The third elder said and gulped in his gourd of wine. Even Draco, that was sitting in the number 7 throne, just ignored him even when he called him an inexperienced warrior. Draco might be strong, but he knew straight well that he was no match for those elders that has reached the peak Tier 6 mage realm. Especially if he tried anything funny with the third elder, he would just be beaten to a pulp, as the third elder is said to be the mage with most physical strength in the clan. I guess we have the Tier 6 combatant sorted out. I do want Zach to lead the 10 Tier 5 mages team we are sending. Does anybody have any opinion against this? The patriarch asked, but no one dared to say anything. I don't get why you are grooming Zach so much. You even promised him the 8th elder position if he breaks through. Do you think it is easy to break through that fast? The chubby 5th elder asked, but he was not against Zach, leading. After all, he was the most strongest Tier 5 mage of the Gordon's clan. And since all their mages were coming back home for the Blood Moon, there was no one who could lead him, but only him leads the Tier 5 mages since the day he broke through. I guess the Tier 4 leader belongs to the first elder's daughter, as usual. The patriarch said and the others nodded, no one having any opinion to that. How many Tier 4? Do you think we should send? The patriarch questions. Actually, we can spare about 100, but we should only send 50. We don't want to lose so many clansmen. If not, the lose would be too much to bear. The grand elder replied, then we shall go with your decision. As for the Tier 3, Alias shall lead them since he is back from the academy, and in the Tier 2 mage realm just find someone that is worthy to lead them again, and the Tier 1 would be led by Alec once again. But this time I want to put measure and security in place cause I feel that he might be targeted by a mid-level mage. The patriarch expressed his worries. If he had the power, he would have asked Alec not to participate in the upcoming blood war that was coming, but him out of all people knew how stubborn his grandchild was, and how he saw the Blood Moon War as a platform to increase his power, and not the one that can take his life at any time. Alec's eyes had glowed with the eagerness to fight, and the patriarch was aware that his grandchild had a will of a warrior and not a quitter, so he won't be listening to him. Why would a mid-tier rank goblin chase after an ordinary tier 1 mage? Have they lost their dignity so much that they now target low-rank mages? Fear not, brother, if such thing happened, while I'm at the battlefield, I won't hesitate to cut off some waste goblins. The third elder assured with his hand in his chest, but Draco only sneered inside his mind. What do you know? Alec was responsible for their loss in the Blood Moon the last time he participated. Just imagine the fact that a Tier 1 mage can affect a battle so much. If by any chance again, they won't hesitate to use that opportunity to assassinate him at the battlefield, as they saw him as a bigger threat than even the Tier 3 mages. It seems you have forgotten that they tried to kill him at the last Blood Moon we participated in. If Alec is a genius to us, so then he was a great nemesis they have to cut down if they ever want to control the battlefield. Draco explained my heart, which actually comprise with Draco's own, which is what I want you third elder to watch over my lil boy in the chaos battlefield and protect his gang too. Erky, why do I have to protect other? The third elder was almost dragging his own hair. The patriarch practically asked him to be a babysitter for his own grandchild. Don't forget, after all, your own grandchild is also among them. If Alec does not come back in one piece, then your grandson is not getting to his own house in one piece. Either the patriarch threatened, and the third elder started to feel bud of sweat on his forehead, as he was planning to tell the patriarch he forget in case anything bad happens. In the first place, too bad he is busted now, as he can't leave his boy alone with Alec, who is said to always enter troubles. The whole squad all gathered at Alec's house after they got the new information passed around that mid-tier mages would be fighting this time. They were all prepared to fight. The information about how brutal this war might be in comparison to their first Blood Moon War have shaken them up slightly. The info was passed to them in case they would love to sit this one out. Cause the difference of mid-rank mages battling and low-rank battling was really two different distinction, but still, yet Alec just saw it as a huge platform to level up all his golems to the next. But they have all agreed to participate, and were not ready to back down from the fight. Hey guys, I know we are all nervous about going into this battle, as we have all heard that it won't be as easy as the last one due to the increased number of goblins attacking now and them getting used to our past strategy. But we have to stick together and fight as a team like we always do. I will be needing you all on that day. Alec gave his speech sounding like the leader they needed to quench their nervousness. Yeah, but what if we don't make it back? What if those goblin creatures are too strong and too much for us? I think we need to be prepared for the worst. Arthur said before Agnes sent a water cannon straight at him, making him fly away. Don't jinx it, you idiot. We would all come back. We have all been training for this. We have the power and skills to win. We all even did individual training to get more aware of our combat skill and get stronger, and even if some of us don't make it back, we will fight with honor and bravery, though I don't plan on letting any of us die as long as we are in the Tier 1 battlefield, Alec reassured the main. I don't know, the reading of the space gate came back and it's not looking good. There is going to be a huge number of goblins coming out this time. What if we get separated? Knight asked with shaky voice. We have to stay together no matter what. We will fight as one unit, and we will protect each other's backs. Remember, we are all in this together, with Maya as vanguard, Arthur as protector, Agnes as master magician, Brandon as the combatant, and Knight as the assassin. We would be almost invincible. Alec said, making all of them smile after hearing the roles. Alec was sticking to their name, as it made them feel their purpose seems cool. I'm scared, guys. I don't know if I can do this. I saw the people who died the last time, Alec. It was a massacre. You were not in the city when the last blood moon occurred. It was basically wild all over the battlefield. We all feel scared, but we can't let fear stop us. We have to be brave and fight, and if you need help, just ask. We are all here for each other. I'm scared because I have spent so little time with my father. We just reunited, and now I'm going into a war that I don't know if I might come back from due to us having to keep a straight mentality. We always have to prepare for the worst. You must lead us to perfect victory. Alec, I still have a lot of things I want to do in life. Brandon said as his attention seems to be somewhere else even if he was in a meeting with them. He eventually stopped talking as he stroked the saber in his hand. Even since the training with his dad, Brandon's change was so visible, but the whole group just ignored it, hoping he would come around. We all have someone we care about, but remember, we are doing this for them too. We are fighting to protect our loved ones, our clan, this city we grew up in and love, and we will make sure to come back to them. What if we fail? Arthur asked again, and this time the water cannon that was sent at him was way much bigger as he was sent over to Alec's roof. I told you, don't jinx it, you bastard. You won't make it, Agnes said in a fit of rage, and the rest of the gangs just laughed. It was the first time they laughed so carefree in a long time. The pressure of the battle seems to be getting to them, and only Alec seems nonchalant. Failure is not an option. We will do whatever it takes to make sure we win, and even if we fail, we will still have each other. We will always be a team no matter what, and we must make sure we return back alive. That is the most important thing, do you understand? Alec questioned, and they all responded at the same time. In the end, we have to believe in ourselves and trust our instincts. We will fight with all our hearts, and we will come back alive. Together, we can conquer anything. Alec gave his final speech as he made his way to his golems to do his final preparations for them. And even the rest of the gangs quickly disappear from the courtyard as they went to prepare for the final battle. The Gordons' patriarch house, how did they take the details you sent them? The patriarch questioned Draco, who was sitting across him. Well, they all have their fears, but Alec still stood strong and made sure their mentality stays at the right path. I'm sure they are going to do great things at this blood moon war that is about to happen. All we have to do is pray that none of them die. If not, it would affect their mentality negatively, and it would also affect the clan. Do we really need to keep throwing the Tier 1 and Tier 2 mages into the blood war? It was not like this before him. I understand your point, Draco. Before we always wait for the mages to reach the Tier 3 rank before they participated in a middle rank blood war. But times are changing, and we can't afford to hold our hands back if we want to defeat the goblins who have a high birth rate. If not, our defeat would come faster. They are not like the zombies that had to evolve due to their kills. Each kill can help over 100 newborn grow. Do you understand? Yes. After concluding with Draco, the patriarch turned to face another person that was standing not too far from them, but was resting his back on the walls in a darkness. How do you feel about returning to the clan? The patriarch asked with a sly smile on his face. What is there to come back for? Many of the elders don't really like me anyways, since I followed the dark golem path. I'm only able to make such progress because of the love you have shown me, patriarch, the person said as he came out from the dark shade as he stepped into the light. He had an excess bloodlust surrounding him. On his waist laid a katana that was still in its sheath. The hilt was carved in a unique way, but the material was made from bone. Even the scabbard was pure white bones, and behind his back was a huge bone axe that had runes engraved on them. Who cares what they think of you? I am the patriarch, and I mean it when I say I want you to become the 8th elder. That way another student of mine would become a decision maker in the clan, and I would be able to push my plan for expansion further with no restriction, as our clan would be as strong as the weakest high-tier clan in the capital. The patriarch explained with a cold face. His playful attitude could not be seen at the moment. Zack only smiled coldly in return, and Draco thought about the amount of power the patriarch now holds and what his objective for all this was. There seems to be a secret about the clan that only the 2nd generation knew. As for Draco, he was a 3rd generation descendant, based on the new family tree, along with Zack, while Alec was part of the 4th generation descendant. Meanwhile, at the patriarch house, "Old man, where are you? Your grandson has come to ask for a favor." Alec's voice traveled all the way towards the inner hall of the patriarch house, that it even reached the ears of the patriarch, and his 2 disciples Draco and Zack were having a serious discussion due to the fact that they have superior hearing due to the enhancements from their cultivation level. The patriarch's mouth twitched when he heard Alec's voice. He could still remember the brat just borrowed a metal demonic beast crystal from him few days ago, and he has not even gotten it back, and here was his unfilial grandson again, coming to demand for something else again. He could already feel an headache coming on just by thinking of how he would deal with him, as all of Alec's demands always seems to be more unreasonable from the last. "I guess this meeting has coming to an end, patriarch. I shall take my leave before little brother comes in," Zack said as he was about to escape the room before Alec saw him. But Draco only sneered. "Why the rush, Zack? Last I remember, the patriarch has always wanted to adopt you as his son even before Alec was born, though there was no official ritual done. You are more of a son to the patriarch than me, considering my father is the grand elder. So don't you think it's time you met your nephew?" Draco said, and Zack faced. He might be free with Draco and the patriarch, but it still didn't change the fact that he was a plain loner, and was in no mood to get familiar with Alec, which the patriarch have always branded as a scammer. Now that I think about it, you have not seen little Alec since when he was just a child. Are you not being a little too cold here? Let's go meet that little troublemaker before he steals some of my wine again." The patriarch quickly made his way toward Alec, as he remembered that the last time Alec had visited, and he was not around, the little twerp had taken the chance to steal some of his wine. Alec watched his grandfather come out with 2 people by his side. He was quick to notice Draco, who stood by the left side, but the other person at the right seems to give him a little headache as he tried to recall his face. He felt he knew him, but every time he tried to remember him, all that he was faced with his memories clouded in fog. He tried and was not able to remember, so he gave up on it. It was clear he had an impression of him, but it was among the suppressed memories that the old Alec had. Since he cannot access the memory, it meant he was not strong enough to know the details concerning the person. "Greetings to the 7th elder. Greetings, senior. Old man, I need a favor." At first, Alec had greeted Draco, while bowing as he made sure to also cup his 2 hands in front of him, as a show of respect towards Draco. And since he could not guess who the other person was, he just called him senior. Since he could stand side by side with the patriarch, he was definitely someone important. And also he was wearing the clan robe of the Gordon's clan, which meant that they were a member of the clan, even if his own was pure black with brown color at the edges of the robe. Though Alec realized the huge bloodlust that was being released by the person, but he was not moved due to the fact that he has being a battlefield where a lot of death has happened before, where he was also responsible for almost 90% of that death rate, which means he also had a certain amount of bloodlust and killing intent, though it might not be comparable to Zack's aura, as he has killed more than Alec could imagine. But at least Alec was not a complete dummy who would be suppressed by the bloodlust that was leaking from Zack, who was not even intentionally letting it out. While Alec was checking out Zack, Zack was also doing the same, as he was making sure he understand just what made Alec so brave to call the patriarch an old man. He has followed the patriarch for the longest time now, even before Draco, and the only reason he was still one realm behind him was because of the restrictions on his golem techniques. If not, he might have become a tier 6 mage a long time ago. And all those years of following the patriarch, there was a small taboo that was known by all. Calling the patriarch an old man was the quickest way to death. He had even watched him fight against another tier 6 mage, while he was still a tier 6 mage back then, all because the mage called him an old man after an argument. He had given the mage a great beating, making sure his golems harassed and punched the mage face till even he couldn't recognize himself again. That was a long time ago, and the only person to have gotten scot-free from calling the patriarch old man was Draco, and that was because he did call the patriarch old man mostly in his back than to his face. Alec, meet your uncle. His name is Zach, and the one I have personally asked to protect you if any unexpected occurrence happens, the patriarch said with a smile. I thought it was said that the third elder was leading us this time. I have heard of the expenditure list and the people in it. I do have small connections, you know, Alec sneered. Well, yeah, I did tell that drunk to watch over you, but he ain't reliable. Even I don't trust him. He might end up getting himself drunk in the battlefield and forgetting to protect you when the war starts. What about Sir Draco? I heard he was going to participate too. Alec asked with a pale face, and Zach's lips twitched. He was already feeling a great urge to smack this kid who seems to be looking down on him. Alec, I think you're mistaken here. Draco is the only responsible tier 6 that I am sending to the Blood Moon. As for the third elder, it would be good to forget he is coming with you and not even rely on him making a move, as he might not even join the fight. He is my brother, and I know him best. He is only entering the battlefield because of the benefits that was promised to him. Alec seems to fall into deep thought after hearing all this, though Zach was angry at Alec's negligence towards his feelings as he tried to get a tier 6 made protector, but he was not ready to get into this conversation. I already know all you are worried about, but I think you would be so stupid to understand, estimate Zach. After all, he is the one I tried to adopt. What an old man like you tried to adopt him. No wonder you were declined. The patriarch face blacked, but he still kept on talking. He is the most talented battle mage I have ever trained, while Draco was the most talented in mana control, but Zach had a more innate battle sense, making him a superior to me, and we have not even talked about his unique type of golems, and I can assure you, as long as he wanted to protect anyone, not even a peak tier 6 mage can kill that person. Do you understand how awesome he is now? That patriarch asked in a threatening tone. It was clear Alec had no read of retreat. Alec, I think I fucked up again, Alec said in his mind, as he saw Zach's face not looking so friendly like in the start. After all, he brought this up on himself. I guess I would be in you capable hands then, Senior Zach. Alec said again as he performed another bow towards Zach, as he finally resigned his faith that he was going to be protected by a tier 5 mage. You can also be rest assured, cause as long as I'm alive. And in that battlefield, there is no one above your rank that would be able to attack you, talk less of killing you, except you make an high-rank goblin move against you. I can assure you, if that ever happens, you should just run for your life, as even I would be trying my best to run for mine. After all, an high-tier enemy is not a level I can provoke yet. I can only last few blows, Zach explained, but Alec was already cursing in his heart when he heard he had to run if he was targeted by a high-rank life form. Well, you don't really have to worry about that, Alec. The best they would be able to send through the gate in the first place would be a peak tier 6 goblin. Anything more than that would put the space channel they created in real pressure, almost to the extent that it would look like it's on the verge of destruction. It might even break if the day to abuse the gate, like that, Draco assured, making Alec calm down a little. I never knew you were such a person who was so scared. I always thought you were one of those brave men who always fought to the end, or at least you gave me such impression, Draco said. Oh, that. I got the taste of being a commander and commanding people under me till they function as if they were my leg or hands. It's a very unique feeling. Do you think I would want to fight a gruesome battle when I already drilled those goblins to death before laughs in your dreams? I see you are confident enough to go against them, at least against the set of the tier 1 goblins. I have full confidence to tear down their ranks, as long as I have the corporation of all the clans that are participate in the rank 1 battlefield, including the city guards. That seems good enough for the rest of the low-rank mages, as they would have a lot of pressure reduced from them if you do that, and assist the rank 2 battlefield, like you did last time. Cough enough chit-chatting, small boy. Why have you come back here? If I remember correctly, you have not brought back the power crystal I gave you. You better not even be dreaming of keeping it to yourself, as I passed through a lot of stress before I was able to acquire that power crystal I lend you. Alec pouted after his grandfather's statement. Such a selfish man. Why are you complaining about a simple power crystal? Even the 5th elder Golem is able to go hunt beast for him. Why can't you just send yours to go hunt for beast for you? Alec said as he remembered when he was learning under the 5th elder, and he had ordered his tiger golem to go capture a spider demonic beast for him. His eyes twinkle as he thought of all this. He could not wait to reach that type of level where even he would be able to tell his own golems to go and do things for him. Like beat someone up or get a live demonic from the Thousand Beast Mountain that was close to their city, the patriarch looked at Alec and shook his head in defeat. He felt his grandson was unfilial for comparing him to that beast-loving genius, who put all his motivation into creating beast golems and forgot his own cultivation. Even Draco already caught up to him. That genius brother of his had a talent in golem crafting that he could not even think of compare to. If it was just cultivation levels, he won't have any problems beating the hell out of him. But when the tiger is involved, then even he would have to run. Well, that's not the reason why I'm here anyways. I have come here to ask you to teach me the way of the katana, patriarch. What? Aren't you ashamed you have several secret disciples that use katana, and I even had to ask before I realized that my grandfather was secretly a master of the katana style. When did I even hide something like this? The patriarch's thoughts were already going wide as he could not even relate to what Alec meant. Why me, your own grandson, was never taught anything by you? Don't you have conscience? Alec complained with a wronged look on his face. Even Zack could not help getting fooled by his expression. But who was Draco? He was never going to fall for Alec's antics. The patriarch's face was already black, and he was surprised at his Alec accusations. This punk, I have always wanted to teach him, but every time I call him, he always say I am a self-taught genius, self-taught my foot. The moment said he learnt I'm a master of this katana estili, he came running to come and learn my katana style. I think it's because he has seen how awesome Alias is when he helped him out in the Rasa clan front gate. No wonder. He came to learn always after benefits only. How the hell did I end up with a selfish grandson like this? The patriarch's mind went into overdrive as he quickly thought and got into the main point, why Alec wanted to really learn his katana blade style. Why do you want to learn katana style in the first place? If I remember clearly, you are very good with the spear. Even Old Fourth commented on you having great talent for spearmanship, that if you are given the proper training and high-end techniques, you might even become a spear grandmaster in the future. The patriarch said, and Alec cursed, as he was not expecting the fourth elder to have already tried his hand with his grandfather. But he didn't care. The only reasons why he picked the spear in the first place was because it could give him the advantages of striking first when he was weak. And the only reason why he still used it till now was because the spear mastery was the highest in all the weapon mastery his golems have cultivated. Seeing Brandon waving his sword and saber fit his blood boiling, as he felt that was how the right combat mage should fight, not really that he planned on fighting when he was already have capable golems. But he still wanted to hold on to a katana, as he felt it would make he look cool. What do you know, old man? Your grandson is so talented. Actually, I've never really focused on the spear path so much, but I have already learnt the spear achi, patriarch, Draco, Zack. The patriarch felt the urge to hit him really hard till he was buried under the ground. His boasting was even making Draco and Zack, who was not close to feeling their weapon chi, to doubt if they have been executing their battle techniques the proper ways. I'm more interested in using a katana to fight. Say, old man, what do you think about giving me that? Alex said as he pointed toward a chandao that looked like a katana and was hanged on the wall. He had discovered long ago, and the scabbard of the chandao was crafted to looking like a flickering flame was on it. It was so beautiful in every curves that even without drawing the blade out, it took only glance for many to know it was no normal weapon. When the patriarch saw the weapon his grandson pointed at, he sighed, that is no katana that was passed down from my father to me, and it was his gift to me before he died. I did plan to pass it down to my own son, as I don't use chandao, but unfortunately for me, I never gave birth to one. Instead, I had your mom. I have always hoped that I would find someone worthy to give it to, so it does not continue to accumulate dust here. Since you never had your son, did you not have a grandson, me? Why did you not give it to me? But you fought with a spear till now, and it's just an ordinary chandao, nothing so special about it. It does not even have a grade. It is made from pure metals and resources that is still unknown till now. The only good point about it is that it could accumulate mana and chi no matter how many amount you put inside and use to strike. But apart from that, it does not boost or add to a mage ability, so I left it. Good, I want it. Would you give it to me and pass on the manual of some of yours katana techniques? I want to learn some basic move before the Blood Moon War. At least that way I'll be able to slash a couple of goblins on that day. Do you think it's that easy to understand the basics of weapons? Well, no problem, since you have decided on the blade. I shall give it to you, cause I know, if I say no, you would just steal it later. The patriarch said, and Alex scratched his nose in shame. I am just helping to bring the katana to light, old man. Stop spoiling my rep. Draco watched as both grandfather and grandson banter about the Changdao that was placed on the wall. He was kind of used to the way they behaved towards each other, but all of this was still a new development to Zack. He could hardly believe the patriarch was being so casual with someone. Ding, Blood Changdao broken found. Host have come in contact with a divine-level weapon. The moment Alec touched the hilt of the Changdao, the system sent a series of notifications. The rate of the ringing were so much that Alec was stunned to notice that he was standing in one place without moving at all for over 5 seconds while he was looking at the system. The patriarch, Draco, and Zack were staring at him, not really sure what had happened to him. One moment he was stretching his hand to touch the Changdao, and the next moment he was standing like someone that was glued to the weapon, also like they were looking at a statue. Blood Changdao Divine Weapon Broken 20. A weapon that was crafted with countless divine metals and soaked in the bloods of high-rank vampire kings for a year. It holds its own rank among the heavenly divine weapons, though it might have been damaged now, but it can drain the blood of enemies it kills to repair itself. Seeing such info on the Changdao got Alex surprised, though he had no extra stats from the saber, but the Changdao showed great potential than any other weapon he have ever seen. The hilt alone was about 30 centimeters long, and the whole sword was 2 meters long. Alex smiled as he finally removed the saber from the place it was being hanged in the wall. He slowly unsheathed the sword from the flaming blood-color scabbard. The one-egged blade was finally unveiled, and the sharp side seems to be tinted with a red glow. The moment the Changdao came in contact with light, countless blood tentacles came out at the sword and pierced Alec, that was holding it with one hand. Commencing test, the moment the rest saw this they all panicked and tried to near Alec and separate him from the sword. Cause something like this have never happened before, not even when the patriarch held the saber. But before he could come close, Alec raised his hand up telling them to stop. The patriarch, Draco, and Zack all stood foot-rooted to the ground as they watched Alec's face filled with pain while the blood tentacles pierces his body. Slowly Alec's eyes was turning red. His blood was leaving his body at a very fast rate, though Alec told them to wait, but if they ever felt he was dying, they won't hesitate to ignore Alec's warning and strike. The red color finally covered all of Alec's eyes, and then he closed his eyes. The blood tentacles also withdrew back into the sword again. The patriarch sent his mental wave over to Alec, and noticed his body was only left with small blood, just barely enough to keep him alive. Even his face was pale, but still yet the patriarch was still scared to go closer in case he made things worse. He could only believe Alec and wait for him to wake up from whatever trance he entered. The tentacles that entered the sword came out again. This time they were prepared to enter Alec's body again, and the patriarch and the rest moved, not even bothering to limit their speed at all. In no time they were face to face with the tentacles, which seems to be restricting them from getting closer, and a katana mysteriously appeared in front of the patriarch as he slashed down at one of the tentacles, but he was surprised when the tentacle evaded his strike, but not relenting he quickly changed the position of his katana and followed the tentacles, slashing it off, and massive amount of blood poured out from where he cut. He quickly jumped back when he noticed the blood seems to have a corrosive attribute. He frowned when he noticed he was only able to cut one tentacles, even if he didn't unleash his mana in fear of blasting Alec, who was already in his last leg away. But at least his physique was not inferior to any tier 7 mage, but still, yet his physical attack have only been able to cut one, making him retreat. He didn't even bother with Zack and Draco, because of the tentacle were very durable, but the tentacles seems to be pushing them back, not attacking, while the rest of the tentacles wrap around Alec until it turned into a blood cocoon. Without caring anymore, the patriarch used his 2 hands to hold his katana as he slashed countless times, making the katana look blurry as he sent waves of earth glow slashes, which made sure his attack was more durable and was able to withstand the countless assaults of the tentacles. After he finished cutting all the tentacles that was responsible for restricting them, he dashed towards the blood cocoon, but he noticed that the cocoon was slightly opening, and the tentacles acted like stairs as the cocoon was levitating in the air, making the Alec come out. The moment Alec's legs touched the ground, he opened his eyes. And even Draco and Zack could see the red in his iris, giving him a certain type of charm. Every part of his body looked as if they had been carved from jade. Are you okay? Look at me, thinking something bad was happening to you when those ugly things engulfed you, but instead you came out more handsome. How can you have such good looks and such good luck? The patriarch questioned as he finally got closer to Alec. Alec only smiled at his grandfather, who was trying to act casual, but he had already seen the worried look in his face when the cocoon opened. "Don't worry, I'm fine. The sword just wanted to test. If I am worthy of it, that's all," Alec said, as he raised the Changdao that was now back in its scabbard up. And the patriarch face twisted in anger. "You bastard. I have been taking care of you for so long, even cleaned your scabbard once every month, but still yet, you never gave me any benefits. Even if you didn't find me worthy, can't you make me handsome and more younger looking like him?" The patriarch complained while pointing at the saber, but the Changdao never responded, only retracting its tentacle back. The moment they came in contact with the scabbard, they disappeared. If they never saw it and someone told them the saber had tentacles, they would highly reject the idea, though they were all acting causal, but they were shocked inside as Alec just showed his luck again. While they were all chit-chatting, Alec looked at the last system notification. "You have been chosen by the Blood Changdao and has become the successor of the Blood Reaper. Daily tasks shall be given to easily assimilate with your new physique strength." After all, there is probably little difference between a Changdao and a katana, since the Changdao was made to restrain the katana, so there are few similarities between both blades. The patriarch quickly pushed his basic katana technique into the hands of Alec before he changed his mind, and he had a very wide smile on his face. He was extremely happy that he was able to teach his grandson something that he invented. Not only the patriarch gave Alec something, though Zach, who was standing behind the patriarch, decided to come forwards and removed a bone-like katana from his space ring and passed it towards Alec. Alec's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets as he saw a space ring with Zach, though he had a space pouch, but those was made specifically for summoners or undead mage or golem path mages like him. He has not even seen something like that with his grandfather. He trained his eyes on Zach, and he finally realized that even though his dressing looked casual, he had a lot of good things around his body, and his accessories should cost a lot. A rich person. Alex allowed his thoughts to run wild as his eyes was already showing dollar signs, though it might not be a Hydra tier katana, or could it compare with your Changdao, but it is still a very good katana that I used when I was at tier 4 and tier 5 mage realms. It is crafted from the body of a tier 5 mage powerhouse, and I feel it should be able to accompany you well till you reach the tier 6 mage realm. Inside the manual the patriarch gave you, there is a part that it is related to double wielding. This should be able to help you use both Changdao and katana. But if you learn the quick slash first, then you should use the katana first till you get used to the skill, and you are able to control the Changdao. Zach gave a word of advice with the gift, and Alec just nodded his head as he unsheathed the bone katana, gentle caressing it. The smooth texture and runes along it would never make anybody realize that it was made from a human bones. Though they might wonder why it was a white blade, but Alec was not really interested in explaining to anyone. Alec bowed one more to express his gratitude to the patriarch and Zach. This made the patriarch very pleased. Draco was kinda embarrassed that he never had any gift with him before, and he forced a tier 5 metal element power crystal into Alec's hand. Due to the fact that he heard that he borrowed metal element power crystal from the patriarch, it allowed Draco to assume that it must really be important to him. Alec didn't forget to thank him too before he requested to take his leave, saying he had overstayed his welcome. He was just really eager to go test the new weapons at his own residence while preparing for the Blood Moon. Alec opened his system and saw new options added to his system. Blood Reaper Daily Training LVL 1000 side /0, 1000 upward /0, 1000 downward /0, 1000 pierce 0, 1100 press up 0, 100. The daily task shall change every day until you reach the LVL 2 when the difficulty would rise. Alex almost slumped to the ground when he saw all this, but he still brought out his katana and slashed first with his hand, and the number of the side slash increased by 1. And he realized that the training was not just restrained to using the Blood Changdao alone, since he could use any weapon as long as he completed the task assigned to him. Alec went all in into training mode as he removed his upper body clothes while the scabbard of both his Changdao and the katana rested on his waist region. He kept them there as he hopes to strengthen his relationship with his two new weapons. While he still kept on with his daily task, not relenting, but also looking at his system to check his improvement. Basic Swordmanship learnt LVL 1. Basic Blade Techniques learnt LVL 1. Alec was surprised by such notifications. After all, he already had the swordsmanship skill before, in fact it was LVL 3, due to the help of the Sword Saint Golem. But after about 5 seconds, he could feel massive information of basic sword moves and blade techniques entering his head, though he had seen most of them before, but now he was not just watching the moves and copying them, but the knowledge about these skills was being inscribed into him, like an inscription straight into his brain. That way he was never going to forget. After another 20 seconds, the pain stopped. Alec even realized that it was not as painful as normal. Maybe it was because he was used to the skill before, but he could not think about that again, as he felt the katana he held and realized it felt much more lighter than before. In fact, he had a feeling like it was an extension of his body. He lightly slashed, and it was able to stir a little wind in the air, disrupting the flow of the wind elements. He smirked as he noticed another secret, though he might be gifted with the ability to use his golem skills, instead of them being able to use his. But there was a little problem he had never been able to solve, and that was he could not use their techniques and styles to the peak, just like he could not use Legion Origin Spear or Titan's weapon-changing tactics. He just realized it was because he was just imitating their moves, since they were in his head also, but he never really understood them, so he could not be termed as real weapon master, but more like a copy. But he had already learnt the LVL1 swordmanship by himself, and he realized that he even improved his swordmanship he learnt before, and the speed at which he slashed his sword also increased, which would definitely help with his daily task, and not only that he felt he was now better at sword technique than Sword Saint who inherited his techniques from the Almighty system, and this was before him even opening the manual that he was given by his grandfather. He was really hyped to duel with the Sword Saint Golem after he is through with his daily tasks. He tried to control his breath as sweats rolled down his head and body as he gave his utmost concentration to his task at hand. Alec sat in a meditative position, his eyes closed as he thought about all the training he has done in close door all these days. He was already wearing a Tier 2 armor that has been arranged for him by the clan, while his left hand rested on the hilt of his bone katana that was beside his changdo on his waist. Now he was already giving the vibes of a swordman. Waves of sound were being stirred just from his meditation, though he rarely cultivated actively, but every time he meditated, he was able to passively active his 2-mana circulation techniques to the extent that they increased his experience point every minute. And this had been a source of concern for Alec, as he was not ready to enter the Tier 2 Mage realm. Yet, is there a way I can cut of my receiving of experience point for the main time, maybe save then somewhere, till after the Blood Moon War when I want to cultivate to the Tier 2 Mage realm? Alec asked the system. At first he got no reply. After waiting for about 30 seconds he decided to ask again before the system said something. If you aren't interested in the X points, you can share it with your golems, making them break through their current ranks. Cause if you were to stop receiving the experience point you're getting, you would only end up losing it, as I would use it instead. Oh, that was possible. You never told me anything about it. Well, you never asked. Hey, Alec, it's time to move out. Agnes' voice disrupted Alec's conversation, but when he turned toward Agnes he still smiled. I will be with you guys shortly. Agnes left after that, and Alec sighed. He was stressed really. He could not help but be more afraid of his own death this time. This was his second chance at life. And he was not ready to throw it away so easily. He could only aim to become stronger fast, till the extent even the Blaze Outer clan had to think twice about sending an assassin against him. He was not scared of the goblins, but he saw them as a big pile of X points. His only fear is that there might be an assassin arranged for in the dark. Alec, being a cautious person, was definitely not ready to be played like that. And that was why he was finding ways to counter any attack aimed at him. When the battle begins, just send all my experiences points to my Tier 1 golems. They have been in the Tier 1 rank for too long, since it's being long they enter battle. When they break through, I would introduce them to the battlefield, so as not to cause a major disturbance. When more than one of them break through, I already have enough eyes on me now, and that is enough. Alec finally decided, as he decided to increase his overall strength. After all, in face of supreme strength, any scheme would be thwarted. X command confirmed. All experience points you earn shall be used to push the lesser rank golems to the next rank. Let's go then. Meanwhile, in the second dimension, the space gate towards the Estonia city was about to open. There was even some set of goblins that were madly throwing mid-level power stone into the gate to make it open faster. If the humans knew of such expenses, their heart might just bleed. The fact that the goblins were spending so much resources to come attack them would baffle even then. But on a second thought, this was actually the reserve from what they gained in the last war. Anytime a Blood Moon War occurs, the creatures of the second dimension are able to pass through the space gate and kill human mages, and for every humans, the creature kill the life energy of the human mage is being sucked by the space gate. The more higher in realm, the more richer the life energy. Over 10,000 lower-rank goblins, and about 3,000 mid-rank goblins, they were no improvement on their high-rank mines near the gate, since the gate was only a mid-tier gate. And even if they killed a high-tier mage, it would only lead to excess energy being spread to the mid-tier mines. If they were lucky enough, the mines might become a high-tier mine. But that rarely happened, as the high-tier mages rarely broke the rule to interfere in the fights of a mid-blood moon attacked. The hobgoblin who had led the goblins to war before was still the main commander for this expenditure. He was on all smiles when he thought about the amount he was going to earn if the goblins under him made another big number of kills today again. He had finally broke through to become a high-tier 6 goblin. In fact, he was now in the same realm as most goblins that stayed in the inner castle as family leaders. And if he ever broke through again, they would be forced to invite him and his family branch into the castle area. He only snorted when he thought about those arrogant goblins in the castle areas. He hated those goblins that stayed in the castle area, as they always used them without no reward, and discarded them when they saw fit, and controlled the whole clan like they were the only ones that was favored, and like they were above them. He felt that one day he shall become even more stronger than them, that they won't even be able to ignore him again. Just as he was getting lost in his own fantasies, he saw the goblin that was called number 1 coming towards him with some tier 6 goblins behind him. And his face changed. He was fucking sure they were not here to discuss tactics with him. They were here probably to take his position. It seems the gains he got from the last Blood Moon War have finally gotten the attention of someone from the inner castle this time. Even before the number 1 goblin got close, he already rushed towards them with his 2 goblins family member that was tier 6 following him. I great the Great One, the hobgoblin bowed. After taking a look at the number 1, he could see that the number 1 have finally evolved, but he didn't become a hobgoblin like most goblins. Though he looked like a orc, but he didn't have the same height as an orc. It seems his bloodline was mixed, but his goblin bloodline was more active. He stood tall with his muscular body, his hand behind his back, while his eyes were locked onto the hobgoblin leader. You have done well, and the patriarch have seen your contributions. You have also made up for your last blunder. The last set of resources you sent back was a big help, and the patriarch appreciate your effort, but he has asked that you take a step back and consolidate your realm. If you're unwilling, you can still go to war, but under a new commander. The number 1 goblin said, and the hobgoblin could not help raising his head. He saw the blood-red axe behind the number 1 goblin, but he was more interested in those that have taken his spot, those tier 6 goblins behind the number 1. He looked at their smug face that was taunting him, and he gritted his teeth. I accept the patriarch command. The hobgoblin called all his clan members and started walking away. The army of goblins commanded was taken from him like that with one sentence. He could only leave with the goblins in his family branch. He understood the warning under the number 1 goblin sentence, though he had told he could still go. But hidden warning in his sentence reached the hobgoblin properly, and there is no way he would still insist on following with the expenditure, or he might just die yoined before he reached his full potential. A dead genius is never useful. He needed to live to come back stronger. The number 1 goblin looked at him go and nodded his head. What a wise one. I should maybe draw him towards my side in the future, the number 1 thought. Are we just going to allow them take command that easily, without fighting for any of our right? One of the tier 6 goblins that always followed the hobgoblin complained behind him, while the second one scoffed and said, we built that army brick by brick till it became what it is today, and with just one sentence they are taking everything from us. We worked so hard for all that, and now they saw that what they abandoned had begun to earn little benefits, and they stretched their greedy hands over. They are all a bunch of old jealous bastards too scared to go fights, but are always eager to dip their hands in our own little benefits to make themselves feel better. The first goblin replied back. When the second goblin was about to continue the conversation, the hobgoblin punched him straight in the face, and he flew away few meters. Even when he got up, he was surprised that the hobgoblin had hit him. His face showed such disbelief. The hobgoblin they took, as their spiritual leader, has never raised his hand on them, stuck him today. It made him feel sad. Even the crowd of goblins following from behind were surprised that their leaders seems to be having a quarrel. Goat and why? The second goblin asked in a low voice. Clearly he wanted a private conversation with them. He walked off towards a distance, though it seems like he was walking, but every step he took looked like he had crossed 10 steps. The two goblin quickly followed him, leaving the rest of their family branch members confused and wondering why the strongest warriors of their branch, who have always been close to each other, almost started fighting. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt an headache, and they decided that it was not worth thinking about what the leaders thought. After making sure they were a few meters away from where the family branch waited, the hobgoblin turned back and faced his two trusted comrade. I apologize for the hit now, but it was the necessary thing I had to do in order to save the life of you two idiots, the hobgoblin, who is called Goat, apologized first before turning his words and insulting them again. What do you mean, Goat? The first goblin asked in surprise. He thought the reason the second was hit was because his words hurt Goat's ego, but now he realized that there is something else involved. We have a traitor among us already, and running your mouth like that in front of so many crowd that might even act as evidence to testify against you in future is really stupid, don't you think? Goat in question had left quiet for a while. How is it possible that we have a traitor among us? The second goblin kept on asking no one in particular, as he was just surprised by Goat in words, but he never doubted him. Simple. If the inner castle does not involve themselves in our business, then we would not have a hard time becoming tier 7 goblin warriors. This is what I have been aiming for. This alone would make our branch incredibly strong, and they would never allow for a branch family like ours to get that string enough to compete against them when we finally gain access to the castle. Don't you realize already? After we sent the tribute, one of the members must have been bribed, and our entire gain have been found out, which also brought the greedy eyes upon us. Goten explained the main reason they have been kicked out: the expenditure. He had already have a feeling something like this would happen, but he was not expecting it to come so soon, and from his inspection, he is aware that the information could only be leaked from his family branch. Cause at this stage the army they lead have not been given a break to go back to their families, as they were mining the power stones they earned, and had been paid extra power stones that would help them fasten their cultivation, so they were busy throughout. So there is no way it was them, and it was only his family branch he allowed to run errands since he trusted them, but still yet he was betrayed. Goten, let's find the traitor and kill him. We are fighting for our family future, and they dare cut a side deal for their selfish interests, putting the family future in jeopardy, the second tier 6 goblin that was slapped said with red eyes. His tears almost falling, he was seriously furious, and his emotional side started showing. That ain't necessary, brother. In fact, I think it is nice we are not in charge, Goten said with an evil smile on his face. The goblins looked at their spiritual leader and wonder what has gone wrong with his head. I know you won't believe now, but you all should have been aware that the clan which made us lose woefully the last time didn't participate last month. Goten asked them again. Now that I think about it, none of the old clan we faced the first time showed up. The people are all new faces, the first goblin replied with his hand on his chin. As he thought about it, is there a conspiracy, Goten? No, I learnt from the Wind Goblin clan in the outer region that every clan is given a 1-month holiday after defending the city. Which means the clans we trashed are their replacement. Oh, I get now imagine when those arrogant goblins, who took over as commanders, who have not really had any battle experience, meet up with that cunning kid. In tactics, who do you think would win without me, who have experienced their skills, and could find little chance to counter-attack his various cunning traps? Goten questioned again, and the two goblins gulped. I think they might wiped out the tier 1 goblins again, the first goblin answered again. Well, I think they won't only wipe out the tier 1 goblins, but all the low-ranked goblins are in danger of being wiped out, Goten answered. Hey, yeah, the two goblins exclaimed in fear. In fact, I was planning a defensive battle today to make sure we drag it out with them. And as long as they lose more mages than we lose warriors, I would have been pleased and would have still made a great gain, but now someone else have taken my burden. Just imagine when they lose this time. The patriarch would be furious, and they would have no option than to look for our branch again, but this time we would have killed the traitor to warn the rest in the family. It would be those snubbish royal goblins begging us. Their coward nature would still show no matter how high level they are. Just watch. The two goblins nodded their head as they realized the big scheme they were about to witness. Goten is really scary. I pity those that would die just so he could rise back in power again. For now it would be good for you not to badmouth the leaders of the clan. If not, if T gets to the patriarch, they won't hesitate to make him kill you too to reduce my overall strength. And that is not something I want, Goten said, and they nodded. After all, they understood him now. Knowing that the tier 1 mages of the Gordon's clan were waiting for him, Alec didn't waste any more time and quickly moved out. He caressed the hair of the demonic mount horse that was prepared for him before he sat, and the horse neighed lightly. It was quite familiar with Alec now. After all, it was the first horse Alec rode to the first Blood Moon War. Don't die on me today too, young one. Continue to serve me as long as I live, Alec said, and the horse neighed in reply like it understood all Alec was saying. After hitting the horse by the side, it was quick. It moved out skillfully under the maneuver of Alec, and they met up with the mages that have only left the Gordons clan few minutes ago. The moment he met up with the Tier 1 mages that was at the very back, he quickly took his place at the forefront of the Tier 1 mages as their commander. He looked at his right and he saw Agnes and Knight. Agnes nodded her head towards him, while Knight performs a military salute towards him. It was looking kind of funny, but Alec didn't stop it as he was clear where Knight must have learnt something like that. It was clearly Arthur handwork. After all, the guy was always up to no good reason, and he would always learn things from Alec to teach others. The moment the Gordons clan passed the gates were locked tightly by the city guards that stayed to protect the city on the city walls in case those who went to fight against the goblins failed in keeping them at bay. They were already a bunch of other clans' mages, waiting already outside the city gates, and it seems the Gordons clan just seemed to be the last to show up at the gathering of clans that were going to be facing this wave of the blood moon. As they came closer, everyone's attention was on them. The mid-rank mages of the Gordons clan all flew up to the air, leaving the ground for the low-rank mages. As the ground was the battlefield of the low-rank mages, while the mid-rank fought in the air, so the aftershock of their attack does not affect the low rank of their race. The mid-tier was meant to only face the mid-tier. The goblins' mid-rank warriors were not allowed to go after the low-rank mages. If not, the mid-rank human mages would not hesitate to also slaughter the low-rank goblins as they please. So they all faced their own battlefield, though in some certain cases, there are times where mid-rank warriors try to eliminate the talented mage of the human races before they grew to become a thorn on their side. But it rarely happens. Alec led the Gordons' Tier 1 mages to the place where the Tier 1 flag was being inserted in the ground, and he could already see some familiar faces. Few people started moving towards the place. The Gordons' clan decided to stay long time no see Alec. Hello. Alec looked and realized that both Stephen and Bryson from the Lanced clan have come to greet him. He almost face-palmed himself when he came face to face with Bryson Lanced again. After all, he thought he had gotten rid of him the last time, but now that he thought about it, the guy always seems to be interested in participating in anything that linked with his clan too. He moved his horse and met the halfway. Stephen, long time no see. Alec chuckled as him and Steve both got down from their mount horse and gave each other a very tight bear hug. I was really excited when I heard your clan was going to be participating. Let's teach this goblins that the ones they fought last time could not even be counted as our substitute. Stephen said in an overwhelming manner, his mana flowing ever wildly. Why not? We would be wiping them out again. This time is not going to make any difference either. Alec said lightly. He could not help laughing inside at Stephen's futile attempt to show off his peak tier 1 mage cultivation. But since the guy was so spirited, he was not interested in damping his mood. After all, not only had he entered the peak tier 1 mage realm, but even Agnes, Brandon and Arthur have all reached the peak tier 1 mage realm. Only Knight was still in the high tier 1 mage realm, but he was still close to the peak realm. If Stephen knew of this, he would definitely not be showing off his cultivation level so arrogantly at the moment in front of the Gordons clan. Boss Alec. Bryson decided to call Alec the same way Arthur does whenever he wanted to ask for something. After all, it seems Alec was ignoring him. What do you want, you old fox? Alec got tired of Bryson, who seems to have also learned how to be shameless from Arthur, as he kept on saying, Boss Alec, boss, don't talk like that. I'm only calling you the same way your Arthur and Brandon does. Or is it that I'm not allowed to call you a boss? Oh, just get straight to the point. I am not in the mood to accommodate all your antics. Cause last I remember I said I don't want to have anything to do with you, Alec said as he used his hand to rub his forehead. He could already feel a slight headache just from talking to Bryson. He preferred dealing with brutes like Stephen who are more simple-minded, but Bryson was like a cunning 70-year-old man that always tried to gain benefit from him at any possible moment. Even if you don't want to have any business with me, boss, I can't stay away from you. Don't you know you are my benefactor? If not for you, I might have not gotten this much stronger. Bryson said as he raised his hand up, and a small cyclone of wind blew fiercely on his palm, and it had a light green color. Though it was small, Alec could feel the destructive power that was compressed into that small cyclone. And if Bryson even threw it out, it might even have more damage than the wind blade he threw before. While Alec was surprised at the increase in Bryson element control and affinity, Stephen, who was at the side, was surprised at the fact that even Bryson had reached the peak's tier one mage realm his face looked pale. When did becoming a peak tier 1 in 2 months become so easy? The eyes that Stephen was using to look at Bryson was one of surprise after all the city lord had spent a lot to push the rank of his warriors, and that was the reason for his present level, since he was the leader of the city guards when the whole goblins were wiped out previously. Though he might have not been the one responsible for the wipeout, but his contribution have increased due to his involvement in the war itself, after all the city hall were not giving all the military merits to the clans. They kept a little for themselves to help sponsor their army, but here was someone he didn't even hold in high regard. In fact, except from the Alec Gordon's Tier 1 gang and the leader of the Darkbliss Tier 1 mages, he rarely remembered any other person worth his attention. So he was surprised when someone who played a supporting role had caught up to him in cultivation. Did you improve this much because of the elemental power stone I traded with you the last time? Alec questioned after he had a few seconds to take everything in. Yes, Bryson didn't even bother lying, and Alec cursed in his mind. I fucking knew it. I lost so much in the last transaction, there is no way something this old fox would want would not be so valuable. The other clan Tier 1 leaders in the area kept on looking at Alec. Bryson, Lance, and Stephen from the city guards talked to each other. Some even wished they could get closer to Alec. Alec's battle record had been distributed all over the city. Almost everyone knew how he had gone against the goblins and wipe out the entire Tier 1 population, and still yet had the balls to join the Tier 2 battlegrounds with his buddies. Practically his stories was a legend, and he was the perfect example the patriarch of most clan used to teach their descendants lessons. As they all wanted their children to bring praise and great battle merits to their clans, but out of all the 10 clans participating in this Blood Moon wave, there was another clan who came with another agenda. The Friddall clan, a subordinate clan to the ancient Blaze clan, they have came with another mission, and that is to find a chance to kill Alec if the chance presented itself. And even if they didn't kill him, they were allowed to injure him. The leader of their younger generation, Bree Friddall, was also the one that was leading their Tier 1 mages this time. Ever since the Gordons clan entered the Tier 1 center, he had his eyes on Brandon. His eyes was cold as he looked at the Gordons clan joint. We would get them. We are not as helpless as before, Bree. Ever since they decided to invest in our clan, we have gotten much stronger. Forget Brandon, I'm sure even Alec, who is their leader, might not be your match if you guys exchange blows. Felix Friddall said in a whispers. He saw Bree's attention was all on the Gordons clan. He could understand how he felt after all. Bree Friddall was seen as an heavenly talent, one of the few that was loved, and position should never be challenged. But ever since the banquet at the City Lord Hall, they have been various elder and faction among the clan, all saying, he does not deserve all the resources that the clan was throwing at him. Some even went as far to say that he was beaten by an ordinary disciple of the Gordons clan, and not even their tier leader. This has turned to become one of his biggest shame. The fact that he was defeated by Brandon, and never even got the chance to fight with the Gordons clan genius Alec. He felt at least if Alec had been the one to defeat him instead, then he won't have to face this kind of shame. He blamed Brandon and he blamed Alec cause he felt Alec was only pretending to be asleep on that day. He felt it was the Gordons clan just interested in showing their powers, and he just happened to become their stepping stone. And this thought of his made him hate the member of the Gordons clan really much, though he might be the grandson of the Friddall's clan current patriarch. But even since the incident happened, the clan in total have decided to distribute part of the monthly resources to the other geniuses of the clan in hope to raise someone that would be able to compete with Bree. Though the elders of the clan said it was to give him competition, so he would be compelled to perform better on the behalf of the clan, but Bree just think it is the elders being scared of his family branch being in control of so much power, and they are only doing this to reduce the main family control on the resources of the younger generation. All the talk about him losing to Brandon was just a big excuse. Even without the incident, they would still have found a way to come to this point. They became really greedy after the Blaze clan started funding their clans so they could take out the Gordons clan. In the face of benefits, the Friddall clan has been having a high raise in internal fighting, but for today the whole clan agreed on something together, and that is the assassination of Alec Gordon's HMMPN. Don't compare me to that frog that is inside a well. Alec is just someone who is contented in being a lion in the jungle. I won't be tied down in a small city like this. When we succeed in killing him and damaging the Gordons clan's strength, after we have received Hydra cultivation manual and high circulation techniques, Alec and his clan can only be our stepping stones, Bree said, and Felix nodded his head. The only reason why they were talking like this was because they already have about 5 people who has entered the peak tier 1 mage realm. After they started sharing the resources of the clan, even Bree already have the ability to raise his rank to a tier 2 mage, but if he did that he won't be able to stay in the tier 1 battlefield, so he held on his breakthrough till then. So actually they believe that as long as chaos happens in the battlefield later, they would have the prefect chance to strike, while no one was watching before the whole Gordon's clan can guess what was wrong. They would have already killed Alec and retreated. They never even bothered to investigate Alec's powers, as they were still measuring his strength with what he has shown in the last battle. In fact, they were told that Alec had in tier 2 ice golem. And they also have a scroll to restrain the golem till they were through with their attack. They seems to have planned everything up, and they believe that Alec would not be able to survive all the trap they have laid down for him today. Meanwhile, Alec could feel a very malicious gaze on him, as Bryson was trying to talk to him, and he closed his eyes as he tried to trace the energy. Seeing Alec closing his eyes, Bryson still thinks Alec is trying to ignore him, but he does not bother but waits for Alec to open his eyes back. Alec's mental energy spread far and finally located where he was feeling the faint killing intent towards him, and when he turned, he came face to face with Bree Friddall. Alec was a very cautious person, so when he found out that someone was staring at him with such hostility, he first tried to recall if he had met Bree before or had any beef with him. But no matter how much he tried to stir up his memories, he realized that he had no major event where he had crossed path with such person who is that. Alec pointed at Bree Friddall, even while he was still staring at him, without the intentions of hiding the fact that he was asking about him. Brian Lance was surprised at the sudden question of Alec when he just opened his eyes, but when he followed his pointing finger, he was able to locate the person Alec was asking of. Oh, that is Bree. He was the one who led the Friddall clan younger generation at the banquet, but he ended up being defeated by your brother Brandon in a very easy victory. Ever since then, I think his fame has gone down the drain. Brian replied with a shrug, so his position has shaken up because he was defeated, pitiful and hypocritical clans. No wonder he had such hostile energy directed towards me. But I don't understand if Brandon was the one who defeated him. Why am I the one on the receiving end? Alec questioned Brian, who seems to know a little about him. Well, that is because he is known as a very petty person. In fact, if you ask me, I think he is not just mad at you, but also Brandon, and your whole clan cause his humiliation started since you slept off at the banquet, and left your duties to someone that is said to be under you and him, losing to your underling, and not even having to trade blows with you seems to be his biggest blow. So knowing such shallow-minded person, I am 100% sure that he must hold a great grudge against you, and clan for sure. What a petty person indeed. Well, no matter how much he might hate me, without strength his ass better not even think of coming close, or I won't hesitate to kill him. Alec said those words in a very easy manner, but Brian and Stephen, that was beside him, could already feel the amount of rage and killing intent being contained inside. And about to burst out, they could only pity the Friddall clan in advance, though the Friddall clan younger generation now seems to have all upgraded at once. Though the Stephen who worked for the city guards didn't know where they found a huge reserve to upgrade their power, but he was sure that they were no match for the Gordon's clan. Their achievement in their last war showed that the Gordon's clan was no pushover, while the Friddall was happy with broadcasting their new strengths while the Gordon's clan was as secretive as ever with their display of powers, not even leaving out the details of their younger generation's power. Everything about them screams secret, they only let it all out on the battlefield. That guy Bree has always been acting like a master and was so smug. I can't believe how deep he has fallen just with one loss, Stephen thought as he shook his head in regret of a genius that could not clear his heart of the Gordon's demons, which seems TJ have developed to a heart demon and would affect his future path in cultivation, except he defeated all the Gordon's clan genius. Alec finally was ready to move back to the Gordon's camp and make some few adjustments to his plans. The variable called the Friddall clan gave him a bad feeling. And being a person who treasures his second chance at life, he was not going to ever let himself die so easily. But before he could climb the horse, he heard Brian calling him, and he almost fell off his horse, his body shake in anger. What? Don't be like that, boss. I want to propose a cooperation between our both clan. Why should I agree to that? Last time I did, I ended up protecting your clan, teaching them some new tricks and still got scammed. Do I look like your clan's babysitter? Alec raged in anger as he said all that, and Brian waved his hand nervously, while a weak smile on his face. Don't get me wrong, boss. Our whole clan appreciate all you did for use in the last Blood Moon War, and that is why we wish to stick with you even in this one. In fact, the only reason we are here is because we heard you would be participating, cause we could have just passed the chance since there are still a lot of clans in the city that has not fought that is not any of my business. I didn't drag you to the battlefield. Alec's sharp words cut straight through all the flattery that Brian was preparing, and he sighed in defeat as he realized that Alec was not easily moved. We agreed to drop 20% of our earning in Power Stone to the Gordon's clan if you allow us tag along like we did, when we had an alliance. Not only that, we also wish that any elemental stone that we find is not included in this loot. When Alec heard his conditions, he sneered in disgust. Did this idiot think it was easy to get an elemental power stone? He had asked around, and he heard it was even rare than some heavenly herbs, and the last time Titan had to defeat that special tier 3 goblin to get one. Who does Brian think he is, that he might get lucky with another elemental power stone? In fact, Alec was aware that the elemental power stone he gave them last time has not been fully digested, as no matter how Brian digested, he was too low level. It would take long to finish the tier 3 elemental power stone energies. He even felt they might use it to develop some special genius in their younger generation. After all, the elemental stone had enough power to push anyone under the middle rank realm, which means it can push Brian to the tier 2 mage realm and still improve the ability of another Lanced clan member, helping them understand more complex wind technique and improve their affinity with the wind element. Brian looked at Alec's greedy lion mouth, which was only interested in taking more of their gains. I'm afraid I can't agree to that, boss. We are more stronger than before and are able to involve more in the battle. You can use us as you see fit, but it's still gonna be only 20. Brian said with a low voice as his body trembled as he listened to Alec's request. Then find yourself another babysitter. I'm tired of having this conversation. It's not like I want to babysit anyone in the first place. And secondly, I hate your guts, Alec said as he didn't bother with Brian again and hit his horse mount. Directing it back to the Gordon's clan camp, 25, Brian gritted his teeth in anger as he shouted towards Alec that was riding away. Deal, Brian, and why does it seem as if I have been baited into increasing the gains for that bastard? Don't tell me that I have been outsmarted. Alec and the Gordon's clan mages stood in the tier 1 area as they looked up to the sky as the moon slowly turned blood red. Many sighed, many gripped their weapons tightly, while many prayed they are able to go back to their clan and families. After the blood moon fully stabilized and formed, the space started contracting as the space eyes started opening slightly again, just like last time. This time the space eyes was opening quite fast, which showed that the level of the space gate must have increased quite a bit due to the last victory the goblins had against the human. The space eyes took about 10 minutes before it fully stabilized. It opened up looking twice as big as the last time. Many of the human mages were gasping as they saw the size of the space gate. This just shows that the gate was moving closer to being upgraded to an high tier 1, and if they are not able to shut the life energy that was being supplied to the gates, then it might just be upgraded after a few more goblin victories. Meanwhile, Alec looked ahead, not even gasping. He had been to the capital and had seen a space gate way much larger and bigger than this one, and that one in the capital was still not able to fully accommodate the body of the black dragon that had beaten the human monarch realm expert, as they have had to burn a lot of resources and time before the black dragon was able to come out. Even the human monarch had come with ulterior motives instead of doing his duties as a guardian, so when he compared that battle and that gate to this, the size of gate could not even catch his curiosity. He stroked his bone katana and his blood changed out as he looked up to the sky. He could see Zack levitating in the air with both of his hands behind him. He was still in his clan uniform robe. His face cold as he looked ahead. Everything about him screamed confidence. When Alec looked at him, he smiled and nodded. Alec looked around and noticed most people seemed nervous, and as usually the city guards moved to the front in every tier battlefield with their big shield and weapons. That was their responsibility to always meet the next wave head-on as the vanguard. Alec smiled when he saw this. This type of attitude was the reason why they had the highest casualties, but also able to create some of the best battle mages. But Alec felt his clan juniors was not inferior, they just needed someone to lead them, and they might just become even better than the city guards. Rower. The goblins started flooding out of the gates in large numbers the moment the gate stabilized. It was like they were pushing themselves for who comes out first. Seeing such actions made the face of the human expert numb. About 20 goblins and one hobgoblin flew out of the space gate where the goblins were still flooding from, and quickly moved towards the 10 Tier 6 human mages that were levitating in the air watching the goblins' movement. It was almost as if they were waiting to negotiate with them. Alec looked at the hobgoblin and realized that it was not the one he saw the last time. Even him was surprised that he was able to notice this slight difference. The first time he had faced the goblins, he had thought they all looked alike, and said what made the hobgoblins different was that they had blue skin and had the height of teenagers, while the goblins had the height of little kids, but with monstrous power. What happened to the last hobgoblin who commanded this legion? The Tier 6 mage from the city hall asked as he looked at the new hobgoblin standing in front of him. The hobgoblin only snickered in disdain. That weakling won't be participating in this battle. He had wasted so much time bringing down your city that the patriarch had to assign me to do it for him instead. And don't worry, I promise you all that after this war you all would remember my name instead and forget everything about him. I shall make you all shiver. The hobgoblin said, actually all he said was a big lie. They have asked the patriarch to withdraw Goten, the previous hobgoblin, from the commander position, so he won't have the time to accumulate more power. Their greed was shooting off the roof, as all they wanted was a piece of the pie. They all heard of Goten gains in war and wanted to take over him and enjoy the benefits instead, so they used their family branches and factions among the clan to pressure the goblin patriarch. Till he gave in, though the patriarch was not scared of them, but he needed them, and that was why he kicked Goten, who had no great connection from the commander position. The hobgoblin just said all this cause he was jealousy, as even most of the low-tier goblins in the army he was commanding seems to think highly of Goten, even though he had been removed from power. Oh well, I was hoping to fight a deciding battle with him before. He had destroyed a lot of my city when I was off duty, but since you are his replacement, I don't mind using you to do some warm-up regardless, the Tier 6 mage from the city hall said, making the hobgoblin fly up in rage. How dare you talk to me like that? I am a royal goblin, don't lump me up with that loser Goten, the hobgoblin said in anger, and even the goblins around him were also showing a fierce expression on their faces. The Tier 6 city guardian looked at them with a slight smirk as he realized that comparing him and the old hobgoblin seemed to rile him up. It seems there is some internal problems among the high ranks of the goblins. I don't mind using this as an advantage in battle. The city guardian thought, oh, just shut up. So what if you are royal? To me you all are just the same. People that come to invade our lands and should be killed, Draco said as his glaive appeared before him. Let's just talk about the fighting arrangements. We don't have all day, no need for flatteries. That would swell your ego, even the third elder said, adding more fuel to the fire that Draco set. The face of the goblins were now red, as most of them were already removing their weapons. And the other 8 Tier 6 mages that was beside them was wondering what the fuck was wrong with the mages from the Gordon's clan. Like they were against 20 goblins, that was 2 enemies for each mage, considering the hobgoblin watched and not intervened. The goblins were always used to overpowering enemies with their numbers, since they were cowardly in nature. The only time they fought alone is when they feel the opponent is weaker than them. The human mages just wished they could distance themselves from this madman from the Gordon's clan, who seems not to take their lives seriously. With the power of the blood moon, I declare a tier battle, the hobgoblin said, as he removed a very small knife that even looked smaller than a kitchen knife and slit his hand. His anger was already way above the roof, as he looked at the human mages, especially Draco, and the third elder of the Gordon's clan. He won't feel satisfied until the most of the human mages were massacred, because of the words that came out of the mouth of 2 mages from the Gordon's clan. He had already looked at the Gordon's clan emblem, as he sent a mental messages to all the high-ranking goblins and those with leadership positions to make sure to go after any mage wearing that clan emblem, though while he was scheming to kill all the mages from the Gordon's clan. The third elder was smirking as he stared at him. He was staring at the hobgoblin like he could read all his thoughts. He didn't waste any time, as he also sent his own mental messages to all the Gordon's clan tier leaders, telling them to be careful, as he was sure they were going to come strong at them. From what the third elder has seen, he could tell this particular hobgoblin was a petty one, so it won't hurt to take extra caution. When Alec heard the third elder's warning in his ears, he smiled. He was not the type to get scared of goblins attacking him. After all, in the first place, he was here because he wished to massacre them. So which difference would it make if they came at him instead? It would only make things easier, as he won't have to make the mages under him waste their mana for a few times to gain aggro like last time. Just with this little info, his head has already gone into overdrive mode, as he had started thinking of which type of traps to lay down for them when they come for him and his clan. He turned towards Brian Lanced and explained the situation to him in case he wanted to ditch them now, as he won't have the time to do so when the wave of goblins start coming their way. But Brian shook his head. Clearly, he still felt staying with the Gordon's clan was the most safest bet. TBE city guards all fought like barbarian, each of them following the battle mage path due to being led by a member of the Dragonmere clan, who mostly followed the battle mage path cause of their strong bloodline powers. He was not ready to follow such fighters. The mages of his clan were all flexible fighters who would escape and hit back or blast their enemies with wind blades from afar. Only few of them fought in close combat like him. The Darkbliss clan actually fit this place, but they were not participating this time as they chose to sit it out, though he was not sure the real reason, but he just felt Gordon's clan was still his best bet. After all, they have had one cooperation together, and it turned out just fine as the clan had really gained a lot, and even the Patriarch had broken through to the Tier 6 Mage realm, giving them a much larger reputation than before. He was not aware of the power level of the other clans, so he just stick to the devil he knew than the angel he was unfamiliar with. Seeing him reject the idea of leaving Alec no longer bother with him, since he has decided to stay and fight then, he should be fully prepared for the hardship that came with the decisions of his. A loud vibration happened around the whole battlefield, and Alec looked up, and he could see a human mage using a small knife to slit his hands, letting the blood flow to the ground. The moment the human blood reached the ground, the vibration became louder and more clear as the ground beneath them started trembling as if something was trying to come out. Gasp, they have agreed on a tier battles, Agnes said. Alec looked at her, his facial expression seems to be telling her, won't you explain what that means? Agnes shook her head and continued with her explanation. Well, it won't really affect us anyways, it's just that they are trying to separate every rank from each other. This only happens when one of the race are sure they could kill the genius of the other race completely due to their trust in their own clan, or they are just stupid. It is simply what we call a death match, and where no one from a higher rank can interfere. And the only way one can stop this death match is when the blood moon ends, as it is the binding the contract of the tier battle, or those who slit their hands revoke their agreement, assuming they are not dead by then, cause it needs two people, not just anyone, but those responsible for it. Is there any other thing I need to know? I was planning to kill all the Tier 1 goblins before, so this is not really a bad thing to me. Well, it's simple. If you're able to kill all the Tier 1 goblins, them 2 gate would open, where you can either enter the Tier 2 battlefield or return to the city, and this rule continues until one race is fully dead or the blood moon ends. Agnes finished her explanation and Alec nodded. His mental energy started picking something, and before he knew it, he could see a blackish red line going around the battlefield, as it seems to be confining everyone into a square box. It is starting, like I said, it is really best to stay by your side. I can't think of who to rely on in this type of situation except you. Only you have been able to wipe out a whole tier of goblins in this city. Let's do it again, Brian said, as he wore a helmet on his head while removing 2 daggers from his space ring. Though he was not really feeling confident, but he was sure that they would at least survive. When Alex saw this, his eyes almost bulged. Even he didn't have one, but this weak guy had. He really felt like beating him up until he got it from him. He only had a space pouch, which was used to keep summoning creatures. But space rings kept every other type of things except living beings, while his space pouch was used by monster tamers and golem path mages, or undead path mages. The space ring was used by all, and its value was above the space pouch, and this was the reason for Alex's greed. The vibration stopped, and a blood-colored light screen started coming out from the ground, and separated all the tier battlefield that has been created before it cover each realm in a blood dome. It was like it was creating an arena for each separate tier to fight without any distraction. When Alec looked around, he realized that except for the other clan's Tier 1 mages and the Tier 1 city guards group, only the Tier 1 goblins were still with them in the huge blood dome. Kill all the humans, the battle begins now. The loud roar of the hobgoblin reached every corner of the battlefield, making all the goblins go into a frenzy mode as they banged their weapons together or against the ground. Before charging for the human mages that was at the other edge, Alec looked up and realized that there was a larger blood dome in the sky that just stayed there and really made him confused. As he was wondering how in the world a blood-red dome could stay in the air without anything supporting it, it just levitated and kept the people inside as prisoners. To him, it was not scientific possible. The blood moon made all of this possible, and it had other set battle types just like the other blood curse. But he felt the dome in the air had another purpose, and that was to separate the mid-tier mages from the low-tier mages as they fought in the sky. And their shock waves would be contained. He removed his gaze from the dome in the air after he finished analyzing everything. He focused on his own battle, though he could still see the other battle happening, but since he could not participate in them, he decided to deal with his own trouble. Formation, Alex shouted, and about 100 mage moved forward and placed their hands into the ground by putting a full finger inside and sent their mana into the ground, their face becoming a little paler by the seconds. But Alec made sure they kept on milking the grounds with their mana. Alex said as he called forth his second set of mages that was waiting. He had already gone through series of battle formation and commands with them, and every words that came out of his mouth was an order that people that are not part of the Gordon's clan were unfamiliar with. The second set of 100 mages didn't place their hands on the ground, as the other clans who watching was expecting, but instead the places their hands on the mages that was already sending their mana to the ground. All of them each finding one person to pass their mana to. It was the first time they have seen something like that, for over 100 mage to pass on their mana to another 100, just for them to send their mana to the ground. Though some of the new clans who have not moved to help the city guards and were still watching were unaware of what was going to happen, but they still took out their weapons and stood in a defensive position as they prepared to face the goblins that was rushing for the Gordon's clan in case the move towards their side since. The Gordon's clan was still in the waiting area with them, and it was clear that part of the goblins were facing there. Even though they don't know what the Gordon's clan was up to, they have already been told that Alec never did anything for no reason. Every action of his is like a well-calculated move. For the bigger picture of his goals, we can assume that the total number of Tier 1 goblin this time should be about 20,000. And the amount of goblins sent in the first wave is about 7,000 of them, in which 3,000 goblins are likely to separated from their main army and would be moving straight to us at any moment now. Agnes gave her report after she got down from the earth pillar. She erected to check the goblins' actions. Woe, it seemed they are really taking me seriously, if they are sending about 300 goblins to take care of 1,000 Gordon's mages. Let's play with them a little bit. Even before Alec finished talking, the city guards have clashed with the remaining 4,000 goblins, with few of the other clans moving to assist them with long-range spells. While the 3,000 goblins didn't even bother going to the middle of the battlefield, but parted from the main army that was clashing with the city guards. As they faced the Gordon's clan position, who were in fact still waiting, the goblins were all chanting their war cries with their weapons held high above their heads as they charged forward. The other clans who were still in the waiting area were all looking at the Gordon's clan, not sure if they should move out and go help the city guards or stand their grounds and hope the Gordon's clan could deal with 3,000 goblins. They were all waiting to see their next actions. They all wanted to know just how Alec was going to deal with this set of goblins this time. Some wanted to watch the legend act or fool himself. But no one from the Gordon's clan moved. The 200 mages that have moved forward just continued with Alec's orders while sending their mana into the grounds. Even the members of the Lanced clan that was waiting at the back was surprised by this attitude that the Gordon's clan was showing. After all, they were going after about 3,000 goblins, and Alec was not even doing anything. It was like he was waiting for them to get closer. Which was quite a surprise considering he was killing them from afar the last time, as he tried his best to kill as much as possible the last time, but this time he was waiting for them to come closer. When the goblins saw the attitude of the Gordon's clans, they became furious and charged with more energy. 900 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Just when everybody was expecting a close combat, they got a huge shock as they heard Alec's next command implement changes now. The moment Alec said that the 100 mage who were infusing their mana on the ground all moved backwards as they tried their best to recover their mana, and with the chaotic environment, it was happening fast. While those who had their hand placed on their body before all started casting the Earth Spike spell, and funny enough their casting skill was quite fast. Even before the battle, Alec had planned it all, and made sure only those that was specialized in the Earth Spike spell would be allowed to transfer mana. The rune of the magical spell started forming in their hands, and those who knew a thing or two about the Earth Spike spell was surprised that Alec would allow his mage cast that type of spell. The Earth Spike spell had a certain range, especially for the lower rank. But the goblins were still 500 meters away. They could not understand what he was planning to do, and they just decide to watch. Mega combined spell mini mana zone, plus earth spike equals spike disaster. The moment they finished forming the spell, runes the place their hand to the ground, straight at the same spot the other mage once placed their fingers, and pour their mana to. Just that this time, they were inputting a spell rune into the ground. The goblins, being unaware and ignorant, kept on moving, rushing forward, passing the 500 meters, until very huge earth spikes grew out from the ground and pierced them. It was coming out of the ground in droves. About 500 earth spike came out of the ground and pierced the goblins in different part of their body. Each was big enough to impale more than 2 goblins, just to show just how big it was, and the speed it was using to come out of the ground. And that was how, before crossing weapons with the goblins, the Gordon's clan killed over 1,000 of them at the starting. The face of every Tier 1 leader was almost bulging out of the socket, as they felt they were in a big dream. When did it become easy to kill goblins in thousands? Bree Friddall, who was watching, asked himself, as he looked at the city guards who was still trading blows. He had also waited, hoping for a chaotic environment and fighting, so he would have an excuse to move closer, using the excuse of helping to strike. The previous hobgoblin leader, Goten, had made sure they were multiple captain-level goblins among the Tier 1 goblins. So there would always be someone that would rise up if Alec killed the present leader of the Tier 1 goblins. And it was one of those captain that have lead a part of the squad to attack the Gordon's clan with 3,000 goblins, but he was already sweating profusely. He was evening thanking his stars that he had not taken charge at the front and let some of his deputy lead instead, while he gave orders from behind, and that was the only reason why he was still alive at the moment. He had heard of stories from the senior Tier 2 goblins that survived the last 2 Blood Moon War, when they talked about a clan where their Tier 1 mages were devil-like, and had wiped out the entire Tier 1 goblin army previously, which had given them the chance to be enlisted into the Legion of the Outer Goblins that Goten led. When he tried to match the description of his senior's stories and the human mages before him, he was dead sure this was the mages that was always gossiped about in the Goblin Legion camp. Most of the new goblins have actually thought it was just a ploy to make them scared and more serious. After all, it was quite weird for them to believe that there was anyone who could completely wipe out a full squad of Tier 1 goblin army. Even the many races in the second dimension were not able to do so, except it was a Tier 2 army that surrounded them. The goblins might not be as physically strong as the other races, or have the type of talent that the other races were born with innately. But they always had a huge number advantage against all their enemies, and when they crossed an enemy they could not solve, some of them would escape. Due to their cowardly personality, so no matter how many goblins were killed, as long as a few could escape, there was a 100% chance that they would be able to build another colony soon. After a couple of rounds of intense mating, now he was really doubting if the goblins were really as invincible in the lower rank battle as they are praised to be. If not, why would there be a clan out there who could completely wipe them out? Commander, the mages. They seem to be out of mana. The goblin captain was surprised when his trusted deputy informed him of the Gordon's clan status. He had just been too scared to analyze the situation properly. He shook his head and realized that the mages never casted any spell again, and the huge spike stopped moving, and the mages moved to the back of the formation to recover. His eyes turned red as he felt he had seen an opportunity. Charge, the enemy has been weakened. Let's kill them all now. Don't allow the human mages to recuperate. The short goblin shouted at the top of his lungs as he pointed his short sword towards the human mages, and the remaining goblins, about 2,000 of them who were already on their last wit, seems to get a little boost. And they shouted their war cries while they continue rushing forward with their weapons. At first they were really cautious as they were looking at the ground. They felt the moment they saw any earth spike coming from underground, they would jump backwards and retreat the area that the spike affected. But after walking a few meters and nothing happened, they believed more in the words of their captain and rushed forward. Their cowardly attitude was nowhere to be seen at the moment. All that remained was a furious expression on them, as they were determined to kill the human mages in front of them. 300 meters. 200 meters, is it time? Alec asked, and Agnes nodded her head. Okay, do it. I'm leaving this one to you. Don't disappoint us now, Alec said, as he finally removed his bone katana from its scabbard. The bone katana made a weird noise as it was being drawn out, but the moment it came under the blood moon, the rune seems to come alive and started revolving. Even Alec was surprised as he could feel his strength increasing, though the system had not been able to analyze the bone katana full details due to his analysis skill low level. He was still aware it was special and had a special function. He was just not expecting it to be able to boost his powers this much in the Blood Moon. Ding, the golem named Axe Demon, have reached the pinnacle of Tier 1. It would be able to enter the next realm the moment you bring it out from the space pouch. Alec had not seen the system notification in a while, and had forgotten that he had the system transfer all his exp gains to his golems that were close to breaking through, so he could have a bunch of Tier 2 golem bodyguards even before he entered the second Mage realm. He just wasn't paying any attention, and was not expecting any of them to have reached the pinnacle of the Tier 1 realm that fast. The moment the goblins entered the 100-meter region, that is when the remaining 300 Gordons Tier 1 mages, and the whole gang started using the element in the air to form a type of surfboard made from earth elements, but it was in an almost liquid state. When Brian Lance saw this, he was sure that his clan was completely left out in this battle. The Gordons seems to have gotten really strong to the moment. They didn't need them again. Do it now, Agnes. Mega combined spell mini mana zone plus swamp earth equal quick swamp. The moment she finished casting the spell, she slammed her big magical staff on the ground and sparkles of electricity flowed straight into the ground, and the remaining mana that was sent to the ground by the Gordons clan mages that made everyone wonder what they have been used for was being used at the moment to convey Agnes' spell, and the whole 100 meters in front of them turned into a wet, muddy swamp. Erg, watch out, they are about to attack again, one of the leading goblins under the captain that led in TBE front shouted, his voice almost cracking as he held his bat that had spikes around its body tightly. He tried moving forward quickly when he noticed that the ground beneath their feet was turning funny, but his movement was becoming restricted. He even found it hard to move his legs, and almost all the goblins were faced with the same problem, though they could walk, but they could not longer run, and the 100 meters that was just left for them to cross now looked as if it was about 900 meters far instead. Kill, the Gordon's mage dashed towards the swamp after Alec pointed his katana forward. They moved out with their elemental surfboard under, and the dash forward in the swamp, not affected one bit by the swamp. As they used their surfboard to even increase their speed with their mana, not restricted one bit by the mini swampy area. At the lead was Brandon as he unleashed his saber. He was using his mana to control the surfboard and coat his saber. He was moving faster than everyone, as he was eager to let out his pent-up anger of being beaten by Legion. He had gone back to challenge, but Alec had only shake his head and told him to give up till he reached Tier 2 Mage realm. He was no idiot. It meant that Legion have broken through and has become way stronger. When the goblins saw the high-moving speed mages heading towards them with each holding their own unique weapons in their hand, they had a feeling like they were about to be crushed by an army of 100,000 that was riding their horses to war. With their general leading them, this was the type of momentum that the Gordon's mages were emitting. It was like a mental image that was branded in every goblin's mind, just as they stares at the Gordon's mages surf towards them on swamp due to being under Alec. Most of them were full of confidence, and this helped in building up their momentum. Brace yourselves, the goblins in front said as they slashed their weapon the moment the Gordon's clan got closer, but how could they stop the high-speeding mages that had their weapons in hand? All out slash. The body of goblins was being slashed in half as the mages passed through them. Brandon was the most ruthlessly he kept in swinging his hands at the upper region, not bothering to stop to look if he managed to kill anyone he attacked. He was sure if he didn't kill someone in the first live, then that goblin would die of excess blood loss, as he only attacked the throat, slitting their neck. In fact, it would be better they died once, if not the pain would be too horrible if they still held on. When Alec looked at him, he had an impression that he was looking at a motor without brakes, as he skillful surfed around the disorganized goblins with his saber, as he swinged both left and right. That even the saber started to make slight sound as it encouraged its owner. It seems to be content with this sort of war. When Alec remembered even his own Changdao was of the same origin that loved blood, he started wondering if by chance the material to craft both weapons were from the same origin, but different magic forger created them. The blood moon illuminated the battlefield, casting eerie shadows around the blood dome. Brandon showed how skilled he was in the art of wielding a saber. He surfed around the goblins prepared, his grip firm on his saber. The air crackled with tension as the goblins emerged one by one to block his path. As they realized that he was a very big threat they had to take care of, their malicious grins sending shivers down his spine as over 20 goblins rushed towards him. Even with their slow speed due to the swamp, Brandon still thought it would be dangerous to meet them head-on, but Brandon remained undeterred, his determination unwavering. The first goblin lunged at him with a rusty spear, but Brandon swiftly sidestepped, his saber sending sparks flying as it deflected the attack. He countered with a fluid stroke, cleaving through the goblin's defenses and ending its threat by slitting its neck. The sight of their fallen comrade did little to faze the rabid goblins that have isolated Brandon from the rest of the Gordon's clan mages who were killing the goblins blocking them. They swarmed toward Brandon, their eyes filled with bloodlust. "Should we step to help out?" Arthur asked with his hand crossed and a bronze golem behind him waiting like a lifeless doll. But Alex shook his head. "Just watch. That guy is stronger than you all think. I have watched him spar with Legion, so I am sure this little goblins can keep on dreaming about taking him down." Alex said with full confidence. When Agnes and Arthur saw Alex's confidence in Brandon, they were sure that they couldn't change his mind. They could only hope Brandon held on enough to kill them all. With every strike of his saber, Brandon danced gracefully among his adversaries, each swing of his blade a testament to his honed skill and closed-door cultivation. He struck with deadly precision, gracefully parrying and weaving through their frenzied attacks, his strike all aimed to kill, unlike when he uses sword. The saber unleashed a symphony of steel, its sharp edge slicing through the air, reducing the goblins' ranks one by one. As the battle raged on, Brandon became a whirlwind of grace and power. With each enemy he defeated, his confidence grew, fueling his resolve to protect himself, and his apply of earth elements on all strike was getting better. He advanced with calculated steps, his movements a testament to his hard training, as he became more proficient with the earth element surfboard. Despite their ferocity, the goblins began to falter in the face of Brandon's relentless onslaught. With each fallen comrade, their numbers dwindled, their once arrogant smirks now filled with fear. However, Brandon, understanding the importance of compassion even in battle, sought to end their lives swiftly and without unnecessary pain. In a final sweeping motion, Brandon unleashed a devastating strike, his saber cutting through the air with blood chi, and beheading the last set of goblins standing in his way to reunite with the Gordon's clan mages. He quickly activated his earth surfboard and met up with Gordon's mages. He stood there, panting, his body drenched in sweat, yet a triumphant smile played on his lips as he looked at the remaining number of goblins that have been further reduced by 1,000, leaving only 1,000 goblins remaining. "What are you waiting for him? I meant to teach you everything. Move out with your mages and kill the remaining orc. Divide yourself and strike from both sides," Alex shouted at Brian Lansd, who was still watching the battle in shock. But when he heard Alex shout, he realized that truly he had been waiting for Alex's command maybe a little too much, and has not made any contribution. "Split out and move out. We must finish the remaining goblins. This one's already lost their will to battle after our partners, the Gordon's clan, killed over 2/3 of their army. If we can't kill them, then we should just retire after this fight, as that means we are completely useless." In the midst of a vast battlefield, the wind whipped fiercely, carrying with it the energy of anticipation and tension. Brian, who has now become an extremely skilled wind element mage, stood at the forefront, ready to lead his group of 500 mages into battle. On the other side, 1,000 goblins, crippled by fear and overwhelmed by the power of the Gordon's clan, were desperately trying to flee, but there was no escape from the impending storm as the Gordon's clan chased them from behind. Brian raised his hands, his eyes filled with determination, and he shouted, his voice projecting over the howling wind, "Mages of the Lansd clan, remember our purpose here is to destroy our enemies, so we can protect those we love and restore the peace back to the city. Let the winds guide us to victory." With his command, the mages split into 2 groups, each consisting of 250 mages. They moved swiftly with wind element, encircling the goblins. Knowing the goblins had lost the will to fight, Brian directed his clan mages to channel their magic into a breathtaking display of non-lethal yet debilitating wind-based attacks. The first group conjured wind blades, imbued with precise control and finesse. Emanating from their outstretched hands, the blades sliced through the air, honing in on the fleeing goblins with unerring accuracy. This was a result of their first battle. They have gotten better at controlling their wind element, better after what Alec put them through. The wind blades incapacitated the goblins, rendering them immobilized but ensuring their survival. Meanwhile, the second group focused on manipulating the wind itself. They created powerful whirlwinds that engulfed the remaining goblins, lifting them from the ground and rendering them weightless. While trapped within these whirlwinds, the goblins felt disoriented and powerless, unable to escape the force of the winds no matter how they struggled. As the battle raged on, Brian carefully observed the goblins, gauging their reaction. Seeing the fear on their made him smirk. He had been practicing this move with his clansmen for a long time, so when the time come, he would be able to shock the battlefield. Now, Brian shouted, and the mages released their control, and the wind blades ceased, leaving the immobilized goblins unharmed, but now they had to deal with their landing from such high height. Apart from the Tier 6 Blood Dome that was still in the state of tranquility and peace, all the other Blood Dome that tired to a battle prison. For the human mages and goblins have turned into a slaughterhouse where everyone fought to their last breath. Those in the biggest Blood Dome that hanged in the sky, which were also the warriors of the Tier 6 realm, all looked down at the other Blood Dome as they inspected the battle. Though the new goblin commander was impulsive, but he was still considerate, and was not so eager to start the battle of the Tier 6 that fast, since he was not ready to lose the strongest battle powers of the goblins so soon. He wanted to make sure he had the perfect advantage in the other battlefield before clashing with the human mages. At least, he wished that the army under him would be able to crush the human mages. That way, delivering a blow to the Tier 6 human mages before he would strike, and since the Tier 6 human mages didn't seem to have the intent to battle, yet they all came to a temporary stand still amongst themselves as they watched each tier battlefield to see how those under them performed. As the battle escalated, all the goblins started flooding their enemies, with higher numbers only leaving a little to hold the fort in case any group they sent needed reinforcement. But among every goblin sent, it was clear that those of the Gordon's clan had much enemies coming for them. They were targeting the Gordon's clan so openly, without any thoughts of even hiding their intentions. When others saw this, they gloated at the Gordon's clan's misfortune, while others prayed they are able to pass through this type of frenzy attack. Most of those clan which were gloating were those that have become jealous of the Gordon's clan's fame in the past few months. Though the Gordon's clan has always been famous, known by everyone, and silently agreed that they were the strongest mid-tier clan in the city. But now it was different. The situation these days seems to suggest without them, the city was going to collapse. Even the city lord showed the patriarch of the Gordon's clan way too much respect. And each generations of there just seems to be stronger than the last, and the present younger generations brought a lot of fear to the other clans when they just imagine what they might grow up to be. Just thinking of how they have been suppressed by Draco in the old days and was not able to kill him. Made them annoyed now when they have to think that they were genuines in the Gordon's clan younger generation that might be more powerful than Draco, and it made most of them want to spit blood. Everyone thought, why must we be suppressed by 2 generations? Does the heaven have no eyes? Why has those bunch of genuises not been given birth to in our clan? Why have the Gordon's clan only produced genuis that behave like either a scheming old fox or a street thug? But while most of them were gloating, Draco and the third elder were watching it all with great care, as they were just waiting for a breakthrough to happen. Against 600 Tier 5 goblins, and was still able to make the goblins retreat in fear with his bone katana, though he had not called out his golems, but he had a bone katana on his right hand and a much smaller blade in his left hand. He moved to any place the mages of the Gordon's clan was having problems or were in a dire situation. He only needed 1 slash to solve each goblins of the same realm, and he had no match. He was what they called an invincible Tier 5 B-mage at the very peak with no rival, though he was not able to save all the Gordon's clan mages, but he still made sure they have a fighting chance, as some have already forced their golems to assist them in defending. He alone have slaughtered about 100 goblins, and an incredible bloodlust was already being materialized behind him, as it was taking the form of an axe, though the axe was still in a blobbing liquid form. But with every goblin he slaughtered, its form was becoming more solid. His bloodlust was so strong at the moment that it made the goblin's mental state stagnant for a second when he appeared before them. His clear display of invincibility have drawn the Tier 6 goblins' attention towards, as even the hobgoblin realized it had been crashed and not accounted for special cases like Zack, who was close to becoming a Tier 6 mage, and had no opponent in the same realm. If they had a free battle, without restrictions, he would have been able to find out about this threat early on and allowed one of the Tier 6 goblins eliminate him to reduce the losses of Tier 5 goblins. Though they might have a lot of goblins in the Tier 5 realm, but it still didn't change the fact that they were a great power in the mid-rank. And losing many of them would hurt the goblins' foundations, but not it has turned out like this. He could only help that the goblins in the Tier 5 realm would be able to wear him out till he is out of mana and stamina. But while Zack was dominating the Tier 5 goblins in the battlefield and giving the Gordon's clan a huge advantage against the goblins, the same could not be said for the Tier 4 Gordon's clan Mages group. As the one who lead them was Agnes' elder sister Victoria Gordon's, she was not a battle mage, but instead a mage that practiced the magician path to the fullest. She was in her magic robe that has been inscribed with protection runes, and she held a staff that looked almost identical to Agnes' own, or should I say her sister Agnes copied her staff style. While Zack took the attack approach to kill a lot of goblins hoping to break the wills of the goblins, till they are frightened enough to realize they were no match for him. Victoria chose another path. She called forth 4 huge stone golems that were robot and had huge stone shield and defended against the goblins' onslaught, though she was not able to stop all the goblins but any goblins who were able to bypass the huge fortress golems. Were being taken care of by the remaining Tier 4 mages of the Gordon's clan that positioned themselves behind the golems. No one helped them out or assisted them as they did not want to be targeted by the goblins. It was the first time the Gordon's clan participated in all 6-rank battle from Tier 1 to the Tier 6. Some clans always sent the minimum of 2 different realms, like the last time where only the lower rank in Draco was sent at once. And now they were being targeted. It made most of their rivals happy as they hoped they do lose some of their genuis to the goblins. Though the hobgoblin felt Victoria defending tactics won't work for long as they would soon be able to kill the Gordon's clan Tier 4 mages the moment the 4 huge defending golems. But when a special captain had bypassed the huge fortress defense to target the Gordon's mage, he had only killed about 3 mages with his rusty spear before stopped sending earth elements to the huge golems to heal them. And directed her attention to the goblins, sending a few earth sphere bomb to the goblins to death with different earth magic destructive spells. Showing her attacking prowess for the first time, making others realized that even if she was on the defensive, it didn't mean she was helpless in taking care of her enemies. Just because she wanted to give her squad members chance to perform didn't mean she was a weakling like they were looking at her. That also brought the Gordon's clan Tier 4 battle to another standstill as they turned their attention to another battlefield. The Tier 3 leader of the Gordon's clan was actually Alias. He was already quite familiar with all the Tier 3 mages of the Gordon's clan, and he seems to know just the right words to say to boost their morale. He fought the goblins with some set of formation he had created with the Gordon's clan mages, and he changes his formation along with every time his personality changes. When he is jovial, the attacks are more of a defending nature, as they seems to be absorbing every attack of the goblins. And no matter how they seems fragile, the goblins have not been able to break their small defending formation. It was as if it was formed to take an endurance beating. But while his personality changed to that of his much colder version, the attack changes from a defending and absorbing toward a reckless charging and attacking without defending, which seems scary, but the fact that up to now no one has died among their ranks just showed that it was not as reckless as they though it was, cause even Zack and Victoria have had some unfortunate mages falling under their command, but it was not the same case for Alias. The reckless charge is just another of his advance formation, but it was not all about attacking. He sends his trusted mages to block of the possible retreats of the few goblins, while attacking them and behaving like they were about to break through, but instead they were just looking for a perfect location for their pincer formation, though that's what the cold version Alias called it, while the other jovial personality called it a trapping formation. Due to the quarrel between both personalities, even the Tier 3 mage squad under him still get confused sometimes, though he had talked to them before about such happening, but seeing it in person was different from just talking about it. But they never did question his command. Even when he changes his personality midway to an order, they followed it like soldiers without questions. And this is the only reason they have still been able to keep their life, as even if Alia's actions were drastic, they have been able to keep all the goblins at bay without gaining any advantage against the Gordon's Tier 3 mages. The hobgoblin roared out in anger. He had never felt so humiliated before. All his plans against the Gordon's clan seems to have fallen. He moved his gaze to the Tier 2 blood dome this time, and he saw the group of Gordon's clan running through the battlefield. The leader of the Gordon's clan this time was a chubby boy who had a staff in his hand. He kept on cursing and saying his grandfather had a king-level golem beast, and the goblins should stop chasing him or they might just get killed by his grandfather. When Draco saw this performance, he could only face palm his face in shame. Who is that Draco? The third elder questioned his voice, showing how angry he was. That's John Gordon's, the fifth elder grandson. When the third elder heard Draco's answer, he was not aware of the reason why Jiang looked chubby. He really took after his grandfather. Do you think he would be killed here? Maybe this would make that old fool go on a killing spree in the next blood moon. I'm sure he does not have a lot of descendant. He won't take his grandchild's death casually. The third elder said, but Draco only shook his head and smiled nervously. Even if everybody was to die on the battlefield, I would never believe Jiang would get killed too. He is extremely spoiled by his grandfather, and I'm sure he has a lot of life-saving cards with him. Maybe he does not feel threatened yet, and expect for that he is not a weakling either. It's just that. The kid-eyed just as scared of fighting. Draco said, and they both resumed watching him. Jiang eventually got crossed by two goblin soldiers, and he was cornered. Just when the hobgoblin was feeling happy that they were about to get rid of one of the leaders of the Gordon's clan, he watched as the fatty smashed their head with his staff in a flash, while his face still looked frightened. He could not explain why someone that strong was acting weak. Jiang didn't stop, as he continued leading the Gordon's clan to continue running around the Tier 2 battlefield. Only him and his group had been able to turn the entire Tier 2 battlefield to a confused battleground, and he never hesitated to slam his staff on the heads of goblins he meet by chance. It was surprising for them to see a chubby guy run for so long and was not even breaking a sweat. The rest of the Gordon's clan mages were already panting hard, but he kept on encouraging them to run faster, as it was also a form of training my foot. Jiang had even been cursed by his comrades, but he still stayed clear-headed. There is nothing to watch here. Let's check out the Tier 1 battlefield, the hobgoblin leader said, and as if they all agreed after being tired of watching Jiang's cowardly display. Even the Tier 2 goblins have been questioning themselves if truly they were the ones born with cowardly display, or it was this chubby guy in front of them who have never even taken the initiative to clash with them head-on. Only landing sneak attacks and picking on goblins that have strayed of their group as he ran in circles around the other human clan, Mage's group. Even now the goblins were considering if they have to abandon their chase of him and focus on the other human Mage's clan who were not under pressure. What? The hobgoblin shouted the moment his mental energy investigated the smallest blood dome. He was only able to watch as the goblins were massacred, and there was nothing he could do as they were already falling down to the ground and were squashed to death, and the rest remaining were wiped out by the Gordon's clan mages. He looked at them with fierce expression on his face, though Tier 1 mages were nothing to be proud of and were used as cannon fodder by the goblins higher up. It still didn't change that it was every great goblin starting point. And for about 3,000 of them to be killed so easily and so quickly, like that by only a little to 800 mages, without anyone escaping, gave the hobgoblin a great chill. And for the first time, he was regretting setting the tier battlefield and summoning the blood domes, as it was now looking like a prison for the Tier 1 goblins, who seems as if they were not able to do anything to the Gordon's mages. The blood from all the goblins that have just been slaughtered in the Tier 1 battlefield was being absorbed completely by the blood dome. And the blood dome was now filled with a type of sharp intense that seems to be sending feedbacks to the Gordon's clan mages who had been responsible for the death of the goblins. Not only the Gordon's family, though, but also some of the Lanced clan members could see some of the red aura moving towards them, though they tried to dodge, but it still entered their body, but it didn't harm them like they thought it would. It's the blood dome. It's refining the blood of enemies we have killed to create a sharp killing intent and sending it back to us. This is not only an arena meant to cage us to fighting, but it's kind of a cultivation ground for cultivating strong combatants. Oh, I see the hobgoblin intentions here. He wanted the goblins to kill the humans, that way they would not only be using our bloods to cultivate much better warriors, they would also using our life force to strengthen their gates. This is like killing a two-bird with one stones. But are they worthy? Can they survive me and my legion? Alex said with a smug look as a fog of red killing intent assimilate with him. Though he might not have killed any goblins directly, the blood dome still counted him as responsible for their death, somehow giving him a share of the 3,000 goblins killed. The killing intent that was sent to him was also really huge and seems to be on another level entirely from the ones that was sent to the rest. When the red fog entered into his mana pool, it was sealed away by something, but Alec was aware that it was just the system helping him keep it away, so he does not break through and be sent to the Tier 2 battlefield. Alex touched his chin while hoping he grows beard fast. Arthur looked at him still confused. I still don't understand what you mean, boss. Arthur said. When Agnes saw this, she shook her head at Arthur, low, understanding it's simple, you big head. Just fighting and killing the human mages normally won't help the goblins in cultivating their battle techniques or their bloodlust. But this blood dome is able to refine the blood of anybody you have killed and send it feedback to help you cultivate your killing intent, and also help your battle technique have a kind of lethal chi in it. Do you understand now? It's like putting a lot of poisonous animals together and allowing them kill each other till the last one standing is actually evolved from devouring the essence of the others and being the new poison king. But in this case, they are not planning on killing everyone, but only the humans to make the goblins stronger. But funny enough, it has turned to an advantage for us, and a prison for them, Alex said. And Arthur nodded his head, finally understanding the theory behind Alex's words. So what are we waiting for? Let's kill all this bastard and raise our killing intents up. Last I heard, that old man said that the killing intent is the only way that the real warriors can be identified. Arthur shrugged as he got ready for an attack. I don't think we would be fighting anyone now. Fucker, run to that hill, Alex shouted in an outburst as his horse was already dashing for the hill. Arthur, Agnes. Alec, this fucker, were you not just talking about how you were about to conquer and massacre all the goblins? Why are you trying to make us run around the battlefield like that fatty in the Tier 2 blood dome now? Arthur cursed in his heart as he followed behind Alec, though he had questions, but he followed orders first. That was one thing Alec had taught them. As if he was raising army soldiers, even Brandon and the rest of the Gordon's clan picked the speed as they surfed out of the battlefield to the hill that was covered at the edge of the blood dome. Some were even pushing their mana control by using the earth elements to make their move faster. But no matter how fast they ran, they were not as fast as the Lanced clan mages, who were proficient with the wind elements and dashed forward, making the Gordon's mages eat their dust as they gave a big gap. Why the fuck are we running? Arthur asked. Fucksker, look behind you, Alex screamed as he wished his horse had extra legs to get to the hills faster. That way he would have a much higher advantage at taking care of them. Arthur looked behind only to see about 10,000 goblins dashing towards them, and this time there was not even any sign of formation. They were just chasing the Gordon's clan with their sheer numbers. When Alec felt his danger signs blaring, he had looked ahead only to see the huge number of goblins coming for them. How could he have predicted that this set of goblins would go crazy and would be hell-bent on chasing only his clan and leaving the other humans to be held by a measly 7,000 goblins? While only his clan had already wiped out 3,000 of them, now they still had to face about 10,000. It was clear they were bullying them. He cursed, and now he was feeling he was no different from that fatty he had seen running in the Tier 2 battlefield. He even thought of doing the same as him, but quickly rejected the idea. After all, the number difference was huge. It was about 10,000 Tier 1 goblins against 500 Gordon's clan Tier 1 mages and 500 Lance clan mages. Yo boss, when I agreed to follow you, and even decided to split out part of our gains to you, running away was not part of the deal, Brian shouted from front ahead, as he was almost scared out of his wits when he saw the amount of goblins coming for them. Potential, my foot. Shameless Gordon's leader Sheila Lanced cursed. She was pissed at their situation and could not care about leaving face for Alec. They quickly reached the hill and climbed it. What are we going to do now? Agnes asked with a serious face as she couldn't see them escaping from this type of situation. That easily, the hunt begins now. Lanced mages to the back, Gordon's mage to the front. I don't care how drained you are, but at this moment I am about to suck you dry of every single mana in you. But first of all of you summon your golems. The Gordon's clan mages, only about 100 people were able to summon their golems, and it was just the ordinary earth golems. Some were wise enough to craft a weapon with their golems. When Alex saw this, he face-palmed his face. How dare you all waste your talents? Just because others laugh at our clan's paths does not mean you abandoned it fully. I want to see all of you with at least 2 golem at the next Blood Moon War. I will be leading you. Is that understood? Alec asked. Yes, sir, the mages roared, but the Lanced clan were almost cursing at Alec to just solve those angry goblins that was still charging at them. After all, the hill just gave them a platform to fight a defending battle. It didn't give them a 100 assurance. If I had knew they would go this crazy, maybe I would not have allowed Brandon kill them too fast. Maybe at least they would still underestimate us and send about 5,000 instead of double the number now. My prediction went wrong. That hobgoblin should be the cause of this. Agnes could only watch helplessly as Alex started talking to himself. It was as if he forgotten there was still 10,000 angry and rapid goblins coming for them. The Gordon and Lanced clans gathered atop the hill as they stared at the other human clans that was still fighting with the remaining 7,000 goblins, with no one of them even thinking of coming to assist the Gordon's clan. their back facing the imposing blood dome that covered the Tier 1 battlefield. Alec had the air of a natural leader at this moment as he stood straight with his bone katana in hand. He surveyed the scene, his eyes filled with determination and a sense of duty. With him stood a formidable force: 500 Gordon clan mages that are specialized with earth basic spells, and 500 lanced clan mages that specialize in wind basic spells. They formed a united front, ready to defend against the approaching legion of 10,000 goblins that bared their fangs at them. The goblins divided into two again, with 5,000 rushing towards them, while the remaining 5,000 waited in order to stop any reinforcement or help the other 5,000 wear down the Gordons and lanced clan mana. Alec turned to his trusted allies, Brandon, Knight, Arthur, and Agnes, each of them skilled mages with unique abilities. He addressed them with unwavering faith in their abilities. Brandon, Knight, Arthur, Agnes, we have worked together for long, and today I want us to work together to repel this horde. Just like always, Brandon, your skill with a sword and saber is unmatched. You might have just started, but I can see you have gone far in your path. I leave you with protecting our flanks and strike fear into their hearts. Brandon Gordons nodded, grasping his dual weapons tightly, as the saber realized a blood glow while the sword released a white light glow. I won't let them near you, Alec. I'll slice through their ranks like a whirlwind. Alec's gaze then turned to Knight Gordons, a master in the art of shadow elemental manipulation. Knight, use your shadow techniques to move unseen through their ranks. Disorient them, eliminate key targets, and create chaos. You might be the weaker than all of us, but your shadow element give you the biggest advantage in our situation. Knight Gordons flashed a confident smile. Consider it done, Alec. The shadows is my ally. I might not be as proficient like the Dark Bliss clan, but am not that worst. Alec's attention shifted to Arthur Gordons, who wielded a sword infused with the power of metal elements. Arthur, make every slash count. Let the metallic power of your blade cut through their defenses and strike fear into their hearts. Arthur Gordons nodded solemnly, his grip tightening around his sword. I'll make every strike a lethal one, Alec. They won't know what hit them. Arthur finally unveiled his hidden move, as he does not feel there is anything worth hiding at this point they were at, and the bronze golem behind him scattered into multiple pieces like an Iron Man suit and reattached themselves on his body, making him look as if he was wearing a battle armor. Except from his head, which was open, even his mouth had a type of bronze ninja mask covering him up. Now you look like a god of war, representative Brandon Camo enter, and he nodded in return. Finally, Alec turned to Agnes, a talented mage specializing in earth and water elemental spells. Agnes, your mastery over earth and water is increasing. I leave you with the responsibility of creating barriers to protect our mages and rain down devastating spells upon our enemies. Agnes stepped forward, her eyes glowing with determination. You can count on me, Alec. I'll weave nature's elements to shield our allies and crush our foes. As the goblin horde charged, Alec led his warriors into battle. His bone katana gleamed under the blood moonlight as it sliced through the goblins like a whirlwind of death. Even the blood dome seems to be refining the blood of fallen enemies fast, as if it was aware of their situation. Blood aura was sprawling over the battlefield. Alec stood atop the hill as he defended, his eyes determined, his heart resolute. Surrounding him were the 500 Gordon clan earth elementalist mages, their hands crackling with raw power, ready to defend their honor. The Lanced clan wind mages stood, their hair dancing in the gentle breeze, calm and composed. The alliance between the two clans had never been stronger, their joint purpose to protect their land and people. Alec, with Brandon Gordons by his side, drew his bone katana again from its scabbard, the weapon humming with an ancient energy. Brandon, armed with both a sword and a saber while protecting the flank, he kept a watchful eye on Alec, ready to protect him at any cost. Next to them, Knight Gordons blended into the shadows, using his shadow elements to move swiftly and silently, eliminating goblins with precision strikes. He rarely even had to use strike. His use of the shadow element have improved a lot after being used by Alec as a mode of long-distance transportation for long. That it starts showing effects now, as this short-distance transmission was not enough for him to be out of breath or enter an overload of mana discharge. Further down the line, Arthur Gordons brandished his metal-infused sword, which seems to increase in energy after he merged with the golem. Every slash was precise, and deadly, sending wave of sharp metal. The sight of his blade brought fear to the goblins, their defenses crumbling before him, as nothing seems to be able to contend with his metal element. He fought skillfully, his strikes slicing through their ranks like a hot knife through butter, showing the results of hundred spars. Agnes, the heart of the group, cast spells of pure earth and water elements, showcasing the frightening power of the magic path. She raised her hands, summoning a massive earth spike to impale a group of goblins charging towards them. As the enemy's attacks intensified, she created a water barrier, protecting the Gordon's clans from harm. The lanced clan mages who were behind were only in charge of sending wind blades and whirlwind with all their might. Amidst the chaos, Alec sliced through wave after wave of goblins, his bone katana carving a path through their ranks. His movements were fluid and precise, his determination evident in every swing. The goblins, witnessing his power and resolve, hesitated before launching another assault, as they have lost over 1,000 goblins against the joint efforts of the Gordons and Lanced clan again. With each goblin Alec struck down, their morale weakened. The ones who managed to survive his onslaught realized the futility of their attack. Though they felt they could kill them all, but at what cost, it was clear that the Gordons' clan won't go down easily, and their cowardly behavior started to kick in. Word of Alec's prowess spread among the goblin ranks, and the fear of this legendary warrior that had wiped out a whole group of Tier 1 goblins caused doubt to creep into their minds. As the blood moon light in the sky shined on him, the killing intent around him already seems to have started forming into blood swords behind him. Even Alec was not aware of how he was controlling it, but every time the refined blood was sent to him, he tried to use his blade skills to control the flow, which led to his killing intent creating blood swords, and he already have about 5 of them, and he was able to use them to snipe any goblins he felt was about to sneak up on him. The tide of battle began to turn. The Gordons' clan, united in purpose, fought with unwavering courage, each member supporting one another on top the hill, only Alec Brandon. Arthur and Knight entered the goblins' rank as they were confident enough, while Agnes acted as the main control by defending the mages on top the hill. They have lost a few mages, but to the amount of goblins killed in return, they felt it was worth it. Almost all of them were having their thoughts controlled by the overwhelming blood lust they have accumulated. Demoralized and overwhelmed, the goblins soon started to retreat, leaving the hill and their failed assault behind, only leaving with about 6,700 goblins, as they planned to regroup with the main group and make strategies on how to lull the Gordons' clan, or they would be the one being wiped out like last time. Brandon Gordons clapped Alec on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "You were amazing out there, brother," he said, his voice filled with genuine awe. "I've never seen anyone handle a blade like you. When did you started using the blade? I thought you were more of the spear guy." Knight Gordons emerged from the shadows, his movements blending seamlessly with the fading twilight. He nodded in agreement, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Alec, you led us with unwavering conviction. I always thought you were a shameless person who only liked to command behind the scene, but you changed my ideas today," he said softly. "What do you know it's called? Be a good commander," Alec pouted at Knight. Agnes, having dispelled the water barrier, approached with a serene expression on her face. "Alec, you possess a strength that goes beyond the physical," she said gently. With the sun fully set and the battlefield gradually clearing, the group of mages made their way down the hill, ready to regroup and tend to their wounds. Though they knew that more battles awaited them, the memory of this victory would serve as a beacon of hope and a testament to their strength. As they walked side by side, Alec couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude for his companions. They had faced the goblin. Even Brian Lanced, who was on top the hill commanding the Lanced clan on where to attack, was shocked on how easy it seems that they have repelled a legion of 10,000 goblins. While they were celebrating, someone was brooding. "The fuck, who is the guy giving us information he deserves to be beat to stupor? It's all wrong. That guy and his gang have become way much stronger. We might not even win against them. How did he win that battle without even revealing his golems? I have to be patient. He might be low on mana, but he can still protect himself." Alec Gordon still have a lot of trump cards he have not played yet. "I should probably be wait," Bree Friedel thought. "Ah, how dare they kill the goblins so ruthlessly. I'm going to kill you all." Snickered. "Oh, please enlighten me, boy. So you goblins are allowed to kill our descendant, but our descendants are not able to kill yours. What a joke. Let them stay back at your world if they are too weak," the Thrid Elder mocked, as he created a golden throne in the air and sat on it, acting nonchalantly as he watched the Tier 1 blood dome. Though he was pleased with the great victory that Alec and his siblings have won, but there is no way he would show that. After all, that was just the Tier 1 battlefield. It won't really make a difference to the goblins. They could still give birth to more, but the humans could not afford that type of loss, and that is why it was more important to get rid of the Hydra tier power. That way they are able to eliminate any threat. "Arg, charge!" the hobgoblin commanded, and the silent Tier 6 blood dome started quivering with energy as it was about to be turned to a battlefield. The battleground was a chaotic scene, with the Tier 6 hobgoblin and its pack of 20 goblins charging towards the levitating human mages. Suspended high above the ground, the Thrid Elder of the Gordons clan sat confidently on his levitating golden chair, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. As the hobgoblin and goblins drew closer, the third elder's golden golem, armed with a naginata, engaged in a fierce battle with two of the goblins. With each swing of its weapon, the golem showed immense strength and dexterity, fending off the relentless attacks of the goblins. The 20 goblins clash fiercely with 9 human mages and 1 golden golem. The city guardian representatives led the defense since they were the ones always first to charge in. The battle seems uneven, with the goblins gaining the upper hand. Among the human mages, a skilled swordsman named Sir Marcus, representing the city lords as one of the 2 city guardians dispatched for the battle, notices a flaw in the goblin that was facing him, and his swordsmanship became swift as he crossed moves with him before being able to dispatch one of them with a precise strike. However, his victory comes at a cost, and he gets caught off guard by the second goblin's sneak attack. The gash on his arm results in a serious injury. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanates from nearby. The second mage from the city hall roared in rage, making the air around him to turn heavy. The man is known as Lord Alistair. Due to being overcome with rage, his body started to transform. Shimmering red dragon scales envelop him, turning him into a fearsome dragonman. The sight astonishes both the human mages and the goblins. Such power is only possessed by members of the Dragonmere clan, making it clear that Lord Alistair is related to the city lord, who is a Dragonmere clansman. With newfound strength and agility, Lord Alistair springs into action. He swiftly dispatches the 2 goblins he was facing by slashing and tearing at them with his formidable dragon claws that were flashing with flaming powers. With the immediate threat eliminated, he rushes to the aid of Sir Marcus, who lies injured and vulnerable after being pierced in the chest by the goblin's spear. Lord Alistair's draconic powers allow him to heal Sir Marcus as he transfers his flame aura into Sir Marcus' body, the wounds closing under the touch of his scaled hands. As the city guardians regroup and regain their composure, the mages marvel at the incredible display of strength and loyalty. Sir Alistair returned back to his human form due to the amount of mana he was losing and carried Sir Marcus' body away to the edge of the Blood Dome, as he was not prepared to allow the city hall lose a tier 6 mage that easily. This allowed the pressure on the human mages increase. While the city guardians were able to resolve their issues, the same could not be said for every mage's fighting, as an intense battle between 2 goblin warriors, Grizz and Fizzle, and a formidable human water elemental mage named Seraphina from the Coral clan. Grizz, armed with a spiked club, and Fizzle, wielding a sharp dual-bladed axe, levitate skillfully through the air, dodging Seraphina's watery attacks. Despite their teamwork, Seraphina has them under her control, having ensnared them in a powerful spell, making each move a struggle. With a flick of her wrist, Fizzle conjures a whirlwind of wind magic, propelling Grizz towards Seraphina. His spiked club glows with a vibrant energy as he swings it with all his might. At the same time, Fizzle utilizes his wind ability and his agility to outmaneuver Seraphina's water attacks, using his dual blades to deflect and counter her spells. With each slash and parry, he fights valiantly against the mage's hold. As Grizz's club connects with Seraphina's shield of water, a cascade of sparks erupts, causing cracks to appear. The goblin's relentless assault weakens the shield, enabling Fizzle to redirect his attacks towards Seraphina herself. Driven by their newfound synergy, the goblin warriors unleash a coordinated strike, a combination of Grizz's powerful swings and Fizzle's swift slashes. Their weapons slice through the weakened shield, breaking it apart. Seraphina, momentarily stunned, loses her grip on the spell that binds Grizz and Fizzle. The goblins descend gracefully to the ground, triumphant yet wary of Seraphina. With a renewed sense of purpose and gratitude, Grizz and Fizzle lock eyes with each other, ready to face Seraphina once more. "Now, Fizzle, let's finish this." Grizz spoke in Orcish language. Fizzle nodded his head with determination. The goblins charge forward, fueled by their own indomitable spirit. Seraphina tries to summon another wave of water, but Grizz smashes his club against the air, causing the air to tremble and disrupt the mage's mana concentration. Simultaneously, Fizzle engages in a dazzling display of acrobatics, evading Seraphina's attacks and launching precise strikes in return. The goblin's blades cut through the water, breaking Seraphina's control over it. Finally, with a final, coordinated assault, Grizz and Fizzle strike. Grizz's club smashes against Seraphina's chest, while Fizzle's axe connects with her arm. The mage stumbles backward, weakened and defeated as the light in her eyes died down as her body fell freely till it slammed on the blood dome. The human mages falls into silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the victorious goblins. Meanwhile, Draco, the Thrid Elder's nephew, wielding a gleaming silver glaive, faced off against 2 powerful tier 6 goblins. After seeing someone dead, he got impatient. His mastery over fire and earth magic allowed him to conjure scorching lava spells, effectively eliminating one goblin after the other more quickly, since he had already injured them previously. While Draco skillfully fought the goblins, the rest of the human mages were struggling to hold their own against the onslaught, as there were two more free goblins joining the battle. Despite the dire situation, the Thrid Elder remained aloof, watching the battle unfold from his floating golden throne. Sensing an opportunity to turn the tide, Draco swiftly finished off the remaining goblins attacking him. Seeing his chance, he swiftly moved to join forces with the Golden Golem. Together, they became an unstoppable force, overwhelming the goblins that were encroaching upon their position. Unbeknownst to the other mages, the Thrid Elder observed their struggle with a calm demeanor. Finally, as the goblins started to falter, the Elder slowly descended from his throne, the chair gently lowering itself. With a wave of his hand, the earth elements appeared beneath the hobgoblin and trembled, binding it in place and preventing any further movements. "What are you planning to do?" The hobgoblin roared. "Shut up and watch, little boy. Let me settle this," the Third Elder said while picking his ears. With the main threat immobilized, the Thrid Elder's focus shifted to the other human mages. Utilizing his control over earth and metal elements, he conjured a protective shield to ward off incoming attacks, while simultaneously unleashing his deep understanding of gravity to create instability in the goblin ranks. This allowed the other mages to regain their footing and launch a counterattack. Break! The hobgoblin finally escaped from the binding of earth that entangled his body and restraining his movements. His chest was heaving heavily with anger. He was really frustrated at the development of things. How would he have been aware that the first time he took command of a battle would result in him losing 7 Tier 6 goblin warriors in a very short amount of time? He had never felt so ashamed. Even Goten, the previous commander, had never lost a Tier 6 goblins warrior in battle. They always came back complete. If the Tier 1 goblins were seen as the cannon fodders in their clan, then the Tier 6 were the main captain and commander of the clan. Goten had lost his first battle with the whole Tier 1 being wiped out and of being scolded. With resources that they harvested after the space gate released the energy overflow to the mines near it after it had its full, Goten was respected among the outer castle armies, and many goblins would jump at his recruitment offer as they saw it as the fastest way to get stronger if they were able to survive the risk. But this was his first chance to perform after snatching Goten's position. For a guy who had that much prestige, he was meant to outperform him or be ridiculed. Funny enough, he had been daydreaming on how he would massacre his way into the city. He felt since that brute called Goten could do it, why could he not do the same? And his thoughts were also biased, as he has always believed the goblins were stronger than the human race, and if they could not win in a 1v1 situation, they would conquer them with their number. So since Goten already damaged their foundation, before he would only be coming here today to kill the remnants, but he had been met with much greater resistance. Which made him think if truly he was that inferior to Goten, but the moment that thought crossed his mind, he quickly made it disappear in an instant. There was no way he would even think of himself as inferior to a goblin that had to grow up in the forest and kill for every meal he had, while he was taken care of since the moment he was born. Given all the best and lived in the castle that all the goblins in the wild were all craving to be accepted into even as slaves and bodyguards. The hobgoblin was a peak Tier 6 goblins, and if he decided to face the humans mages, then he won't have any problems killing them all. But just like the Third Elder of the Gordon's clan had restrained him before he was sure that the moment he moved towards the human mages, the Third Elder would move and try to defend them. So he dashed for the Gordon's clan's Thrid Elder straight. His thoughts were as long as he could kill the old man, then he would not have any problems killing the rest of the human mages then, so he would be patient first till he took care of the Elder. He was not ready to attack the others and be sneaked attacked by the Gordon's Thrid Elder. He really feel the old man might do it. He had seen the old man tricks and was aware that he must not be underestimated. As the hobgoblin's rage intensified, his eyes burned with fury as he charged towards the Third Elder of the Gordon's clan, who had binded him before to give the human mages a chance to kill some of his subordinates. A long sword appeared in his hand. It gleamed menacingly in his hand as he aimed a powerful strike at the Elder. But the Third Elder, ever prepared, was not one to be caught off guard. With a swift movement, he summoned the elements of earth and metal to his aid. "You would have to try more than that, little boy. You might be a peak Tier 6 goblin, but your control over your power is so pitiful," the Third Elder mocked the hobgoblin, who only gritted his teeth, not interested in exchanging words with the shameless Elder. Metal and earth elements twirled and formed a protective shield around the Thrid Elder, even without him casting any spell, which just shows how close he was to being a Tier 7 mate. He dodged all the incoming strike that the hobgoblin sent his way. His mastery over earth and metal elements allowed him to deflect the hobgoblin's blows while also landing a few punches of his own, and every time he did, he was able to make the blood dome shake with each impact, as if he was directly pounding them. His powers were scary enough to make all the goblins realize that there was someone among the human mages that could kill them with just a punch. However, the third elder soon realized that defeating the hobgoblin required more power than he possessed alone, as the hobgoblin was not only wearing a high-tier armor, but also had a very good inner armor if not. All the punches he had been delivering should have been enough to put his internal organs in pains. In that moment of realization, he raised his hand and called upon his loyal companion, the Golden Golem. The majestic creation responded to his call, breaking off from aiding the human mages with Draco and closing the distance with incredible speed. As the Golden Golem reached the third elder, its golden form shattered into countless pieces, forming a swirling vortex around him, making the hobgoblin move back in fear as he felt if he was touched by those pieces he would be cut to countless pieces. The shattered pieces then quickly reassembled themselves, encasing the third elder's body with an awe-inspiring golden armor, imbuing him with the appearance of a graceful god of war. With his newfound strength and the naginata of the Golden Golem now in his hands, the third elder stood tall and drank his last gourd of wine with him. He threw it away and laughed wildly as he faced the enraged hobgoblin. "Come, let me show you how it's done, little boy. Let me show you what a good control of power can do," the third elder teased. "I don't need lessons from you," the hobgoblin roared as he dashed to meet the third elder midway. Each swing and thrust of his weapon showcased his incredible skill and power, as if he had become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. The clash of weapons and the raw display of magic and might reverberated through the air, the gravity making every body near both of them to retreat fast so as not to be injured by the shockwaves. The battle between the third elder and the hobgoblin intensified, leaving onlookers in awe of the sheer spectacle. The third elder's golden armor shimmered brilliantly, deflecting the hobgoblin's attacks with ease. With every strike, the third elder's control over earth and metal grew stronger, causing tremors and upheavals in the environment around them, while he laughed wildly while deflecting everything with just one hand, showcasing just how much of a monster he was, as it was not easily wielding such heavy and huge weapon with one arm. Their fight raged on, a testament to the third elder's indomitable spirit and unyielding determination, as the blood moon seems to embrace the battlefield. The clash of blades and the flashes of magic continued to light up the night, a testament to the power of the human spirit and the unfaltering resolve of the third elder and the rage of the hobgoblin. In that moment, a surge of energy coursed through the third elder as he tapped into the depths of his power. His control of every part of his mana was being displayed at the moment. The golden armor around him gleamed even brighter, radiating an aura of impenetrable strength. Double slash. With a calculated move, the third elder spun his naginata in an elegant arc, releasing a burst of energy that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The hobgoblin was caught off guard by the sudden display of power and was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the third elder swiftly closed in on the hobgoblin, his movements fluid and precise. He delivered a powerful strike to the hobgoblin's side, cracking through his armor and sending him sprawling to the edge of the blood dome, making it tremble seriously. The hobgoblin, though wounded, refused to yield. He rose up with a renewed fury, swinging his sword wildly in an attempt to land a decisive blow. But the third elder's agility, battle experience, and mastery of his weapon proved too much for the enraged creature. He expertly parried each strike with the naginata, pushing the hobgoblin back with every clash. In a moment of clever strategy, the third elder lunged forward, sweeping his naginata in a wide arc and creating a whirlwind of golden metal energy. The hobgoblin, caught within the whirlwind, found himself disoriented and defenseless. With one final strike, the third elder channeled the pure essence of his power into the tip of his naginata, releasing a devastating beam of energy that pierced straight through the hobgoblin's chest. An explosion of energy erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding light. As the light faded, the dust settled, revealing the defeated hobgoblin lying motionless on the blood dome. The third elder, his golden armor shimmering, stood tall and victorious, his breath steady and his expression serene. Though weary from the intense battle, the third elder approached the fallen hobgoblin with indifference in his eyes. He kicked the body of the hobgoblin to confirm if he was truly dead. The whole Tier 6 battlefield that seems to have been turned upside down turned quiet at that very moment. The Tier 6 goblins were looking at the third elder of the Gordon's clan with caution in their eyes, No matter how they looked at the situation, they were fucked now, as there was no one among the goblins who had the power of a peak tier 6 to keep the elder at bay, and even if they did, the goblin might just be running to his death. The last hobgoblin commander might have been a worse commander, but at least he was a good fighter. Even if he had few battle experiences, he should have been able to keep another peak tier 6 expert busy. After, it was not that easy to kill each other at that level, but the third elder did, and that taught them something, and that was the third elder's power was probably started to breach the tier 7 realm when he is merged with his golem. They were really afraid just thinking of it. The Blood Moon won't punish a tier 6 mage with a tier 7 battle power. Though the Blood Moon was biased to them, but at least it still kept to the rule. Some of the goblins were really praying that the hobgoblin commander would still get up from the Blood Dome in a last counter-attack and take the elder with him, cause they were scared of facing such a scary opponent, but the body of the hobgoblin that didn't move no matter how they prayed. This made them realize that it was all over. The third elder started rummaging through the body of the hobgoblin without shame. Even the human mages who had stopped fighting temporary were ashamed of being linked with such an expert. He was so skilled at it that they might even mistake him for a bandit. What are you all waiting for? I have gotten rid of their leader, which is the most dangerous of them all. Now get rid of them before the Blood Dome collapsed. He is the one who started the tier battle. Without his aura, it would be breaking down soon, so kill them now when you have the chance. The third elder said as he kept on with his looting of spoils without any shame. The Blood Dome in the sky was looking really eerily at the moment after all the amount of people that had died. There was no small fries among tier 6, but they were people that were close or have a chance of entering the high rank. The Blood Dome was presently refining the bloods of such creatures, and that was what was making the Blood Dome give such eerily energy. Alec looked to the sky and was surprised at the sight he saw. The third elder of the Gordon's clan had killed the leader of the goblin army, so easily terrifying the goblins. All the goblins on the battlefield who saw this scene seems to have lost all hopes. The despair in their eyes was just so visible for Alec and all to see. It seems the death of their leader had given them a big blow, and they were not as active as before, but they all decided to run around like cowards, and the few who stood their grounds were only defending. This was the first time that Alec have ever seen the goblins' army so heartbroken no matter what had happened before. Even when they lost all the tier 1 mages, their faces had only shown anger instead and a little caution. In fact, they have been really adamant and wanted to kill them. But they never lost their spirit like they did now. Should we attack with the rest of the clans? Agnes asked Alec as he saw that the mages in the tier 1 battlefield have now started to counter the goblins with renewed energy. It was like they have been injected with energy serum, and their morale was at the highest. Alec looked at the goblins who were running around the battlefield. Though they were not attacking, but it would be hard killing all of them, since they have set their intentions on escaping. No, don't chase after them. We have already done our part. Just now we faced the most pressure from the goblins when they were at their best. Now they are at their worst. We really don't need to help out. If the human mages can't deal with them, then they would be nothing but a joke. And I definitely won't feel happy targeting a bunch of goblins that have lost the intention to battle. Let's go get our spoils of war ourselves. We can't let the city hall cheat us, like last time, Alec said as he rubbed his hands together. Since the goblins were more interested in the other mage's clan, why did he have to get involved? He was about to go loot the body and brains of the enemies he killed this time. After that, he planned on checking his system to see how much he gained, cause he was responsible for the death of over 6,500 goblins. He was sure he was going to be surprised at his gains. If he had the whole mages in the clan work, he might be getting a lot of power stone. Soon after all, almost all the goblins who attacked this time were all tier 1. While Alec was busy counting his gains, another clan were busy plotting his downfall. The Friddle clan could not help still looking at Alec, though Alec have noticed this, but he still pretended, as he didn't want to give them the intention that he could see through them. This was one of the reasons he never summoned his golems. After the defeat of the hobgoblin commander, all the remaining goblins entered a defending stance and was not as active as before. Thankfully, no other tier 6 goblin died again. After the big battle with the hobgoblin, the third elder practically restrained himself and didn't go around fighting anymore. He was not interested in soiling his hands with the bloods of goblins weaker than him, though he was always quick to help out any human mage that was in problem. When the goblins saw what he was doing, they realized that the only reason he didn't kill them was because he wanted to make them the wheelstone of the human mages present. Killing the goblins won't be of much help to his cultivation, so he left it to the rest of the human mages to fight with worry and refine their battle techniques to the peak. But unfortunately, they were not able to kill any goblin, as the goblins were more in number and was more interested in defending, which made it hard for the human mages of the same realm to kill them. And after 15 minutes later, the blood dome cracked, and it crumbled the moment the Tier 6 goblins saw this. They ordered a retreat, while some were ordering a retreat. Grizz and Fizzle didn't even wait and dashed for the space gate, as they have abandoned this blood moon war. Draco roared and slashed his glaive at the both of them, but they have still been able to escape, and this fact alone made him mad since he could not revenge Seraphina's death. The third elder only watched him, without making any moves, but he was aware of the fact that Seraphina and Draco were familiar with each other. He still didn't make any move to save her. Draco was consumed with rage. His slash tore to the air and arrived before Fizzle, managing to injure Fizzle as he was putting all his energy into escaping, and it was quite hard defending against Draco's lava energy. But he still ended up escaping with Grizz, who dragged him into the space gate. All the goblins didn't wait and dash for the space gate, seeing their leaders in such a pitiful state. The human mages started launching a counterattack against them as they were escaping, but no matter how much they tried to make the goblins stay, they showed no intentions of clashing with the human mages, as they put all energy into escaping from the human mages instead. At the end of it all, most of the goblins had escaped the battlefield. The battle had started fast and ended quite quickly too, except from the crushing victory at the Tier 6 battlefield and the domineering massacre at the Tier 1 battlefield. There was really no other special situation in the other battlefield, as they were still planning on drawing the battle for long. But right now the battle had finished even before the blood moon ended. The mages celebrated and cheered as they all looked at the sky, and cheered the blood moon that was still hanging in the sky. For the first time, they have been able to pursue the creatures of the second dimension back even before the end of the blood moon. For the first time, they really felt the blood moon hanging above their head looked beautifully, and they wanted to vent their happiness. In the void above the Estonia City 5 Master that was hiding in stealth watch, as the battle of the blood moon came to an end so fast. How should we proceed now? They have really performed above our expectations. If I'm not wrong, there should be something wrong with this clan. They have always seemed to be able to thwart all our plans. One of the men said it simple. This time 2 of you would attack to kill that third elder. If I'm not wrong, that man has already touched a minor gravity law using his high earth affinity. If this continue, he might be able to enter the Tier 8 Mage realm in a few years. The moment the leader said that, they all inhale sharp breath. The third elder was not even a Tier 7 mage, yet but their leader already felt he had the potential to become a Tier 8 mage. How wild was that? It was clear that he was already close to Tier 7 and might not have any roadblock, but they just found out they have been underestimating him, as he had the potential to reach the Tier 8 mage realm, and that would make him on the same level as them, and there was no way they would allow the Gordon's clan to have a powerhouse like that. That would increase their strength that much. Me and the remaining elders would seal the city, and they won't have any help for the next 30 minutes. No matter what happens, we must finish all this in about 30 minutes. Use this opportunity to kill all the talents of the Gordon's clan, reducing them to a clan with no future and no hope for revenge, the leader said with cold voice, and the rest nodded. And the 2 elders he chose all moved out too, as they tiered the space and move into another void. They were sure their elder had spies and have other clans that would move to eliminate the Gordon's clan, and when that time comes, they would break through from the void and kill the third elder. That was their only mission, so they were going to still with it and believe in their sect arrangements. The little display of the third elder had showcase enough to tell them that such person should not be underestimated and should not be given the chance to grow, or he would become a thorn on their side. Attack! Bree Friddall shouted, and the Tier 1 mages of the Friddall clan that has been resting suddenly raised their weapons and rushed towards the Gordon's clan, who were still picking their spoils of war. When Alex saw this, he only smirked. He had been waiting for them to make a move since, but it seems they were really cautious and didn't dare to attack him, only waiting till all the Gordon's mages were out of mana before they attacked. Brandon, Arthur, Agnes, and Knight all took a stand, though the rest of the Gordon's mage might have been surprised at the Friddall clan coming at them, but those that were always close to Alec knew. Alec had informed them to take note of the Friddall clan. Even the Lansd clan, who was further ahead and harvesting power stones, were shocked at such developments and were rushing to go assist the Gordon's clan. The Gordon's clan only had 500 Tier 1 mages, but the Friddall clan had about 1.5 thousand. That was 3 times the number of the Gordon's mages, but as they moved, they were crossed by another clan. who seems not to have the intentions of fighting them, but only seems to be interested in making them stay put, as they also used earth elements to create tall earth wall, restraining the usefulness of the Lanced clan wind magic. Even the Gordon's mages in all the tier battlefield had someone trying to kill them. The third elder snorted, and was about to make a move when he felt a fluctuations in space and waited. In front of him the void was torn, and two tier 8 mages' aura was released as they appeared and dashed for the him with their killing intent spreading out. The chaotic scene unfolded before Alec's eyes, as the tier 1 mages of the Gordon's clan found themselves under attack by the powerful Friddle clan, with depleted mana and bodies strewn around them. Alec's heart raced with concern for his comrades. Quickly assessing the situation, Agnes looked Alec, who is the target of the Friddle clan, looking so relaxed in the middle after he came to terms with the fact that there was nothing he could do to change the massacre that was about to happen. Determination etched on her face as she faced the Friddle clan. She readied her staff, ready to wield her combined knowledge of earth and water elements to the fullest. She followed the magician path, which made it easy for her to cast spells constantly, without worrying that much about her mana depletion or cool-down time for most of her element skills. This was her own advantage against the battle path mages. As long as she was far away, she won't have a problem grinding them till their death. Agnes formed a formidable defense, using their elemental powers or her multiple barriers to withstand the ferocious fire spells unleashed by the Friddle clan, using most of the residual mana that the Gordon's clan had buried before to achieve such wide-range defense. Though one water barrier could not cover the whole tier 1 mages, but it was still able to cover up most of the clan mages and counter the fire magic they were throwing at them. Brandon Gordon's grabbed saber and sword tightly again, shaking the fatigue of. He positioned himself next to Agnes. His saber released a cold, blood-red aura, while his sword emanated a peaceful, pure energy. After killing a lot of goblins in the Blood Dome and receiving a lot of refined blood, lust his killing intent, and his control over the slaughter saber seems to have improved another level. With swift, precise movements, he deflected and parried each attack that came their way with a strong earth aura gleaming through when he slashed out, giving a heavy feeling, while he protected Agnes, who was being attacked by the Friddle clan from the edges of her water barrier that was cracking constantly from being bombarded by so many people at once. Arthur Gordon's showed what it means to be an embodiment of strength and resilience. He stood tall among them all, his body still merged with his unyielding bronze golem, appeared invincible at the moment as there was no Friddle mage that could bypass his defense. He used his mastery of metal and earth elements to attack and defend with unyielding force. No enemy could breach their defense for the while Arthur stood strong, as he also took some time to conjure a metal sword and slash some Friddle mage that came closer to killing the Gordon's clan mages. As the battle raged on, Agnes's eyes locked onto Bree Friddle, the enemy mage charging towards Alec with malicious intent. A surge of anger coursed through Agnes' veins, and she knew she had to protect Alec at all costs, even if she was not sure of why he still stood still while all this was happening. Determined and focused, Alec finally unleashed Titan and Legion from the space pouch. The sheer aura of the both Golem alone was enough to halt the Friddle mages under their tier pressure, while Titans was releasing a chilling pressure along with it. Bree Friddle and some few important 100 members of the Friddle clan, who had been able to breach Agnes' barrier with the help of thousands of clan's men, who kept Agnes, Brandon, Arthur, and Knight busy dash straight towards Alec. Though they heard that Alec had one tier 2, but here he was with 2 instead, and they realized that the information about him could not be trusted, as he was growing. Though it was surprising he had 2 tier 2 golems, but it was not as if they didn't prepared for a scene like this. Bree Friddle threw a crystal card out towards Legion. Though they have prepared the card for Titan in the first place, but he felt that the known was still better than the unknown. The moment the crystal card got closer to Legion, he shouted. And as if heaven and earth energy was responding to him at that time, a vortex of elements busted out from the crystal card, covering Legion and sealing him in an ice case. Though he was not dead, but he was sure not getting out of there anytime soon. Felix, take 100 mages and tie down that ice golem. He must not be allowed to come close to us or disrupt our plans, Bree shouted to one of the talented elite of the Friddle clan, who split from the main group immediately and moved to surround Titan. When Alex saw the remaining number of mages coming for him, were about 400 plus the main leader of all this, Bree Friddle, the tier 1 mage leader of Friddle clan, it seems, because I have not made any move in a long time, I have now become someone that is despised and seen as weak, cause some have really forgotten my strengths. Tell me, do you really think I am weak? Alec asked Bree Friddall, who have finally surrounded him, and found a way to isolate him from the rest of the Gordon's clan and his two golems weak. Now I don't think so. Many people seems to think that you are weak, but I do know even your tier 1 golems are strong enough to help you block if you want to escape. I'm not interested in taking such chances, Bree said, though you say I'm not weak, but you still seem to be mocking and underestimating me, thinking that I cannot survive without my golem. But in the first place, the golems are part of my strength cause. I can control them, and I created them. But if you think that truly that my unique golems are what define me, then you must be really stupid, Alec said again with a slight smile on his face. I don't care what you say, Alec, but today is the day you die. No matter what you say, nothing can save you. I have you surrounded and would grind you to death. Friddall said, and Alec laughed wildly while using one hand to cover half of his face time and time again. I always try my best to stay away, but some idiots just won't let me go. Some idiots won't let me be, thinking they're so great. They are always trying to assassinate me. What is my offense? I just wanted to live a peaceful and happy life in my second chance at life, but you all just won't let me be. Then I might just turn to that demon you all want. Alec removed his hand from the bone katana hilt as he moved his hand down to the blood changdao that was on his waist. All this while motionless. Today, I would massacre to show just how wrong it is to even think of opposing me, Alec said with red eyes. Alec Gordon, a formidable mage who possess a rare and awe-inspiring ability, a double affinity for both earth and flame elements, but it seems a lot of people had forgotten this fact, as he had never really used his fire element in public. He stood poised for battle. His presence echoed power that those from the Friddall clan have never seen before and was not expecting to see. In his grasp, he held his blood-red-colored changdao. The weapon seemed to resonate deeply with his fiery elemental powers as it hummed loudly. Why is the flame elements in the air fluctuating? I think it's being drawn towards Alec's position. I think he is using the flame element. Someone from the Friddall clan with good observation was quick to find out the issues with the elements in the... I'm quite surprised, though. I did hear that you had a double affinity, but it had skipped my mind since you rarely use any element except your earth element. And there is a rumor going around saying how your second element might be inferior to your earth element, but who would have thought that was all a lie? I feel that your flame element is not that weaker than your earth element. You are always scheming against everyone. But do you think you would be able to defeat me or the Friddall clan by using fire element? You must be joking. We are the true heir of fire elements, Bree Friddall said, trying to shake Alec's confidence. As he unsheathed the changdao, but he ignored Bree, as an ethereal radiance engulfed the blade, sending sparks of flames dancing along its intricate engravings. The air around Alec seemed to take on a menacing quality, as if imbued with his weapon's fierce and unyielding intent. It was as though the changdao itself possessed a strong and resolute desire to vanquish his enemies. As Alec Gordon stepped forward, the heat from the fire mage's spells engulfed the surroundings. As the Friddall clan was not prepared to take any more chances, they all started to cast their spells, making the temperature of the surrounding increase. The warriors of fire from the Friddall clan were confident in their abilities as they unleashed a barrage of flames towards him. But little did they know, Alec had a special surprise up his sleeve. He had developed an unparalleled fire resistance, making him almost immune to fire spells in the same level. This was something he noticed a long time when he awakened his element. And when he told his grandfather, he had said it might be related with the fact that part of his bloodline was that of a Blaze clansman. They were the ancient ruler clan of flames in the kingdom Alec's clan resided in. With a calm demeanor, Alec's eyes gleamed with determination as he began to unleash his own arsenal of fire magic slashes. As the fireballs, fire bolts, and flaming snakes hurtled towards him, he swiftly countered with his own flames, manipulating them with expert precision. With each wave of hostile spells, Alec harnessed his own fire elements, melding them with the crimson energy flowing through his blood changdao, creating a lethal combination. Flame slash. Flame slash. Flame slash. As he swung his blade, arcs of fire trailed behind it, incinerating anything in their path and canceling out all fire magic sent at him. The fire mages, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, found themselves struggling to keep up with Alec's ferocious onslaught with the blade, as some member of their clan have started to fall under his flame slashes. They may seem random, but the power in each slash was explosive and lethal, causing a small eruption when it comes in contact with the flesh. As Alec's flames intensified, he weaved in and out of the chaos, swiftly dispatching one fire mage after another. He spun, his movements fluid and graceful, conjuring firestorms that swept through the battlefield, reducing the once intimidating force to ashes as they have not gotten used to their formation and were not able to stop him. The fire mages, sensing a nearing defeat, attempted to rally together, launching one final desperate assault. They channeled their fiery powers, focusing it into one massive inferno, aimed directly at Alec. Flames roared towards him, growing larger and hotter by the second. Earth skin. With unwavering determination, Alec summoned the earth to protect him, allowing the flames to wash over him without faltering. That should injure him, even if he ain't dead. Just as the Friddle clan was about to relax, Alex emerged from the inferno unscathed as black stones fell off his body one by one, casing the amount of flaming torture they just went through. Alec was really thankful he had fire resistance. If not even his earth skin could save him from that type of joint attack, which was past what his Tier 1 resistance could provide. He had even summoned his red salamander set in the last moment to make the earth skin defense last. Luckily for him, he had survived a fiery aura surrounding him. As he stepped forward, his blood Changdao pulsating with raw power. This ends here. The fire mages, witnessing Alec's formidable display of strength and resilience, faltered in their resolve. The tides had turned, and victory was moving slowly to Alec's grasp. Come out, Hive Queen. Alec finally released his last trump card that had been a secret in the Estonia city. The Hive Queen appeared from his space pouch, looking every bit like arachnoid demonic beast. When the Friddle clan glanced at her, all they saw was a formidable opponent covered in spindly black armor, who advanced towards them with a chilling grace. Her upper body was undeniably humanoid, with long raven black hair cascading down her back and fiery red eyes burning with primal power. She was hiding another Tier 2 golem. How can an ordinary Tier 1 mage have so many Tier 2 golems? His potential is so scary. Someone like this should not be allowed to live. If not when he becomes a Tier 2 mage, I believe even those Tier 3 mages might not be his match, Friddle thought as he was even more determined to kill Alec, or the rest of his days would be spent in fears. As the Friddle clan mages closed in on Alec, their determination to end his life palpable in the air, and Alec didn't bother to restrain himself any longer. He even thought of releasing the axe demon, but he felt it might not be of much help now. It has still not evolved to the Tier 2 golem rank, but he felt with the arachnoid Hive Queen's aura of cunning and savagery, they had a high chance of draining the mages faster. With Alec's blood Changdao in hand, gleaming with a dark energy, it seems by mixing his earth fire and blood aura from the sword he had being able to give birth to another destructive energy. He charged forward, his strikes infused with the power of his blood magic. The arachnoid Hive Queen swiftly moved behind him, her 8-bladed legs glinting ominously in the dim light. As the fire elemental mages cast fiery spells towards them, Alec utilized his agility and mastery over the new dark blood chi to dodge and deflect their attacks. With each swing of his Changdao, he sent arcs of crimson energy cutting through the air, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. Hive Queen, not to be outdone, displayed her own prowess in battle. She expertly weaved her way through the chaos, spinning webs that ensnared the mages, immobilizing them temporarily, and summoned some of her spider babies. Her spider babies scurried around, their tiny forms indistinguishable in the heat of battle. Striking with precision, they sank their fangs into the mages' bodies, extracting the mana from within. Some of the spider babies voluntarily sacrificed themselves when they felt they could not deal with the mages, exploding with the stolen mana, causing widespread chaos and injuring several mages in the process. This way, the duo of Alec and the Hive Queen were causing chaos just to have an easier tile killing. Hive Queen's toxic spit became a deadly weapon. As she spat venom at the mages with pinpoint accuracy, the corrosive liquid burned through their protective barriers, leaving them vulnerable to Alec's relentless attacks. She spat a toxic venom, poisoning any mage foolish enough to get too close. Meanwhile, her 8-bladed legs struck out with a swiftness that defied her large frame, cutting through the air like a razor-sharp scythe. This sort of action really confused Alec, as he had never seen her fight like this. He had always had the idea that she was weaker than Titan, but right now, he realized in a big group battle her importance was actually more superior than Titan's. Stop them from cutting through the ranks. You idiots. Friddle could finally not take it any longer, and had an outblast as he lashed at the clan mages standing close to him. He thought killing Alec would have been easy. They had more numbers, even had the advantage, but up till now they have lost mages one by one. These mages were the elites of the Friddle clan that have been raised specially. Their deaths made his heart bleed. He had tried tying up the Hive Queen with excess mages like he did with Legion and Titan, but he was quick to realize how stupid his decision was. Not only had she summoned some of his spider babies to come back and blow up themselves so she could break out of the encirclement. She never forgot to slit throats while escaping while also patting her toxic spit, which have made Bree casualties high. In fact, he still had about 20 or so blind mages. The dynamics duo of Alec and Hive Queen formed a formidable partnership, their coordination seamless as they executed a deadly dance of destruction through the Friddall mages. But as the battle raged on, the sheer number of Friddall mages proved to be a daunting challenge. However, with Hive Queen's cunning and battle instincts, combined with Alec's mastery over blood magic and newly learnt swordsmanship, made them push through the waves of enemies relentlessly. Hive Queen's bladed legs danced through the chaos, striking down mages with lethal precision, while Alec's blood Changdao cleaved through their ranks with a deadly finesse even Alec could not count the amount of spider self-destruction that the Hive Queen had ordered. She was cold and could do anything for her objectives. The air crackled with magic and the smell of burnt flesh, with each defeated mage only fueling the duo's determination. Alec, if you are man enough, wait, and fight me one-on-one. Stop being a coward. Bree chased after Alec and the Hive Queen as they weaved through the Friddall clan, causing more chaos. You fucker me. There is no one more manly than me. You pussy brought a whole 400 mages to kill me. Now you're claiming we should fight together. Don't worry, I would still kill you. But for now I can leave threats. I must exterminate you clans. One generation of Tier 1 Genoese mages. Alec cursed, no longer bothered about his image. He was mad and angry, his whole body painted with blood from his own and those he slain. He still moved closer with the Hive Queen. Together they fought as one, their movements fluid and harmonious. Hive Queen's blade-like legs sliced through the air, parrying attacks and striking with deadly accuracy. Alec's blood Changdao danced along with her movements, their combined attacks fierce and unrelenting. The Queen's spider babies proved to be invaluable allies in the chaotic battle. As they absorbed the mana from the mages, the tiny arachnids transferred it to their mother in order to keep her in top shape to make such attack continuously. And in turn, used the mana to replenish her own energy and summon even more spider babies. These little creatures, infused with the stolen power, wreaked havoc on the fire elemental mages of the Friddall clan. With explosive force, they leaped onto their targets, latching onto exposed skin and draining their life force. The arachnoid demon's web served as both a defensive shield and a trap for the mages. With a flick of her spinnerets, Hive Queen released sticky strands, entangling the mages in a suffocating embrace. The mages struggled, their movements slowed by the webs, their magic weakened by the relentless drain of mana. In the chaos, Hive Queen struck with precision, wielding her bladed legs like deadly daggers, piercing and skewering her trapped victims. Alec moved in tandem with the Hive Queen, his blood Changdao a blur of crimson steel. His strikes were precise and calculated, each swing cutting through the air with deadly intent. He didn't even bother with casting spells again, he just infused his mana into all of his strikes, making all his attack carry the power of his magic. The blood magic from the Changdao coursing through his veins enhanced his speed and strength, allowing him to swiftly dispatch the weakened mages. Together, they created a symphony of destruction, their combined power overwhelming their enemies. The fire elemental mages from the Friddall clan fought valiantly, releasing blaze after blaze in an attempt to turn the odds in their favor. But Hive Queen proved to be an expert at evading their attacks, bobbing and weaving with supernatural agility. She anticipated their moves, her senses heightened by her arachnid instincts. Her spider babies tirelessly continued their assault, diving at the mages and sucking their precious mana, draining their magical reservoirs dry. With each fallen mage, the odds shifted in their favor. Alec and Zyra fought relentlessly, their determination unyielding. The battlefield around them became a table of chaos, littered with the bodies of defeated mages, their fire magic extinguished in the face of this lethal duo. Hive Queen was so cunning that she strategically targeted those who were weakened, exploiting their decreased magical abilities. Her precision was unmatched, and with each stab of her bladed legs, another mage fell under her infernal power. Eventually, the onslaught of fire elemental mages dwindled until there were none left standing near them again. Alec and Zyra stood amidst the aftermath, their chests heaving with exertion. Bree Friddall and a team of 50 mages looked at Alec, who stood beside the Hive Queen with about 10 spider babies, and he almost went mad. He had never been so humiliated. With a team of 400 mages, he could not stop 2 people. The veins on his head were about to burst out. Alec, just me and you, let's fight. Fight me and let's end this, Bree Friddall said, and Alec smirked. I had a feeling you would shameless demand something like this, wanting to take advantage of my weakened state. That's why I left a small mana for you. Axe Demon, it's show time. Alec finally summoned the peak Tier 1 Axe Demon and opened the system he had muted, pressing and choosing a couple of things to upgrade the Axe Demon without looking. The moment the axe demon was summoned, he started his evolution instantly as the bright white light enveloped his figure. Alec looked at him and said, "After you finish with your evolution, don't forget to assist the Hive Queen in killing the remaining Friddall clan mages remaining. If she controls them, you should be responsible for killing them." Alec quickly left some series of commands down even before the axe demon finished its evolution. He had already sent a mental message to the Hive Queen to lead the remaining Friddall clan mages away, and those who was not prepared to move should be forced away with her web. He was determined to kill all the Friddall Tier 1 clansmen, and that would not be completed if he does not kill the leader of the Tier 1 mages, which is Bree, though there were still much of the Friddall clan surrounding his gang and his golems, but as long as he was able to kill Bree, he would make their morale fall and also assist with killing them all. But for now, all he wanted was for his golem Hive Queen to restrain them with Agnes so they won't be able to escape, giving him some time to deal with Bree Friddall. Till then, they all have to fight a battle of endurance. After he was sure his command has all been registered, he looked towards Bree. "Let's do this now, no more distraction. I heard you have always wanted a 1 versus 1 against me. I shall give you the chance today to prove yourself, bring it in. If others are scared of you, you should be aware now that I'm not among them," Bree Friddall shouted in anger as he readied himself. All the mages beside him have been dragged to one battlefield or another. It was clear that this was Alec's main plan all along. Amidst the sprawling battlefield, the air crackled with palpable tension as Alec Gordon's earth and fire elemental energy rised, and he surged forward. His blood-enchanted Changdao gleaming in the blood moon light that still hanged above their head, a determined expression etched across his face as he aimed to assert his dominance in this fierce fight to the death. Bree Friddall met Alec's fiery advance head-on. With twin swords in hand, he effortlessly parried Alec's strikes, displaying remarkable precision and dexterity. Such performance would put his display at the banquet to shame, as it was clear that while the others were getting stronger, he was not idle. He was the only leader who lost, and the damage was more incurred to him than the rest. So he had always put his best into raising his abilities, and have gone through hellish trainings organized by his father to reach this state. Flames danced along Bree's blades, matching Alec's elemental prowess blow for blow, but Alec never retreated. Clang, clang, dang, boom. Their clash was an intricate dance, a symphony of flickering flames and ringing steel. Fireballs compressed. Alec showcased his mastery over both earth and fire, launching waves of scorching flames towards Bree. Stone pillars. The ground trembled beneath their feet as Alec summoned pillars of stone to hinder Bree's advance. But Bree was not deterred. With unparalleled agility, he leaped and twisted through the air, dodging Alec's fiery onslaught. His swift swordplay countered each of Alec's moves, their blades clashing in a display of sheer skill. Feeling the need to push further, Alec suddenly revealed his trump card, his bone katana that was still sheathed on his waist, a weapon he had mastered with impeccable control. The new blade glimmered menacingly as Alec wielded it with practiced expertise, adding another layer of danger to the duel. Using the 2 blades in his hands, Alec executed a series of swift, precise strikes, emulating the fluid grace of a skilled samurai. Bree fought valiantly, his speed unmatched, but it was clear that Alec's enhanced weapon gave him an edge. As the battle intensified, Bree began to falter, unable to keep up with Alec's relentless assault. Alec's fiery attacks grew more powerful, channeling his inherent elemental abilities into his strikes, making his blades give out red flame glows. With a final, decisive blow, Alec's bone katana hilt had hit Bree's forehead, making him stagger backwards before the Changdao cleaved through Bree's defenses, leaving him incapacitated. Bree had not even gotten his footing yet when Alec dashed and slit his throat, making him choke as he held to his neck as he dropped his dual swords. I should have won," Bree said in pain. The look on his eye held a huge unresolved anger and regrets. "Do you think you ever stood a chance? I just wanted to fight fair with you. Why not look at yourself and see how much you have prepared? Not only are you wearing a good armor, but you also have a good inner armor to protect your inner organs. Look at me. I have not even summoned any set of my armor. I'm sure you all know I have a spirit armor, and from what I see now, it's clear you all don't really know my real power neither. Are you even prepared to face me at my strongest? This is a joke." Alec spits on Bree. He looked ahead, his mana fluctuating, and his killing intents were piercing. Seeing such type of aura on Alec, on his dying breaths, Bree really felt they have really underestimated the full power of the young man in front of him. He died unwilling. Alec cleaned his Changdao on his clan robe before putting it back on his scabbard. "Kill them, Owl!" Alec roared as he dashed to help his gangs. His shout seems to wake up the Friddall clan as they saw their young master on the floor lying dead. Their eyes seemed to lost color and their morale dim retreat. Felix Friedel, who had been hiding among the number of Friedel mages, quickly ordered a retreat when he saw the situation of things. It was clear to them that their mission to kill Alec had failed. Even brief Friedel, a Genoese that could have become a Tier 2 mage at any time he wanted, but had held it in so he could participate and gain some rewards for killing Alec too, had fallen under the blade of Alec. Now they regretted the fact that they didn't have an extra pair of legs to run faster. Elsewhere, the battle between the Titan and the Friedel clan mages has already reached the climax as even Legion assisted him. Due to Legion just reforming his body, he was still not used to a lot of the functions of his body, but he was not that useless that he could not assist with defeating a bunch of Tier 1 mages. Iceland. The moment Titan stomped on the ground, the surrounding around them became surrounded by towering glaciers. The Friedel clan mages could only watch as the Titan raised his massive mace, ready for battle, while the cold air hit them, making them feel a chilling cold deep to their bones. They were only able to reduce the feeling by channeling their fire element's mana inside their body. By Titan's side, the newly upgraded mechanical cyborg Golem, Legion, activated his laser spear and aimed his shoulder cannons at the Friedel clan mages, encircling them. As the mages approached, casting streams of searing flames and hurling fiery bolts, Titan positioned his enormous ice shield in front of him to protect them both as his huge body protected Legion, who was behind. The intense heat of the fire spells clashed against the icy surface of his shield, creating steam and obscurity. But Titan's shield held strong, protecting him and Legion as they continued their advance. Legion quickly moved swiftly, his mechanical limbs whirring and humming as he skillfully dodged the flaming projectiles. He unleashed a barrage of laser beams and blazers, cutting through the fiery onslaught, blasting the mages and piercing their body, making the Friedel mages cry in pains. The pain brought from their pierced flesh, but the laser was something they couldn't relate to. The mages desperately tried to maintain their balance amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, encased in his icy armor, Titan swung his imposing mace while sneering, each strike creating reverberations through the frozen landscape he had created. The ground cracked beneath the feet of the Friedel clan mages, impeding their movements. The mages struggled to maintain their balance, their flames flickering and faltering. Titan, for the first time, fully unleashing his mastery over ice, and summoned a powerful blizzard that swept through the battlefield. Snowflakes danced in the air, freezing the flames and coating the ground in ice. The Friedel clan mages slipped and slid, their spells faltering as they struggled to regain their footing. Send fireballs at them and disrupt the ice golem spells, one of the Friedel mages said, and they sent another wave of flame towards them, but with Titan's huge shield blocking the way, nothing happened. But they were still able to survive the wave of Titan's harassment. But this didn't stop Titan. Since casting spells was not his specialty in the first place, he swung his mace to the icy ground and, with each swing of his mace, he sent icy spikes shooting up from the ground, impaling and injuring the Friedel clan mages that were still sending fireballs at him. Their cries of pain filled the air as they stumbled and died after being impaled at their vital spots. After being defeated by the elemental might of Titan, they became astounded by his mastery, couldn't help but fear his power and wild nature. However, not all of the mages were subdued. Some managed to cast powerful fire spells, raining down upon Titan and Legion with unwavering determination. Legion used his nimble agility to dodge and deflect the fire bolts, protecting both himself and Titan from harm. Sensing the threat, Titan used his icy powers to create a massive ice wall, shielding them from the relentless fire onslaught. The wall absorbed the flames, transforming them into harmless bursts of steam. Titan and Legion emerged unscathed from behind the protective barrier, ready to continue the fight. With renewed determination, Titan charged forward, his mace whirling through the air and splitting the wind. He shattered the ground beneath him, sending icy shards flying and creating rifts in the earth. The mages of the Friedel clan, now disoriented and injured, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage as they clashed with Titan. He just ran through them, the red blood splatter on the ground as he ran through them while bursting heads with his huge mages. Some of them were even wondering how he could have such fast attack speed with such huge mace. Legion, utilizing his speed and precision, targeted the remaining mages with his laser spear. He swiftly closed the distance after zooming with his blasters behind him. He struck with deadly accuracy. The mages attempted to retaliate, but their spells grew weaker with each passing moment. The combination of Titan's relentless ice attacks and Legion's relentless speedy assault left them struggling to defend themselves. As the battle ensued, Titan and Legion continued their relentless